Chapter 1. When my daughter gets into trouble, I'm bound to the daddy system. Huaxia. Duan City. A certain coffee shop. Bai Fei took out a check from her chest. Here is 1 million, give me your boyfriend. Who are you? Are you so arrogant just because you have some money? Bai Mo and I truly love each other. Yang Qinglin tightly held Bai Mo's hand. Too little? 2 million. Get out of here, don't mess with me here. After seeing the check in Bai Fei's hand, a dramatic scene ensued. Yang Qinglin pushed Bai Mo away, and the next second, after getting the check, she quickly left without a trace. This scene directly left Bai Mo, who had not said a word, dumbfounded in his tracks. This woman, it's all about money again. Everything was unexpected, but reasonable. Sister. Mo, don't be sad, it's only been a week since you became a girlfriend, you'll always meet someone better. Bai Fei patted her brother on the shoulder. Momo, if it doesn't work out, just go back and inherit the Bai family's assets. No, I can't be a puppet of the Bai family. I'll lose my freedom. Sitting in an office day after day, that's not the life I want. It's miserable. Bai Mo laughed to himself, sat on the sofa in silence. He was 24 years old and a time traveler. Bai Mo was an ordinary white-collar worker on Earth. After an accidental death, he traveled to a parallel world 3 years ago and took the body of the young master of the Bai family with the same name. The young master of the imperial capital Bai family, the Bai family has assets of hundreds of billions of dollars, and the family is rich and powerful. To outsiders, Bai Mo was just an ordinary person. 3 years ago, his parents wanted him to inherit the Bai family and marry the ugliest girl in the capital, so he angrily ran away from home and had a big fight with his father. For this reason, Bai Mo's father froze all of his bank cards, and he became a famous but powerless young master. He found a job as an advertising clerk in Duan. The young Qinglin who just left is his third girlfriend, second only to the kind of holding hands, and the two have only been in a relationship for a week. Ding, the eldest daughter of the host has been seduced, triggering the supreme daddy system. System binding in progress. Binding complete. Newbie gift pack being distributed. Obtain the Daddy Handbook, the Demon Eye, the Resurrection Pill, and the Binding Talisman. Demon Eye, see through all illusions. Resurrection Pill, as the name suggests, it can bring the dead back to life. Binding Talisman, conceal strength. Start the mission, save your eldest daughter, beat up the spirit body, be rewarded with god-level combat skills, and draw 1 lottery ticket. You have 1 hour. Hearing the electronic voice in his head, Bai Mo felt like he had been struck by lightning. It had been 3 years since he had traveled through time, and the system had finally arrived. But I have a daughter? My daughter is dead? Happiness only lasts a second. He didn't have time to worry about the newbie rewards issued by the system, but instead paid attention to the small map on the system. The red dot on it was moving, and according to the system's annotation, it was the soul of his daughter, being taken away. Bai Mo didn't care about that. There was only 1 hour for the task, and he had to save his daughter as soon as possible. He hadn't even met her yet, and she was already dead. Who would be able to accept that? In an instant, he rushed out of the coffee shop. The alley of the slums. 1 more soul and he can go back to his master and report. The black spirit muttered to himself, weighing the black cloth bag hanging from his waist. Stop. Suddenly, a dull voice came from behind. The black spirit glanced and saw a man looking at him panting, and then continued walking. Illusion, how could he see me? I told you to stop, do you hear me? Bai Mo said angrily. You can see me? The black spirit body froze for a moment, and pointed at himself with his right hand, with a hint of uncertainty. Nonsense, hurry up and return my daughter's soul. Bai Mo had already fused the demon eye in the car, so naturally he could see the spirit body in front of him. As an atheist for 24 years, this moment broke the defense. Kid, what are you talking about? It's just that I have special abilities. The black spirit immediately calmed down again. Damn it, I'm giving you face, aren't I? Bai Mo used the binding charm, raised his fist, and greeted the spirit. The spirit laughed contemptuously. Hit me? Like hell. I'm a spirit. Your fist can only hit air. The next second, a scream sounded. It hurts. Shit. This is impossible, I am a special spirit body created by the master. The spirit body covered its face, full of disbelief, and its head was buzzing. Bang! Bai Mo once again punched it firmly in the face. Big brother, don't hit, let's talk about it. The spirit body, which had just wanted to escape into the ground, was hit by a few punches, and it was dying of pain, and its fear deepened. His abilities were useless in the face of Bai Mo, and he was gripped by an unprecedented fear. Bai Mo's smile was tinged with anger, and his fists rained down like rain. No beating? You've already lured my daughter's spirit. Besides, the system mission is to beat the crap out of this guy from an unknown source. After a moment, the spirit body was crying and whimpering, battered and bruised, and it was willing to take out the soul-locking bag from its waist. It didn't have the heart to resist. What are you crying about? You're useless. Bai Mo said helplessly, took the soul bag containing his daughter's spirit body and left. The system task progress bar showed half complete. Spirit body. This is the worst thing that's ever happened to it, isn't it? It failed to complete its master's task, had its soul bag stolen, and was beaten so badly that it lost all of its master's dignity. It's over, its master's soul is gone, the plan has failed, and the entire Duan city will not know peace. Let's go back and report first. We'll worry about the rest later. It hurts so much. On the other side of the street, Bai Mo rushes to the hospital without stopping. Third floor of the hospital. In a private room, a pale little boy lies on the bed. Next to him sits a stunningly beautiful woman. Her hair is tied up in a bun, she is tall and slender, her eyes are vacant, and her face exudes an indescribable charm. She is like a peony flower in full bloom, beautiful but not demonic, gorgeous but not vulgar, charming and unparalleled. My child, I'm sorry, it's mom's fault for not taking care of you. Anan, who is over 2 years old, has contracted a popular virus. After a week of treatment, there is ultimately no way to reverse the effects. Recently, there have been many cases of this illness in Anan, and the mortality rate is over 95%. Lin Mengxi wished more than anything that it was her who died, so that she could bear everything. Bang! A loud sound of someone kicking a door echoed through the room. Lin Mengxi turned around and saw Bai Mo walk in. You. Just wanted to scold him, but after seeing Bai Mo's face, a scene flashed through her mind, and Lin Mengxi was instantly stunned. It's you! They looked at each other, and both of them exclaimed at the same time, recognizing each other. 3 years ago, at the Yelong bar, Bai Mo drunkenly rescued a girl, and then at the Duan Hotel, the two of them had an in-depth exchange for an entire night. The next morning, the two left in tacit agreement. Lin Mengxi never imagined that more than a month later, she would become pregnant, and the doctor even told her that if she aborted the baby, the chances of getting pregnant again would be very low. For 3 years, she has been living alone with her child. Bai Mo smiled bitterly, secretly thinking to himself that it was indeed her. Forget that for now, I'm here to save my daughter, so please go out for a bit. With 5 minutes left until the mission was over, Bai Mo was now racing against the clock, pushing Lin Mengxi out of the way. Lin Mengxi. How did he know? But her daughter was already dead, so what was he doing here now, causing trouble? Lin Mengxi wanted to go back to the ward, but then she thought, let them have a last look at each other, she couldn't be too selfish. In the hospital room. Only Bai Mo and Anan on the hospital bed remained. The child was ashen, with a delicate and long pair of willowy eyebrows on his small face, exquisitely pretty, much like his eyebrows. Chapter 2, It's Actually Twins. Titty balls. Good girl, Daddy will save you soon. Bai Mo petted the child's forehead tenderly. His hands and feet trembled, and a stab of pain shot through his heart. This child is so cute, only 2 years old, but she has already been tortured to death by the virus. Ding, the host has made first contact with the eldest daughter, reward 50 daddy points. Daddy points can be used to purchase items and skills in the system mall. This mechanical voice once again appeared in Bai Mo's mind. Huh? Eldest daughter? At this moment, Bai Mo listened carefully. According to what the system said, he has more than one daughter, could it be twins? Then Bai Mo fed the next pill of the pill of resurrection, took out the soul-locking bag, and gently opened it. The spirit body inside was none other than his daughter Anan. The spirit body turned into a burst of light and flew into Anan's brow. Anan's body was undergoing endless changes. Her face gradually returned to a healthy color. Her eyelids twitched, and then she opened her eyes, looking at Bai Mo confusedly. You have a baby voice, big eyes like flawless gemstones, and are very cute. Who are you? Anan was very shy and timid, looking at Bai Mo with big, innocent eyes. Usually, she would even avoid looking at strangers, and this time was no exception. She grabbed the quilt with both hands and hid under it, only exposing her eyes. At the same time, the system announced that the task had been completed. Ding! Reward Daddy's Handbook. +1 Godly Fighting Technique. +1 Lottery Ticket. Kid, I'm your father. Bai Mo gave a gentle smile, his voice tinged with a hint of trembling. Anan blinked her eyes, as if she had realized something. There was surprise and nervousness in her eyes, mixed with shyness. Daddy? The child was very happy, and said in a baby voice, Daddy, Daddy. Bai Mo said, Yes, it's Daddy. Anan pouted, and a layer of mist rose in her big eyes. Daddy, I'm Anan. Oh, are you back? Hug. She pulled back the quilt and held out her little hand towards Bai Mo. Ding, the host's wish of the eldest daughter has been detected. Please complete the wish to earn daddy points. Bai Mo's heart palpitated, his eyes slightly reddened, and he quickly picked up the child. The feeling of being connected by blood was very happy and wonderful. At the same time, that mechanical voice rang in Bai Mo's head again. Congratulations, host, you have completed the task. You will be rewarded with 50 daddy points. Daddy, Anan is very good. Holding onto Bai Mo's shirt, Anan was nervous and shy, her little hands clutching tightly. Bai Mo lowered his head and kissed the little girl's forehead. Air. Anan was taken aback, but then she leaned over and kissed Bai Mo's cheek. Aha, Anan has a daddy. Looking at the little girl clinging to him, Bai Mo's eyes revealed a trace of tenderness. Anan, my little princess, from now on, Daddy will never leave you again. Starting today, Daddy will grow up with you. Bai Mo raised his hands and lifted Anan up safely. The box was hung high in the air. Not only was the little one not scared, but she was also dancing with her hands and feet, smiling very happily. Ding, the host interacts with his eldest daughter for the first time, reward random daddy points. +30 daddy points. Outside, hearing the sounds from the hospital room, Lin Mengxi instantly broke down the door. None. Seeing her daughter smile, Lin Mengxi's eyes turned red, and she held back her tears, her face full of disbelief, her body trembling as she subconsciously took a step back. Mommy. Anan's voice was full of milk. Mommy's here. Her heart full of questions, Lin Mengxi didn't care. Wiping away her tears, she hurried forward, wanting to hug the little ball of fluff. Her daughter is really alive. Everything is not a dream. Daddy. Anan shook her head, preventing Lin Mengxi from hugging her, but instead clinging to Bai Mo's embrace. Lin Mengxi felt sad. Her daughter was rejecting her embrace. As for Bai Mo, Anan had met him for the first time today, and yet she was already so close to him. It really is powerful to be connected by blood. After a moment of relief, she said, Thank you, how did you do it? Lin Mengxi looked at Bai Mo with her eyes. Anan was merely in a state of suspended animation, and she happened to know a little about medicine. If she told the truth, who would believe her? They would probably treat her like a lunatic and drag her away for research. The system was his greatest secret, and he would never let anyone else know about it. Looking at Bai Mo, Lin Mengxi's eyes showed a hint of surprise. She had never expected Bai Mo to be such a good doctor. The influenza virus had even left the experts from the provincial capital at a loss. Bai Mo stroked Anan's little head, turned to look at Lin Mengxi, took a deep breath, and said, I'm sorry for being so impulsive back then. I've put you through a lot over the past 2 years. Lin Mengxi looked at Bai Mo's self-blaming eyes and seemed to understand something. 2 years ago, she was alone and angry, drinking in a bar, when she was targeted by a gang leader. If Bai Mo hadn't appeared at that moment, the consequences would have been unimaginable. Back then, they were both drunk, but she still managed to stay a little bit sober and take control of the situation, so she never blamed Bai Mo. If it wasn't for you, I'm afraid I would have been raped by those thugs a long time ago, let alone survive until now. Lin Mengxi shook her head, a blush rising to her cheeks. A good woman doesn't mention her past bravery. Anyway, I'm very sorry for you and your daughter. If I can, I will take on the responsibility of being a father, and I hope you will let me. Bai Mo looked at Lin Mengxi with his eyes. Lin Mengxi was very surprised and looked up Bai Mo a few points. She also appreciated Bai Mo's frankness. She hadn't asked to take responsibility, but Bai Mo had taken the initiative to want to do so. Honey, Anan is only 2 years old and lacks fatherly love. I also hope that you can stay and spend more time with them for a few years. Every year and even every day after the child is born is important. Fatherly love is an indispensable part that will affect their growth. During Ann's illness, Lin Mengxi almost broke down when she heard her daughter shouting for her father in her sleep every night. She is my daughter, it is only natural that I take care of her, and I will not leave. After saying this, Bai Mo stroked Ann's head gently, his eyes full of tenderness. Just like that? Lin Mengxi sniffed, regained her composure, and casually tousled her long hair, her momentary charm almost making Bai Mo lose his focus. Bai Mo swallowed. If I'm responsible for you until the end, I have no objections. Lin Mengxi is too beautiful, it's a lie to say I'm not moved, and besides, she's the mother of my children. Lin Mengxi bit her lip lightly. Let's discuss the issue of children first. An and Cici are twins, and they are growing up slowly now. I hope you can be a full-time nanny and take care of their daily lives. Twins? Sure enough. There's another sister. Bai Mo's heart was overjoyed. Back then, it was a double shot, and the Bai family's genes are strong. Before Bai Mo could say anything, Lin Mengxi continued, my career is on the rise, and there are many things that are inconvenient. I hope that someone can take care of the children, so that I can focus more on my work. Being a full-time dad, such a request, for a man, is difficult to decide. Sacrificing freedom and being subjected to the strange looks of others. Chapter 3 by Shini, this is a medical miracle. Bai Mo did not rush to agree, and asked, your career? He did not understand. What career does Lin Mengxi have that she cannot juggle taking care of her children? Can't she spare some time to spend with her children? You don't recognize me? Don't you usually watch entertainment news? Lin Mengxi seemed to have discovered a new world, her eyes full of shock. I don't pay attention to that. Bai Mo nodded. I'm in the entertainment industry, a second-tier singer who is somewhat famous. I heard that circle is not clean and very chaotic. Bai Mo frowned. When it comes to the entertainment industry, the impression he gets is that it's really chaotic. Well, but I don't work, I can't support the 2 children at home. Lin Mengxi's mouth curled up into a smile. I can support you. Bai Mo said decisively. Then you have to work hard, in the future if I lose my job, you will be responsible for the 3 of us. On the contrary, and in his arms became excited, yay, mommy doesn't have to work, she can stay at home with us, so happy. Lin Mengxi gave a bitter smile, and has accepted you now, but that doesn't mean that Cici, you will temporarily live with us. Let's make a deal beforehand. First, you cannot bring your bad habits with you. Second, you must focus on taking care of the children. Third, I didn't expect this, we'll talk about it later. If there are no problems, I'll go pay the medical bills first. After Lin Mengxi left the door, Bai Mo talked with An for a while, and then studied the supreme fatherly system in his mind. Since the system was bound, he had not had time to take a closer look at it. Host, Bai Mo. Fatherly points, 130. Items, Binding Talisman +2, Lucky Draw +1. Skills, Divine Eye, Divine Fighting Technique. What are daddy points for? Ding, the host can use daddy points to exchange for skills and items in the mall, and they can also be used for lucky draws. I see. Bai Mo then checked the mall, which had quite a lot of skills, such as medical skills, car skills, hacking skills, cooking skills, gardening skills, and calligraphy. Also, the lucky draw was 10 daddy points at a time. Ding, does the host fuse the god-level fighting technique? Fuse it immediately. Just like the first time he fused the demon eye, he felt nothing. But after the fusion was complete, he felt his body fill with power, and that he could punch a hole through the door. On the other side, Lin Mengxi went to pay the bill and check out of the hospital, and ran into the attending physician. Ms. Lin, please accept my condolences. Please sign as soon as possible, so I can notify the morgue to reserve a space. No need, my daughter has already woken up, thank you doctor. Lin Mengxi frowned and said. She was a little resentful in her heart. The doctor's skills were not good, and she even said that her daughter was dead, not even knowing about the fake death. Fortunately, Bai Mo appeared. Well, I'll immediately arrange someone to take it away. Wait, what did you say? The attending physician's eyes widened instantly. You mean the little girl has woken up? Obviously, she was diagnosed and the little girl is already dead, so how could she wake up? This woman must be suffering from delusions, paranoia, or something. Humph. Lin Mengxi glared at the attending physician, then returned to the ward without a kind word. The attending physician followed, and when he entered the ward, he saw the lively Anan, and was instantly dumbfounded. A miracle. Not only had she woken up, but she had also recovered from her illness. It was nothing short of a medical miracle. The attending physician was shocked, and his expression was tinged with excitement. After learning from Lin Mengxi that Bai Mo had saved the person, the attending physician excitedly shook Bai Mo's hand. My friend, no, senior, your medical skills are too superb. There are still many patients in the hospital, so please come and save them, save the children, please, the attending physician Dr. Lu said with a plea. The same hospital has already received 5 cases of influenza infection, all of which are children. There is currently no specific medicine, and the situation is critical. Bai Mo was stunned. He is not a doctor, so how can he save anyone? Daddy, you are a hero. Will you save the other children? Anan looked at her father with wide eyes, her expression expectant. Ding, the expectation of the eldest daughter has been detected, the mission has been issued, save the children in the hospital infected with the flu virus, complete within 7 days. Bai Mo smiled helplessly. What kind of mission is this? How can he save children? Even medical experts can't do anything, so what can he do? Looking at Anan's eyes full of expectation, Bai Mo took a deep breath. He couldn't back down in front of his daughter. Yes, but Daddy has something to do today, can we come back another day? Bai Mo pinched Anan's rosy cheeks. Okay. Anan happily clapped her hands. So, does that mean you've agreed? The attending physician instantly became excited. Yes, but it'll be 5 days from now. Bai Mo currently has no way to do this, but by accumulating daddy points, he can redeem them for medical skills, and by then, there might be a way. The attending physician had no objections and exchanged contact information with Bai Mo. When it was time to be discharged, an alpha stopped in front of the hospital, and Lin Mengxi opened the door wearing a mask. In the car was Lin Mengxi's driver, Fanfan, a short, chubby woman. Seeing Bai Mo hugging Anan, a trace of doubt flashed in Fanfan's eyes. Let's talk about it when we get back. The car gradually became quiet, and Anan fell asleep sweetly on Bai Mo's body. Half an hour later, they arrived at the largest residential area in Duan, Junue Bay. Junue Bay is a place where the rich live, and the luxury cars inside are low-end. The villa where Lin Mengxi is located is worth more than 90 million. The environment is not bad. Looking at everything around him, Bai Mo said. At the same time, he was surprised. Lin Mengxi was only a second-tier singer, but she was so rich? She didn't need him to support her. Mengjie, we're here. Fanfan stopped the car and turned to Lin Mengxi. After getting out of the car with Anan in her arms, Bai Mo could finally see the full view of the villa. It covered at least twice the area of the other villa. In front of the villa was a lawn with some children's entertainment facilities, and there was also a small swimming pool next to it, which showed that the owner had put in a lot of thought. Following Lin Mengxi in, an older woman dressed as a maid came out of the villa. Miss, you're back, Princess Sisai is clamoring to go find you. The maid didn't know about Anan's illness, and when she saw the child in Bai Mo's arms, a flash of surprise crossed her eyes. In her memory, Anan was not close to strangers, especially men. Daddy, put me down. Anan in her arms spoke in a baby voice. Everyone present heard it. Is this man the lady's husband? It's the young master. Sure enough, he's the father of the little princesses, so handsome, worthy of the lady. A few of the servants inside discussed shyly. So it turns out to be the young master, no wonder. The maid in charge suddenly realized. Bai Mo on the side froze for a moment. Young master? She was talking about herself. Lin Mengxi looked at her again. Her expression was very plain, as if she didn't mind. Sister box. After Anan settled down, she shouted happily inside. Aha! A baby voice came from inside, followed by a clumsy little figure running out. I found Daddy. After seeing Sisai, Anan pointed to Bai Mo next to him. Chapter 4, Getting a Marriage Certificate, so soon? After taking a look at Bai Mo, she immediately pounced on him, embraced his legs, lifted up her bright eyes, stared at him blankly, and said in a baby voice. Daddy! Daddy! The little ball of a person at his feet arched, and Bai Mo instantly felt his heart bloom with joy, bursting with happiness. This little girl is almost exactly like Anan, and you can't tell the difference if you're not paying attention. My precious daughter, let Daddy give you a hug. Bai Mo squatted down and gently picked up Sisi. the child was happy and shy. Ding, the host's first interaction with his daughter, reward daddy points plus 50. The system's mechanical voice sounded, and Bai Mo was already used to it. Ha, daddy is cuddling his daughter, so happy. She gave Bai Mo a kiss on the cheek, and her laughter filled the room. This scene made the servants around them smile and giggle. Little Princess She is really cute, isn't she? Later, the father and daughter interacted for more than 10 minutes, completely ignoring Lin Mengxi. Lin Mengxi said jealous, Auntie Wang, take Bai Mo up to get familiar with the room. If you need anything, just write it down and we'll buy it later. Okay, miss, sir, please come this way. Auntie Wang is the housekeeper of the villa, and she is usually in charge of everything here. Anan, Cici, Dad will be back in a while. Bai Mo patted the heads of the two children. After going upstairs, Bai Mo briefly toured the villa before being shown to a room. Sir, this is your room. Take a look and let me know what's missing. Auntie Wang gave a brief explanation, gently closed the door, and then withdrew. Bai Mo looked at the bedroom. It was similar in layout to a hotel room, and was one of the guest rooms in the villa. He felt a little disappointed. Pulling himself together, Bai Mo clicked to view the system. The taskbar displayed unfinished task 1. This was a tricky task. He must learn medical skills, and it was all up to the system. System panel. Host, Bai Mo. Daddy points, 180. Props, Daddy handbook, 2 captive talismans, 1 lucky draw. Skills, Divine Eye, Divine Fighting Arts. As Bai Mo knows, he can earn daddy points by completing tasks issued by the system. What is the Daddy handbook prop? Is it a training manual? Bai Mo is curious and clicks to use it. Suddenly, a strange memory floods his mind, and he learns a lot of new skills about child rearing. He still has one more chance to draw a lucky draw. Bai Mo mentally says, draw now. As the system's lottery page wheeled around, Bai Mo's heart also began to race with excitement. Deep down, he hoped for medical skills. The wheel had the following: a god-level piano master, a master of calligraphy, car skills, medical skills, tai chi, a complete collection of fairy tales, thank you for your patronage, a set of clothes, and mysterious skills. Bai Mo's mind went blank. A complete collection of fairy tales came out. The system is too stingy. The babysitting manual already has a complete collection of stories, so it's now redundant, right? Ding, duplicate rewards will be replaced with other rewards after they are obtained. The host can rest assured. The system explained. Bai Mo, that's more like it. Ding, congratulations, host, you have obtained thank you for your business. Bai Mo's face gradually turned sour. Couldn't he give a little face for the first lottery draw? Couldn't he be a little more generous? At that moment, a slight noise came from outside the door. Anan, sister, is Bobby A? Is Bobby A in there? She, Daddy, where are you? Daddy? The two little ones pressed themselves against the door, listening to the sounds inside. After a while, a crack opened in the door, and 2 little heads poked out together. They both beamed shy smiles when they saw Bai Mo. Daddy, will you play with our toys? Anan was holding some children's toys in her hands and looking at Bai Mo with expectant eyes. Okay. Just what I need to pass the time. Bai Mo took a remote-controlled train and played with it himself to get used to the feel. No wonder children like to play with it, adults can't resist it either. Box. Ha ha. The room was filled with laughter. Lin Mengxi outside the door saw this scene between the father and daughters and couldn't bear to disturb it. She felt an unprecedented sense of relief in her heart. The scene was so heartwarming, just what she had hoped for. Ding, the host plays with his daughter, rewarding the dad with 50 points. Half an hour later, Lin Mengxi walked in and said to the 2 tireless children, Anan, Chi, my dears, I have something to tell him, so would you go out first? Anan was reluctant to let go, but finally nodded and responded with a baby voice, Mommy, hurry up and give us Daddy back. Lin Mengxi couldn't help but laugh. Look at that pouty little look in her eyes, this little girl is really afraid of eating her father. After the children had left, Lin Mengxi said, thank you for being willing to sacrifice your freedom to spend time with them. Don't worry, I will pay you a salary, and I will reimburse you for all daily expenses. I never thought you were still a rich woman. Bai Mo smiled helplessly. Fate is really interesting, I already have children of my own. Phew. You can support me too, as long as you have the means. Lin Mengxi gave a little smile, shook her head to tease her hair, and winked at Bai Mo. In that moment, she was charming. This woman is heart-stirring. I didn't dare to think about it before, but now it's different. With the Daddy Supreme system, it's only a matter of time before I conquer Lin Mengxi, and I can also show the Bai family that I, Bai Mo, am not a waste. Bai Mo looked at Lin Mengxi and asked, "What about our relationship? What are you going to do about it?" It wasn't easy to deal with other people's questions. I haven't thought about it yet. If you want to take responsibility, it's not impossible. You're the father of the children, and I'm currently single and available, so it depends on whether you're capable or not. Bai Mo's blood boiled at these words. 24 years of being single, and happiness is right in front of him? Okay, we can get in the car first and pay the fare later, hee hee. What I mean is that we can get a marriage certificate first, what do you think? Bai Mo winked at Lin Mengxi, his handsome face close at hand, blowing air towards her ear, instantly causing the latter's ears to turn red, and she shyly turned her head. Ding! Lin Mengxi's favorability increased. Dad points plus 10. Hearing the system prompt, Bai Mo secretly thought, there's still this good thing. Having figured out the system's routine, he had gained very few dad points from people other than the children. Well, are you ready to get married? So soon? Lin Mengxi was stunned for a moment, her mind went blank. Her hands, which had nowhere to go, were interlaced. They were talking about their children, but suddenly the conversation had turned to marriage. Bai Mo was in control, and she felt so passive. Ever since she met Bai Mo again, he had always given her a very good impression. You have children, and you are willing to be with me, what is the problem? No, there is no problem. Lin Mengxi's tone changed, but can you prove that you are a good father and a good husband? If you really want my approval, you have to pass my test. Chapter 5 Lin Mengxi's family is quite wealthy. I can. Seeing Lin Mengxi being so serious, Bai Mo took a deep breath and said firmly. Lin Mengxi raised her chin and looked at Bai Mo and said, have you really thought it through? Getting a marriage certificate is a major event in life and cannot be taken lightly. Although Bai Mo is the father of her child, she can accept it for the sake of the child. On the contrary, Bai Mo may not necessarily be able to do so, after all, the two have only really known each other for half a day. Bai Mo nodded, his heart happy beyond words. To be able to marry the beautiful Lin Mengxi is simply a good thing that has fallen from the sky, so where is there any need to consider it? It is more like considering when to sleep together. However, what is in one's heart is for one's heart, and it cannot be spoken, as it would be a disgrace to propriety. I'm very satisfied with your performance, and will go get the license tomorrow. But since I'm an entertainer, remember to keep it a secret. Lin Mengxi smiled, and in a trance, she came back to her senses and looked at the white ink in front of her. Her big, charming eyes seemed to be naturally full of seductive power, and her sexy red lips were slightly open. This expression had a powerful killing power on all men. Their eyes met. It was quiet. The only sound is the sound of their breathing. As if by magic, the two slowly moved their heads closer together. Lin Mengxi closes her eyes, and it's just a matter of seconds before their lips touch. Outside the door. She scratches her head, Mummy, Daddy, what are you doing? And uncovers his eyes, then peeps through a tiny slit, shy. Instantly, the two of them, as if they had just woken from a dream, quickly moved away from each other. The situation was very awkward. Lin Mengxi's face was red and she didn't dare to look directly at Bai Mo. You two kids, what are you talking about? Lin Mengxi rolled her eyes, exasperated, and quickly left the scene. Bai Mo couldn't help but laugh, not taking it seriously. If I can't kiss her this time, I won't be able to get away next time. Babies, why are you here? Bai Mo crouched down and easily picked up the two little ones, one on each side, and held them both in his arms. Identical porcelain dolls, the envy of others. With the divine combat technique, his muscles have all been strengthened, and holding them is effortless. Daddy, it's time to eat, I'm hungry. Anan patted her flat tummy and showed a little, aggrieved look. Well, I'll go downstairs to eat right away, I can't let my little darlings go hungry. First floor. The maid has everything set up, she just needs Bai Mo and the kids to come down and eat. There are quite a lot of dishes, 10 in total, and even with 2 people and 2 little ones, they can't finish them all. Bai Mo doesn't understand why it's such a waste, but she's too embarrassed to say anything. Daddy, you feed me. Me too, feed me. The 2 little ones are fighting like they're jealous of each other. Lin Mengxi's head ached, and she couldn't even have a quiet meal. She was looking forward to seeing how Bai Mo would handle the situation, and it was a good test. Don't worry, one at a time, you'll all get a turn. Bai Mo sat between the children, not the least bit flustered, taking care of them in an orderly manner, without leaving anyone out. Thank you, Anan said indistinctly, with a mouthful of rice balls. Not bad, but you're 2 years old now, you should be able to eat independently. Daddy doesn't like children who don't like to do things for themselves. Anan, Daddy, I can do it myself. She pouts, me too. Bai Mo praises them, then teaches them how to use a fork and slowly starts eating. This scene surprises Lin Mengxi. Finally, someone has these two mischievous kids under control. She thinks highly of Bai Mo. He will definitely become a qualified father and husband. The maid next to her is also amazed. Master Lin's methods really work. He's really attentive to the little princesses. Look, the children are so happy, they've eaten more than usual. It's the first time I've seen them behave so well at the table, using a fork to eat by themselves. A great improvement, the servants said. The other side. Duan Hospital. The director, having received instructions from the higher-ups, personally came to the children's isolation ward to express his concern about their condition, only to learn that one of the children had already been discharged from the hospital. Nonsense, who signed off on this? The director shouted angrily, looking around. It was me. Dr. Liu walked out. Old Liu, you're confused. The director was furious when he saw who had come forward. Oldly, that child has been cured. I've checked and rechecked, and her father is a divine healer. Dr. Liu told everyone what had happened today, and everyone was shocked to hear it. He can cure the new flu? You have to understand, even the professors in the provincial capital were at a loss as to what to do, and they didn't dare to do anything. For a while, the hospital was in an uproar. They asked around for news about Bai Mo. Fortunately, the director was resourceful and stopped anyone from asking, otherwise it would be bad to offend Bai Mo. Of course, the doctors would not just sit around and do nothing. In 7 days, they would find out whether Bai Mo was capable or not. Half an hour later. Ding! Congratulations, host, for personally feeding your daughter's dinner. Dad points plus 20. System panel. Host, novice dad Bai Mo. Daddy points, 260. Props, binding talisman plus 2 lottery plus 1. Skills, clairvoyant, god-level combat skills. Bai Mo earned 20 daddy points for a meal. The system really knows how to play. Sitting on the sofa, Lin Mengxi poured a cup of tea and walked over, placing it in front of Bai Mo. Unexpectedly, they listened to you so well. I really didn't misjudge you. Not at all. It just happened when the right method was used. Bai Mo smiled. Without the daddy handbook, he really would have been at a loss and would have been like a headless fly. In Lin Mengxi's opinion, Bai Mo was being humble. Right, I haven't even asked you where your family lives and who's in your family. I'll go visit your parents tomorrow, so I need to prepare something, otherwise it would be rude to just turn up unannounced. My family. Bai Mo suddenly fell silent, and there was a hint of sadness in his eyes. My family is very rich. I have to inherit the family fortune, marry the ugliest girl in the capital, and consolidate the Bai family's status. In fact, I need to make it clear to you that my family is very rich. Lin Mengxi just pretended she hadn't heard, filling in the blanks in her own mind. I'm sorry for bringing up sad things. I didn't know. It's fine, I won't look down on you. Bai Mo. Did this woman misunderstand something? Her words don't make sense. What? Bai Mo asked. Lin Mengxi comforted her, it will pass. In the future, when you have children, this will be your home. Bai Mo, what I mean is, my family is in the imperial capital and is very rich. It's okay, Bai Mo, I won't look down on you. Bai Mo. This woman obviously doesn't believe it. When I entered the door, I heard Auntie Wang say something. This villa is so expensive, did you earn it all by yourself? How is that possible? Being an artist is my hobby, I can't earn much money. My father bought this villa, and my mother usually gives me 500,000 yuan a month for pocket money, which is barely enough for daily expenses. Bai Mo. I never thought that Lin Mengxi's family was quite wealthy. By the way, what big businesses do your parents run? Do you know Vank Real Estate? My family's is not worth much. Lin Technology is my father's. My mother manages the money, and all in Citibank is hers. Bai Mo. Chapter 6 System, I want 10 consecutive draws. Bai Mo's mouth twitched fiercely. These are all well-known companies in City, and they all belong to the Lin family. No wonder Lin Mengxi is so rich and can afford to live in a villa. The leg she's holding is quite thick. It's better to be a kept man than to take over the Bai family. Besides, being a full-time dad is a very honorable thing, and Bai Mo doesn't feel ashamed of it. My family doesn't have much money, and I still have to work, otherwise I can't support two little treasures. Lin Mengxi talked about Versailles all the time. However, if my parents knew that you were such an irresponsible son-in-law, and also a penniless man, I wonder if they would beat you up. Bai Mo smiled awkwardly. Ahem, father and mother-in-law really know how to joke. And, let me say it again, my family is very rich, I'm not lying to you. Okay, I know your family is rich, but what I just said was not a joke. My father has a short temper. That meeting with the parents thing, let's do it later. Bai Mo said with a twitch at the corner of his mouth. Lin Mengxi smiled. In fact, she was quite worried too. She could only hope that Bai Mo would behave himself and not embarrass her. As for Bai Mo's claim that his family was rich, it was probably out of his pride as a man. Daddy, give me a hug. The voices were soft and pliable. The two little ones came out of nowhere, and their plump little heads rubbed against Bai Mo. The children were so cute, how could Bai Mo refuse? He took one in each hand and held them close. They were well behaved and cute. NNCC, where have you been? After eating, the two little ones disappeared without a trace, and Bai Mo was curious. Anan said in a baby voice, my sister discovered it. She discovered that ants were moving. I went to take a look. Cece covered her eyes quite cutely, smiling innocently. Lin Mengxi. Bai Mo just smiled without saying a word, and rubbed their little heads with her chin. Lin Mengxi glanced at her phone and then said, babies, it's getting late, you should take a bath. Can't we play anymore? Anan pouted. Lin Mengxi rolled her eyes. Nonsense. Of course not, what a question. After the bath. Okay then, I want daddy to wash me. Anan's eyes lit up. Me, well also, want. She reached out and grasped the hem of Bai Mo's clothes, her voice soft and coquettish. Lin Mengxi looked at Bai Mo. Bai Mo said, sure, this is a trivial matter, leave it to me. In the babysitting handbook, there is information on how to bathe babies, so Bai Mo is naturally familiar with it and is not afraid of any challenges. The two little ones clapped their hands and laughed happily. Ding detected in Anne's expectations and asked the host to complete the task as soon as possible, to bathe the daughters. In the bathroom. The maid had already prepared the hot water, and Bai Mo came over with the two children in his arms. He formally bathed them. Throughout the process, he handled it skillfully, and even the maid next to him was full of praise. I was originally worried that the master wouldn't know how to do it and would make mistakes, but the result was amazing. The master is definitely a good father and a good man. After the bath, Anan and Cece's rosy cheeks make you want to pinch them. Hugged in Bai Mo's arms, they beamed big smiles, cooing and rubbing their furry heads against their father's arm. In their baby talk, they say, Daddy, give me that, let's take a bath, so happy. Bai Mo can't stop smiling as he rubs their heads. Ding. Congratulations, host, you have completed the task of bathing your daughters. Since they are super happy, the reward is doubled, and you have earned 40 daddy points. This is a pleasant surprise. Looking at the system properties panel, he saw that he already had 300 daddy points, which could be redeemed for many things. For the lottery, 10 daddy points could be redeemed for one lottery entry. When they came out of the bathroom, the two children's hair was still damp. Bai Mo asked the maid to bring a hairdryer. Uncle, let me do it. I usually do this. No. Before Bai Mo could say anything, Anan in his arms refused, pouting. I want a papa to blow dry my hair. The two little ones were being cute and adorable, and Bai Mo couldn't bear to refuse. After the hairdryer was brought, Bai Mo tested the temperature and only blew the children's hair when it was suitable. Anan looked like she was enjoying herself, sitting quietly on the floor. Sisai, on the other hand, kept messing up the process. Bai Mo's actions were very gentle. Auntie Li, I'll blow dry their hair for them. The child looked at the maid next to her and started to show off. In the past, without a father, this child didn't say much. Today is a rare occasion. The maid covered her mouth and snickered. After drying their hair, she brought out some rubber bands and, according to the hairstyling techniques in the daddy's handbook, tied their hair up beautifully, making them look like princesses. Looking at themselves in the mirror, the little ones' mouths opened a little wider. Daddy has this skill too. In the future, they can show off when they go out. In the bedroom, there was only Bai Mo and the two children left. Lin Mengxi pushed open the door and came in. Bai Mo looked up and saw Lin Mengxi, wearing a towel and pajamas that accentuated her figure and made it even more beautiful. She had just taken a shower. Her hair was wet from the shower and she needed to blow dry it. Seeing this, Bai Mo smiled lightly and said, "Sit down, I'll blow dry your hair for you." "Well, you two can go out and play for a while," Lin Mengxi said to the two little guys as she sat down. "Oh. Ah." The quirky little girl ran out. The room suddenly fell silent as Bai Mo mindlessly continued to blow dry her hair. "System, I want to draw 10 consecutive draws." Ding's system is drawing. Bai Mo is excited. What good things will come out of 10 consecutive draws? Ding, congratulations, host, you have received thank you for your patronage. Ding, congratulations, host, you have received thank you for your patronage. Bai Mo. The system is really cheating. The medical skills I was hoping for never came, and I've already heard several thanks for your patronage. Ding. Congratulations, host, you've obtained perfect singing talent. Ding. Congratulations, host, you've obtained thanks for your patronage. Ding. Congratulations, host, you've obtained advanced cooking skills. Ding. Congratulations, host, you've obtained the fortune abandoned by the world, $10 billion. After 10 consecutive draws. I've only obtained 2 skills from 10 consecutive draws, singing talent and cooking skills, and there's also a fortune? Bai Mo was stunned for a moment. Singing talent, the ability to perfectly produce a beautiful and magnetic voice, a wide vocal range usually 2 octaves, a strong sense of music pitch and rhythm, and the ability to control one's singing breath. Advanced culinary skills, comparable to a 5-star chef. The first singing talent is a bit tasteless, but it's better than nothing. The second advanced culinary skills can be considered a surprise. The mall redemption point is 200, so overall, it's not a loss. What excited Bai Mo the most was the reward he drew at the end. The system gave him a black dragon card, which contained 10 billion yuan, which had been transferred in through legal channels. No matter how much money the Bai family had, it would always be the Bai family's. Now Bai Mo finally had the confidence. By the way, are you really sure you can cure the child in the hospital? Lin Mengxi looked at her phone, and the news on it said that another child had been infected with the flu virus, and she couldn't help but feel a little worried. We'll know in 7 days. Bai Mo was having a headache. He couldn't draw the medical skill. He didn't dare to tell Lin Mengxi any details, for fear of being found out. Chapter 7. A woman who has reached adulthood should not be kept at home. If you can really cure this flu with medical skills, maybe my parents will be satisfied with you. Lin Mengxi suddenly said. Really? That's great. These words made Bai Mo even more convinced that he must draw the medical skill. System, I want 10 consecutive draws. Ding's system is in the process of drawing. Ding, congratulations, host, you have won 1 ton of gold. Bai Mo stopped in his tracks. 1 ton of gold? What use is it to me? I need medical skills. I need to win over my in-laws. Bai Mo was internally trolling 10,000 points. Ding, congratulations, host, you have won, thank you for your patronage. Bai Mo's face turned black again. Seeing no movement for a long time, Lin Mengxi wondered if her hair was dry. She touched her hair, which was still half wet. If it was difficult, she would just blow dry it herself. Ah, no. She didn't realize that she had been daydreaming. Bai Mo was full of embarrassment, and looked down the neckline of Lin Mengxi's shirt, which was snow white. At this time, the system had already completed 10 consecutive draws. Ding, charisma plus 5. Ding, obtained Bagua Poem. Ding, you have gained immense strength. A little better than last time, 7 thanks for your patronage, I thank you, system. Seeing that there were only 100 daddy points left, Bai Mo didn't dare to draw anymore. He really wasn't lucky today. Could it be that finding his daughter had used up all his luck? At this moment, Lin Mengxi's hair had also dried. When she looked up, she saw that Bai Mo was even more handsome. This man was a little different. It seemed that he was even more handsome than just now. Was it an illusion? Lin Mengxi subconsciously quickly diverted her gaze to avoid further falling. She had only known him for a day, but her heart was already wavering. Lin Mengxi thought to herself, I must be more reserved. His technique is not bad, he must have blown other girls' hair before. Thinking about this, Lin Mengxi inexplicably felt a little emotional. In her opinion, Bai Mo is handsome and must have had many girlfriends before. Bai Mo smiled wryly. In fact, he had 3 girlfriends in total, and they all left him for money because of his poor status. Although to a large extent, it was because Bai Feifei used money. You are the third one. Bai Mo was very honest. Humph. Heartless big radish. Lin Mengxi angrily stood up and then left the room. Bai Mo touched his nose and said nothing was wrong. The first 2 girlfriends were only second to holding hands. Lin Mengxi, who just spoke, is the third one, because the first 2 are his little cotton padded jackets. The first 2 were my daughters, what are you jealous of? Bai Mo muttered. However, Lin Mengxi, who was standing outside the door, had already heard and couldn't help but raise the corner of her mouth unconsciously. Back in her own room, her phone rang. She looked at it intently. It was Lin's father. Lin Mengxi's heart suddenly became nervous. Hello, Dad, what's up? Meng, I heard you brought that man back? Lin Mengxi's father's tone was very dull. It's like someone stole all the cabbages in the family, 3 of them. Lin Mengxi's heart sank. I really can't hide it. Yes. This kid, finally showing up, I have to teach him a lesson. Dad, don't do anything rash, I can handle my own affairs. Lin Mengxi gritted her teeth. You're a big girl now, and I won't object to whatever you want to do, but your mother and I won't let you go. If I wasn't away from home, Dad would come to the villa tonight. How dare you steal my Lin family cabbage? You'd better be good at something. According to the information Dad received, Bai Mo seems to be penniless and a wage earner. The above information is provided by Auntie Wang from the villa for reference only. In the other room, the 2 little treasures are lying on the bed, looking at Bai Mo. Daddy, tell us a story. Anen is smiling from ear to ear. I want 2, 1 for each. She stretches out 2 fingers in eager anticipation. I'll tell you a story, but after that you have to go to sleep. Bai Mo brought them back from the first floor. When he found them, they were watching ants moving. Lin Mengxi had said that they had to go to bed before 11. Good. The 2 sisters nodded obediently. Once upon a time there was a temple, and in the temple there was an old monk. Bai Mo's accent was full of magnetism. As soon as he opened his mouth, the 2 little treasures were mesmerized. They laughed out loud when they heard something funny, and they gasped in excitement during the climax. Bai Mo was secretly pleased, and a happy smile appeared on his face, as sweet as honey. After half an hour, Bai Mo was tired and dry-mouthed. The story was over. Ding! Congratulations to the host for being considerate and reading a bedtime story to his daughter. You have been awarded 50 daddy points. Okay, can you go to sleep now? Daddy, is the old monk a bald donkey? Anen scratches his head. Ahem. That was close, I almost let the water drinking Bai Mo spray me. That's okay, right? Daddy, I can't sleep, can you tell me another one? Anen opens his eyes wide. Bai Mo. With eyes that wide, you definitely can't sleep. No wonder, the 2 little ones were so captivated they didn't feel sleepy at all. And NNCC, you're being disobedient again, aren't you? Lin Mengxi opened the door. It turned out that she had been listening outside the door the whole time, so absorbed in by Mo's voice that she almost fell asleep herself. Mommy. Anen and Cici pouted their lips. They looked at Lin Mengxi with big, sad eyes. We agreed that we had to go to bed before 11, didn't we? Mommy doesn't like disobedient children, and I don't think your father does either, right Bai Mo? Lin Mengxi gave Bai Mo a look. Bai Mo. It's almost 11 o'clock, I want to hear a story. You can do it tomorrow night, just be a good boy tonight. Bai Mo rubbed their little heads. Okay then. Anen pursed his lips. He and his sister obediently closed their eyes. Lin Mengxi said, you should go to the Civil Affairs Bureau early tomorrow too. Get a marriage certificate? Bai Mo was instantly excited. Such a beautiful woman is going to become his wife. With excitement in his heart, Bai Mo grinned. Then tonight, can't we sleep together? What are you thinking, you rascal? Your mind is full of impure thoughts. Who wants to sleep with you? Brush. Lin Mengxi's face turned red. She panicked a little and avoided Bai Mo's gaze. Mommy and I, Daddy and I, sleep together. Anan seemed to have found a treasure, his eyes wide with anticipation. Cough, no. Bai Mo said subconsciously. Does Daddy hate Anan? The child's eyes rose with a layer of mist. Daddy doesn't like me? Even Cece had an expression of wanting to cry. Bai Mo felt very bad, and he hurriedly rubbed the child's head. No, Daddy loves you all the most. Daddy will sleep here tonight, leaving your mother to guard an empty nest alone, okay? After some coaxing and cajoling, Anan and Sisai finally changed their mood and smiled. Cough cough, that Mengxi, you heard it too, you sleep by yourself tonight, I want to stay with my daughters. Lin Mengxi. Mommy, you go back to sleep, it's already 11 o'clock. We want to go to sleep. Sleep with Daddy. Lin Mengxi snorted coldly, you're the only ones who like him. Chapter 8, Lin's father looks down on Bai Mo. After Lin Mengxi left, Bai Mo lay between the two girls, each of them holding one of his arms. Yay! Sleeping with Daddy. The little ones looked so happy. Bai Mo whispered, good night, my darlings, sleep tight. 15 minutes later. Anan. Cece? Are you asleep? In the dark, Bai Mo whispers to test the situation. No, Daddy. The two sisters answer in unison. Bai Mo. Why aren't these kids sleepy? Snoring. Reluctantly, Bai Mo stops making noise, pretends to be asleep, and snores a few times to help the children fall asleep. Then Bai Mo reminisced about what had happened today. It was so thrilling, and he almost never saw Anan again, but fortunately the system appeared in time. System, to thank you, I want 10 consecutive draws. It was just past midnight. Today's luck can't be that bad. Bai Mo muttered to himself. Ding system is drawing prizes. With the familiar mechanical sound, Bai Mo waited patiently, while his heart was also excited. Ding, congratulations, host, you have gained +5 charisma. Ding, congratulations, host, you have gained +1 constitution. Bai Mo's face changed. But system, can't you give me something good? Where are those skills on the roulette wheel? Did you eat some of them? After 10 consecutive draws, Bai Mo received 5 thank you for your business. I don't know what to say about the luck. It's better than yesterday, so that's progress. In addition, he also obtained the master level calligraphy expert, never forget what you've seen. Bai Mo sighed. It's all tasteless. You want medical skills yourself. 30 draws in all, it cost 300 daddy points, more than enough for beginner medical skills. System panel. Host, Novice Dad Bai Mo. Dad points, 50 newly acquired. Items, Binding Talisman +2, 1 ton of gold. Skills, Divine Eye, Divine Combat, Advanced Cooking, Bagua Palm, Super Strength, Singing Talent, Calligraphy Master, Never Forget a Sight. Looking at them all, Bai Mo couldn't bear to spend even 200 dad points on the lowest level of medical skills. Otherwise, he wouldn't have played 10 consecutive draws. Everyone has this mentality. They want to take a chance. A bicycle becomes a motorcycle. Bai Mo is naturally no exception. Fortunately, although the system is flawed and you may not get what you want, every time you draw 10 times in a row, you will get something worthwhile. For example, this time, the Master of Calligraphy costs 500 daddy points to redeem in the mall. The talent of remembering everything after seeing it once is also not cheap, costing 300 daddy points. I'm not going to save the remaining 50 points for the night, I'll just be sensible and use them all for the lottery. Bai Mo glanced at the little ones, who were motionless but sucking on their little fingers. At the moment, they were also asleep. Good night, my little treasures. Daddy will make you the happiest little princesses. No one can harm you in the slightest. With 2 little treasures by his side, Bai Mo could finally resist the sleepiness and close his eyelids. Meanwhile, in the master bedroom on the other side, Lin Mengxi fell backwards onto the bed, her body in a big shape. Her expression was a little strange, her beautiful eyes staring blankly at the ceiling above her. Her mind was a jumble of thoughts. Especially today, Annan had stopped breathing in front of her. At that moment, she had almost completely broken down, the pain so great that she could not breathe. I will never let today happen again. Lin Mengxi vowed in her heart that she would take good care of her daughters in the future. Money can be replaced if you lose it. A job can be replaced if you lose it. Daughters are the most important thing. Bai Mo, thank you. After mumbling to herself, Lin Mengxi found that her mind was filled with the image of Bai Mo tonight, and she instantly blushed. Lin Mengxi shook her head and forced herself to sleep. How could she have such a good feeling towards a man she had only met twice? Early the next morning, Bai Mo woke up and found something heavy pressing on his chest, making it a little hard to breathe. He opened his eyes and saw that his two daughters were resting their heads on his chest. She was awake. She was drawing circles with her little hand, which felt so nice and was very naughty. Bai Mo moved and let out a deep breath. Ha, ba ba. She grinned and showed a bright smile. Good morning, my sweet sisai. Aha. Yes, Anan, oh. Bai Mo rubbed his eyes, convinced that he had not made a mistake. Anan? Aren't you sisai? At this moment, the other daughter woke up. Daddy. Are you sisai? The child quickly nodded as her eyes twinkled. Yes, I'm the younger sister, I'm sisai. Bai Mo. These two little girls are still trying to trick him. It doesn't exist. You are Anan, and you are sisai. How could Dad not tell the difference? Bai Mo laughed as he rubbed their heads. Although they looked exactly the same and it was extremely difficult to tell them apart, Bai Mo was their real father. When they were found out, the two sisters laughed along. Downstairs, the maid had already prepared breakfast. After Bai Mo had taken them to wash up, it was almost 8:30. Lin Mengxi was not there. The maid said she had gone out early. Cough. There was a cough in the living room, and it sounded like a male voice. Grandpa. Grandpa. The children shouted in unison, running one after the other to the sofa and cooing at the old man in front of them. Bai Mo looked up and saw a man in his 50s sitting steadily on the sofa. He had a similar expression to Lin Mengxi's between his brows, and a steady air about him. The two sisters were busy showing off, saying, "We found Dad." However, the old man's face gradually turned dark, and he forced a smile in front of the children. Okay, my dear granddaughters, go have breakfast quickly. I have something to ask your father. The old man coaxed and lied, and told the servants to take the children to the dining table. His name was Lin Jianwan, the chairman of the Lin family. Lin Mengxi's father. After hearing that his daughter had brought a heartbreaker home last night, he thought about it over and over again before rushing over here overnight. In the living room, the old man and Bai Mo were left alone, and the mood fell into silence for a while. In the end, Bai Mo, as the junior, spoke first. Hello, father-in-law. Don't call me so early, young man, don't make any connections, I can't take it. I can't be in a good mood when my own family's cabbage is being poked at. Not losing my temper is already a cultivation of the bones. Bai Mo. Mengxi told me that your family is not well off. I don't look down on you, but you look like a talented person, but what are your abilities? Bai Mo looked dejected. It's true. My family is not well off. Apart from money, I have nothing. Uncle, don't listen to Mengxi's nonsense, my family is super rich and we live in the imperial capital. Shut up, the imperial capital? I'm asking you, what are your abilities? Bai Mo was speechless. Why did no one believe the truth? Bai Mo shook his head, no. Lin Jianwan's mouth twitched. So you don't have any plans? Lin Jianwan didn't have a good impression of Bai Mo, but Bai Mo was still the biological father of the two grandchildren. No. I have promised Lin Mengxi that I will be a full-time father and will accompany the two little treasures. You're willing to degenerate and live off other people at a young age? Young man, don't say I look down on you, but it's not that easy to become my son-in-law. I heard that Bai Mo was just a wage earner, and at that time, Lin Jianwan's lungs were inflamed with anger. Since things have come to this, Lin Jianwan doesn't have high expectations for Bai Mo. At least he's a high-salaried white-collar worker, so it won't be a laughingstock to other families when it gets out. Bai Mo still wanted to say that I was the young master of the Bai family, but I sighed slightly. No one would believe it if I told them. Not to mention the fact that I was holding $10 billion in my hands. I'll explain later if I get the chance. I'll work hard. Not bad, here's $1 million, give you the capital to start a business. If you succeed, it's not impossible to become my Lin family son-in-law. Lin Jianwang sneered. Chapter 9, I'll take you to the amusement park. The stack of money thrown out looked a bit like it was being thrown at beggars. Bai Mo laughed. As long as my father-in-law is willing to let go, that's fine. Ding detected that the host was being looked down upon, and the task was issued, to do something to make Lin Jianwang look up to him and become the perfect son-in-law in his heart. Bai Mo. The taskbar shows that the task is in progress too. Father-in-law, I'll just do something to make a name for myself. It's a deal. I'll prove it in a month. Bai Mo smiled. He didn't take the 1 million on the table. He didn't lack money nowadays. Regardless of whether it was Lin Jianwang's test or not, Bai Mo would not take the 1 million. Lin Jianwang was quite surprised. It felt like Bai Mo had suddenly become a different person. His move was indeed a test. Facing money, Bai Mo's gaze did not show the slightest trace of greed. Either his family is so poor that they have no money left, or he is just simple-minded. Lin Jianwang preferred the latter, and his impression of Bai Mo dropped a few more points. A simple-minded person is even less suitable to be his son-in-law. Besides, 1 month? He doesn't believe it. At this time, from the dining room came Baba. Eat your meal. Come here. A worried voice came from the door. Bai Mo got up to say goodbye, then walked over and sat next to the two little ones. She had oil all over her mouth from eating, and she refused to be fed by the maid. It seems that they all remembered what Bai Mo said last night and helped themselves. Be careful, it's hot, blow on it, let it cool down a bit before drinking. Bai Mo poured them a cup of hot milk. Ah. Bai Mo couldn't hold back and gave their little faces a gentle squeeze. Until after breakfast, there was no reward from the system. It seems that rewards for things like eating with your daughter are only given the first time. Back in the living room again, Lin Mengxi returned and was in the middle of a conversation with Lin Jianwang. After it was over, Lin Jianwang left the villa, his face gloomy. Bai Mo sat on the sofa. What did you tell your father? He wasn't happy about getting the certificate, but if you can make a career for yourself, he will give you the household registration book. That was the agreement I reached with him. Lin Mengxi was in a bad mood because she hadn't been able to get the household registration book and couldn't get married with Bai Mo today. Bai Mo. You've had a good night. Lin Mengxi suddenly thought that Bai Mo knew medicine, and maybe that was a breakthrough. Don't worry, he'll agree sooner or later. No one can separate me from you. Bai Mo smiled, a calm look came over his face, and he gave Lin Mengxi a hug. His eyes fixedly looked at Lin Mengxi. The latter was taken aback. She felt a slight flush on her cheeks. Lin Mengxi, who had come to her senses, hastily stood up and said in a light and broken voice, "You scoundrel, don't even think about separating me from the children." Suddenly, her heart was touched by something. Her cheeks also burned with heat. "I'm going to work, you take care of the kids." Lin Mengxi took her bag, said goodbye to Bai Mo, and then left the house. The two sisters watched with longing expressions on their faces. But it was fleeting. Because they still had their father. "Daddy!" Ainen walked over and cooed at Bai Mo, rubbing her plump little head against his. "Daddy!" Cici did the same, as if the two sisters had discussed it. Bai Mo now liked spending time with the children, mainly because the system would randomly award daddy points. The mission was time limited, and more daddy points needed to be earned as soon as possible. "Can you take us to the playground?" "Playground, let's go." With the sound of a baby's voice, Bai Mo would never refuse. "It's just a playground. Let's go now." "We'll go right away." Bai Mo hugged the two babies, asked Auntie Wang for the garage key, and then selected the most low-key Maybach and went out. Ding, the status of the host in the hearts of the daughters is skyrocketing, and 50 daddy points are awarded. Bai Mo gave a satisfied smile. Half an hour later. The largest playground in Duan. Bai Mo parked the car and took the two daughters by the hand. Their cute and cuddly appearance was particularly attractive to others. "Daddy, I want to play on this." "My dear, you are too young to play on this." Bai Mo patted his children's chubby heads. "My God! You dare to ride the roller coaster?" Ainen is not unhappy, but his expression is a little lost. "So, where can I play and what can I play?" Cici scratches her head. Looking at everything around her, she thinks to herself that she just wants to grow up quickly. Bumper cars and carousels. They are among the least dangerous. 2-year-olds can play under the care of their dads. Later, Bai Mo took them to play once, laughing the whole time, which was particularly attractive. Seeing the smiles on their faces, Bai Mo felt that everything was worth it. Afterwards, the 2 little ones were still full of energy and dragged Bai Mo off to the circus. It just so happened that there was a performance that day. The 2 little ones were especially excited during the short 15-minute performance. It was the first time they had gone out to play with their dad and they got to see so many obedient animals. In particular, Sisai kept clapping her hands and was curious about what kind of animals they were. After watching the performance, Sisai looked strange and kept crossing her legs as she walked. "What's wrong, Sisai?" Bai Mo became nervous and suddenly crouched down, trying to pick up his child. "Daddy, I need to pee." Sisai really couldn't hold it in anymore, and was about to cry. Embarrassed. And then remembered that he had just bought them water at the circus. "Daddy will take you to the toilet right away." After picking up the 2 little ones and asking a passerby, Bai Mo arrived at the toilet door. As it was a public toilet, Bai Mo was at a loss for a moment. Go to the men's toilet? It didn't seem appropriate to take 2 children with him, and there were too many people inside. Go to the women's toilet? He was a man himself, and entering the women's toilet would be taken as a pervert. Looking up, he saw a McDonald's not far away, and Bai Mo smiled as he walked over. "Daddy, how did you know I wanted ice cream?" Seeing that direction, and Anne's mouth watered. After playing on the carousel, Anne had noticed this McDonald's. Even while watching the performance, the image of ice cream kept popping into her head. Bai Mo. "Ha, it's because I saw you were hungry." Entering McDonald's, Bai Mo was guided by a beautiful waitress to the bathroom with his 2 daughters. Although this was the first time Bai Mo had dealt with this situation, it didn't affect him at all. The beautiful waitress looked at Bai Mo's back as he left, thinking, "He's so handsome." Ding! Perfectly solved his daughter's problem, 100 daddy points awarded. 3 minutes later. The 2 little ones who had come out of the bathroom had nothing but ice cream in their eyes. White Ink had no choice but to buy 2. "Ha, Daddy's best, best, best. Love you." With a baby voice, the 2 little balls of fluff held the ice cream and licked it. Seeing this, the beautiful waitress smiled and said, "Sir, are these your daughters? They're really cute. The man is handsome and the children are cute." The impression he made on the waitress was very good. In particular, it is not easy for a father to bring his 2 daughters out and about. Bai Mo smiled and said, "Yes. They are twins, so this is a small gift for you." The beautiful waitress took out the store's gift and gave it to the children. The 2 little ones looked at the cartoon stickers in front of them and liked them very much. "Anan, Cece, what do you want to say?" Bai Mo reminded them. "Thank you, sister. Thank you." The pretty waitress was taken aback and blushed as she responded, "You're welcome." She thought to herself, "That was so cute, I must have a daughter in the future." Then she looked at Bai Mo, who was so charming, and unconsciously blushed again. Chapter 10, Saving a Life is Better Than Building a 7-Story Pagoda. Coming out of McDonald's, a loud noise accompanied by screams came from in front of them. Bai Mo and his daughters walked past. They saw that there had been an accident on the roller coaster in front of them, and the elevated frame had fallen and smashed onto the ground, injuring many people. The fire department had already been notified, but everyone couldn't just sit there and do nothing. Someone in the crowd took the lead and shouted, and others quickly lent a helping hand. Annan tugged Bai Mo's hand. "Daddy, will you go help?" Ding detected Anan's expectation and asked the host to complete the task as soon as possible to receive 1 lucky draw. Bai Mo was taken aback. This time, it was 1 lucky draw instead of 50 daddy points. You should know that the usual system reward is usually 50 daddy points, which can be used to draw 5 times. Now it's 1 reward, which is really a bit of a letdown. "Daddy, you are a great hero, will you help?" She looked up at Bai Mo. Ding! A task has been posted. Become Shishi's hero, please complete the task as soon as possible, and you will be rewarded with 1 lucky draw. 2 tasks at once. Both are due to the same thing, a system bug? Bai Mo smiled and patted the heads of his 2 children. "So, do you want Daddy to help?" "Yes. Daddy is a great hero. Mum said so." The little girl nodded vigorously. Bai Mo looked at them and responded with a smile. Since they see themselves as heroes, let's be the heroes in their hearts. Okay, you two be good, hold hands and don't run around. Okay. The two sisters nodded happily. Bai Mo walked closer with the children, looking at the thousands of kilograms of elevated iron. Is there anyone inside who can be rescued? Young man, you don't need to help with the kids. We can't even lift it, let alone you. Yeah, we'd better wait for the firefighters. This thing is so heavy. We might need a crane. I feel sorry for the people inside. I just saw a lot of people trapped. We don't know if they're alive or dead. Dragging it down will only make it harder to save their lives. Listening to what people are saying around him, Bai Mo frowns. The situation is very serious. We have to hurry. Step aside, let me try. Bai Mo asked the two little ones to stand behind him. Everyone. Go, Daddy. Go. Bai Mo prepared to lift the elevated platform. The people around him twitched their mouths, watching Bai Mo's movements, and they all shook their heads. Only the two children cheered for him. Bai Mo had incredible strength, and instantly lifted the elevated platform effortlessly. There was silence all around. He really did it. Everyone looked at Bai Mo with a deep sense of shock. That was thousands of kilograms of iron. Not hundreds of kilograms. Oh my, Mom, I see Superman. The two children's eyes were wide. Daddy, you're so awesome. They felt especially proud that their father had done something that no one else could do, as if they were afraid that no one else would know that he was their father. With both hands holding up the elevated iron, one person resists gravity. Bai Mo shouts at the crowd, hurry up and help, what are you doing? Hurry up. Help. The crowd, without thinking about being shocked, quickly rescued the trapped person from inside. It wasn't until the last person was carried out that Bai Mo lowered the elevated iron, which had supported for a full 3 minutes, and the crowd applauded again and again. The backbone of the country. Young man, well done. Despite his small frame, his strength is not to be underestimated. Ding. After completing the task, he became Cece's hero. Draw +1. Next to him, Cece's eyes were glowing with excitement. Wow, he is a really big hero. Ding. He completed an Anne's desired task and successfully rescued the trapped people. Draw +2. And Anne's eyes were shining. Bai Mo muttered to himself, draw. Ding. Congratulations, host, you have acquired basic medical skills. Congratulations, host, you have acquired the mask recipe. Bai Mo was suddenly shocked. He had spent 300 daddy points on medical skills and still hadn't been able to get any, but now he had finally got his hands on them and was overjoyed. The only thing was that they were only basic medical skills. If he wanted more advanced medical skills, he would have to upgrade. In the mall, he could exchange them for intermediate medical skills, but that would cost 200 daddy points, which was a bit expensive. Soon, the firefighters arrived and began to clean up and secure the scene. Learning that Bai Mo had saved the day, they all looked incredulous. The paramedics had not arrived yet. Just now, many of the trapped people were injured, so Bai Mo decided to try out his basic medical skills. After the system merged, Bai Mo had a strange memory in his head. With limited basic medical skills, Bai Mo helped to treat some of the lightly injured patients, dressing their wounds, and also setting their bones, reattaching the broken ones. No one died on the scene, and 2 seriously injured people were saved by Bai Mo. The medical staff checked the injured and found that they were fine. The wounds had been treated very professionally. Everyone looked at Bai Mo with different eyes. They wanted to ask Bai Mo which hospital he worked at. By the time the police and reporters arrived, Bai Mo had already left the playground with the child. Moreover, Ding Su hosts rewarded 10 points for saving people. The story of Bai Mo is still being passed around the playground. I saw it with my own eyes. He lifted the elevated iron with his bare hands. What, you don't believe me? You can ask them, I'm not the only one who saw it, everyone saw it. When the man was interviewed, he was questioned by the reporter and was instantly furious. The reporter of course didn't believe it. This is a scientific world, how could someone have such great strength? I can testify to it, and I even took a short video. A middle-aged man with a child excitedly came up to the reporter. Then, he turned on his phone and played the video he had just shot, and the reporter's eyes widened in shock. Is that a human? It's Superman. On the other side of the city. Duan Hospital. The doctor on duty received a new flu patient, a 5-year-old boy who was rushed to the emergency room. The hospital director came in person. The hospital's expert professors gathered to discuss a strategy. The little boy was Chen Laozi's grandson. He is a very important person. So they dare not take any rash action. Chen Lao is a retired cadre, and the Chen family is also one of the leading families in Duan. No matter what the cost, we must stabilize the child's condition, Chen Lao said. His tone exuded an air of superiority, suppressing the doctors. The child's mother was crying. Please, do your best, I can't lose him. At this time, the attending physician, Dr. Liu, stepped forward. Chen Laoren, there is a way. Right now, there is only one person who might be able to save your grandson. Who is he? I will go and invite him immediately. Chen Laoren became excited instantly. Afterwards, the dean told Dr. Liu about Bai Mo. The child's name is Anan, 2 years old, very cute. It was originally supposed to be kept secret, but now that it is an emergency, there is no harm in telling you. However, I am not sure if the child's father will come to the rescue. The dean was bitter. Hearing this name, the mother of the little boy was stunned. Anan? 2 years old? The mother of the little boy muttered. Is it her? Xiaya took out her phone and showed Dr. Liu a photo, and there was Anan on it. Yes. Dr. Liu nodded. I'll make the call. The woman burst into tears of joy. Anan was the daughter of her best friend Lin Mengxi. Chapter 11. I can't hide my identity as a miracle doctor anymore. Outside the amusement park. Bai Mo had just returned to the car with the baby in her arms when her phone suddenly rang in her pocket. It's Mommy. Mommy, looking for me. Whenever they heard their phones ring, they assumed it was Lin Mengxi looking for them. Bai Mo took out her phone and sure enough, it was Lin Mengxi calling. Hello, honey, the kids are doing fine, don't worry, we'll be right back. Lin Mengxi. Do you have time? Lin Mengxi had just received a call from her best friend Xiaya. She just found out that Xiaya's son had also contracted the flu virus and was in critical condition. Yes. Lin Mengxi then told Bai Mo what had happened and asked him to go to the hospital to see how the child was doing. The implication was that she hoped Bai Mo could save the child. Bai Mo agreed, but did not guarantee that he could. Half an hour later, they arrived at Duan Hospital, and the guard let them in as soon as he saw the Maybach. The appearance of Bai Mo immediately attracted the attention of the medical staff. It's him. He's the young man who treated the accident at the amusement park. In the emergency room, several doctors surrounded Bai Mo. They were the medical staff from the emergency vehicle at the amusement park. They praised Bai Mo's medical skills one after the other. Bai Mo was very humble. This made a good impression on them. The nurses on the side looked at him with admiration. This man is handsome and has excellent medical skills. Why didn't I meet him sooner? I heard that the 2 cute little milk balls are his, and everyone is envious. Dr. Bai, come to the hospital more often when you have time, and let's exchange medical skills. After witnessing Bai Mo's bone setting, they all believe in Bai Mo's medical skills. At the moment, Dr. Liu happened to be leaving the emergency room. When he saw Bai Mo, he smiled and looked respectful. Senior Bai, we meet again. The other doctors were taken aback. It turns out that Bai Mo also knows Dr. Liu from the department, so he is not a lowly person. I forgot to tell you, he is the senior who saved his daughter. When he said this, everyone was shocked. No wonder the accident at the amusement park was handled so perfectly, it turned out to be him. Bai Mo's heroic deed of saving his daughter had long since spread throughout the hospital. The medical staff did not know his name. Now that Dr. Liu had introduced him, everyone looked at Bai Mo with different eyes. It's true. Look at that child, full of energy and so healthy. It's a good thing you came. Dr. Liu, didn't you say that a patient's family wanted to see me? Auntie Xia. How did you know Anan was here? The 2 little titties at her feet had left Bai Mo's side and already pounced onto the feet of a strange woman. Anan Cici, I haven't seen you recently, have you been thinking about your auntie? When she heard the sound, Xiaya looked over, her voice soft and gentle, her expression charming, with bright eyes and white teeth, and a fair complexion. She thought. Xiaya squatted down and rubbed their heads, feeling much better when she saw them. Auntie Xia. Anan took Xiaya's hand. She walked towards Bai Mo. Next to her, she ran back to Bai Mo and said proudly, he is my baby. Puff. So cute and adorable, everyone died laughing. Yes, my baby. Baby, she is Auntie Xia. Anen did the same. Hello. Xia looked at Bai Mo openly for the first time. He was fair and tender, handsome as a celebrity, and had a good figure. She was not only puzzled in her heart. So young, does he really know medical skills? However, thinking of what Lin Mengxi had said, she chose to believe in Bai Mo. Hello. Bai Mo responded politely. She guessed in her heart that she was the best friend Lin Mengxi had mentioned. Dr. Lu said, Bai, she is the family member of the patient you are looking for. Oh, I heard from Lin Mengxi about your situation. Where is your son? Go and take a look. Bai Mo was not sure. Wait a minute. No. The children cannot go, it is dangerous. Xia immediately stopped her. Because Bai Mo was bringing the children in. What if they get infected? Bai Mo said, my darlings, you wait here for daddy, don't run around. I will stay here to take care of them. Mr. Bai, you must save my son. Xia said. Do your best. Bai Mo nodded, gave some instructions, and then Dr. Lu led the way to the ward. The last ward in the corridor. Bai Mo pushed the door open and several people were standing inside. At the head was Chen Laoren, in his 70s, surrounded by expert doctors from the hospital. The situation was quite dire. If they delayed any longer, his life would be in danger. Hearing the door open, everyone turned around and looked at Bai Mo. Him? Chen Guangtian's eyes lit up. He never judged people by appearances. Bai Mo's first impression was that he was confident. At such a young age, he already possessed superb medical skills, and his future was immeasurable. Divine Doctor, I am Chen Guangtian. I hope you can help with my grandson's illness, Chen Guangtian said respectfully. As soon as he finished speaking, the other experts also stepped aside. In front of Bai Mo, they were like little brothers, obediently making room for him. Old Chen, you're welcome. I'll do my best, but I must warn you in advance that I may not be able to save him. Bai Mo said as he walked over to the bed and carefully examined the child. Dr. Lu said, you're being modest, sir. The other doctors around him agreed. Although they hadn't seen Bai Mo save Anen with their own eyes, he had indeed done so. What's there to be modest about? I'm only a beginner at medicine. Bai Mo was bitter, and then took Qin Xiuhao's pulse, reaching the same conclusion as the other experts. Chen was relieved. At least it proved that Bai Mo, despite his young age, was a true talent. Bai Mo frowned. According to his judgment, this flu virus was similar to ancient plagues, with a very high mortality rate. It didn't seem to have occurred naturally, but rather as if someone had deliberately caused it. To treat this disease, junior medical skills were not enough, at least intermediate medical skills were needed. Now Bai Mo is unable to do anything, and can only prescribe a formula to alleviate the condition. He said honestly. Chen Lao, I can only temporarily alleviate this disease, I cannot cure it. A single sentence made everyone fall silent. The experts were unable to do anything, not even alleviate the condition. Bai Mo made his move, and immediately said that he could resolve it. His medical skills were truly remarkable, and everyone's eyes were filled with excitement. Seeing that everyone was silent, he thought they were disappointed, so Bai Mo said, Ahem, just because I said I can't heal you for now doesn't mean I can in the future. His words were shocking. Everyone was shocked again. This illness means there is still a chance of a cure. Bai Xingji, I entrust you with the life of my grandson. Chen Lao reacted, and tears welled up in his eyes. I don't deserve to be called a Xingji miracle doctor. Bai Mo was ashamed. He didn't deserve to be called a miracle doctor when he hadn't even saved the patient's life. Bai Mo then prescribed a medicine, and the old Chinese medicine practitioners present were all amazed, giving him a thumbs up and praising his high medical skills. The words on the prescription were also pleasing to the eye. The font was appropriate, flowing like running water, like the style of a master. Chapter 12, Don't Bully My Dad. By me, this is a little token of my appreciation, please accept it. Chen Lao took out a bank card. Bai Mo glanced at it and shook his head. No need, we're acquaintances. Xia is Lin Mengxi's best friend, how could he accept it? Chen Lao is also a person, and seeing this, he quickly said, White Divine Doctor, if that is the case, I will not insist, but if you need anything in the future, just let me know. A promise is far more important than money. After leaving the ward, the nurse thoroughly disinfected Bai Mo before the two little ones pounced on him. When Xiaya heard that her son was saved, she was so excited that she almost cried, and kept thanking Bai Mo. You're welcome. Bai Mo picked up the two little bundles of joy and left the hospital. In the ward, Chen Laoho was astonished to hear that Bai Mo was the father of the two little ones. No way, does Lin Jianwang have this son-in-law? Won't the Lin family skyrocket? Xiaya didn't expect it either. Under the care of the doctor, Chen Xiaohao in the hospital bed drank a dose of medicine and his condition improved greatly. Everyone was overjoyed and relieved. This proved that Bai Mo's prescription could be used on other patients, greatly reducing the mortality rate. The dean immediately announced, in the future, when you see Bai Mo, you must show him respect. And one more thing, Lao LV, go do it. We must hire Bai Mo as an honorary professor at the hospital. An honorary professor is similar to being listed. You don't have to work, and you get paid normally. 100,000 a month, plus 5 social insurances and housing fund. The dean is eyeing Bai Mo's talents. Bai Mo doesn't know anything about what's going on at the hospital. Tonight, Bai Mo has a dinner appointment with Lin Mengxi. It's almost 6 p.m. The two little ones have had a long day and can't hold on much longer after sitting in the car for a while, so they fall asleep peacefully. Half an hour later. At the Duan and Yushan restaurant. Bai Mo parks the car safely. He opens the back door carefully, rubs the children's heads, and whispers, and in Shishi, wake up. Well, Daddy lied. It's not even dawn yet. And then rubs his eyes, looking listless and sleepy. Looking around, it's pitch black. He's about to roll his eyes at Bai Mo. Cici is the same, yawning with her mouth open, her sleepy eyes seeming unable to open. She can't tell what time it is after sleeping for so long. If I sleep a little longer, I'll poop, okay? She was so cute, Bai Mo couldn't bear to say no. He was at a loss for words. Lin Mengxi wasn't there yet, so he simply let them sleep a little longer. He was watching from the front of the car when he heard a familiar voice. Bai Mo? That voice? Bai Mo turned around with a cold look in his eyes. It was young Qinglin. The woman who had left him for money. It really is you, I thought I was seeing things. There's no need for this, we're over. Why are you still following me like a lapdog? How childish. Young Qinglin's eyes flashed with disgust as she came up to Bai Mo. Bai Mo sneered. Who gave this woman the confidence? The two were previously colleagues, and young Qinglin fell in love with him at first sight, doggedly pursuing him for a week, while he said that they were just dating for now. And she's still following me? Who gave you the right to make up stories? Bai Mo said, what a coincidence, Miss Yang. Since taking the 2 million check, the two have not been in contact. Yang Qingni was about to say something when a young man walked up behind her, put his arm around her waist, and looked at Bai Mo as if to show off. Qingni, who is he? Zhang Hao, just a toad, don't worry about him. Yang Qinglin looked up and down at Bai Mo, and a flash of regret passed through her eyes. Both Bai Mo's temperament and appearance were so handsome. That woman in the coffee shop last time was so rich, is Bai Mo being kept? Unfortunately. No matter how handsome you are, it's not going to feed you. Bai Mo also looked at Zhang Hao with his gaze. He was about 1.58 meters tall, with an average build and a body shape similar to a bucket, with a big belly. I thought I had found some kind of man. This? It's obvious who the toad is. Zhang Hao was not stupid, so he could tell something was unusual, and a playful smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. Kid, thank you for not moving Qinglin. I was very satisfied with her at first. Yang Qinglin's face suddenly turned red with embarrassment. It was with this that she successfully hooked the rich second generation, Zhang Hao. As for Bai Feifei's 2 million, she sent it back to her hometown overnight to renovate her house. Her family was poor for 2 generations, and her younger brother had to rely on this money to get married. And she followed Zhang Hao, and she was just as rich, and she got what she wanted just by being cute. What did Bai Mo have to compare with Zhang Hao? Leaving him was the right choice. And Bai Mo was obviously stunned when she heard Zhang Hao's words. Yang Qinglin was a virgin? I didn't know before, but after getting the primary medical treatment, he was sure. Before Zhang Hao, young Qinglin didn't know how many times, and how many men she had been with. This woman purely disgusted him, a woman who was even greener than green tea. Oops, if you're satisfied, why did you say it? Yang Qinglin responded shyly. Ha ha. Seeing this, Zhang Hao kissed Yang Qinglin on the face, proclaiming his sovereignty, and looked at Bai Mo proudly. Bai Mo's body was covered in goosebumps. Bai Mo, just go, don't ever follow me again. It's over between us, there's no chance at all, so give up. Yang Qingning said to Bai Mo. Kid, who gave you the nerve to follow my fiancée? Zhang Hao frowned, pointed at Bai Mo and said, stay away from her, or I'll beat you up every time I see you. What a pair of psychos, talking nonsense. Bai Mo rolled his eyes. Damn you, you dare to curse me and call my girlfriend cow dung. Zhang Hao was furious. In Duan, I believe you will let you wander the streets. Enough, Bai Mo, I know you're jealous. Yang Qingling said, I thought you would be more sensible, but I didn't expect you to learn to be a stalker. Bai Mo said calmly, you take yourself too seriously. When it comes to stalking, I don't know who was the shameless one in the first place. Damn it. Zhang Hao couldn't help it, took a step forward, grabbed Bai Mo by the shirt. I'll tell you, I've seen a lot of people like you, if you dare to insult my girlfriend again, I'll kill you. Bai Mo suddenly sneered. Gee, you want to marry her? Let me see. This one is really green. Yang Qinglin is a woman, I don't know how many hands of goods, whoever marries her will be green. Zhang Hao couldn't hold back anymore. Angrily glaring at Bai Mo. Kid, you're looking for death. Unfortunately, he was only just short enough to reach Bai Mo's neck. Go away and leave us alone. Hearing the commotion outside, the two little balls of milk climbed out of the car. Seeing their father being bullied, they hurried over and pushed Zhang Hao away. Beat it, you bad guy. Anan then pounded Zhang Hao's leg with her small hand. Where did you come from, little brat? Get lost. Zhang Hao shouted. The two little guys were scared, but they didn't back down. No, don't bully me, I'll poop my pants. I'll beat you to death. You're so fierce. Chapter 13, Watch Your Mouth. Zhang Hao. Yang Qinglin. Bai Mo is your father? After looking at the little guys, Yang Qinglin was incredulous. Bai Mo, you really are an asshole, you have a daughter already, and I still feel a little guilty towards you. Good boy, so they are your bastards. Zhang Hao laughed coldly. Pop. The sound of his words was followed by a slap in the face from Bai Mo. Watch your mouth, or I won't mind tearing it off. After slapping him, Bai Mo pressed Zhang Hao's head, his face incredibly gloomy. No matter how Zhang Hao struggled, there was no way to escape the tragedy of being pressed down. Bai Mo didn't want to fight, but after seeing his daughter wake up, he wanted to take them away. Who knew that Zhang Hao was so deserving of a beating? How dare he say his daughter was a bastard? Zhang Hao angrily said, how dare you hit me, do you know who my son is? Zhang Biao is my father. With a slap on Zhang Hao's head. What Zhang Biao, Li Biao, whoever you are, if you say another word, I'll let you lie in the hospital tonight. Bai Mo is incredibly strong, so how could he let Zhang Hao break free? The latter felt like his head was being crushed by a stone, unable to move, and his head was about to explode. Yang Qinglin, who was standing nearby, was shocked. The Bai Mo in front of her seemed like a stranger, someone she didn't know. Bai Mo stopped and said, what are you doing? Humph, get lost. Bai Mo looked at the two small milk sacks that were grabbing his trousers, looking timid, and shook off Zhang Hao. Even so, Zhang Hao was also thrown to the ground, in pain. It was almost as if his head had been squeezed. Yang Qinglin, you're just a clown. I never took you seriously. In the future, don't pretend to be someone you're not in front of me. Bai Mo said sternly. His words left Yang Qinglin speechless, her face turning from green to white. Indeed. The two had been colleagues before, and it was she who had insisted on becoming Bai Mo's girlfriend. It seemed that he had never said that he liked her at all, and she had been deluded. Zhang Hao, who had fallen to the ground, could not swallow his pride, his eyes red as he glared at Bai Mo. You little brat, I won't forget this tonight, I will get my revenge if I get the chance. Any time, but next time, you won't be so lucky. If it weren't for the two little milk balls by his side, Zhang Hao would have suffered more than that. In front of the hotel. Time passed by minute, Lin Mengxi, wearing a mask, anxiously waited. Seeing Bai Mo come over with the children in her arms, she hurriedly went up to hold her. Mommy. It's Mommy. Why are you so late? You were here first, weren't you? Lin Mengxi asked with concern. Just now. The two little milk balls were about to say something about their father being bullied by the bad guys. Cough cough. Hearing Bai Mo cough, she remembered the promise between father and daughter. What happened just now? Lin Mengxi asked in a low voice while holding Sisai in her arms. She was blushing, almost to the point of tears, and her pleading gaze shifted to Bai Mo. They had fallen asleep a while ago, and she had wanted to let them sleep a little longer. Oh. Lin Mengxi gave a soft response and didn't continue to ask. Entering the restaurant, Bai Mo reported his name, and the waiter matched the reservation before they were seated. What would you like to eat? The two little treasures. Daddy, meat. Daddy, dessert. One wants meat, the other wants dessert. The two little moppets are drooling. Lin Mengxi said, just order one dish. We can't let them eat too much. A moment later. All the dishes, plus the free ones, were all served, a total of 8 dishes. You're starving, eat up, Bai Mo said. The two little moppets couldn't wait, holding their forks, their mouths full of oil. Thank you for what you did for Xiaoya's son today. Lin Mengxi already knew what had happened at the hospital and was very satisfied with Bai Mo's performance. At the time, Xiaoya called and kept praising Bai Mo. Just a simple thank you? What do you want? Had ha. Bai Mo raised an eyebrow. His mischievous expression made it easy to imagine things. Rogue, impish. Lin Mengxi thought to herself, but said with a smile, go ahead. Can you find out for me if there are any pharmaceutical companies in Duan City that are looking to sell? Lin Mengxi. A big question mark rose in her head. That's it? You couldn't mention something a little more outrageous, maybe I would have said yes. Why are you asking about this? Lin Mengxi paused in her actions. Isn't this a difficult problem from the future father-in-law? I want to do something big. Bai Mo had thought about it. The system had given a facial mask recipe, which could be formulated using the pharmaceutical factory. A product from the system is bound to be a quality product. By then, my father-in-law will be impressed. Okay, I'll help you find out. Lin Mengxi said. The two little milk balls had already eaten their fill and were playing with the leftovers on the plate. Just then, Lin Mengxi opened her phone and found that there was news about the accident at the amusement park today. Out of curiosity, she stopped to watch it for a while. That back. Isn't that Bai Mo? In the video, the hero who saved the people was Bai Mo. One person lifting that heavy high-speed train? In an instant, she looked at Bai Mo, her face full of disbelief. This man is so strong, and you can't tell. Did you go to the amusement park today? Mom. Today, I went to the amusement park. I had a great time. As soon as the subject of the amusement park came up, the two little milk balls chimed in at the same time, chattering non-stop, as if they had opened a conversation. Oh, so what did you all play? It's confirmed. Bai Mo went to the playground today, and it must be him in the video. Lin Mengxi's face was not very good, but the two sisters didn't notice and kept talking. Daddy took us to play on the horse. And the car. Bai Mo, can you tell me before you take them? Lin Mengxi couldn't help but accuse Bai Mo, her chest rising and falling with anger. Bai Mo was silent. Anan mumbled, it's not Daddy's fault. I have children too, and going to the amusement park is best as a family. Lin Mengxi complained. That's what it was about, Bai Mo laughed, there will be plenty of opportunities in the future, they had a lot of fun. It won't happen again. Hearing that there would be another time, Lin Mengxi finally smiled. The two sisters heard it. They were going again next time, their eyes gleaming. It was almost 8 o'clock. After dinner, Bai Mo came out with the baby in his arms, closely followed by Lin Mengxi. The happy family of 4 was the envy of others. At the corner of the door, Bai Feifei saw a familiar figure. Bai Mo? Why is he here? Just thinking about catching up to ask what was going on, she was stopped by a construction worker. After taking a detour, she found that Bai Mo had disappeared. Has my Mo found a new girlfriend? Grand Hyatt Bay. Just arrived home, and there were a few people smoking in front of the door, along with a luxury car. Bai Mo frowned. Who are they, blocking the doorway like that? No manners at all. It's for me, I'll get out and deal with it. Lin Mengxi got out of the car, shut the door, and the two little guys pouted, mumbling under their breath, "Bad guys." "Anan, why are they bad? Do you know them? Looking at these people, they don't seem like good people." Bai Mo turned his hand around and touched Anan and asked, "Except for Daddy, they are all bad guys." Bai Mo. Unable to find out what was going on, Bai Mo had to get off the car with them. Chapter 14, Licking the Dog Until the End, You Get Nothing. "Mengxi, why didn't you answer my phone call? What didn't I do well?" A handsome man got out of a luxury car. As soon as he saw Lin Mengxi, he turned into a smiling face, looking like he was licking a dog. However, the next second, when he saw Bai Mo come out, his face gradually turned gloomy. "Mengxi, who is he?" Men with a sixth sense are very intuitive, and Bai Mo's handsome appearance threatened him. Getting out of Lin Mengxi's car, the two of them must have an unusual relationship. First, he called me Lin Mengxi. Second, if I'm not bothered, it means I'm doing a good job. Third, I don't need to explain myself to you. Lin Mengxi's face was full of displeasure. "Lin Mengxi, I really know I was wrong, can you forgive me? Don't be so grumpy." Wang Dacha walked over, trying to make contact with Lin Mengxi, who subconsciously backed away. "Go away, stay away from me." Bai Mo. "Your wife is being bullied? How can I just stand by and do nothing?" He kicked her, and Wang Dacha flew backwards like a kite, leaving everyone stunned. "Stay away from her, didn't you hear me?" Bai Mo looked at Wang Dacha on the ground with a gloomy expression, then turned to the stunned Lin Mengxi and said tenderly, "Mengxi, I didn't scare you, did I? I'm fine." Lin Mengxi was flattered by his caring actions and felt a rush of sweetness in her heart. Wang Dacha stood up and looked at Bai Mo angrily. "How dare you hit me? Lin Mengxi, is he your driver? Or is he your new assistant? How could you hire a man?" Wang Dacha asked tentatively. How could Lin Mengxi have a man? He just wouldn't believe it. "Tell you what, kneel down and apologize to me right now, or I'll have Lin Mengxi fire you," Wang Dacha said, pointing at Bai Mo. "Bai Mo. This guy is sick in the head. Which mental hospital did you escape from? Damn it, Lin Mengxi, you're a very unpleasant employee, fire him immediately." Lin Mengxi was furious. He was right, you are sick. His words instantly dumbfounded Wang Dacha, and a wave of anger rose in his heart. Lin Mengxi is turning against him over an employee? And calling him sick? Where has he ever received such an insult? He was furious. "Lin Mengxi, I have been devoted to you, but you treat me like this? Bai Mo. Your own daughter-in-law is a dog licker, and in front of my face, she confessed her love to Lin Mengxi? That's enough, Wang Dacha, I have rejected you more than once, can you have some face? How can you force a relationship? Lin Mengxi, if you are willing, I will immediately propose to Uncle Lin. Our two families have been friends for generations, and we have played together since we were young. Do you really not like me at all? I can be the children's stepfather, and I won't ask about your past. If I can have a wife like you, who cares if she isn't related to me?" Licking dogs. A typical example of licking dogs. It's so disgusting that Bai Mo can't even watch it, and he wants to give Wang Dacha another kick. Hey, do you really think I don't exist? She's my wife, and you're repeatedly challenging my bottom line. Believe it or not, I'll beat you up so badly that your parents won't recognize you. Bai Mo angrily placed a hand on Wang Dacha's shoulder. Your wife? You're just an employee, what are you pretending to be? Get out of the way. Wang Dacha shook off Bai Mo's hand and glared at him angrily. I'm not lying, Lin Mengxi is my wife, you can ask her if you don't believe me. Bai Mo casually put his arm around Lin Mengxi's waist, the two of them were very close. Lin Mengxi rolled her eyes. But she didn't deny it. And she didn't push Bai Mo away. In fact, a blush appeared on Lin Mengxi's face. This made Wang Dacha very mad for a while, his eyes red. It's impossible, Mengxi, tell me it's not true, you must be testing me, right? Wang Dacha refused to believe that the person he had been pursuing would choose Bai Mo. He clenched his fists, stared at Lin Mengxi with a desperate gaze, and his eyes still held hope. Bai Mo had to admit that Wang Dacha had a strong psychological constitution. He was unwilling to believe the facts in front of him, and was still filling in the impossible in his mind. Lin Mengxi took a deep breath, as if making a major decision, and turned her head to kiss Bai Mo on the lips. Bai Mo. Happiness came too suddenly. That feeling was really like fate in the sky. It was wonderful and I felt numb all over. The fragrance still lingered around the edges of my lips. Lin Mengxi's lips are soft and sweet. He was right, we were already dating. Are you satisfied now? Wang Dacha felt like he had been struck by lightning. He had been courting Lin Mengxi for so long, and had never even touched her hand. Now he had seen with his own eyes that Lin Mengxi had kissed someone else, and it was hard to accept. At this moment, the two little tiddlers climbed out of the car, looking clumsy and awkward. Daddy! Daddy! In a baby voice. Wang Dacha was like waking from a dream, and his anger increased. You are their father? Good eyesight. Bai Mo smiled faintly. Wang Dacha's heart felt as if someone was squeezing it. Guards, beat him to death for me. The bodyguards behind him got the order and immediately raised their fists, ready to teach Bai Mo a lesson. Bai Mo, be careful. Wang Dacha, what are you doing? Tell them to stop. Lin Mengxi was worried and her expression became tense. However, Wang Dacha sneered, wanting to see Bai Mo get beaten up himself. But then an unexpected scene unfolded. The bodyguards who rushed over were instantly knocked out and were lying on the ground, moaning in pain. Bai Mo was incredibly strong and knew the divine fighting technique, Bagua Pom. How could these Karame people be his match? They were knocked out after just a couple of punches, with either a broken arm or leg. Lin Mengxi's mouth hung open in shock. Bai Mo was so good at fighting? Just like a martial arts movie star. This man was like a magnet. Bang! With a kick, he sent Wang Dacha flying again. No matter who you are, I'm warning you, don't ever harass my wife again, or else you'll be responsible for the consequences. Wang Dacha saw how skilled Bai Mo was, and was so scared that he retreated, saying, I will settle this score with you later. We'll see. Then, not daring to linger, he left with his bodyguards, looking disheveled. She kept hugging Lin Mengxi's long legs. And then disappeared. Lin Mengxi turned around and saw the child clumsily climb out of the car, holding a toy gun in his hand. Bad Silver suddenly burst out. Aha. She covered her face in disgust. Bai Mo. Lin Mengxi. You're just meddling. Hurry up and go inside, we're home. Lin Mengxi rolled her eyes. The two sisters walked into the house one after the other, scratching their heads. Lin Mengxi said, You've offended Wang Dacha. Do you know who he is? Bai Mo rubbed his chin. Who is this guy? Another one of those who relies on his father's connections? Counting today's Zhang Hao, he has offended two people at once. Whoever he is, if he dares to harass you, I'll beat him up even if the King of Heaven himself comes. Wang Dacha was the heir to the Wang family, one of the four major families in Duan. Lin Mengxi left out one thing. Her father had always hoped that she would marry into the Wang family, so he looked very favorably on Wang Dacha and even treated him like a prospective son-in-law. Chapter 15, Never mind him, he's crazy. Back at the villa. After playing with them for a while, it's time for the two little milk balls to bathe again. Since Bai Mo has gained experience, there are no servants around tonight, so Lin Mengxi let them go off work early. The two sisters cooperate very well. Bai Mo bathes them, tells them a story, and then coaxes them to sleep. From dinner to now. Another 50 daddy points have been spent on them. Host, Novice Dad Bai Mo. Dad points, 200 plus 50. Props, Binding Talisman plus 2, 1 ton of gold, facial mask recipe. Skills, Demon Eye, Divine Fighting Technique, Advanced Cooking, Bagua Palm, Super Strength, Singing Talent, Calligraphy Master, Memory Like an Elephant, Basic Medicine. This time, Bai Mo gritted his teeth and exchanged 200 dad points for Intermediate Medicine. Intermediate medical skills did not disappoint Bai Mo. It contained a huge amount of information, including many prescriptions and case studies, as well as some long-lost medical techniques, such as acupuncture. However, after consulting his mind, Bai Mo discovered that to treat the flu virus, one would need advanced medical skills or above. He had 50 daddy points left in the system. Redeeming a higher level of medical skills would require 500 points, which was a drop in the bucket. After looking at the system mall, Bai Mo noticed that a lot of things had been refreshed for the new day. There are magical baby bottles that are anti-fall and anti-poison, and have purifying abilities. There are also children's clothes that are fire-resistant. Bai Mo used 30 daddy points on baby bottles, 15 for one, and exchanged 2, so that they can drink with peace of mind. Taking the baby bottles out of the system space, they are similar to those on the market, just better looking. Lin Mengxi happened to walk out and saw that the family had baby bottles, so why buy more? They are different, these are from me to them. Bai Mo gave a happy smile. At that moment, Lin Mengxi received a phone call and her face suddenly changed. Ding, task released, solve Lin Mengxi's trouble, please complete as soon as possible. Bai Mo touched his nose. Here comes the task. The system really knows when to do things. Seeing Lin Mengxi's uneasy expression, Bai Mo planned to ask her later what kind of trouble she had encountered. He vaguely heard that it seemed to be work-related. They went to the small bedroom on the second floor. Daddy! When the two sisters saw Bai Mo appear, they immediately pounced on him and hugged him tightly. What did Daddy buy you? He took out a new baby bottle and waved it in front of the two sisters. Wow! The little mounds of milk lit up. The cartoon pattern on it was something they had never seen before, and they instantly liked it a lot. Thank you, Daddy. Boo! Happy, they climbed directly into Bai Mo's arms and kissed his cheek. Lin Mengxi was jealous once again. It's just a bottle, isn't it? When I bought you new clothes, you didn't even give me a kiss. Bai Mo was like bathing in the sea of happiness, everything was worth it, and he only had his little princesses in his eyes. Ding! The host gave his daughters a gift and detected that his daughters were super happy, so the reward was doubled and he gained 50 daddy points. This is a good deal. A great harvest. Bai Mo couldn't have imagined it. Looking at the 70 daddy points on the system, Bai Mo grinned. It's hard not to feel bad when there's no lottery. There are a lot of good things on the roulette system. I want to draw a lottery. Ding's system is in the process of drawing a lottery. Congratulations, host, you have won. Thank you for your patronage. Bai Mo. No surprise, the system is playing the same old tune. Damn it, I don't believe in evil. Let's try again. Ding. Congratulations, host, you have received a thank you for your patronage. Bai Mo. Don't panic, just a technical glitch. Next time, it can't be that disrespectful, can it? I'll draw again. Ding. Congratulations, host, you have received a bottle of mineral water. Bai Mo, even if he has a good temper, at this moment, he can't help but feel that this is really disrespectful. System, are you playing with me? Do I lack mineral water? Bai Mo looked at the mineral water in the inventory and was instantly stunned. Yongsheng brand mineral water, restores vitality. This is ridiculous. This isn't even mineral water, it's against the laws of nature. It's a sure win again. Bai Mo thought silently, system, I've wronged you. Bai Mo, who had tasted success, looked at the remaining 40 daddy points and planned to build on his success. Draw again. Ding. Congratulations, host, you have obtained the parallel world tune, just as you wished. A song? It's useless. With 30 nanny points left, Bai Mo planned to save them. It was getting late, so Bai Mo told the girls a bedtime story, and this time they slept obediently. After they fell asleep, Bai Mo walked out of the room. On the way back to her own bedroom, she glanced into the study and saw that there was still light on. Was Lin Mengxi still working at this hour? With doubts, Bai Mo walked into the room with a cup of boiled water in her hand, and asked her what was wrong. Working late at night was like killing yourself. Lin Mengxi looked up and saw Bai Mo, and then immersed herself in her work again. She had just suddenly received a call from her assistant. A composer who had previously agreed to write her hit song had now broken the contract without any reason. Her assistant had found out that the song had been sold, and it had even been sold to a competitor. Lin Mengxi was very upset. Her new album was about to be released. And the fact that she still didn't have a hit song made her crazy for a while. Bai Mo watched Lin Mengxi write notes on a piece of paper and then cross them out. It's almost midnight, go to bed early. Bai Mo reminded her. No, I have to write it as soon as possible, otherwise I won't have enough time. No one can be relied on now, I can only rely on myself. Lin Mengxi shook her head and continued to work hard. Bai Mo looked at the little tune Lin Mengxi had written and hummed softly. The melody was not bad, but it lacked a lot of emotion and was far from perfect. Do you know music? Lin Mengxi suddenly looked at Bai Mo, and a trace of surprise flashed in her eyes. Oh, a little. Bai Mo smiled. Lin Mengxi didn't pursue the matter. Who hasn't learned a little bit of the basics at school? Then, can you take a look at this song for me? I'm going to take a shower first. Lin Mengxi tossed her hair as she walked out, swaying her small waist and leaving behind a charming fragrance. Bai Mo touched his nose, his throat dry, and subconsciously swallowed. He came back to his senses and read the entire draft. The song was average. At that moment, the phone on the table suddenly rang. Messages came up on the screen one after the other, and the phone kept vibrating. Bai Mo looked around and saw that it was Lin Mengxi's phone, and it seemed that someone was looking for her. What if it's important news? I'll take a look. Just a glance, not peeping, I'm doing a good deed. Shamelessly thinking, he picked up the phone and opened Lin Mengxi's WeChat. He saw that in the chat box, someone had been sending her messages. Lin Mengxi, what's up? Have you thought it over? Have dinner with me, I promise to ask for you. Otherwise you won't have enough time. I'm only being nice. It's just dinner. Reply as soon as possible so I can help you ask. Bai Mo frowned. He kept going through the chat history. Only then did he learn that this man was threatening Lin Mengxi because of a song. A moment later, Lin Mengxi came back in her pajamas, and a milk smell hit him in the face. You're back, someone was looking for you just now. Bai Mo said honestly. Who was it? A man. Never mind him, he's a lunatic. Lin Mengxi nodded, she already knew who it was, her face looking a little unpleasant. Bai Mo let out a breath. Lin Mengxi didn't blame him for peeking at the phone? Chapter 16, The ugly son-in-law finally meets the mother-in-law. There was no response for a long time. The man on the other side finally couldn't hold back and personally made an audio call. Buzz. Buzz. Lin Mengxi looked at the screen of her phone and her mouth curled up. You answer, just say I'm not here. This isn't good, is it? Bai Mo pressed the answer button with a ghostly hand, and immediately a dull male voice came from the other side. Mengxi, don't you understand yet? Only I can help you now. You know the importance of this album release, don't you? Mengxi? The man on the other end shouted. Bai Mo glanced at Lin Mengxi, cough cough, the person you're looking for isn't here right now, please call back later. Fuck, who are you? The artist Wu Gong on the other end suddenly turned pale, his breathing quickened, and he gripped the phone so hard it seemed like he was going to crush it. Why did a man answer the phone? Where is Lin Mengxi? Where is Lin Mengxi? Put her on the phone. Oh, she just went to take a shower. She'll be back soon. You can call back then. Shower? Who the hell are you? Wu Gang was even more furious and uneasy when he didn't get a reply and the other party hung up. Why was there a man with Lin Mengxi in the middle of the night? Who was that man? A delivery guy? A plumber? Or her father? And the other person said she was taking a shower, or maybe she was getting ready to play poker with someone? The more he thought about it, the more confused he became. Wu Gang slammed the phone to the ground in a fit of rage. Not satisfied with that, he also smashed a mirror in the house and broke some furniture. Bai Mo hung up the phone, and could probably guess what had happened to Lin Mengxi tonight. The two of them were very awkward together. No one mentioned what had just happened. What do you think of my song? Any good suggestions? Lin Mengxi sat down, while Bai Mo stood, looking down on her. She could see a white expanse, faint and alluring. Before that, if there's anything you want to talk about, I'd be happy to be your listener. Lin Mengxi was taken aback, inexplicably feeling comforted. She then told Bai Mo the news her assistant had gotten. I see. You're short on songs? It so happens that there was a system lottery just now, and I won a song that's very popular in the parallel world. You can't help me. Bai Mo. Who are you looking down on? It's just a song, I'll fix it for you. Really? Lin Mengxi was doubtful. Give me 3 minutes. Bai Mo smiled, found a chair, sat down, and started writing the song as he wished. The flowing script was unique and aesthetically pleasing. Lin Mengxi was mesmerized for a while. These characters are beautiful. It's not inferior to those of the masters. As she continued reading, between the musical notes and the lyrics, Lin Mengxi became more and more shocked. The pure hearts of the two generations collided in the song, expressing the feelings of inheritance between the two generations. The lyrics even described the emotional bonds that Chinese people could not sever in their blood. This song is fantastic. Lin Mengxi's breathing became rapid, her eyes fixed on the table, and the melody still ringing in her head. Bai Mo, you really are amazing. Did you write this song yourself? Although I saw it with my own eyes, it's still unbelievable. Can you imagine, a song that was written in less than 3 minutes and is still a classic? A product of the system is always a masterpiece. Bai Mo shamelessly admitted, right, as you can see, can this song solve your urgent problem? Ha, it can. You are really amazing, you are my lucky star. Lin Mengxi was so excited that she stood up, her snow-white breasts swaying. Her pink lips kissed Bai Mo's in an instant. The next second, Bai Mo's mind went blank. It was soft and sweet. This feeling was so good. Lin Mengxi was completely immersed in the song, and didn't pay attention to Bai Mo's reaction, nor did she notice her own actions. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have completed the task and obtained the Grandmaster piano. A cold, mechanical voice came from his head. Master level piano, the world's #1, known as the Divine Hand, the world's most difficult piece of music, easily mastered. This reward is awesome. Bai Mo was overjoyed. He didn't know how he left the study, but he was going to sleep alone tonight. Early the next morning, Bai Mo woke up early, got up and went for a run. After about half an hour, he returned to the villa and heard the crying of the 2 little milk balls on the second floor. Wow! What's wrong, my dears? Bai Mo rushed upstairs. The maids were at their wits' end with the 2 children. Daddy! The maids were instantly relieved. Master, you're finally back. If you don't come back soon, they'll cry themselves dry. They don't know what's wrong, but the 2 sisters started crying when they didn't see Bai Mo in the morning. Daddy! I'm here. Bai Mo squatted down, and the 2 little milk balls crashed into each other, their chubby heads rubbing against each other. They thought they would never see Bai Mo again, which is why they cried. Now that Bai Mo is back, in no time at all, they have become cute babies again, obedient and sensible. After breakfast, Bai Mo even thoughtfully made them some milk, using a delicate milk bottle, one for each of them, holding it in his hands. At this time, Lin Mengxi, having finished working on her new song, came down with a happy face and said, Bai Mo, get ready, we'll be meeting my parents later. Mr. and Mrs. Lin Jianwang don't live in Junyue Bay. Their Lin family manor is in the most affluent district of Duan, Royal River Imperial View. Bai Mo ran a hand over his nose. The ugly son-in-law will finally have to meet the mother-in-law. The future father-in-law is difficult to deal with and looks down on him, so he hoped that the future mother-in-law would not be like that. As they sat in the car, Lin Mengxi told him something, probably to be more careful with his words. The 2 little titties in the back row were happy, thinking that they were taking them out to play. Why does your mother suddenly want to meet me? During the conversation just now, Bai Mo learned that it was his future mother-in-law who wanted to meet him. Help me keep an eye on you and see if you're a scumbag. Lin Mengxi laughed. I definitely am not. To be honest, Bai Mo felt a little guilty. He hoped that his previous girlfriend wouldn't be revealed. Okay, I'm not teasing you anymore. Didn't I promise you yesterday that I would find out about the pharmaceutical company for you? I have some news. My father happens to own one. Also, what my mother means is that she wants to arrange for you to enter the company and learn how to do business. Otherwise, even if you get the pharmaceutical company, it will still be in the red. Bai Mo. Very soon. We've arrived at Royal River Imperial View. Entering the gate of the residential area, a row of neat villas come into view. In the distance are luxurious mansions. Each one covers an average area of more than 3,000 mu. The largest of these is the Lin family manor, which covers more than 6,000 mu and has 5 villas inside. The main house in the center combines Chinese and Western styles, and its construction cost alone was more than 300 million yuan. Ha! No, isn't that Grandpa's family home? And then pouts. This kid, I thought I was taking them somewhere to play, but I was happy for nothing. Lin Mengxi got out of the car and took some gifts out of the trunk, asking Bai Mo to carry them. After the 2 sisters got out of the car, they had long since run off, and they ran in with ease. Chapter 17, The Father-in-Law's Pharmaceutical Factory is a Pit. Mr. and Mrs. Lin Jianwang were waiting in the living room. Seeing their granddaughter running in with a skip in her step, they were overjoyed. Anan, Cici, it's been so long since we last saw you, have you missed Grandma? Mrs. Lin was beaming from ear to ear, and opened her arms wide, waiting for the 2 little ones to jump into them. Aha! Yes. Like showing off, the two sisters chattered on and on. Hey, Annan and Cece's hair is tied up really nicely today, just like a little princess. Who did it for you? Mrs. Lin noticed the sisters' hairstyles, which were unlike anything they had done before. She couldn't help but light up. And, yes, it's Daddy, he did it. Daddy is very good. Cece said, scratching her head. You could see from their eyes that they were both pretending to be their father. It is said that daughters are the lovers of the previous life, and this moment perfectly interprets it. You two little brats. You keep calling him an asshole. Lin Jianwang couldn't help but feel sad. Old man, what are you jealous of? Isn't it a good thing that the kids have found their father? I think the boy looks quite good, he meets my standards. Mrs. Lin had seen Bai Mo's photo and was very satisfied with her first impression of him. She always felt that he was much more pleasing to the eye than the other young masters in the family. Just the way he tied his daughter's hair was a plus, it seemed that he had put in a lot of effort. Not just any man would have this skill. Bai Mo had unconsciously increased Mrs. Lin's favorable impression of him. What's so good about him? He's useless. Wang Dachu can easily outdo him. I'd say our Mengxi marrying into the Wang family would be the best possible match. The Wang family is one of the 4 major families in Duan, with a strong financial background, not inferior to the Lin family. Wang Dachu is also his top choice for a son-in-law. Unfortunately, things don't always go the way one wants. Mrs. Lin blares. Lin Jianwang immediately shuts up. Dad, Mom, we're here. Lin Mengxi's voice came from the door, followed closely by Bai Mo. Hello, Aunt and Uncle. Bai Mo was very gentlemanly. In this kind of situation, he was neither humble nor arrogant. In Mrs. Lin's opinion, he didn't look like he came from a poor family at all, but rather like the young master of a big family on a private inspection. Kid, sit down, don't be formal, sooner or later we'll be family. Mrs. Lin's impression of Bai Mo got even better, and she felt inexplicable affection in her heart. It's just like the saying goes, a mother-in-law looks at her son-in-law and the more she looks, the more she likes him, with a smile on her face. Ding detected that Mrs. Lin was very satisfied with the host and rewarded Daddy 20 points. Bai Mo was taken aback. This is a good thing. Bai Mo took advantage of the situation and said, Auntie is really young, I can't tell at all that you are Mengxi's mother. Mrs. Lin was even more overjoyed to hear this. This child, he can talk. Bai Mo was not exaggerating. Mrs. Lin is only 45 years old this year, and she has maintained her appearance well over time. She looks like a noblewoman, and if she says she is Lin Mengxi's sister, people would really believe her. Lin Jianwang rolled his eyes, thinking to himself, flatterer. After chatting for a while, Lin Jianwang got to the point. Bai Mo, when will you start your career? 2 days have passed. No rush, it's in the process of being prepared. I have a pharmaceutical factory under my command that I plan to sell. Do you want it? Lin Jianwang said to Bai Mo. The pharmaceutical factory has been losing money for years, and I've long wanted to sell it, but I haven't been able to find a buyer. Now Bai Mo has come along. Before Bai Mo could reply, Mrs. Lin said, Old man, even if you gave away that broken down pharmaceutical factory of yours, I don't think anyone would want it. Lin Jianwang. What happened to being a united couple? Why are you always turning your back on me? Seeing that his wife is on Bai Mo's side, Lin Jianwang becomes more and more angry. Bai Mo, don't listen to him. Come work for me, I'll give you a good job. By the way, which university did you graduate from? Mrs. Lin is the president of Duan Bank, so it's easy for her to arrange a job. Bai Mo stammers, Daidu University? That's fine, the poor come up in the world, Daidu University is good. Thank you, Auntie, but I don't want to work. Bai Mo stroked the 2 little milk balls next to him, his face full of tenderness. Mrs. Lin nodded, it is indeed difficult for you. Your child is still young, but you can learn about it first, and then take over Lin's company in the future if there is an opportunity. Pop. Lin Jianwang spat out a mouthful of tea. To be honest with you, Auntie, I want to take over the pharmaceutical factory and give it a try. After all, I promised my uncle to make a success of it, and one must be honest. Is it that difficult to do business? Who says that I can't do business because I have 2 little kids? Besides, the system mission is still in progress, and the reward is expected to be very generous. Lin Jianwang looked at Bai Mo twice. You child, you don't listen to advice, but you can try it. Mrs. Lin didn't say much and expressed her support for Bai Mo, especially in terms of funding. Lin Mengxi was standing nearby, and a hint of expectation rose in her eyes. She didn't expect Bai Mo to get along so well with her mother. Lin Jianwang had asked for 1 million for the takeover of the pharmaceutical factory, which Bai Mo felt was too cheap. "Uncle, I will give you 5 million for the factory. What do you think?" Bai Mo only had 1 ton of gold and $10 billion in his hands, so he was not short of money. Lin Jianwang. Lin Jianwang's wife. Lin Mengxi. The three of them were stunned and looked at Bai Mo with their eyes. "You are offering 5 million? Lin Jianwang asked again as if he had heard wrong. Seeing Bai Mo nod, the three of them laughed. They had thought it was a joke, but when Bai Mo really transferred the money, Lin Jianwang was shocked and looked panicked. He didn't think Bai Mo actually had money. However, he suspected that his daughter had given it to him, so he didn't say anything more. As for the profits of the pharmaceutical company? By then, there would be no underwear left to lose, so it would be up to Bai Mo to see what to do, and there would be nowhere to cry. Lin Mengxi was shocked and couldn't understand where Bai Mo had gotten the money. Could it be that he had saved it up before? It was possible, after all, just like the classic song from last night, if Bai Mo sold the rights, he could get hundreds of thousands of yuan, which he deserved. Handsome and talented, Bai Mo had no complaints, so Lin Mengxi's heart was confused. Who exactly was Bai Mo? It was fine that he knew medicine, but he also composed songs. After finishing lunch, Bai Mo received the transfer of the pharmaceutical factory from Lin Jianwang. After signing his name, it belonged to Bai Mo, who would be responsible for its future profits and losses. One had to say that Lin Jianwang was shrewd. With the pharmaceutical factory, Bai Mo would begin his own business legend. In the afternoon, while the two little ones were taking a nap, Bai Mo hurriedly went out. The pharmaceutical factory was located in the suburbs of the city. It was not far from Junyue Bay, about a 10-minute drive away. A crowd had gathered in front of the factory gates, demanding to be paid. Bai Mo got out of the car and looked around, momentarily dumbfounded. The old man had not been honest. He had dug a hole. The factory didn't look worth $1 million, and it had been dragging its workers' wages for 3 months. Ding! A temporary mission has been issued. Solve the problem at hand and you will be rewarded with a lucky draw. Here comes the mission. Bai Mo was full of energy. When the general manager of the pharmaceutical factory learned of Bai Mo's identity, a look of joy crossed his eyes, and he became filled with excitement. The big boss is coming to solve the problem, and the pressure is no longer on him alone. "Boss, have you got the money?" asked the general manager. Bai Mo, "What money?" General manager. "Pay the workers' wages. If you don't pay them, the pharmaceutical factory will close down." The general manager couldn't help laughing. "Big boss, you're such a joker." Ahem. Bai Mo was embarrassed. Is 20,000 yuan enough? It's the first day I've taken over, and there's already so much going on. Is the finance department out of money? How much is left? Bai Mo asked. After all, he came from a large family. Bai Mo remained calm in a crisis, quick and composed. Chapter 18, Cleaning Up the Mess. The general manager said, "Boss, the money in the account cannot be touched, and there is still a debt of 500,000 yuan owed to the supplier, which is not enough to pay back. If we take it out now to pay the salaries, it is not a temporary measure." Bai Mo frowned. Is this pharmaceutical company a loss-making product? Regardless of the supplier, it is important to solve the immediate crisis. Take the money immediately to appease the employees. The general manager sighed and had to do as he was told. Everyone, stop arguing and listen to me. Bai Mo walked up to the group. Who are you? No one has seen him before. Never mind him, we need the money. I just saw him whispering something to the general manager. The group started to discuss. Bai Mo said, I am the new owner of the pharmaceutical factory, I would like to say a few words. I can understand your feelings. It is indeed not good to be late with wages, I am also very angry, but I just took over the factory, give me some time to handle it, I will definitely be able to solve your problems. After he finished speaking, there was an uproar. Someone shouted, no way, we must be paid today, I quit. I've heard it for a long time, this pharmaceutical factory is finished, it's going to close down, there's no money in it. It's better to jump ship. We've got our hands and feet, we're not afraid of not finding a good job, right? Immediately someone followed suit. I'm quitting too, 3 months in arrears, my wife and kids are waiting for me to return home with this money to support the family. The deputy general manager took the lead. Don't say anything else. If you don't pay us today, don't even think about keeping the factory open. Bai Mo raised his hand to indicate silence. This time, everyone listened. Are you all leaving? Some nodded, while others looked left and right, hesitant. The pharmaceutical factory has reached a critical moment in its existence. Those who are willing to stay and tide over the difficulties are welcome, while those who feel that there is no future for them can leave. We will settle wages immediately, without delay. It was obvious that someone was inciting this group of people. The pharmaceutical company had just taken over, and it was necessary to carry out a major purge and get rid of the black sheep. The deputy general manager said, "What you're saying is all nonsense. It's easy to stand there and talk. We want our money. Stop stalling. The money in the account must be used to pay us off. Anyone can talk the talk. Right, we want our wages back. It's not a lot to ask for, and we must get an answer. Pay the wages. Pay the wages." Bai Mo could see that they were so bold and unyielding because the deputy general manager was leading the way. 5 minutes later, 2/3 of the employees were willing to leave, which was unexpected. There was still 1/3 left. What a surprise! Lao Wang, why are you standing on the other side? I'm not leaving. I've worked at this pharmaceutical company for most of my life, and I have feelings for it. Yes, I'm not leaving either. As long as the pharmaceutical company doesn't collapse, I won't leave. Bai Mo was deeply moved. I won't treat you employees unfairly if you are willing to stay. And a look of smug satisfaction flashed in the deputy general manager's eyes. Very soon, the general manager took out 600,000 yuan from the account and told the employees to come in and collect their money. Hey, only a fool would stay. After collecting their money, they would not leave, and there was no guarantee that they would get paid next month. The employees who had received their money secretly rejoiced that they had made a very correct choice. In less than half an hour, the accountant had settled the wages, and there was very little left of the 600,000 yuan on the table. The general manager let out a sigh. The pharmaceutical factory was completely hopeless. Next, they should consider selling the factory equipment to pay off the loans. The new owner would go bankrupt immediately, and it would be a long time before they saw any profit. Before he could recover from his shock, the accountant next to him got up and took his share of the salary. General manager, thank you for your care. My cousin has arranged for me to work in a hotel. I understand. The general manager waved his hand. In contrast, Bai Mo was very calm. Is there anyone else who wants to leave? If not, I'll start making arrangements. No one responded. Bai Mo continued, thank you for staying. You will thank me for making the right decision today. Anyone who leaves will never be hired by our pharmaceutical company. Someone come here and write down their names. Many people said, who would come back to such a shitty pharmaceutical company? Everyone shook their heads and laughed. Then they heard Bai Mo's next sentence, which shocked them. Starting next month, everyone's salary will increase by 10%. As soon as he finished speaking, there was dead silence. Next month? The pharmaceutical factory isn't going to go bankrupt? Not only that, but the wages are going up? The new boss is crazy. The general manager's mouth twitched, and he pulled Bai Mo aside and said, Boss, this is not right. The pharmaceutical factory hasn't even overcome the crisis yet. Bai Mo, however, smiled. Don't worry about it. Just keep working tomorrow, and I'll fill up the accounts. The people who stayed behind asked doubtfully, Boss, are you serious? Are you really going to raise our wages? If that's true, that would be great. The crowd was in an uproar after Bai Mo gave his nod. Those who had chosen to leave earlier were very annoyed and already regretting their decision. The deputy general manager came running over, all eager to please, Boss, I still want to work for the pharmaceutical factory. What do you think? Get lost. Bai Mo kicked him away with one foot. This kind of person would be a scourge if they stayed in the factory. You, how can you hit someone? The deputy general manager was furious. Just you wait, I'll get someone to sort you out. Then he walked out of the factory gate, and in a moment, he came back in with a group of people. Brother Go, that's him, beat him up for me. The deputy general manager pointed angrily at Bai Mo. The leader, a yellow-haired guy, was chewing on a straw and looked at Bai Mo with disdain. Boss, I'm afraid they're not here for a friendly chat, should we call the police? The employees stood around Bai Mo, preventing the group from getting any closer. The yellow-haired man said, just this idiot, and he didn't even knock you down? The deputy general manager was embarrassed. Brother Go, Wang Xiao has commanded that you must listen to me. This person has ruined my good deed. A ruthless gleam flashed in the deputy general manager's eyes. Humph, you don't need to say it, he is the person Wang Xiao is looking for. The yellow-haired man sneered. Listen everyone, give that kid a beating, as long as he doesn't die. Upon receiving the order, a group of thugs raised their fists and came towards Bai Mo. The employees were just employees, so how could they stop them? The human wall was pushed over. The general manager was scared and cold with sweat. After dodging a few punches, Bai Mo began to fight back, using vicious moves that made the thugs howl and cry. Within a minute, they all collapsed to the ground. Huang Mao instantly lost his composure. Having been in the world of crime for so long, he had never seen anyone so ruthless. His hands trembled as he smoked. The deputy general manager swallowed, also shocked. Brothers, I have no grudges against you, why are you beating me? Bai Mo frowned. He patted Huang Mao's shoulder, which made Huang Mao's legs tremble even more, and his face turned pale. If he had known that Bai Mo had such good martial arts skills, he would never have come looking for trouble. It's not my fault, it was Wang Daxiao who ordered it. Wang Daxiao? The only person who seems to have a grudge against Bai Mo is Wang Daxiu. Chapter 19, The Crybaby. Wang Daxiu? According to the honest confessions of the deputy general manager and Huang Mao, the real culprit was Wang Daxiu. He incited employees to quit their jobs and arranged for Huang Mao and others to be at the door to prevent accidents. Bai Mo said, "Get out of here, and if you dare to cause trouble at my pharmaceutical factory again, you will suffer the consequences." His voice was extremely domineering. The group of thugs felt a great weight lifted from their shoulders and they left one after the other, with assistance. The deputy general manager felt remorse in his gut. Ding, problem solved, one lucky draw reward. May I ask if the host would like to draw? Draw. Ding, congratulations, host, you have won a Shindo dog. Bai Mo. Shindo dog possesses the bloodline of Cerberus, the three-headed dog of hell, and understands human nature. In the system space, a small yellow puppy is sound asleep. A moment later, Bai Mo called the general manager over. If the pharmaceutical factory were to restart, roughly how much money would need to be invested? Give me an estimate. It'll probably cost 5 million, but I still say the same thing, we must innovate. If we stick to the old ways, we'll lose out to other pharmaceutical companies. The general manager said with a grave face. I'll give you 10 million to keep the business going. I'm not short of money. Bai Mo was generous and heroic. As for innovation, I've already thought of it. The general manager was truly shocked. He offered 10 million right away, and he trusted him so much that he was deeply moved. At this moment, Bai Mo's phone rang. Hello. Young master, come back quickly. Princess Sisai has suddenly woken up and is crying. The servants are at their wits' end. They have tried everything, but nothing works. Wow, where did Daddy go? Sisai, don't cry, Daddy will be right back. After hanging up the phone, Bai Mo gives some instructions and then drives off. He will need to come back again in the evening. Back home. The little one is sitting at the door waiting. As soon as he saw the Maybach, he quickly stood up and looked at it with big, wide eyes. Daddy! Oh, my little princess, how did you wake up so quickly? The trip only took a little over an hour, and I didn't expect the baby to wake up. Where have you been? Sisai rubbed her eyes. Daddy, no, let's see what I bought you. Bai Mo picked up the baby and got up, opened the car door, and a little puppy ran down with its tail wagging. Before they returned, Bai Mo had released the poodle from the system. Ha, it's a dog. Shishi's eyes lit up. It was obvious that she really liked the puppy. After climbing out of Bai Mo's arms, she squatted down and gently stroked the puppy. The next second, she retreated. The look on her face was one of both disgust and fascination. The servants nearby couldn't help but laugh. Aha! Daddy, does it have a name? Sisai asked, scratching her head. Not yet. Why don't you name it, Sisai? It looks like it likes you. The puppy coaxed at Sisai's feet, its furry head rubbing against her. Ha, bark. The little guy couldn't think of a name after holding it in for so long, and he was about to cry with frustration. How about Rascal? Bai Mo said. The puppy. That's so corny. What do you mean? I'm the descendant of Cerberus, the three-headed dog of Hades, after all. My little master, you mustn't agree to such a hideous name. The puppy's eyes are full of grievances. Sisai frowns. No. The little head shakes. Hearing that his master doesn't like it, the puppy jumps up cheerfully. Box. Wang Kai? How about that? Bai Mo says again. The puppy. You can't name it something special. Can you consider the dog's feelings? I may not be human, but at least show some respect for the dog, okay? Sisai shakes her head again. Bai, go back home. The child's mind lights up, and he grabs the puppy by the neck and drags it into the house. Bai Mo. This dog is called Bai? Holy cow. The maid next to them sees the master's face turn black and can't help but laugh. When Bai Mo entered the villa with Bai, Anan, who was upstairs, also woke up. When she saw the fluffy puppy, she liked it too. Ha, Bai. Here, eat. The two sisters even fed it. Later, they chased each other in the hallway, and their laughter never stopped. Ding! Happy daughters detected, 20 daddy points awarded. System panel. Host, newbie daddy by Mo. Dad points, 50. Items, binding talisman +2, about a ton of gold, mask recipe, magical mineral water. Skills, divine eye, divine fighting arts, advanced cooking, bagua palm, incredible strength, singing talent, calligraphy master, unforgettable, intermediate medicine, master piano. Pet, farm dog. The other side. Duan Dynasty Entertainment. Sister Mang, I'm sorry, we haven't been able to find the right song. The usual people who write songs for us all say they're busy now, as if they've made a pact. And I heard that Gu Qianmin has already recorded the title song, which she bought from Wang Xi. That guy Wang Xi, being trapped by that vixen again, is really unreliable. As soon as she arrived at the company, the employees next to Lin Mengxi had an anxious look on their faces, and they surrounded Lin Mengxi and began to report. Upon hearing the name Wang Xi, Lin Mengxi's eyes flashed with a trace of gravity. This is the person who said that he would write her the title song, but then sold it to her arch-rival Gu Qianmin. However, there is no way that heaven will forsake a person. Last night, Bai Mo wrote her a song, a classic song that is many times better than what Wang Xi wrote, and it is enough to defeat Gu Qianmin in an instant. No need to look any further, I found the song, and it's not bad. Lin Mengxi smiled. She exuded a sense of confidence. She went to the recording studio. She took the song Wish Fulfilled, written by Bai Mo, and began recording. Her ethereal voice, coupled with the music, was simply tailor-made. Lin Mengxi began to sing. You are the distant road. A light in the fog of the mountains and fields. I am a child walking in your eyes. You are the bright moon and the gentle breeze. I am the dream you watch over. The crowd in the recording studio fell silent. They were all dumbfounded. No surprise, an absolute divine song. Another hit song. After the end, Lin Mengxi let out a breath and a happy smile appeared on her face. At this moment, the Dynasty Entertainment Company was collectively dumbfounded because of a song Lin Mengxi sang in the recording studio. The company executives knew very well that this song would bring the company fame and fortune. There is 1 week left until Father's Day, and this song is really perfect for paying tribute to the older generation. Junyue Bay Villa. The little puppy is lying on the ground, his eyes closed, resting his eyes. Next to him are 2 little kids. Bai Mo is also nearby. He is holding a piece of paper in his hand, with some words written on it, and he is teaching them to recognize the words. 3 days have passed. If you don't do a little bit of the daddy points, you won't be able to use the advanced medical skills. Spend more time with your children and interact with them more, and the system won't begrudge you points. Bai Mo pointed to the top and said, read after your father. This idiom is called borrowing arrows on a straw boat. Anan, borrowing straw boats to sea. Borrowing arrows. Borrowing swords. Well, that's a good understanding. My baby is really great, although it's a bit awkward, she'll get the hang of it. Bai Mo wasn't discouraged. After all, it was only the first time he'd learned it, which was pretty good. Chapter 20, Can I make a little request? Sisai's voice is so babyish, it's basically the same. Then, I told them the story of the straw boat and the borrowed arrows to reinforce the impression. Bai Mo changed the paper and pointed at it, saying, they read Shouju Daitu, and repeat after daddy. Potato stewed with pork. It's all baby talk. Bai Mo. Ainan's drooling. It must be really delicious. Other delicious foods immediately came to mind, the most being all kinds of ice cream. How do you say 7 in Chinese? She looked at her with wide eyes. It took Bai Mo 10 minutes to correct them. After that, Bai Mo was very satisfied with the 5 characters they learned. As for why they didn't learn words like father, mother, grandfather, and grandmother, it's because they already knew them. Why idioms? Because they want to listen to stories while learning. Ding rewards 100 daddy points for teaching his daughter to read. Bai Mo is stunned. Although he knows that the system will most likely have rewards, this time it's a bit generous, isn't it? Bai Mo looks like he's discovered a new continent, with a lewd expression. It seems like he's found the right way to use the system. At dinner time, Lin Mengxi comes back in a great mood. Mommy, I can read. Anan ran over, embraced Lin Mengxi's long legs, and began to show off. Today, Daddy taught me how to read. She scratched her head. Is that so? Do you remember what your father taught you? Lin Mengxi smiled, her heart as sweet as honey. Well, it's the story of the straw boats and borrowed arrows. It's a story. Lin Mengxi smiled and said, can you tell me about it? Mom wants to hear it. There was a person who went to borrow arrows, and he went there by boat. Anan said in a baby voice. The servants nearby couldn't help but snicker. Not bad, keep up the good work tomorrow. Lin Mengxi praised. Sure enough, Bai Mo was a good father, and Lin Mengxi was glad she had made the right choice. But when she thought about Bai Mo's medical skills and his ability to compose songs, she felt that it was a waste of talent. After all, being a stay-at-home dad had limited his freedom. Later, Lin Mengxi found Bai Mo and said, I'll give you 100,000 yuan a month. Okay. Bai Mo nodded. Money meant nothing to him, and it didn't matter how much he had. Although he didn't understand why Lin Mengxi had suddenly brought it up. Tonight, Bai Mo was going to the pharmaceutical factory. The 2 little girls seemed to know about it, and they stuck to him. Bai Mo thought about it for a moment. They were well behaved and cute, so it would be fine to bring them along. When he arrived at the pharmaceutical factory, the general manager and several key personnel from the factory were already waiting. When they saw Bai Mo appear, they spoke at once. Boss. Noticing the twins in Bai Mo's arms, they couldn't help but feel a little dumbfounded. Hello everyone, they are my daughters. Bai Mo said. The general manager flattered him, hello, young boss. The 2 sisters gave a little smile and shyly buried their heads in their father's chest. After everyone had taken their seats, Bai Mo talked about the future direction of the pharmaceutical factory. The general manager was distressed. The most crucial thing about the pharmaceutical factory is that it has no distinguishing characteristics. Bai Mo said, starting tomorrow, Anshin Pharmaceutical will be officially established. And he took out the characters he had written and had them carved. Everyone was stunned. What beautiful characters! Although they didn't know the value of the characters, they looked very majestic and awe-inspiring. The general manager sighed, boss, just because you've changed the name doesn't mean you can change your fate. The pharmaceutical technology is not good. Many of the drugs are quite outdated. There's no innovation at all. The drugs from our competitors are better than ours, and they're also cheaper. Someone else said. This is a new mask formula. You guys go and develop it tomorrow according to the method above. In the future, our pharmaceutical industry will rely on it to revive. Everyone. Watching Bai Mo speak with conviction and speak with a sense of euphoria, they felt like they had entered a pyramid scheme. Don't worry, no one wants the pharmaceutical industry to collapse. Just do as I say, and I'll come back with the latest news. Leave the rest of the pharmaceutical industry to the general manager. Bai Mo said. The general manager felt a sense of trust and immediately perked up, standing up to respond, I will definitely not let down the trust placed in me by the boss. Well, here is the formula, don't ever divulge it, or you will suffer the consequences. Bai Mo's eyes suddenly changed, causing everyone present to sense a chill. One of them looked at the formula and suddenly felt happy. Boss, I'm in research and have a certain understanding of traditional Chinese medicine. I can work on this formula. With these words, everyone's confidence increased greatly, and it was not an exaggeration to say they were full of enthusiasm. Without waiting until tomorrow, after sending Bai Mo away, this person immediately began researching it, striving to mass produce it as soon as possible. Back at the villa, a small puppy was squatting at the door, its eyes full of resentment. It seemed to be saying, "You went to play and didn't take me with you." The moment the two sisters got out of the car, they went to hug him and then played with him. Bai Mo was just about to relax. Haha, it's trending, 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 it. I have no idea what's going on with Lin Mengxi. Lin Mengxi, who had just come to her senses, blushed shyly, her face turning red up to her ears. Bai Mo understood after hearing the explanation. Today, Lin Mengxi went to record Ru Yuan, and the company uploaded the song, which is now in the top 30 trending searches on a certain music platform. That's less than an afternoon's time. Lin Mengxi's fame has increased by at least one level. Congratulations, Bai Mo said with a smile. Although I knew that this song was going to be a hit, I really didn't expect that people here would like it too. To thank you, I can grant you one wish, Lin Mengxi said. Whether it was Bai Mo's hard work teaching her daughters to read today, or writing her a song, it was only reasonable to thank Bai Mo for his efforts. Lin Mengxi's face had turned red when she said this. In case Bai Mo asks for the excessive request of sleeping together, should I say yes or no? Oh, I'm so torn. Really? It so happens that the accountant at my pharmaceutical company has run away. Do you have someone you trust? Introduce me to one. Lin Mengxi. Am I not attractive? Why don't you cherish such a good opportunity? What's wrong with this man? Why doesn't he make a little request? I don't know, maybe I would have said yes. What a man with no sense of romance. What's wrong? Why do you look so pale? Are you feeling unwell? Bai Mo looked at Lin Mengxi with concern. No, I'm fine. Lin Mengxi gritted her teeth and gave Bai Mo a cold look. I'll arrange an accountant for you, a professional one, don't worry about him faking the numbers, he's very reliable. That's great. Bai Mo instantly felt a lot more relaxed and was smiling like a child. The thought of having a successful career and being able to get married to Lin Mengxi soon filled Bai Mo's heart with motivation. Chapter 21, Morning Walk with his daughter. After a while, the two little milk balls walked in, tugging Bai Mo and asking him to give them a bath. The bath was a lie, and they really wanted to hear a fairy tale. Seeing such cute little milk balls, how could Bai Mo refuse? Unfortunately, there was no reward from the system. At night, in the master bedroom, Lin Mengxi, in a single thread of pajamas, looked at the ceiling with her eyes, unable to sleep. Her mind was racing with thoughts. She realized that she had begun to care about Bai Mo. Oh. It seems that Bai Mo doesn't have any feelings for her. Is he an idiot? Or is he blind? A beautiful woman like that is right in front of him, and he's completely unmoved. He doesn't even suggest sleeping together? Could it be that he is gay? Or is there someone else in Bai Mo's heart? Is it that young Qing Lin that she investigated? That woman doesn't deserve Bai Mo. Lin Mengxi's mind was full of thoughts, which made her feel extremely annoyed. It's over, I'm about to fall. I can't think about it, where is my pride? I want to sleep. Bai Mo was about to turn off the light and go to bed. But then there was a noise outside the door. Who is it? Hearing the voice, Lin Mengxi trembled all over, like a child who had done something wrong. It's me, Bai Mo. Are you asleep? Lin Mengxi thought about it over and over again, but in the end she came over to have a sneaky peek. For some reason, she wondered if there was something important going on, but when she collapsed, she made a noise. Was that Lin Mengxi's voice? What is she doing here so late at night? Is she trying to sleep with me? When she brings it up, should I say yes? Or is it better to say no? I'm so torn. Bai Mo opened the door a little, stuck his head out, and asked expectantly, "Ready, what's up?" Lin Mengxi's face turned red. Stammering, she said, I was asking you, how's the pharmaceutical business going? Do you need any help? I heard that the pharmaceutical company is losing money. You don't have the funds, and it's going to be a problem getting through the next month. Luckily, I reacted quickly and found an excuse. Otherwise, it would be embarrassing. What is a woman doing in the middle of the night in front of a man's room? Bai Mo. I was thinking too much. Outside the corridor, the lights were bright. Lin Mengxi was wearing a strand of pajamas that made it seem like she wasn't wearing any pants, revealing only a pair of long legs. She looked very seductive, and the neckline was very low. It was all white again. Bai Mo's throat went dry as he looked, and he quickly diverted his eyes, averting his gaze and trying hard to suppress his boner. No need, everything is fine with pharmaceutical. With the 4 million from selling gold, Unshin Pharmaceutical can turn losses into profits in a short period of time, provided that Bai Mo's mask is released. Oh. Lin Mengxi didn't have much to say. She knew that Bai Mo was being stubborn and couldn't lower his pride. Let's go to bed then. Lin Mengxi let out a breath and turned around to go back to her room. Bai Mo. Standing there, confused. Lin Mengxi, who had returned to her room, blushed. Looking down, she realized that she had revealed a bit of her cleavage. There was no conversation that night. Early the next morning, Bai Mo had not yet woken up. Someone was moving next to him, however. When he opened his eyes, Bai Mo realized that it was Cici who had come to sleep next to him. Daddy! Cici rubbed her eyes sleepily and yawned. The door was open. Does this child have a key? After patting his head, Bai Mo remembered that late last night, he heard another knock on the door in the middle of the night. Sleepily, he opened the door and found it was his daughter, Cici. Moreover, he received a system reward. Sending his daughter to bed in the middle of the night. The reward was a full 100 daddy points. He hadn't done anything, just opened the door and let her in to sleep, and he was rewarded with daddy points. It's still early, go back to sleep. Good night, Daddy. The child really didn't wake up, confused and thinking it was night. Ding! The key to a successful day is the morning. Please host now arrange your daughter to go for a walk together, randomly reward daddy points and a chance to win a prize. Bai Mo. For the sake of the generous rewards, Bai Mo shook Sisai's head. Sisai, get up. Ha? So, is it almost dawn? Sisai rubbed her eyes hard. It's already light out. Bai Mo simply picked up the child and went to the bathroom, where he began to wash her. Little one. So, I woke up at 6:30 a.m., slept with Dad all night, and got up at 6:30 a.m. I still have the smell of the bed on me, as if I fell asleep again the next second. Downstairs. Sir, you got up so early? Breakfast isn't even ready yet. The maid was full of surprise when she saw Bai Mo carrying the child downstairs. We're going for a run, you guys get busy. Bai Mo gave a polite smile and then led Cici out the door. The maid responded with a smile, muttering to herself, just now, the young lady went out for a run, and now it's the young master's turn. Why don't the two of them go together? Daddy, isn't this for breakfast? The little guy looked around, dumbfounded. Where was he? What was he doing? Baby, we'll have breakfast when we get back, and follow Daddy. Bai Mo said, picking up the pace. Usually, he exercises, especially after having a divine martial arts training. Running is the norm. The little guy came up with an idea and imitated Bai Mo's jogging, panting heavily. 3 minutes later, the child stopped walking, twisting and squatting for a few seconds after each step. Daddy. Tired. Bai Mo. We're almost home, can we walk slowly? Daddy will hold your hand. When we get home, Daddy will make you some milk. Bai Mo coaxed and cajoled. As a reward, he worked the child hard. Bai Mo also felt sorry for her. But he was also happy, as it was the first time he had taken his daughter out running to exercise. Okay. Hearing food, the little one came to life, so he would persevere a little longer. At that moment, there was the sound of running footsteps behind them, and then a person ran up. It was a pretty figure, and she suddenly twisted her ankle in front of Bai Mo. Oops. The beautiful woman squatted down and rubbed her foot. She said in a baby voice, "Daddy, what's wrong with her? Let's go up and take a look." Bai Mo took the child by the hand and looked closer. It was a strange woman, very beautiful. It has to be said that most of the children of the wealthy people in Junyue Bay are fair-skinned and beautiful. Lu Xian endured the pain and looked up. The first thing she saw was a cute little girl, like a porcelain doll. She had seen her once before, in Villa 8. Then she saw Bai Mo. He had a good figure and was handsome, with a sunny smile. "You sprained your ankle, don't move around, let me do it." Bai Mo had already crouched down the moment he spoke. Before Lu Xian could react, her sneakers were off and her foot was being held, slowly but firmly. "What are you doing?" His voice trailed off. There was a crack. "It's okay, it's fine, thank goodness you met me." Bai Mo gave a small smile. Lu Xian's ankle was sprained and her bone was displaced, so Bai Mo helped to realign it. Hey, it really worked. Lu Xian, who had been in excruciating pain a moment ago, was now able to move her foot freely, and her face was full of surprise. Chapter 22, This water is good, a bit sweet. In the next few days, apply some medicated wine and avoid strenuous exercise, especially running, as it can cause swelling. Bai Mo reminded her. After a sprain, swelling will appear at the ankle in about an hour. It's not a big deal, and you can walk normally. If she hadn't met Bai Mo, Lu Xian would have had trouble walking home. "Thank you," Lu Xian said shyly. The image of her foot being grasped just now flashed through her mind, and she blushed all the way up to her neck. It was the first time she had had her foot grasped by a stranger. "Is this your daughter?" Lu Xian asked, looking at the cute baby in front of her. "Yes." "Hello, Auntie." She hung her head shyly. "So cute, what's her name?" Lu Xian pinched the child's face, which was pink and tender. "Her name is Shi." "That's a good girl." Lu Xian stood up, took a couple of steps, and then, after adjusting, said to Bai Mo, "Hello, my name is Lu Xian. I'm very happy to meet you. What's your name?" "Bai Mo." "As the name suggests, can I treat you to a meal as a way of saying thank you? It's the least I can do." "Oh." Lu Xian didn't show any emotion. The two walked back together, chatting a lot on the way. It turned out that Lu Xian lived in Villa 12, so they were actually neighbors. During the conversation, Lu Xian had a good impression of Bai Mo. He was enthusiastic and handsome, and she especially liked Cici. "Cici, your hair is tied up really nicely. Did your mother do it for you?" In her opinion, if someone had this skill, it would be her mother. No. Cici's little head shook, it was Daddy. "Daddy?" Lu Xian looked at Bai Mo in surprise. Can a man be so attentive? I can't tell. Back at the villa, Lu Xian also bid Cici farewell. As soon as she entered the door, she said to herself, she seemed to be having a good chat with him. Lin Mengxi was waiting for him, teasing him. The person they met on the way was their next-door neighbor, and they had a casual chat. Bai Mo responded with a smile. "Isn't she beautiful?" Bai Mo subconsciously answered, and felt the air around him grow a little cooler. Is it getting cooler? Bai Mo didn't even see Lin Mengxi's expression because the latter had already walked away with her daughter in her arms. After realizing something was wrong, Bai Mo gave an awkward smile and chased after her. "Ahem, not as good as my wife." But Lin Mengxi didn't pay him any mind. Bai Mo touched his nose. At that moment, a cold, mechanical voice came from his head. Ding! Congratulations, host, taking your daughter for a walk, gaining 50 daddy points, lottery +1. Do you want to enter the lottery? Enter the lottery. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have acquired basic driving skills. Bai Mo. Basic? What's the point? Ding! It has been detected that the host has already learned basic driving skills independently, so this reward has been changed to intermediate driving skills. That's more like it. At least it's somewhat useful. After integrating the intermediate driving skills, Bai Mo felt that his driving skills had improved by more than 10 times. System panel. Host, Novice Dad Bai Mo. Dad points, 300. Items, Binding Talisman +2, about a ton of gold, mask recipe, magical mineral water. Skills: Divine Eye, Divine Fighting Arts, Advanced Cooking, Bagwapom, Incredible Strength, Singing Talent, Calligraphy Master, Unforgettable Memory, Intermediate Medical Skills, Grandmaster Piano, Intermediate Driving Skills. Pet: Farm Dog. Comes into the dining room. Anan is already having breakfast, holding a bottle of milk and looking at Bai Mo with a face of deep sorrow. It's like she's crying but not crying. It's really heartbreaking. Cough cough, that Anan, we're not going to play. Sure enough, when she heard that they weren't going to play, Anan's expression became a little better. Well, no, we are going to play. She scratches her head. Tomorrow, Daddy will take you. Upon hearing this, the last trace of grievance in Anan's heart disappeared. Dad really does love me. Sissy is going too. Bai Mo added. Sissy, who was standing next to him, shook her body and hurriedly shook her head. No, no. Get up at 6:30. Lie to me and go for a run. No, no. Dad, if my sister doesn't go, I will. Anan, who had never experienced the pain of running, thought it was a good thing and smiled sweetly as if she had found a treasure. Bai Mo smiled happily. Throughout the whole process, Lin Mengxi didn't say a word to him. That Mengxi? I don't want to talk, my throat doesn't feel well. Bai Mo's mouth twitched. After reacting, he realized that he was jealous. However, he was still quite happy in his heart. Lin Mengxi looked really cute when she was jealous. Mommy, are you not feeling well? You can let Daddy give you a shot. Anan said. Swish. Lin Mengxi's face turned red. That sounded really awkward. Drink your milk, why are you so talkative? Lin Mengxi gave Anan a cold look. The child scratched his head. Is that wrong? My father is a doctor, he can give injections. It was 8:30 p.m. Lin Mengxi went to work, and Bai Mo stayed at home to take care of the children. Today was the end of the month, which also happened to be a Sunday. The servants at the villa were on vacation, leaving only the housekeeper, Auntie Wang. Ding dong. The doorbell rings. Auntie Wang sees through the surveillance camera that the visitors are one Wang Dachu and one she doesn't know. Wang Dachu is the eldest son of the Wang family, and as a servant, Auntie Wang dares not stop him. The other person introduces himself as a doctor from the hospital. Hello, beautiful, I'm here to visit Bai Mo. Please let him know I'm here. Dr. Lu's comment about the woman being beautiful instantly makes Auntie Wang's heart flutter and her face blush. Visiting the young master? Then he must be a friend of the young master's, so he can't be rude. He smiled and said, the young master is inside, please come in. Wang Dachu also had a gloomy expression on his face. I spit. Shame on Bai Mo. They haven't even gotten married yet, and he's already letting the servant call him young master? He should be ashamed of himself. Yesterday, he investigated Bai Mo. The two of them aren't married yet, so he still has a chance. Master Lin treats him like a prospective son-in-law, and he is much better than Bai Mo. Today, while Lin Mengxi is at work, he made a special trip over to meet Bai Mo. Wang Dachu snorted and strode over to the villa. Dr. Lu thought that Wang Dachu was also a guest and followed him to sit on the sofa. Auntie Wang said, wait a moment, I'll go get your son-in-law. He was just in the living room. Now I don't know where he went. Thank you. Dr. LV nodded. As soon as Auntie Wang left, the two little milk balls ran out and looked at the two people in the living room. Hey, Anan and Shishi, come here, say hello to Daddy Wang. Wang Dachu suddenly smiled and greeted them. You're so naughty. The two little milk balls rolled their eyes. Wang Dachu didn't care and looked at the table where the hot water was steaming. Is there any cold water? This hot water is too hot, how can I drink it? Dr. Lu, I want some cold water too, Anan. Do you have any cold water at home? Yes, wait a minute. The two sisters took the cup, fumbled with it, and went to pour the water, unsteadily. Looking at the cold water brought by the two sisters, Wang Dachu drank it with relish. Not bad, this water is sweet and delicious. Wang Dachu savored it. Chapter 23 How much do you want to leave Lin Mengxi? Dr. Lu looked at the water in the cup. He took a small sip and reflected on the aftertaste. This water? It's just so-so. But there's a little flavor. Why does it taste like tap water? What do you know, I've drunk more water than you've eaten salt. Wang Dachu rolled his eyes and spat out a mouthful of complaints. Dr. LV asked, do you drink it often, sir? Of course, I've been here a lot before, and I've always drunk this water. Wang Dacha smiled proudly. Anan was stunned. You drink it every time? Then she didn't pour it wrong. Dr. LV said. Bad guy, do you want some more? Anan asked, scratching her head. Hee, then I'll have another glass. Wang Dacha nodded, feeling a burst of joy in his heart at being able to boss the two little ones around. Then the two sisters scratched their heads and reluctantly went into the bathroom again to pour water. Is the water from the older sister really delicious? Cece asked in a baby voice. I don't understand. Anan shook her head and looked at the water in the toilet, lost in thought. The water in other places is out of their reach, and they can only fill it here. Outside in the living room. Auntie Wang is back, I kept you waiting, and your husband will be here soon. Why is there an extra glass of water? Looking at the water in front of Dr. LV, which she did not pour, Auntie Wang asked in puzzlement. Those two children poured it for us. They are quite cute and well behaved. Dr. LV responded. Wang Dacha gave a sullen look, as if he owed him money. They? I'll go take a look. The more Auntie Wang thought about it, the more she felt that something was wrong. How could they pour the water? It's not difficult. Dr. LV glanced at Auntie Wang's expression, then at the water, then in the distance. Something's wrong. Dr. LV got up and followed Auntie Wang. Wang Dachu, who was behind them, was curious and followed. The three of them went to the bathroom. They saw Anan filling the toilet with water, while Cece was watching. Dr. LV. Shit. Wang Dacha then vomited, and a million thoughts ran through his mind. Auntie Wang walked over and picked Anan up. You can't fill the toilet with water for guests. Oh. Anan responded. Next to him, Cece said in a baby voice, Auntie Wang, the bad guy said it was delicious. Dr. LV frantically went to the toilet to gag. What a sin. When I drank it, I sensed something was wrong. The taste had an aftertaste. It turned out to be from the toilet. No wonder it was so sweet. Back in the living room, Dr. LV was pale. Wang Dachu was still outside relieving himself. The two little milk balls were sitting quietly next to them. Bai Mo slowly walked downstairs. Daddy! As if they had found their core, they hugged Bai Mo's legs together. Bai Mo sat on the sofa, with the two children in his arms. Dr. LV? Oh, Bai Xiansheng. Dr. LV was in a daze, absent-minded. I don't know what the reason for Dr. LV's visit is, Bai Mo asked. It's like this, the hospital has invited you to join, with a monthly salary of 100,000, usually on a part-time basis. I don't know what you think? Dr. LV came straight to the point. I'm afraid I can't accept. Bai Mo shook his head. Nothing in the world is that good. You're not going to work and you get paid 100,000 yuan a month? Something's not right. Senior Bai, what's going on? The conditions our hospital offered don't suit you? We can talk about it again. Dr. Lu became anxious. Bai Mo was about to reply. When Wang Dacha walked in from outside, his face pale too, and he looked at Bai Mo with anger. Bai, you dare to tell your daughter to pour the toilet water for us? You really have an evil heart. Wang Dacha pointed at Bai Mo and scolded. Puff. What? Bai Mo almost burst out laughing. Did that really happen? Auntie Wang, what just happened? Bai Mo glanced at Dr. Lu and then at Wang Dachu, who was full of anger. Auntie Wang's mouth twitched. And told them what had just happened. It's not their fault, she said, smiling. The two little girls were silent, waiting for their father's criticism for what they had done wrong. At the same time, they felt aggrieved. They didn't know that the water was not safe for others to drink. Bai Mo rubbed the children's heads and said, It's my fault for not teaching them properly. I'll apologize to everyone for them. What else could Dr. Lu say? He could only say helplessly, It's fine. The children are young, and it's not their fault. On the contrary, Wang Dachu was furious. Is there any way to do this? You can't argue with two children. Dr. Lu was deeply understanding and righteous, without a hint of blame. Bai Mo knew he owed him. How about this, I promise to be the hospital's poster child. That's great. On behalf of the hospital, I welcome you, Bai Senpai. Dr. Lu's mood instantly improved, and a smile appeared on her face. She didn't linger long afterwards, and after bidding Bai Mo farewell, she went back to report. She had successfully completed the task assigned to her by President Li. Wang Dachu was left alone in the living room. Young Master Wang, you didn't come here just to make my daughter drink the toilet water, did you? Wang Dachu. You're trying to kill me by attacking my heart? At this moment, Bai Mo was thoroughly hated by Wang Dachu. Bai, I know you're doing this for money, name your price, how much will you leave Lin Mengxi alone? 10 billion. Wang Dachu vomited blood, you're not playing by the rules, where would I get 10 billion from? If you don't have the money, just leave, and stop pretending to be rich, Wang Kai, show him the door. Bai Mo shouted. And Wang. She was left with a face full of question marks. Who is Wang Kai? Wang Kai. Bai Mo's eyes fixed on the small puppy lying on the ground. The puppy trembled. It felt like its life was threatened, and it immediately bared its teeth and growled. Wang. With the surname Bai, don't be arrogant, I didn't teach you a lesson last time, I'm not sure about next time. Wang Dachu still remembered what his subordinate had reported, the pharmaceutical factory had messed up, and Huang Mao was useless. Now he is scared by a dog and keeps backing up. It can be seen that although the dog is small, it is very fierce. It is also not known whether it has been vaccinated or not. It would be even more embarrassing if it bit someone and the news got out. Woof woof. The puppy chased Wang Dachu all the way out the door, biting him until his trousers were torn. Even from a distance, you could hear Wang Dachu's screams of agony. Ha! When the two little pups saw this, they couldn't stop smiling. Bai Mo said, "NNCC, you mustn't be so rude in the future. No matter who it is, you mustn't give them dirty water to drink. However, it doesn't count if you give it to someone like Wang Dachu." Daddy, we know we were wrong. The two little milk balls nodded, their small expressions of grievance making people feel compassionate. That's a good boy. Go take a nap. I don't know how long it took. A ding sounded in Bai Mo's head. Ding, task released. Anan wants ice cream. Please arrange it as soon as possible. Random reward, daddy points. Bai Mo was stunned. But they were sleeping. Upstairs, Bai Mo gently opened the door and saw the two sisters sleeping with their arms around each other. However, Anne's mouth was drooling, so it was obvious that she had been dreaming about ice cream. Bai Mo felt quite helpless. He went downstairs to the kitchen and started preparing the ice cream. With his advanced cooking skills, which were comparable to those of a 5-star chef, making ice cream at home was effortless. Chapter 24, A Mix-Up. Bai Mo poured the milk into a pot and brought it to a boil. Then he added the free marshmallows, heated them over low heat, and stirred them well. The ingredients were that simple. Tested and effective. After cooking, he poured it into a mold, put it in the refrigerator, and accelerated the freezing for 2 hours. The ice cream was ready. The two little milk balls woke up at 2:30 p.m. and were playing with their feet in bed. They were still having fun. If only they could have some ice cream. Anan licked his lips. Recalling the dream, he realized that he had already achieved ice cream freedom. Ice cream? When it came to food, Sisai's mouth watered with hunger. Then they went downstairs, and the two sisters saw Bai Mo and immediately rubbed up to him. What's wrong? Bai Mo said. Daddy. I want to eat ice cream. Me too. She said, flashing her flawless, gem-like eyes at Bai Mo. Bai Mo didn't say anything, got up and went to the kitchen, leaving the two sisters feeling dejected. When he came back out, he was holding a bowl with a layer of white frosting on top. It'll be ready soon. Bai Mo smiled, took out a spoon and scooped up a small ice cream ball. Wow. This scene left them dumbfounded. It's ice cream. Yes, try some ice cream made by Daddy. Anan took a bite, and the ice cream juice was all over her mouth, with a milky taste. Wow, it really is ice cream. The taste is exactly the same as the ice cream sold outside, and Anan's eyes widened a little. Daddy can make ice cream? Ha ha. Daddy, you love me so much. The two little milk balls smiled happily, and they were most happy to be able to eat ice cream. Unexpectedly, after a nap, their dreams came true. Boo. Bai Mo felt his cheeks get wet, and it turned out that Anan and she had stolen a kiss from him. There was still some ice cream residue on his face. This little girl, she ate it all over her mouth. Ding, task completed. Congratulations, host, you have been awarded 100 daddy points. Daddy points, 400. Getting closer and closer to 500 daddy points, which can be exchanged for advanced medical skills. And tomorrow is the day he made an appointment with Dr. Liu to go to the hospital to treat children. There are 3 days left for the first task in the taskbar, saving children. Tonight, Bai Mo plans to show off his skills. He will use his cooking skills to surprise the two little milk balls and Lin Mengxi. If everything goes well, the system will definitely reward him with daddy points. Ding! The host's status in his daughter's heart has increased, and he has gained 100 daddy points. Bai Mo. What's going on? What's happened? When did the system become so generous? It's not playing by the rules. I can't figure it out, so I'll just stop thinking about it and redeem it for advanced medical skills. As the system deducts 500 daddy points, Bai Mo's mind is filled with more medical knowledge, as well as some stitches that don't belong in this world. Host, Novice Dad Bai Mo. Dad points, 0. Items, Binding Talisman +2, about a ton of gold, face mask recipe, magical mineral water. Skills, Divine Eye, Divine Fighting Technique, Advanced Cooking, Bagua Palm, Incredible Strength, Singing Talent, Calligraphy Master, Memory Like an Elephant, Advanced Medical Skills, Master Piano, Intermediate Driving Skills. Pet, Farm Dog. Task Bar. Task 1, detect the expectations of the eldest daughter and save the children infected with the flu virus in the hospital. Complete within 7 days. Task 2, detect that the host is being looked down upon, do something to make Lin Wang take you seriously and become the perfect son-in-law in his heart. It's past 4 o'clock. An unfamiliar phone call comes in on the table, and the doorbell keeps ringing. At this moment, Bai Mo is attentively accompanying the two children in the garden and doesn't notice. Auntie Wang answered the door. There was an elderly man with a smile on his face. Hello, old man. Hello. I wonder if Dr. Bai is at home. Bai? Doctor? You've got the wrong person. The gentleman's surname is Bai, but he's no doctor. I'm sorry, you've come to the wrong place. Auntie Wang refused. She left an astonished Chen Laoren. The bodyguards who followed him were stunned. This was the first time the old leader had been turned away. Master, our investigation was correct, this is indeed his residence. Master, what should we do now? Time is running out. Is he deliberately making things difficult for Master? Why don't we just break in? Chen Laoshir's face fell, and he glared at the people behind him. Shut up, don't be rude, Master Bai is not someone you can read minds at will. We will wait here. The others did not dare to say anything more. To be honest, it was the first time they had been rejected and stood outside the door waiting for someone. In the living room, Bai Mo's phone kept ringing. Daddy, there's a bee in your Kong. Hoo-hoo, flying. Cece chased after a bee and ran around. Ha, Daddy, look, what's wrong with Bai's mouth? Anan opened his mouth wide and pointed at the puppy on the ground. At the moment, the puppy was depressed, lying on the ground with a sad expression. Bai Mo looked closer and his mouth twitched. Wang Kai. Oh. Seeing the swollen dog's mouth, Bai Mo tried hard not to laugh. Daddy, what's wrong with him? He's greedy. The puppy must have dug up a bee nest somewhere and got revenge. She scratches her head. No, the bee chased me, and Bai Mo fought with the bee. Looking at the flowers nearby, Bai Mo suddenly understood. Just now, she was playing there, and the puppy was trying to protect its young master from harm. Attracting firepower from all sides. To confirm his guess, Bai Mo took a closer look and indeed found a nest of bees in the flowers, with more than 100 bees, which should not be underestimated. If that's the case, I was wrong to accuse you. Bai Mo squatted down and pulled out a silver needle to treat the puppy. If he doesn't get treatment, the little rascal will probably go hungry tonight and not be able to eat the bones. Then Bai Mo took the two little ones with him and instructed Auntie Wang to send someone to remove the bee nest. Back in the living room, Bai Mo noticed his phone and saw that there were a lot of missed calls. Most of them were from Lin Mengxi. Why was this woman looking for me so urgently? Did she get the household registration book? Did she go to the civil affairs office before it closed? Hello, honey, did you get it done? Why did you answer the phone so late? You're killing me. Xia Ye's son's virus has suddenly mutated. You need to go to the hospital right away. No one could find Bai Mo, and everyone was worried sick. Their phones were about to explode. Chen Laosher even came to the door to invite him personally. But due to a misunderstanding, he was turned away. He didn't even have the energy to get angry. Realizing the seriousness of the situation, Bai Mo hung up the phone and crouched down to hug his two children. And in Ncc, Daddy has to go out for a while and can't take you with him, so you be good and stay at home until Daddy comes back. Ah. The two little mounds of milk were dumbfounded. Their mood instantly soured. Daddy, I'm going too. Be good and wait for Daddy at home. The hospital is not a place where just anyone can go, and there's no one to help look after them. Chapter 25. Excuse me, Dr. Bai is here. Bai Mo glanced over his shoulder, unable to bear the sight of their pitiful gazes. Daddy! Wow! The two little mounds of milk cried, which was really annoying. It was as if Bai Mo didn't want them. They thought they were just crying a little, but they cried for 5 whole minutes. Auntie Wang came running when she heard the sound and was shocked. Master, this. Auntie Wang is at her wit's end. Alright, I'll take you with me. Bai Mo was also at his wit's end. Procrastinating any longer was not an option. The two little milk balls sniffed their noses, blinked back their tears, and followed their father closely. After leaving the house in the Maybach, they realized that someone was waiting outside the door. Chen Lao, what are you doing here? Stopping the car, lowering the window, looking at Chen Lao, Bai Mo's head raised a question mark. White doctor, I've finally met you. My grandson's condition has worsened, so please help. Chen trembled. Every minute he spent waiting outside was a torment for him. I know already. I'll go to the hospital right away. Don't worry, I'm here. With his advanced medical skills, Bai Mo was full of confidence. He then slammed the accelerator, performed a magnificent drift, and disappeared at the intersection. The two little milk balls in the car were scared and hugged each other. But when they reacted, they still felt exciting. Chen Lao and the others were stunned for a moment. Go to the hospital quickly. City hospital. The doctors were busy at the moment. The leadership had to reassure the patient's family and deal with the reporters outside. Dr. Liu had just returned and was pulled to see a patient without having time to report. In the ward, Xiaoya was anxious. Her son had been rushed to the emergency room, and there had been no news since. She was waiting for the only person who could save her son to appear, and that was Bai Mo. She had already called Lin Mengxi, so all she could do was wait. A moment later, Bai Mo had just appeared at the hospital, immediately causing a sensation. Dr. Bai is here. Dr. Bai is here. All the medical staff were overjoyed. It could be said that Bai Mo was the hospital's hope. Everyone in the hospital knew him now, and he was young, handsome, and highly skilled. Moreover, it is rumored that he will soon become a listed professor at the hospital, a national treasure of the hospital. Bai Mo was really taken aback by the enthusiasm of the medical staff. The two little guys clung tightly to their father's neck, looking around at everyone warily and shyly. Senior LV, please. Dr. LV said. Lead the way. Under the guidance of Dr. LV, Bai Mo arrived at the ward, where there were more than a dozen children in a coma. The situation was really serious, so it was no wonder that so many people had been alerted. Xiaoya saw Bai Mo and immediately begged him. Mr. Bai, you must save my son. He's still in the operating room. Creak. The emergency room door opened. The doctor inside walked out, his face full of helplessness, pale and colorless. It's over. Chen Lao's grandson can't be saved. The entire hospital will be affected. Xiaoya ran over and tugged at the doctor's clothes. What's the situation? How is my son? Wow, Auntie, don't cry. Wow. Seeing Xiaoya crying so sadly, the two little milk balls couldn't help it either. Bai Mo rubbed the children's heads, comforting them for a while. The doctor was silent. Everyone's hearts were in their throats. Miss Xia, please take care of the children. I'll go in and take a look, maybe I can help a little. Bai Mo sensed something was wrong and forced the little person in his arms onto Xiaoya. Dr. Bai. Emergency room. Bai Mo walked in, checked things out, and was relieved that he had arrived in time. The child could still be saved, so he told the nurse and assistant next to him to carry out the rescue. There is still hope, don't give up. This is, just now, Dr. Tang said. Bai Mo frowned. Do as I say, and leave the rest to me. Yes. The nurse did not dare to be negligent, and continued the rescue work with the other doctors. Bai Mo took out a silver needle and stuck it in the child's head on the hospital bed. The return soul needle. It's the most impressive thing I've seen so far. It stimulates the brain's desire to survive and activates hidden reserves of strength. With this technique, the child can be saved very quickly. Sure enough, after half an hour of busy work, the child's condition stabilized. Everyone in the emergency room let out a sigh of relief and broke into smiles they hadn't had in a long time. Great, Dr. Bai. That was amazing. Everyone applauded Bai Mo. During this emergency operation, Bai Mo also figured out how to treat the flu virus. It was no wonder that it was high-level medical skill, clear at a glance. The people outside were anxious, and it was a torment to wait. There were experts from the hospital, professors, the dean, and Shan Laoren, who had rushed over. The emergency room door opened again. Everyone held their breath, and there was silence all around. Bai Mo smiled. It can be cured. These two simplest words made everyone's hearts drop. Dr. Tang, who had just walked out, looked incredulous. He was saved? The dean laughed heartily. I told you, with Dr. Bai here, nothing will happen. After listening to Dr. Liu, Bai Mo was successfully recruited as a visiting professor at the hospital. I actually missed the opportunity to learn from Dr. Bai. What a sin! He is Dr. Bai, indeed young and accomplished, with superb medical skills. Let's exchange medical skills together when you have time. The experts surrounded him one after another, flattering him. Old Chen, your grandson is fine. If there's nothing else, I'll go see the other children. Bai Mo didn't like the atmosphere, gave a few instructions, and then left. The Chen family was overjoyed, thanked Bai Mo, and then went into the ward to see the children. Everyone. He really is a master, so aloof and detached. Next, Bai Mo walked around the ward, and he applied silver needles to all the children. Dr. Liu, who followed him, was amazed. I've learned a little bit. It's because Dr. Liu studied traditional Chinese medicine. You've got the basics. It's a very simple acupuncture technique that can handle this condition. There's also a prescription, which I'll give you later. You'll be responsible for the children in the future. Bai Mo casually wrote out a prescription and threw it to Dr. Liu, and also gave him some intimate instructions. Dr. Liu was overjoyed, almost in tears, and immediately took the opportunity to become his apprentice. After Bai Mo left the hospital director immediately called a meeting and announced that the new flu virus had been defeated. Duan Hospital immediately became a hot search on the internet, and Dr. Bai's reputation spread far and wide. 6 p.m. Bai Mo was exhausted. As soon as he got home, he held his two little bundles of joy and went to bed. Shoo, Daddy is asleep. The kids were still playing around. Lin Mengxi happened to be back. Seeing that Bai Mo was so tired, she took the kids to watch TV on the first floor. Unexpectedly, his medical skills were so amazing, and she wondered who he had learned from. Lin Mengxi also saw on the news that the new influenza virus had been conquered, thanks to a doctor surnamed Bai, who had also been awarded the title of professor at Duan Hospital. Before that, Lin Mengxi's knowledge of Bai Mo was like a blank piece of paper. Chapter 26 Bai Mo can even cook. I don't know how long I slept for, when the system's cold voice rang in my head. Ding! Complete the eldest daughter's desired task and be rewarded with 250 daddy points. In other words, Bai Mo has already cured the sick children using his medical skills. The reason for the large reward is probably because it was the first task issued by the system. Ding! The host sabotaged Xuantian's plan and was rewarded with 50 daddy points. Bai Mo frowned. Sure enough, this is a man-made virus. Shen Tian? Who is he? Why did he want to kill so many innocent children? Bai Mo swore in his heart that he must kill this person. How could he, as a father, stand idly by while someone plots to kill Anan? Downstairs. Today the cook was off, so Auntie Wang was cooking and Lin Mengxi was helping in the kitchen. The two little milk balls peeked at Bai Mo. Seeing that he hadn't woken up, they pouted, carefully went downstairs, and played with their toys by themselves. A moment later. The meal was ready. None. Cici. Time to eat. The two sisters looked up at the upstairs, then ran to the dining room and waited quietly for Lin Mengxi to serve the food. Eat quickly. Lin Mengxi picked up some vegetables and gave them to the girls. Where's Daddy? She pouted, not moving a muscle, sitting on the chair and swinging her feet. She looked as if she was saying, if Daddy doesn't eat, I'm not hungry. Your father is tired, let him sleep a little longer. Oh. On hearing this, the two children frowned, looking at the food, and they lost their appetite. Mommy, I'm not eating. Eat quickly. Lin Mengxi snapped. Wow, you're so fierce, Mom. Lin Mengxi. Okay, I won't be fierce. Can you two eat now? But as soon as they took a bite, they spat it out, saying it wasn't tasty. Lin Mengxi was really a little angry. It's just that the cook wasn't there, so why are they being so picky? Auntie Wang was also embarrassed. She hadn't cooked for a long time, and her cooking skills had declined quite a bit, so it was no wonder that the two children were picky. Lin Mengxi took a taste, and the flavor was indeed not as good as before, but now in the whole villa, only Auntie Wang could cook, so how could they not eat dinner? Eat quickly. Lin Mengxi raised her voice a little. Both sisters felt like crying. Just for a moment. She climbed down and ran upstairs. She, come back. Lin Mengxi was frantic. Not eating, running around, and refusing to listen to her. Auntie Wang, keep an eye on Anan and make sure she doesn't cause any trouble. I'll go get her. Lin Mengxi's head ached. Without Bai Mo's dinner, how could the two little moppets be so difficult to handle? They were upstairs. Daddy, wow. Sisai fell with a thud, got up again, and just as she was about to open Bai Mo's door, she was caught by Lin Mengxi, who had caught up with her. What are you crying about? You fell and got up by yourself. Mum's voice is a little loud, so just eat your dinner, okay? Wah, I want baba. Shoo, your father is sleeping, don't make a noise. Lin Mengxi was at a loss for words. Rubbing her eyes, she grabbed Lin Mengxi's neck and lay in her arms. What did you do? She's fine, why are you hitting the child? She's only a little over 2 years old. Bai Mo woke up when he heard the baby crying, opened the door and saw Shishi with red eyes from crying. Daddy! Shishi's grievances welled up instantly, and she stretched out her little arms for a hug from Bai Mo. Lin Mengxi. You have a father, but you forget your mother. I didn't hit her, she fell when she ran up, but she's okay. Lin Mengxi said impatiently. She said, and began to check if the child was hurt or not. It was obvious that she was very distressed. Bai Mo hugged the child, rubbed her head, and kissed her. Good girl, have you eaten yet? Why is my baby girl so light? She shook her head. Lin Mengxi said speechlessly, they said the food was not delicious, and they haven't eaten yet. Ha, it's Dad's fault, I shouldn't have overslept. I was going to take a nap and then get up to cook, but I ended up sleeping for almost 2 hours. You're tired, why don't you sleep a little longer? The hospital was busy this afternoon, right? It was okay. Running the silver needle really consumes a lot of energy, otherwise I wouldn't have fallen asleep as soon as I got home. When she arrived downstairs, Anan saw Bai Mo and ran down from her chair. Daddy! This scene made Lin Mengxi jealous. Okay, your father is coming down this time, can you behave and eat? Auntie Wang, bring him a bowl. Please wait a moment, sir. No need. You wait here, I'll go to the kitchen and cook. They're not picky eaters. Bai Mo put down Sisi, turned around and walked into the kitchen, opened the refrigerator and looked for ingredients. Lin Mengxi froze for a moment. Cooking? Did Bai Mo just say he was going to cook? Is he sure the food he cooks is edible? It's not going to be some kind of dark cuisine, is it? Daddy, will it be okay? Anan shook his head and then played with his toys in the living room. Lin Mengxi said, Sisi, are you going to eat? No. Lin Mengxi sat down and said, then you two wait for your father to cook. I'm hungry and tired. Lin Mengxi began to eat. The food from tonight will go to waste tomorrow, so Auntie Wang is also eating here. As for the two little ones, they can play as much as they like. In the kitchen. Bai Mo is chopping vegetables with skillful hands, as if he has been in the kitchen for decades. There are limited ingredients. He only makes 2 dishes, sour and spicy shredded potatoes and stir-fried broccoli. He is about to put them in the pan when Lin Mengxi walks in and shakes her head slightly at the dishes Bai Mo is about to make. As a special reminder, your daughter is a picky eater and doesn't eat vegetables, especially broccoli. As for the shredded potatoes, they don't like spicy food, so you've wasted your efforts tonight. You're not cooking for yourself, are you? Lin Mengxi said. They'll definitely like it, they won't be picky. With advanced cooking skills, Bai Mo doesn't believe that the two little milk balls won't be tempted. Lin Mengxi shook her head, then walked out and went back to the living room to play with her phone. She quietly came to the kitchen, embraced Bai Mo's legs, looked up at him, her big eyes like flawless jewels, full of her father. Daughter, what's wrong? Daddy, do you still have any ice cream? She licked her lips, peeked out of the door, looked outside warily, and tried to keep her voice down. I don't know if she was trying to avoid Lin Mengxi or Anin. It was so funny that it made people cry. Bai Mo laughed, put down the spatula, and rubbed her head. You've already eaten it all. When Daddy makes something delicious, will that be okay? She said in a baby voice, okay, then. The child didn't want to leave, so she stayed in the kitchen and watched Bai Mo cook. A moment later, the oil was heated in a pan. A delicious aroma gradually filled the kitchen. She clapped her hands. It smells so good, Daddy's done a great job. Bai Mo beamed at her words. Lin Mengxi outside also smelled the aroma and subconsciously swallowed. No way, he really can cook, and it looks like he's done a pretty good job. It smells so good. Daddy. Anin, who was playing, flung his toy away and ran into the kitchen. She's eyes widened. She looked at the dish on the cupboard, which was taller than she was. Her mouth watered. The child reached out to take a bite. It's hot. Seeing her cute, impatient look, Bai Mo couldn't help but laugh. He picked up a piece of broccoli, blew on it, and then fed it to Shi. Ka. The sound was crisp and delicious. She said in a baby voice, it's delicious. Chapter 27, This man is so charming. Bai Mo smiled with satisfaction. Of course, what Daddy makes is definitely delicious, ha. Daddy. Anin was next to him, with her mouth wide open, waiting for Bai Mo to give her a piece too. Well, you have some too. Anin took a bite without even looking at what it was. It was delicious, anyway, and tasted even better than meat. Go out first, you can eat it right away. Bai Mo was at a loss for words. The two little milk balls didn't budge, remaining where they were, watching Bai Mo cook and licking their lips. There was one dish left. Sour and spicy shredded potatoes. A few minutes later, the whole kitchen was filled with a strong aroma. Seeing this, the two little milk balls came to the dining room, sat in their chairs and waited for their meal. Bai Mo came out with the dish in her hands, thoughtfully serving them rice and placing a fork for each of them. Eat. Yum. Dad, it's vegetarian, just like you like it, a big hero. She, with a mouthful of rice, spoke indistinctly, praising him endlessly. Dad, you cooked it so well. Anin, after a few mouthfuls, praised Bai Mo in a baby voice. She didn't used to like broccoli, but now it's delicious. Lin Mengxi, who was sitting in the distance, couldn't help but get restless. What was she cooking that smelled so good? Why weren't the kids fighting? She only ever cooked things they didn't like. Why weren't they crying? Lin Mengxi walked over, unable to believe that it was her daughter. She was holding a bowl and eating seriously. And she wasn't picky eaters. She watched them eat broccoli and spicy food with her own eyes. Lin Mengxi. Mommy, eat your food. Anin said in a baby voice. Lin Mengxi sat down and looked at the food on her plate, and she actually swallowed. Bastard, I just finished eating, why didn't you say earlier that you cooked so well? Lin Mengxi looked at Bai Mo with resentment. Unfortunately, Bai Mo only saw the figure of his daughter in his eyes, taking care of them the whole time. No thanks, I just ate. Watching her daughters eat, Lin Mengxi actually wanted to eat again. Ha! The little one showed her white teeth. If you like it, eat more, so you can grow up quickly. Bai Mo said with a smile. There were two dishes, one big and one small, and they were simply not enough to finish, with a little left over. Lin Mengxi swallowed. She had only taken a bite in the end. She wanted to finish eating, but her figure was more important. As a result, Bai Mo's cooking completely stunned her. Just one bite opened up her taste buds. This dish is comparable to that of a 5-star chef. Looking at the man in front of her, Lin Mengxi once again confirmed that he was truly mysterious. He is just too perfect. Lin Mengxi blushed. She lightly bit her lip and looked at Bai Mo intentionally or unintentionally. Ding personally cooking for his daughter, rewards 50 daddy points. Ding detects that his daughters are super happy, rewards 30 daddy points. Good guy. A meal is full of rewards again. Has the system finally stopped cheating? Host, Novice Dad Bai Mo. Dad points, 380. Items, Binding Talisman +2, about a ton of gold, Mask Recipe, Miraculous Mineral Water. Skills, Divine Eye, Divine Fighting Technique, Advanced Cooking, Bagua Palm, Incredible Strength, Singing Talent, Calligraphy Master, Unforgettable Memory, Advanced Medical Skills, Master Piano, Intermediate Driving Skills. Pet, Shepherd Dog. Mission, detect that the host is being looked down upon, do something to make a career, so that Lin Jianwang will take a second look and become the perfect son-in-law in his heart. Since Auntie Wang has gone off duty, the job of clearing the table can only be done by Bai Mo. Lin Mengxi stood in the doorway of the kitchen, watching Bai Mo busily getting on with his work. Bai Mo, you know so much, why did you work in an advertising agency before? Not to mention that you cook so well, applying for a hotel chef position is more than enough, I really don't understand. Lin Mengxi had previously investigated Bai Mo and found that he worked in an advertising agency and made 5,000 to 6,000 yuan a month. What should Bai Mo explain? Explain that there is an extra system in his head? And tell Lin Mengxi that he was just looking for a job at the time? Seeing that Bai Mo was not speaking, Lin Mengxi continued, you can also write songs and practice medicine. Bai Mo turned his head. I only know a little bit about it. I was smart when I was young. Lin Mengxi said. You are so outstanding, you shouldn't be mediocre. Lin Mengxi lightly bit her lip and said, looking at Bai Mo, whose eyes were as calm as water. I am willing to be mediocre. After having my daughters, I just want to give them color, warmth, sunshine, and beauty in their everyday lives. I love them, they are gifts from heaven to me. Bai Mo spoke from the bottom of his heart. When he talked about his daughters, his eyes were full of starlight. Thank you for sacrificing your time to bring them up. Lin Mengxi was instantly moved. This man is so charming. She didn't dare to look at him any longer. She left as if running away. She was afraid that she would fall further. A plane is coming. Next to her, Ann's baby voice came, holding a toy plane in her hand, and she circled the kitchen. At this moment, Bai Mo finished tidying up the kitchen. He crouched down and picked it up. Why is this shirt torn? The child didn't know where she had played, and a hole was hooked in her shirt. It can still be worn. Ann touched the hole, smiled awkwardly, scratched her head, and didn't know where she got torn. To tell the truth, I'm not a very good father. I've never bought my daughter any clothes. A feeling of guilt welled up in him. I'll buy you clothes and take you shopping. What do you say? Yes. Daddy's the best. Kisses, kisses, kisses. Ann danced for joy, beaming from ear to ear, and gave Bai Mo 3 kisses in a row before she finally calmed down. Let's take a bath. We'll go after the bath. MMM. Lin Mengxi was just about to practice her dance when she heard that Bai Mo was taking them out shopping. She remembered that she hadn't spent any time shopping with them for a long time, so she decided to spend some time with them tonight. A family shopping trip. It was the first time they had done that. In her room, Lin Mengxi was choosing what to wear for the outing. Casual? Not very impressive. Business attire? Too formal. In the end, she decided to wear jeans with a white shirt. She walked out of the room and went to her daughter's small bedroom. Bai Mo was fixing their hair. When she looked up and saw Lin Mengxi appear in the doorway, she was wearing tight jeans and a white shirt, which really surprised Bai Mo. Beautiful. Bai Mo was instantly transfixed. Lin Mengxi's mouth curved up. Daddy, are you ready? I'll be ready in a minute. Bai Mo was in a daze. Lin Mengxi was so beautiful tonight, with her long, slender legs, which matched his aesthetic. A few moments later, they were finally ready to go out, and the 2 little ones had their hair tied up beautifully. Lin Mengxi was in charge of driving, and Bai Mo took the kids in the back seat. Mommy, you let Daddy drive. After driving for a short while, Ann pursed his lips, disgusted that Lin Mengxi was driving so slowly. Having experienced Bai Mo's drifting, the child now wanted the thrill again, as if he were addicted. Forget it, your father is a novice, it's safer if I drive. Dad drives so fast that he flies off to one side. This is how she described Bai Mo's drifting technique. Chapter 28, Trouble Finds You. You used to love it when I drove. Lin Mengxi rolled her eyes. Ainen. Mommy and Daddy drive fast and make a lot of noise. She opened her mouth wide and blew air towards the front of the car, exaggerating as much as she could. More or less. We'll be at the city center shopping mall soon, so sit quietly. Okay. The two little milk balls pouted. Bai Mo stroked their heads. Their hair was fluffy, very fine and soft, and the hair of a 2-year-old was yellow and very comfortable to the touch. When they arrived at the shopping street, it was quite crowded, with a lot of people and cars. Lin Mengxi drove directly into the underground parking lot, and when they came out, they were in the shopping center. So many people. Yes. Looking around, the two sisters both widened their eyes. Lin Mengxi picked up Shishi, Bai Mo, and then, you hold her, there are a lot of people here. Okay. This is how the other family of 4 is divided, so Bai Mo naturally has no objection. When they arrived at the children's clothing section, there were all kinds of clothes displayed on the storefront. Lin Mengxi glanced at them and shook her head directly to reject them. She would not buy ordinary materials for her children. Mommy, there are so many clothes, they're so pretty. Shishi looked around excitedly. Bai Mo didn't know what to say, so he followed Lin Mengxi all the way to the 3rd floor of the mall. The flow of people here was relatively small, not comparable to the one downstairs, and there were even more designer brands. Let's take a look at this one. Lin Mengxi chose one, the style of which was not bad, and picked up the clothes and looked at them. Mommy, this one doesn't look good, the one just now looked better. Anan said. Nonsense. Lin Mengxi would not take her advice. Don't worry, Dad will buy you what you like, and we won't buy what you don't like. Bai Mo smiled. Choosing clothes, of course, has to suit their tastes. Daddy, come here. Anan saw something and dragged Bai Mo away. Mengxi, I'll go over there and take a look, Anan ran over, and will come back to find us later. Go ahead. Lin Mengxi was still selecting clothes for Cici. The child is very well behaved and full of joy. In the clothing store next door, the shop assistant sees a baby boy running over. Just as he is about to ask a question, he sees Bai Mo appear behind him. Tall and handsome, with a great figure. The shop assistant's face suddenly turns red. Hello, sir, if you like anything, feel free to look and pick whatever you like. The child, Anan, stops at a pink dress and looks at Bai Mo with pursed lips. Please take it down, my daughter likes this one. Bai Mo said. Okay. The salesperson said, your daughter really has good taste. This is a new style, there is only one in the whole city, and it is not available in the same style. Daddy, it looks good. Anan said in a baby voice. Her eyes were full of the clothes she had chosen. Of course it looks good, it was chosen by my daughter. Bai Mo smiled and pinched her cheek. Putting the dress on her, the effect was good, the size was right, and the colors matched. I have to say, the child already has an eye for fashion. It's almost as if it was tailor-made, and it's so beautiful, just like a little princess. The salesperson praised. Although she knew he was exaggerating, Bai Mo liked hearing it. Look at this child, she couldn't stop smiling, and she hung her head down shyly. Let's take it. I'll take this one. Bai Mo said calmly. Okay, sir, this shirt costs 8,000, and after a 20% discount, it's 6,400. The salesperson responded happily. Bai Mo. Shit. This shirt is way too expensive. Seeing that Anan liked it so much, Bai Mo didn't say anything. Okay. When it came time to pay, Bai Mo's only remaining 20,000 yuan in savings was gone, along with 6,400 yuan. Welcome back, sir. Please take care. Carrying her beloved clothes, Anan said in a baby voice, Daddy loves me the most. The other side. Lin Mengxi had also finished shopping. Cici, who was standing nearby, was beaming. You bought it? Seeing Anan carrying the bag, Lin Mengxi rolled her eyes at Bai Mo. She's so little. You're carrying it for her? Bai Mo was embarrassed, it wasn't like she wanted to carry it herself. Well, I'll carry it since Daddy bought it. Saying this, Anan raised her proud and arrogant expression, not at all tired. Fine, as long as she likes it, let's go check out the other stores. Lin Mengxi is very decisive when buying clothes. If she likes something, she'll take it directly, no matter the price, and she'll buy more than one item. In that store just now, she bought Sisai no less than 3 pieces of clothing. Since Anan wasn't there, she just picked 2 things at random. Because of their twin nature, they would fight over each other, so their personal clothing had to be clearly marked. Bai Mo went to the bathroom halfway through. Lin Mengxi continued to take care of the children. Next shop. Anan and she were scolded as soon as they entered. Where are your adults? You don't know any rules. Are you buying or not? Don't touch things first, I'm afraid your family won't let you buy them. The 2 little princesses pouted, were scolded, and hurriedly ran out of the store. Lin Mengxi frowned. The clerk yelled so loudly just now that anyone could hear, and she couldn't stand that tone of voice. She looked up and realized that this store was actually one she used to frequent. As she recalled, she had spent no less than 100,000 yuan in this store, or perhaps 80 or 90,000. Lin Mengxi took the 2 children inside. Where's your boss? Looking for my boss? Then you'll have to wait a bit, she's gone to the toilet. The shop assistant who came out behind her replied politely, and her voice was different from the one she had just heard. It was obvious that the person who had just spoken was not her, but a female customer in the shop. The female customer in the shop was in her 40s, covered in jewelry, and was selecting clothes. Next to her was a young boy, who was mischievously making faces at the 2 small milk sacks. She looks so annoying. The woman saw Lin Mengxi and the others enter, and a flash of jealousy crossed her eyes. She looks just like a vixen. She must be the mistress. The 2 vixens next to her have dirty hands, so the clothes they just touched must all be smelly. The woman looked disgusted. She frowned slightly, and Bai Mo walked over and said, I want you to apologize to my daughters immediately. Your actions just now scared them. What apology? I don't understand what you're talking about. The woman responded impolitely. What kind of tone is that? Lin Mengxi felt even more uncomfortable. Shop assistant, I want to rent out the whole shop, please ask this lady to leave. The woman then laughed. Who do you think you are? You can't just rent out the whole shop. The shop assistant saw that there was a conflict and quickly said, we're all women here, let's not fight. The children are watching. If one of us steps back, there'll be no problem. Beauty, let me apologize to you on her behalf. She didn't mean it. How about we forget about this? The shop assistant was in a difficult position. The woman had bought several items of clothing in the store, and he couldn't afford to offend her. And Lin Mengxi didn't look like someone who could be trifled with. Oof. If we keep going on, it will really affect the children. For the time being, Lin Mengxi had no choice but to give a cold snort to show that she was very angry. Chapter 29, Standing Up for His Wife and Children. The woman was relentless, looking at Lin Mengxi with contempt. So what if you have a little money? Do you think no one knows how you made it? You. Lin Mengxi was ashamed of being scolded, and her chest rose and fell with anger. The 2 little guys at her feet were timid, and whenever something happened, they knew to hug their legs. Let's go, we're not buying here. Lin Mengxi had some reservations, so she gritted her teeth, stamped her foot in anger, took her child's hand, and walked out of the shop. Wait a minute. As soon as they walked out the door, Bai Mo grabbed Lin Mengxi's hand and pulled the 3 of them back. When he came out of the bathroom, he saw this scene. Bai Mo could not let the mother and daughter suffer. It was fine before when he was not around, but now it is different. Daddy. It's Daddy. Nest, the hero is here. Immediately apologize to my wife and children. Bai Mo looked at the woman in front of him. Huh, so you have a man, and I don't? You just wait, my husband is nearby. Then the woman took out her phone and called to inform her husband to come over. Husband, you come over quickly, there is a pair of dogs and women bullying me. After crying for a while, the woman hung up the phone and looked at Bai Mo and the others with a gloomy face. This woman. She can change her mood so quickly. She could become an actress. I'm telling you, now that my husband is here, you're going to be sorry. My husband is the manager of Anshin Pharmaceutical, and you can't afford to offend him. Bai Mo sneered. If you're upright, you don't need to fear the shadows. It's useless to call anyone. Wait? Anshin Pharmaceutical? Manager? Isn't that his company? The manager of Anshin Pharmaceutical? Ha, what a big shot. I'd like to see whose shrew is cursing in the street and not caring. Bai Mo said coldly. Bai Mo, are you sure about this? Lin Mengxi whispered, although Bai Mo was very moved by her speaking up for her, but the woman in front of her looked like she was not someone to mess with, fierce and fierce. Don't be afraid, I'm here. Bai Mo picked up the two little ones, patted their heads, and comforted them. In this kind of situation, the last thing you want is to affect them. Hearing Bai Mo call her a shrew, the woman became even more furious, her eyes glaring. A moment later. Who dares to bully my wife? A heavy voice came from the doorway. The person who had come was the woman's husband, Qi Pengfei, the manager of Anshin Pharmaceutical. You're dead, and there's no use apologizing. My husband is here, so you must be regretting it. The woman was full of confidence, looking at Bai Mo and the others with arrogance. Bai Mo. Honey, you're here at last. If you hadn't come, I don't know what I would have done. The woman ran up to him, grabbed Qi Pengfei's arm, and swung it back and forth. She was in her 40s, but was acting like a schoolgirl, cooing and cuddling. It was really disgusting. Don't worry, my dear. I will definitely do you justice. As soon as he finished speaking, Qi Pengfei saw a familiar figure. The chairman? It looks a bit like him. It shouldn't be, though. How could the chairman be in this place? It's too coincidental. Qi Pengfei reassured himself. Is this you guys? Bullying my wife? Now get down on your knees. Qi, will forgive you for the past. Brush. As Bai Mo turned her head, Qi Pengfei already turned pale and trembled. Chairman. You. Can't even speak, you're so scared you're sweating. Bai Mo sneered, you want to get rid of me? No, no. At this moment, Qi Pengfei was scared to death. Hubby, who is he? Are you afraid of him? Why don't you help me out? The woman said with a feminine tone. Shut up, apologize to the chairman immediately. Qi Pengfei turned his head and slapped the woman in the face, who was dumbfounded. You've only been the manager of the sales department for a few days, and your woman is already floating away. If you continue like this, you won't even care about the entire Anshin Pharmaceutical Company. I'm sorry, Chairman, it's all my fault for not teaching you properly, so please forgive us. The woman also realized the seriousness of the situation and changed her attitude. Chairman, it's my fault for being a bitch, and I deserve to be beaten. Please don't blame my husband. With a series of slaps, the woman slapped herself in the face, unable to cry. The shop front attracted a lot of people, and Bai Mo saw that it was a good opportunity to stop without making things difficult. Mengxi, what do you think? Forget it. Lin Mengxi is not a petty person, and Bai Mo's anger subsided when he stood up for her. Bai Mo nodded, starting tomorrow, you can start as a salesperson. If you don't like it, you can resign. Qi Pengfei's face turned pale. The manager became an ordinary employee. It's even more humiliating than quitting, so how can she continue to work in the pharmaceutical industry in the future? And the woman's face turned even paler. If her husband loses his position as manager, where will the money come from in the future? The salary of an ordinary salesperson is so little. It was useless for the couple to beg for mercy. Bai Mo's mind was already made up. Ding had stood up for her daughters, and was rewarded with 20 daddy points. After such a thing happened, Lin Mengxi was in no mood to shop anymore. She bought a few children's clothes and then headed home. The two little princesses were in a bad mood. On the way back, they sat in the back seat sullenly. Lin Mengxi was too busy driving to pay any attention to them. What's wrong? Bai Mo asked curiously. Since getting in the car, they hadn't said a word, as if they owed her money. Daddy. She sucked on her little finger. She arched her head towards her father's chest, her fluffy hair feeling particularly nice to touch. What's wrong? Bai Mo asked again. These two little girls are acting so strange all of a sudden. And pouted, climbed onto Bai Mo's lap, and whispered in his ear, you went out, and you didn't even buy your sister ice cream. Bai Mo. So that's what happened. No wonder they're so unhappy. They went out late at night, had a good time, and didn't even buy them ice cream. It's no wonder they're upset. What were the father and daughter whispering about? Lin Mengxi asked. Nothing. When did your pharmaceutical company change its name to Anshin Pharmaceutical? You didn't even tell me. From the day I took over, I didn't think it was necessary to announce it since it wasn't famous yet. How's it going? Can you still hold on? If you don't have the money, you can tell me. You'll find out soon enough. Bai Mo smiled.
Today the general manager told me that the production of facial masks has already begun, and all the formalities are being processed.
I believe that soon, they will be ready for the market. Lin Mengxi didn't ask any more questions. Very soon, the villa was reached. The two little girls, carrying their new clothes, skipped back to their room. Bai Mo went to the kitchen and took half a bowl of the ice cream he had made in the afternoon. Dang 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 dang. My dears, look what this is. Bai Mo took out the ice cream. Wow, it's ice cream. The two little girls' eyes lit up, and they were instantly excited, jumping around the room. You two keep it down, eat it secretly, don't let your mom find out. MMM. Love Daddy.
In no time at all, the two little milk balls had finished the half bowl of ice cream.
She, who was holding the bowl, even licked it. Then, with pitiful looks, they looked at Bai Mo. Bai Mo couldn't decide whether to laugh or cry. Do you want some more, my darlings? Yes. No more, this stuff is not good for you if you eat too much. And there's no more ice cream either. Bai Mo explained, stroking their little heads. The two little milk balls let out a soft "oh." Go to sleep now. Good night, my darlings. Bai Mo turned off the light and lay down next to them until they fell asleep. It had been a long day.
So, after less than 3 minutes, the two little mounds fell asleep in a daze. Bai Mo was just about to fall asleep when the screen of the phone next to her suddenly lit up.
It was a WeChat message from Lin Mengxi. Chapter 30, They Treat Gold Like a Toy. Bai Mo's heart uncontrollably quickened. Is she inviting me to share a room? As a result, he opened his phone. It was a thank you for stepping in tonight. Bai Mo's mouth twitched fiercely. Tonight was another monk beating a drum.
Sigh, when can I talk to Lin Mengxi about life's big events? Back in his room, Bai Mo checked the system panel and found that he had accumulated 400 daddy points.
Today is the day with the most gains. On the other side, Royal Riverview. Lin Wang is still awake. That kid actually changed the name of the pharmaceutical company and chose to continue operating it. Ignorant, it seems that he has money but doesn't know how to run a business.
Looking at today's investigation report, Lin Wang is full of disappointment for Bai Mo. There are only 3 pharmaceutical companies in Duan City, and all 3 have their own brands. His previous pharmaceutical company was unable to compete with them, which is why it suffered losses year after year.
Now Bai Mo is undoubtedly repeating his path. He must make that kid know when to quit.
Wang Dachu is the one I have in mind as a son-in-law. Although Lin Mengxi and Bai Mo already have a daughter, Lin Wang still disagrees.
In every way, Wang Dachu is better than Bai Mo. Moreover, Wang Dachu is the heir to the Wang family. The plan was going well, but now it's getting a bit difficult.
Lin Wang never expected that his wife would be so satisfied with Bai Mo, which is giving him a headache.
A pretty boy? So popular?
Lin Wang just can't understand what Bai Mo's charm is. Unexpectedly, a few days later, the law of truth came and slapped him in the face.
Begging Bai Mo to be his son-in-law. They didn't say a word that night. The next morning, Bai Mo got up to exercise.
By the small forest in Junyue Bay, Bai Mo saw Lin Mengxi in front of him.
Wife, wait for me. Shame on you, who's your wife?
Lin Mengxi's face turned red, not sure if it was from shyness or from running.
Do you get up and run every day? Occasionally. Lin Mengxi shook her head.
She recently noticed that her weight had gone up a little, so she had been running for 2 days in a row.
Usually, she just practices dancing. Even so, you still have such a great figure. You're so flattering. The two of them ran and stopped along the way, chatting and laughing, and finally returned to the villa. Auntie Wang looked at the two of them as they returned, smiling sweetly. In the past, Miss never went out when she ran. But now that you have a husband, you go out running every day. It's so nice to be young, running on a date in the morning. It's a pity that Bai Mo didn't hear. Ding, the couple's first run together is awarded 10 daddy points. Bai Mo. Back on the first floor.
Bai Mo and Lin Mengxi hear the sound of children upstairs at the same time.
They're up so early? Half an hour earlier than usual. In the small bedroom, Anan and Cici are already awake, with a maid looking after them. Oh, the little ones are awake. Master, miss. The maid called out, then silently withdrew. Anan rubbed her eyes and threw herself into Lin Mengxi's arms. Are daddy and mummy going to abandon me? Lin Mengxi smiled. But suddenly she felt her clothes getting wet. Then her heart grew nervous, and a look of panic appeared on her face. How could this be? Don't cry, don't cry. How could daddy and mummy abandon you? Anan woke up and couldn't see Baba or Mama. Lin Mengxi felt so much remorse. Baba Cici had a nightmare and was so scared. Cici was talking and talking, tears falling down her face, a sight that was heart-wrenching. Bai Mo was also taken aback. No wonder they had got up early, it turned out they had been having nightmares. Don't be afraid, don't be afraid, don't be afraid, daddy is here to help you get rid of the nightmare. Bai Mo patted Shishi's back, comforting her for a while. It seems that 2-year-old babies still lack a sense of security. After hugging each other for a long time, the two little girls returned to normal and beamed with joy. After breakfast, Lin Mengxi went to work. I heard that she is quite busy these days. Bai Mo thought to himself that he needed to buy a car. Since he had intermediate driving skills, he especially wanted to own a sports car. Experience the speed and passion. I think the Bugatti Veyron is not bad. Looking at the system's $10 billion and 1 ton of gold, he ponders for a moment. No wonder so many people like gold, it really looks good. He takes out a bag of gold from the system's space, a full 20 kilograms, which sells for 8 million. There aren't many pieces, and it's quite heavy. Bai Mo takes out a piece at random, which is dazzlingly golden. I found you. At that moment, the two little ones outside the door ran in and happened to see a bag of gold on the bed, shining brightly. Ha! Anan ran her fingers through her hair. Looking at all this gold. She was only 2 years old and couldn't recognize it. With big question marks in her head, she said in a baby voice, "What is this, Bobby? My sister is so stupid, she doesn't even know what this is." None. Bai Mo was also charmed by them. She said, "This is money." Money? The two little girls scratched their heads. Isn't this a stone? It's so heavy. They used all their strength to pick up a piece, and they were panting with exertion. Bai Mo was embarrassed. The system only allows you to take it out, but not put it back in, which is really strange. Other things are fine, but it discriminates against gold. Looking at the bag of gold, Bai Mo's mouth twitched fiercely. This time he got himself into trouble. Why did he show off gold for nothing? Bai Mo now dared not leave the gold at home, so he thought of going to the bank to exchange it. Of course, he still took the two little milk balls with him, to take a stroll and see the outside world, which would be helpful for their growth. Daddy, what are you doing with the stones on your back? Going to exchange them for money. Good, good. Knowing that they were going out, the girls immediately perked up and followed Bai Mo closely. Half an hour later, Bai Mo and the girls appeared at a private bank in the city. Hello, sir, what would you like to do? Do you have an appointment? The bank clerk asked this because Bai Mo was driving a Maybach, which made him look like a wealthy person. Sell gold, no appointment. Bai Mo said. This way, sir. The bank clerk looked at Bai Mo's backpack, his eyes widening with surprise, before leading Bai Mo up to the second floor. The bank manager's surname was Chen. He warmly welcomed Bai Mo and the girls. The two little girls looked around the office, refusing to sit quietly on the sofa, so Bai Mo let them be. Sir, this is 20 kilograms of gold, are you sure you want to exchange it for money? According to today's international gold price, it is 395 per gram. Bank manager Chen was also a straightforward person, and without asking about the source, he accepted everything. Sure. Bai Mo nodded. After the two of them had reached an agreement, they realized that Anan and Shishi were playing with the gold. They were playing with it like it was a brick, stacking it like wood. President Chen's mouth twitched fiercely. You guys are the only ones who can treat gold like a toy, and you've got a good father. Bai Mo instantly had more than 7 million yuan in his account. When he got home, Bai Mo placed an order online and selected a Bugatti Veyron, which cost 30 million yuan. In the past 2 days, Bai Mo has been at the villa, taking care of the baby and walking the dog, and occasionally earning some daddy points. System panel. Host, Novice Daddy Bai Mo. Daddy points, 460. Items, Shackle Talisman +2, about a ton of gold, a facial mask recipe, and miraculous mineral water.
Skills: Divine Eye, Divine Fighting Technique, Advanced Cooking, Bagua Palm, Incredible Strength, Singing Talent, Calligraphy Master, Memory Like an Elephant, Advanced Medical Skills, Master Piano, Intermediate Driving Skills.
Pet, farm dog.
Mission: After detecting that his host is being looked down upon, he wants to make a career for himself, so that Lin Jianwang will take a second look at him and consider him the perfect son-in-law. Bai Mo has a pitiful number of points as a father, so he plans to save them. He doesn't need to upgrade any of his skills yet.
Chapter 31, There are 3 thieves in the house. Bai Mo browses the system mall. There are so many things in it, and what you can't get is always in turmoil. What's the point of saving up? It'll be there until the monkey year and the horse month. Grit your teeth.
System: 10 consecutive draws please. Ding system is in the process of drawing. Ding congratulations, host, you have obtained 1 lotus flame seed. Ding congratulations, host, you have obtained 1 bottle of spirit water. Ding, congratulations, host, you have won 10 billion abandoned world treasures. The rest is all thanks for your patronage. Bai Mo doesn't care, he makes a profit every time he wins 10 consecutive draws. Lotus flower: there are only a few left in the world, precious medicinal herbs, with a survival rate of less than 1%.
Spirit water improves physical fitness. Luckily, Bai Mo has never lost money from 10 consecutive draws. The mall sells this lotus flower seed for 1,000 daddy points alone. I don't know what it's for, so why is it so expensive? System: I told you the big wheel was for show, what are the chances of getting one of those? Looking at the wheel, Bai Mo salivated at the god level skills. 1 in 100. Air. After the system is upgraded, the chance of getting certain skills will be less than 1 in 10,000. Pa. Bai Mo didn't understand the meaning of this sentence yet. But he could tell that the system would be upgraded in the future, certain skills? I'm looking forward to it. That night, the little puppy in the villa suddenly became alert, sensing a strange presence. Someone outside had scaled the wall. Meanwhile, Bai Mo also woke up. After the system's transformation, his body was very sensitive. Uninvited guests. Bai Mo got up. He went to the front door in the dark. In the darkness, a little puppy was lying in front of Bai Mo. 3 figures were creeping forward in the distance, expertly and professionally. Wang Kai, do you think they are here to steal or do something else? The puppy at his feet shook his head. Boss, this family is so rich, we should kidnap them and just take the 2 kids. The ransom will be millions, isn't that good? I've already surveyed the place, at night there's just a weak-looking man, 2 kids, and a woman. It'll be easy. Kidnapping is complicated, and we're not well prepared, said the leader. The purpose of this trip is to steal money. Steal as much as you can. The 3 of them whispered, but Bai Mo's ears could not help but hear. As long as they are thieves, that's fine. Bai Mo is most afraid of revenge or other purposes. Especially after he ruined Xuantian's plan, he was on tenterhooks all night. The thief climbed through the window next to the front door and tried to climb up to the 2nd floor along the pipes. Wang Kai. The puppy couldn't wait any longer. Upon hearing Bai Mo's order, he immediately ran up with his teeth bared, clawing at the thief's butt. Ouch! This little beast. The puppy was too small to be taken seriously by the thieves. At this moment, Bai Mo walked over, grabbed the thief, and threw him hard. Shit! We've been discovered, Big Brother, run! But when they looked back, both Big and Second Brother were lying on the ground, motionless. Stop shouting, you've all been wiped out. If you're so timid, why do you want to be a thief? Bai Mo didn't do anything to them, and the last thief had already pissed himself. It was the middle of the night, and there were thieves in the house. The children and Lin Mengxi were asleep, so Bai Mo didn't want to call the police now, as it would wake them up. Wang Kai, you've done well. You're worthy of the bloodline of Cerberus. The credit for knocking out the 2 thieves just now goes to him. That speed, Bai Mo was amazed just by watching it. The puppy rubbed Bai Mo's feet, acting cute and adorable, which was a world of difference from just now. The 3 people on the ground were so strong that Bai Mo carried them away at once and threw them into the small forest by the villa. After doing all this, Bai Mo only called the police. As for what happened in the middle of the night, Bai Mo was not sure. Ding guards the sleep of his daughters and is rewarded with 50 daddy points. There was no word exchanged that night. After Bai Mo got up, he heard the servants talking about how there were thieves in the Junue Bay last night. When he was jogging, there were some gossiping old people in the woods. I heard that the three thieves were very famous and went crazy when they were caught. Crazy? No way. I saw it with my own eyes. They said they saw the three-headed dog of hell and some dark shadows. What nonsense. Listening to the comments, Bai Mo walked quickly. Back at the villa, the two little milkballs had already woken up, the most obedient day. Daddy! The two little figures opened their chubby little arms and ran directly into Bai Mo's arms. Daddy, someone is looking for you. Who is it? Officer Shu. Bai Mo was stunned. It can't be that what happened last night was discovered, can it? Entering the villa, the lead detective looked at Bai Mo and revealed his identity. Hello, Mr. Bai Mo, my name is Wei Zhuang, the captain of the Duan City police station, and I need to ask you something. Wei Zhuang reached out his hand as soon as he came up. Bai Mo subconsciously shook his hand. What is it? The two shook hands, and the next second Bai Mo felt a huge force come at him. Bai Mo was not going to lose, so he kept his face expressionless and returned the force with a little more strength, and Wei Zhuang couldn't hold back. Wei Zhuang was surprised. He is a member of the special forces and has quite a lot of strength, but now he is being abused by Bai Mo. So it really is you. Mr. Bai Mo, you really have a lot of strength. You were the one who knocked out the thief last night, weren't you? Wei Zhuang suddenly laughed. You police can't hide anything. Bai Mo let go of his hand, touched his nose, and looked helpless. Drink! As soon as he let go, Wei Zhuang raised his fist and immediately hit Bai Mo, each move ruthless. Yeah, don't hit your baby. Seeing her father being bullied, she couldn't sit still. She, get out of the way. Bai Mo dodged a few times, and then immediately changed to an attack. His combat skills easily subdued Wei Zhuang. Wei Zhuang's eyes were shocked. My strength and moves are better than yours? Who is Bai Mo? The other police officers watching were also shocked. The Wei Zhuang guards were unapproachable by dozens of people. And he was caught by the other person's hand? If they hadn't seen it with their own eyes, they wouldn't have believed it. What are you waiting for? Attack together. The other police officers saw Wei Zhuang being pinned to the ground and immediately rushed over to rescue him. Bai Mo frowned. He had no idea what was going on. A group fight? Stand down. Bang! A heavenly palm strike was used, and everyone was knocked flying by the palm, and they were not lightly injured. Wei Zhuang. The two little guys watching from the side had their eyes wide open, and they only clapped their hands in response, instantly turning into little fans. Superheroes. Aha! Stop fighting, we were just testing you, we didn't realize that Mr. Bai Mo was so skilled. Wei Zhuang looked at Bai Mo, his eyes becoming surprised. If he was not mistaken, Bai Mo was proficient in martial arts, so who was he? Cousin, you guys. Heard a noise, and Lin Mengxi came out of the living room and saw the scene. What? Cousin? Bai Mo was stunned. Let's get reacquainted, I'm Lin Mengxi's cousin. Wei Zhuang was now becoming more and more interested in Bai Mo. Just who are you, and what are your ulterior motives for approaching my cousin? Chapter 32, Using Spiritual Water to Water Flowers. Early this morning, they came to investigate the circumstances surrounding the three thieves from last night. The identities of the three men have been found out. They are famous thieves in Huaxia and know a bit of kung fu, especially their eldest brother, who is from the Shaolin Temple and is not a match for 10 reckless men. However, such a dangerous character was actually knocked unconscious. When he woke up, he had several broken bones and was still confused. So Wei Zhuang and his men started investigating at Junyue Bay early in the morning. They used the surveillance cameras to identify 5 villas. Unexpectedly, they found the suspicious Bai Mo when they came to their cousin's place. After a fight, they were even more certain that Bai Mo was the one who knocked out the thief. Bai Mo frowned in displeasure when he heard what Wei Zhuang said. I'm the children's biological father, what purpose could I have? I advise you to be honest. With your skills, who would believe you are an ordinary person? I really am an ordinary person. Forget it, everyone has secrets, but I advise you not to think evil thoughts, otherwise I won't let you go. Wei Zhuang sighed. Cousin, what are you talking about? Nothing, the matter has been investigated thoroughly, let's go. Wei Zhuang waved his hand and left with his subordinates. He decided to go back and investigate Bai Mo properly. As a result, the investigation really allowed him to discover something. How did Bai Mo appear out of thin air?
The information before he came to Duan City was blank, as if someone had deliberately erased it.
Holy shit, is he a black market resident?
At the moment, he didn't dare to jump to conclusions and could only investigate further in secret.
Bai Mo asked, introduce me to the members of your family, otherwise it will be as embarrassing as just now.
I have an older sister, a younger sister, and 2 younger brothers.
Bai Mo nodded, that's quite a lot.
My sister has a special status, like a member of something, I can't quite remember.
My younger sister is a high school student.
The 2 younger brothers are twins and go to university, but they are also the owners of a listed company.
Dynasty Entertainment is theirs. There are quite a few companies. That's all for now. Bai Mo. What's going on with the family genes?
That's good, the 2 younger brothers are studying, they should be weak scholars.
You're wrong, they're not to be messed with, you'll understand when you meet them in the future.
Lin Mengxi shook her head and smiled. At this time, Anan said, Uncle is amazing, just like Dad. The kid left out one thing, that his uncle can knock down trees with one punch, and he's really fierce.
What's going to happen? Bai Mo rolled his eyes. He dares to hit me? I'll teach you a lesson and make you a heartless man.
Lin Mengxi covered her mouth and snickered.
Bai Mo.
After finishing breakfast with his daughters, Bai Mo remembered the fire lotus seeds he had won in the lottery.
It should be good to plant them in the back garden, where there was a piece of land cleared of the wasp's nest a few days ago. Daddy! What are you doing?
After searching for a long time, the 2 little ones found Bai Mo here.
Planting flowers. Have you planted them yet? I just put the seeds down. Oh.
After looking at it and seeing that there wasn't much to see, Bai Mo took the 2 little balls of milk back again. However, she scratches her head.
Plant flowers? Shouldn't they be watered?
Back at the villa, Bai Mo takes out the magic water and plans to try it out himself, to be a guinea pig. Just about to drink it, Lin Mengxi suddenly calls out to him.
Come back and drink it.
Worried that it might change if he drinks it, Bai Mo puts it on the table in his room first.
As soon as he leaves, she comes over to find him.
Daddy, you forgot to water the plants.
Huh? Where is he?
Daddy is not here, but she sees a bottle of water on the table. She is worried about the lack of water.
Aha!
The child goes downstairs, runs into the back garden, and pours the bottle of magic water where Bai Mo planted the fire lotus seeds.
She can't stop smiling. Grow up quickly. Daddy will definitely praise me, it's so great. After doing all this, she ran back to the villa, ready to show off to Bai Mo that she had done a good deed. When she returned to her room, Bai Mo was dumbfounded. Where's my magic water?
So he looked all over the room, but couldn't find the magic water anywhere.
Daddy! Sisai, why are you here? Bai Mo squatted on the ground, looking for any traces of magic water on the floor.
Daddy, I'll help you water the flowers.
Good, very good, go water the flowers whenever you have time, do you hear me? Bai Mo said.
Yes. She smiled even more happily at Bai Mo's praise. After searching for a long time, he still couldn't find it. This time, Bai Mo was sure that someone had taken it.
Was it Auntie Wang? Bai Mo went downstairs and asked.
Auntie Wang said that she had never gone into the room to clean.
Daddy, it was me.
Cici, who had followed Bai Mo the whole way, raised her hand to speak.
What about the water? Bai Mo had a vague and foreboding feeling. I'm afraid the magic water is gone. Watering flowers.
Bai Mo's heart was bleeding, and he kept reassuring himself, it's my own child. Magic water, it can improve your constitution, and it costs 800 daddy points to exchange it at the mall.
My child. Daddy, are you angry? Sisai knows, it was wrong.
Watching her father's expression freeze, Sisai rubbed her eyes, a layer of water mist rising, and tears almost falling.
If it wasn't Daddy, how could he be angry? No way.
Bai Mo instantly realized his mistake and felt very self-reproachful.
It's just a bottle of magic water, how could it be more important than his own daughter? Why the long face?
He patted the child's head, picked her up and soothed her for a while. She helped her father water the plants, but she was such a good girl.
Bai Mo kissed the little one. This made the child laugh. On the other side, Anan was in the kitchen. Auntie Wang, look, can you see clearly, really? Anan asked, licking her lips. My little princess, the fridge is that big, I've looked everywhere, there really isn't any ice cream.
Auntie Wang was also drunk, her face showing a mixture of tears and laughter. This child, she had to drag her down from the 4th floor to help look in the fridge for ice cream. As soon as she finished speaking, Anan went to the dining room and pulled the chair out with all her might, her face turning red.
Auntie Wang was taken aback. Oh dear, my baby, what are you doing? I want to see. Anan pouted.
Auntie Wang was at a loss for words. She had no trust at all, so she picked up the child and opened the fridge herself. Inside were just some vegetables and milk, there was no ice cream at all. This time, Anan believed her. At this moment, the doorbell rang outside, sounding like it would never stop.
Who is it? Auntie Wang walked out. Come out, Bai Mo, come out here, don't you have any balls? Hurry up and open the door.
The person outside was none other than Wang Dachu. He had been chased out of the street by a dog, and his hind legs had been bitten. He was discharged from the hospital today.
That day's experience was a lifelong humiliation for him. He would not be human until he had his revenge. Chapter 33, Blooming Lotus Flowers. If I don't get my revenge today, my name will be Wang no more. Wang Dachu shouted at the door. His face was full of anger.
Auntie Wang was startled and hurried back to tell Bai Mo, Sir, someone is looking for you outside, and they don't look friendly.
You shouldn't go anywhere today. Let them in.
Some things always need to be resolved.
Bai Mo waved his hand.
Wang Dachu then nagged him like a dog, determined to get his way. He then picked up the 2 puppies and walked out the door to greet Wang Dachu and the others.
I thought you were afraid of death and didn't want to come out.
Wang Dachu fixed Bai Mo with his gaze. Bai Mo told Aunt Wang to pull out a chair and sit down, and said slowly, Young Master Wang, what do you want with me? First, you need to kneel down immediately and apologize to me.
Second, hand over the dog at your feet.
Third, tell your daughter to call me daddy.
Wang Dachu said imperiously.
Hearing that the dog was to be seized, she immediately hugged the puppy, shaking her little head.
Anan pouted, Badeen. Be careful, my dad will beat you up. Even a child would be angry at hearing these words, let alone Bai Mo. What if I say no? Bai Mo said.
He didn't even take the few people Wang Dachu had brought with him seriously.
Wang Dachu didn't waste any words either.
His eyes narrowed, and he waved his hand, telling the bodyguards to go up and teach Bai Mo a lesson. The bodyguard in charge bragged a bit about his own strength.
City champion. What? Top 10 in international free fighting.
Showing off his pecs, he was a strong man. His well-developed muscles were able to scare people.
That was all Bai Mo could do was roll his eyes. Stop, what are you doing? It's you again. Wang Dachu.
A clear female voice came from the door. The 2 little girls blinked, as if remembering something, and a trace of excitement appeared on their faces.
Yes, Auntie Ouyang. Ha!
The next second, Ouyang Yu appeared, with clear and bright pupils, curved willowy eyebrows, and pale flawless skin tinged with a light blush. She was a beautiful woman on the same level as Lin Mengxi.
Bai Mo glanced at her.
The Audi headlights on the woman's chest were very dazzling, and her figure was explosive. Before Bai Mo could react, the 2 small milk balls next to him had already run out and jumped into Ouyang Yu's arms.
Oh, shit, Ouyang, why are you here? Seeing the people coming, Wang Dachu was scared and cold.
He was not afraid of his parents, Lin Mengxi, or Bai Mo, but he was afraid of this person in front of him. Ouyang Yu crouched down, gave the 2 little guys a gentle hug, and then glared at Wang Dachu.
You have 3 breaths, get out of here. Next second.
Wang Dachu ran like there was no tomorrow, as if he had seen a ghost and was terrified.
What's his surname, Wang, or not, it's all the same. Bai Mo and the little puppies were dumbfounded.
This woman, where did she come from? She scared Wang Dachu away. How am I going to teach him a lesson?
He's lucky.
If Ouyang Yu hadn't shown up, Bai Mo would have probably sent Wang Dachu to the hospital for half a year. And Shishi, I haven't seen you for more than a week, and you've become even more adorable.
Ouyang Yu pinched the children's cheeks. Ha! Auntie, give me a hug.
She climbed into Ouyang Yu's arms with ease and found a comfortable position to rest her head.
Ouyang Yu is Lin Mengxi's best friend.
And she has even adopted the 2 little girls as her goddaughters, and loves them very much. Auntie Anan has found her daddy, she found him.
The child, Anan, dragged Ouyang Yu over to Bai Mo, looking very excited.
Ouyang Yu didn't know Bai Mo, but she had been hearing about him from Lin Mengxi for the past few days.
Scum! With those two words, Ouyang Yu hugged Shishi and took Anan back to the villa. 3 years ago. After learning that Lin Mengxi was pregnant, Ouyang Yu persuaded her to have an abortion. After all, at the time Lin Mengxi didn't even know who the father was. She was also very angry. She secretly cursed Bai Mo as a scumbag. Bai Mo.
Back at the villa, I saw Ouyang Yu playing with the two little milk balls quite happily.
It seems that they usually get along very well.
I really don't know why Mengxi would choose a man like you.
Ouyang Yu, sitting on the sofa, said. Auntie, I want to watch cartoons.
Oh, okay. Although she was not happy with Bai Mo, Ouyang Yu always responded to Anan's requests with a smile and was very indulgent. The three of them watched cartoons in the living room for more than an hour, laughing out loud from time to time.
Bai Mo, knowing that he was not interesting, went to the back garden alone.
Auntie Wang was staring at the fire lotus.
This. She didn't understand, when was this flower planted?
It can bloom so quickly.
It didn't seem to be there when she came to work this morning.
Bai Mo also saw that the 1 meter 2 high fire lotus was in full bloom.
Holy cow!
He was shocked by the scene before him. The fire lotus grew so quickly, it must be the effect of the spiritual water. If it weren't for the spiritual water, no one would have known if it had sprouted or not in a month. Unexpectedly, Cici had, by mistake, caused the fire lotus to bloom.
Sir, this flower. I planted recently. So that's how it is. Auntie Wang let out a sigh of relief. If Bai Mo had said he didn't know, she would have been suspicious. Sisai in the living room suddenly couldn't see Bai Mo.
She climbed off the sofa, put on her shoes and started looking for him.
Sisai, where are you going?
Daddy.
Eh?
The sound came from the backyard.
Daddy.
Sisai called out in a baby voice, wobbling on her short legs and pouncing on Bai Mo before hanging onto his calf.
It's so beautiful.
Sisai was instantly captivated by the fire lotus. She had already forgotten that this was the place where she had poured the holy water. Bai Mo had a sudden idea and wanted to take a nice photo of the child, so he stood under the fire lotus.
Daddy, do I look good? Of course, my baby is so cute. Bai Mo looked at his phone, which was exactly a photo of Sisai. Every photo was well taken. He casually posted it on WeChat Moments. However, it caused a huge uproar. The imperial capital by family. Hey, it's been 3 years since my MOMO started posting on WeChat Moments, and this is big news. Holy shit, it really is. What kind of flower is this? What's the point of posting a baby? By the way, why does this baby look so much like him?
Well, my Momo has been smart since he was a child, but he just can't admit when he's wrong.
Master, lift the restrictions and let Momo come back to inherit the family property. This child is probably thinking about getting married. In the living room.
Ouyang Yu sees that it's getting late and gets up to leave.
And then, next time Annie comes back, I'll bring you lots of toys.
Ouyang Yu is embarrassed because she didn't bring anything with her due to the rush.
No, aren't you going to eat? Anan feels a little reluctant.
No, I've lost my appetite after seeing your father, that scumbag.
I'll take you out for a big meal some other time. Ouyang Yu strokes Anan's chubby little head. Anan. Auntie, my dad is not a scumbag. Anan saw Ouyang Yu speaking ill of Bai Mo and immediately became unhappy, frowning. You little brat, I've been so good to you, and your father has only had you for a few days, and you're already speaking up for him? Auntie Bai has wasted her time on you. Ouyang Yu's mouth twitched fiercely. Daddy is very nice, don't you hate him, okay?
Anan said, her tone a little choked, her eyes red as if she was about to burst into tears the next second.
Chapter 34, Only Dr. Bai can help. Ouyang Yu was taken aback and then quickly said, Oops, Auntie was just joking with you. I don't dislike your father. Upon hearing this, Anan sniffed and then smiled at Ouyang Yu. Auntie, are you leaving? Yes, I'll come again some other time. When Bai Mo and Sissy returned, Ouyang Yu had already left. Outside the door. As Ouyang Yu stepped out the door, a beautiful woman came walking towards her, and it was Lu Xian, the neighbor from next door. At the moment, Lu Xian looked lost and full of worries.
Just now, her grandfather had been in a car accident and was sent to the emergency room, his life hanging in the balance. Even the best doctors in the city shook their heads and bluntly said that even if he was cured, he would drool.
This was something the Lu family could never accept.
The old man has used a pen all his life and is the president of the Provincial Calligraphy Association.
If he recovers but can't use his hands and feet properly and drools, what's the point? It's better to give up now.
In her despair, she heard a few nurses next to her say that perhaps the White Miracle Doctor could help.
White Miracle Doctor? Who is he? I've never heard of him.
If he's called the Miracle Doctor, he must be able to help.
Lu Xian immediately pressed for more information. White Miracle Doctor? Who is he and where does he live?
I'll go to his house immediately and beg him.
Nurse, the White Miracle Doctor is called Bai Mo. If he can save Mr. Lu, maybe he can. Bai Mo? The name sounds familiar. In an instant, she remembered the neighbor she met a few days ago while jogging in the morning. His name is also Bai Mo. Did he have a child with him? A 2-year-old daughter?
And he was very handsome.
The nurse was taken aback. It seems so. It's great that you know him. He's a professor at our hospital.
Subsequently, the ecstatic Lu Xian returned to Junyue Bay.
Coincidentally, when she rang the doorbell, she met Ouyangyu, who had just come out. Hello, is Mr. Bai Mo in there? Ouyangyu gave Lu Xian a dirty look and muttered, "Scumbag is in there." Lu Xian.
Just about to say something, Ouyangyu already got into the car, throwing a face full of smoke.
The doorbell of the villa rang. An inside scratches his head. Did Auntie forget something? Did she forget to take me out to play?
As he thinks about this, Anan giggles stupidly in place. Sisai sees through the surveillance camera that the person coming is Lu Xian, and then says in a babyish voice, "It's that pretty Auntie Baba."
Anan scratches his head. Who is it, so pretty? Before Bai Mo can react, Sisai has already remotely pressed the open door button. Is it her? Don't let Lin Mengxi see it, or it will be sour again. Lu Xian quickened her pace and walked in.
She saw Bai Mo standing at the entrance to the living room and, as if seeing a savior, her eyes welled up with tears.
Big brother Bai. What's wrong? Bai Mo was startled.
Why were Lu Xian's eyes red, as if she had been bullied, and she looked so delicate and weak? When this beautiful woman cried, Bai Mo instantly felt at a loss.
Pretty auntie, who bullied you? Cici asked in a baby voice. Lu Xian said, Brother Bai, I heard that you are a miracle doctor, can you save my grandfather? Here's the thing. A moment later. Bai Mo pondered. Surgery?
He wasn't good at it, and the essence of advanced medical skills was all in traditional Chinese medicine. For Western medicine, there was only a little mention in elementary medical skills, but very little.
Seeing Lu Xian's pitiful appearance, Bai Mo felt quite helpless. With a thud, Lu Xian thought she was putting Bai Mo in a difficult position, and directly knelt down before him. Dad, please help pretty auntie.
She mouthed the words, looking at Lu Xian with a heart full of compassion. Ding, please complete your daughter's wish, and reward random fatherly points. The cold mechanical voice of the system rang in his head.
Bai Mo sighed, okay.
In the system, he had a bottle of magical mineral water, which was effective in restoring vitality and was suitable for Master Lu.
Thanks a lot, Brother Bai.
Bai Mo went upstairs and then downstairs again, and in his hand was an extra bottle of mineral water.
Lu Xian. I have a general understanding of your grandfather's condition. Here is a bottle of water. You let the doctor perform the surgery normally, and after it is over, you let your grandfather drink it, and his condition will naturally improve. Ah. Lu Xian was stunned, unable to react. What is this stuff? Don't you know its value? I really don't want to give it to you, but since you're so sincere, I'll let you have it. Bai Mo told the truth. Thank you. Look at Bai Mo. Go. Serious, Lu Xian treasured it as if it were a treasure. Hospital. Lu Xian did not bring anyone back after she returned, so the doctor asked for the family's consent and proceeded directly with the operation. Everything went well.
As the doctor said, she drooled after the operation. After Mr. Lu woke up, he was confused, drooling, almost like an idiot, stuttering and speaking, which was even worse than expected. The Lu family regretted it.
At this time, Lu Xian remembered the mineral water that Bai Mo gave her, which was in her backpack.
We'll sue the hospital. They've made our father like this.
In this situation, it's better not to have the operation. What a sin! A perfectly healthy old man has become a fool.
If this gets out, the Lu family will become a laughingstock. The Lu family members were full of hatred.
Brother Bai wouldn't lie to me.
After her grief, Lu Xian wiped away her tears, took out the mineral water, and was about to give it to Grandpa Lu to drink.
Xinshin, what are you doing?
The doctor said not to give him water.
You're harming him.
The Lu family members immediately stopped her. Dad, Mom, Uncle, Auntie, I'm not giving Grandpa water, I'm giving him medicine.
After he drinks the medicine, Grandpa will recover. Medicine? I treat you like a daughter, why do you treat me like an idiot? Isn't this mineral water? Lu's father was shaking with anger.
Xinshin, I know you can't accept it, but you can't do anything rash.
This water is not medicine. Don't listen to slander and harm your grandfather. Lu Xian's uncle frowned and said, I didn't. This is really medicine. It was given to me by Brother Bai. You have to believe me. Lu Xian gritted her teeth and said, Are you talking about Dr. Bai? Today, Lu's father was at the hospital and heard Bai Mo's name the most. Yes, I just went to see him, and then he gave me this bottle of water. Lu Xian looked at the crowd and said, So what are you waiting for? Hurry up and give it to your grandfather.
Lu Fu was also bold enough, quite a bit of a dead horse as a live horse medicine attitude.
Lu Xian's uncle wanted to say something, but in the end he saw the old man drink the entire bottle of water. 5 minutes, 10 minutes, half an hour. It still looked like the old man Lu, and the only hope of the crowd was dashed.
Lu Xian sat on the ground, his eyes vacant, unable to come back to reality for a long time.
Why did Brother Bai lie to me? And the more Lu's father thought about it, the angrier he became. How could he have believed such nonsense? It was a fucking bottle of mineral water.
Second brother, if there's a chance, investigate who this Bai person is and where he lives, and how dare he lie to the Lu family.
Big brother, you don't need to say it, I won't let him go either. Using a bottle of mineral water to cure a disease? A miracle healer? Pa! Now Bai Mo has been hated by the Lu family and labeled a fraud. P.S. See the shit yellow button below? Click it. Chapter 35, Who's sleeping in the hospital room? Throughout the entire process, old Master Lu was sleeping.
Inside his body, however, earth-shattering changes were taking place. Vitality spread throughout his body, and his mind was sublimated.
A moment later,
there was movement outside the door.
It was the hospital director.
He had heard about what had happened to Master Lu and hurried back from the provincial capital.
How is it going? Something so major happened, why didn't you ask Dr. Bai to come over? The director's angry voice could be heard outside after hearing about Master Lu's current condition. Big brother, it's Director Li. Open the door, I want to see what explanation they can give. Everyone's talking about Dr. Bai from the hospital. Is this the result? Get a bottle of mineral water, fooling who?
After entering, Dean Li saw the Lu family's solemn faces.
Dean, please give an explanation, my father-in-law has become like this, what should I do in the future? Lu's father looked sternly at the dean. I already know, I'm sorry, it's them who can't do their job. I don't think the situation is that bad. If I can invite Dr. Bai to come. Lu's family. If it weren't for the fact that the other party is the dean, the Lu family would have blown up long ago. Dean Li is like this. Lu Xian recounted what had just happened. After listening, Dean Li frowned. Dr. Bai is unreliable? Really give a bottle of water?
At this moment, everyone heard a snoring sound, getting louder and louder.
Lu's father frowned instantly. Who sleeps in the hospital ward? Everyone was stunned. As they looked in the direction of the sound, it was Lu's grandfather snoring. It's Grandpa. Grandpa Lu opened his eyes and impatiently shouted, What's going on? Do you want to let an old man get some sleep? What's all the noise?
His voice was full of energy. He didn't sound like someone who had just had surgery.
Everyone was stunned by the scolding. Father, you finally woken up? Uncle Lu Xianer was so happy he was in tears, and he held up 2 fingers. Father, what do you see? Grandpa Lu sat up and gave Uncle Lu Xian a look. 2? Holy shit! Grandpa Lu recovered. Lu Xin said excitedly, Grandpa, you scared the hell out of your granddaughter.
I told you brother Bai wouldn't lie to me. It wasn't that Bai Mo's water was ineffective, but that Grandpa Lu fell asleep comfortably.
It was all a misunderstanding. The Lu family was extremely embarrassed. Director Li didn't say anything. Since the old man is awake, we won't disturb him anymore.
When the other doctors heard about it, they called it a medical miracle. The story of the miracle healer Bai continued.
Daughter, you must thank Dr. Bai properly someday. Our family owes him a debt of gratitude, remember?
Xinshin, apologize to your uncle for me.
I was rude just now. Ding.
Congratulations, the host has completed the task and has been awarded 100 daddy points.
Bai Mo was not at all happy to hear the system's voice.
A bottle of magical mineral water costs more than 2,000 daddy points in the mall.
Now I've only got 100 for one task, what a huge loss. But Bai Mo was only a little depressed. If he could save people, why wouldn't he? For dinner tonight, the two little ones wanted Bai Mo to cook. Facing their request, how could Bai Mo refuse?
Starting at 5 o'clock, he was busy in the kitchen.
The cook doubted, Master, can you cook? Let me do it, Bai Mo said. After all, she is the cook here, and she gets paid over 10,000 yuan a month. Cooking is her job. How could she let the groom-to-be do it? Bai Mo smiled, I know a little bit, and sis I want to eat what I cook tonight. The cook didn't say anything more.
She completely handed over the kitchen to Bai Mo. In her opinion, if it doesn't taste good, she can still fix it a little. After all, the two little milk balls are used to eating the food she cooks, and they are very picky eaters.
A moment later, the cook could smell a strong fragrance. It was so fragrant, it was unbelievable.
The young master is a hidden talent.
His cooking is much better than mine. The little princesses will have a taste treat in the future. Entering the kitchen, the cook was instantly stunned to see the busy Bai Mo.
After the two little princesses watched some cartoons for a while, they smelled the delicious food wafting from the kitchen and immediately sat down in the dining room, waiting to eat.
Where's your mom? Bai Mo walked out of the kitchen.
Where's your mother?
The two little girls shook their heads, they didn't know.
Uncle, the young ladies aren't coming home for dinner today, Auntie Wang said.
Oh. Well, let's eat, the kids are hungry. Bai Mo just took care of her daughter and didn't ask Lin Mengxi why she was gone. Daddy cooks really well.
The kids ate quite a bit tonight, it's just that Bai Mo's cooking really suited their appetites. After the meal, Anan lay on the sofa, feeling her round tummy and pouting, I'm going to get fat.
Aha, your sister's tummy is so big. Cici said mischievously. Bai Mo was on the phone outside.
The development of an XIN pharmaceutical had been going very well these past few days, and there were some matters that he had to clarify with the people at the company.
Suddenly, a loud cry came from the living room. Wow!
Bai Mo's face suddenly changed, and he quickly ran back into the living room.
At the same time,
the cold and ruthless mechanical voice of the system sounded.
Ding! The host's daughter has fallen down the stairs. Please hurry and save her. Wow! Not only was that Cici's cry, even Anan was crying. Cici!
Bai Mo entered the living room and saw Cici sitting on the tiles at the bottom of the stairs. Her forehead was bleeding profusely and was covered in a red patch.
There were also bloodstains on the floor.
Anan was crying in fear, her eyes filled with tears.
Wow!
The child was crying heartrendingly, sniffling and sobbing, her nose running and tears falling down her face. It hurt a lot, I wonder which step she fell from. Bai Mo's face was pale, he felt uncomfortable all over, and his heart felt like it was being pricked by a needle.
Don't be afraid, Daddy is here, you will be fine. Wow, Daddy!
The sound of her crying filled the entire villa. Bai Mo gently picked her up and placed her on the sofa. Don't cry, Daddy will help you, and the pain will go away soon.
Her younger sister.
Daddy, my sister fell down the stairs. Anan was pale, without a trace of blood in her face, and her legs were shaking with fear. Seeing so much blood, she had already lost her head and was completely panicking. Bai Mo brought out the family first aid kit and cleaned the wound to prevent infection from bacteria. Next, he used iodine to disinfect it. After disinfection, choose to use gauze to bandage. After some professional operations, she stopped crying after blowing her nose, but her body still twitched.
Does it still hurt? Bai Mo asked softly.
The little one didn't say anything, shook her head, and her eyes were still full of tears, with no energy at all.
Bai Mo bandaged her forehead into a big bag. Her back was soaked through. The top of his shirt was stained with blood.
Sister who will help you blow it, and it won't hurt anymore.
Anan said in a baby voice next to him.
Bai Mo sighed with a mixture of tears and laughter. This fall must have left Cece with a lot of shadows.
Chapter 36. Cece became silent. More or less, there will be some psychological trauma.
For example, seeing a staircase will cause a sense of fear.
Seeing blood will make you dizzy. And people will seem more timid. Bai Mo must help her come out of her shell.
Now that the child has a big bump on her forehead, Lin Mengxi will definitely be angry when she returns.
Bai Mo.
Host performance judged to be 70 points, just passing, so awarded 50 daddy points.
Host, novice daddy Bai Mo. Daddy points, 510.
Items, binding talisman +2, about a ton of gold, mask recipe, magical mineral water. Skills, divine demon eyes, divine fighting arts, advanced cooking, bagua palm, incredible strength, singing talent, calligraphy master, memory like a computer, advanced medical skills, grandmaster piano, intermediate driving skills.
Pet, farm dog. Other description, card balance of about 20 billion.
Mission, the host has been underestimated, so he must do something to impress Lin Wang and become the perfect son-in-law in his eyes. Lin Mengxi returned at 9 o'clock.
Anan. Cece. Why is it so quiet tonight?
Entering the living room, Lin Mengxi put down her bag, and there was no usual scene of the two little milk balls jumping up to hug her legs.
Bai Mo was in the small bedroom, changing Cece's clothes.
He dressed her carefully to avoid rubbing her wounds and hurting her. The old clothes were full of bloodstains and could no longer be worn.
It seems that Daddy and Mummy have come back. Anan is a little scared. Bai Mo gave a soft response, then hugged Cece. Baby, go to sleep if you're tired.
After crying for a while, Cece was already very tired, her eyelids were fighting against each other, but she just didn't want to close her eyes. In the end, in Bai Mo's warm embrace, Cece finally fell asleep.
Creak.
At this moment, Lin Mengxi pushed the door open and instantly took a step back in fear.
What's wrong?
Then she rushed over.
Shoo, keep your voice down, the baby just fell asleep, Bai Mo said.
Lin Mengxi was panicked.
What's wrong with her? Bai Mo.
Lin Mengxi looked at Cece's appearance and her heart was in a knot.
Cece, you fell really hard. Anan, show me. Anan drew a circle in the air.
Instantly, Lin Mengxi's face turned pale, as if the sky had collapsed, and her heart felt even worse. She saw a picture in her mind's eye, Cece falling from the highest place.
Could it be the first floor balcony?
It's no wonder she has a bump the size of an egg on her head. She fell down the stairs accidentally.
Bai Mo added. Oh. Lin Mengxi's head exploded. Rolled down the highest step? That must have hurt. Poor child. How careless.
Lin Mengxi sniffed, her eyes already red. Stroking the child on the bed, Lin Mengxi unexpectedly burst into tears.
I'm sorry, I didn't keep a close eye on them. Bai Mo felt very self-reproachful.
The expected thing did not happen. Even if Lin Mengxi punched him in the face at this moment, it would be fine.
Is she going to be okay?
I've already given her medicine, she'll be fine after a half-month's rest. Lin Mengxi was in a low mood for a long time, and stayed by their side for a long, long time. She broke her head, so Bai Mo will sleep with them tonight.
They didn't say anything the whole night. Early the next morning,
Bai Mo discovered that last night the system had rewarded him with 100 daddy points and a free lottery entry.
The prompt said the reward came from accompanying his injured daughter. Total daddy points, 610. Another lottery entry? System, I want to enter the lottery. Ding's system is currently drawing the lottery.
Ding, congratulations, host, you have won a wild ginseng root. He petted the two little princesses next to him, and a happy smile rose to Bai Mo's lips. He had just woken up when Cece next to him suddenly started crying.
What is it, my dear daughter? Daddy hurts.
This was the first time Cece had spoken since she had hit her head last night.
Daddy will rub it for you.
Bai Mo carefully stroked her hair, and the swelling on her forehead had already gone down by half.
Aha, it doesn't hurt anymore. Sisai said in a baby voice. Dad, get up, are you still sleeping? I went to bed at 9 last night, and now the little girl is full of energy. She rubbed her sleepy eyes, yawned, and shook her head. Holding the child, she went downstairs. The servants nearby were all startled when they saw Sisai like this. What's wrong with the little princess? Nothing, she just bumped her head. Oh, how careless. The maids all expressed their concern for the child, feeling a pang of worry. After Lin Mengxi got up, the first thing she did was come over to see how the child was doing. Bai Mo. Just as she was about to take the child out of the house, Bai Mo stopped in her tracks. In her arms, Cici smiled and waved at Lin Mengxi. It was obvious that she was no different from usual, except that there was a bump on her forehead. Well, you scared me. Lin Mengxi hugged the child, feeling a pang of worry. Mom. Last night, Lin Mengxi went to watch the video surveillance and saw the child bouncing up and down the stairs. It's a wonder she didn't fall. Luckily, it wasn't the top of the stairs, but the third step, or the consequences would have been unimaginable. After the mother and daughter spent some time together, she chose to go out for a run with Bai Mo. Be careful. Yes. Lin Mengxi could tell that after last night's experience, she had become even more reserved. After leaving the house, Bai Mo took the child's hand and walked around, showing her the surroundings. A father and daughter walked by, the daughter smiling as she rode on her father's neck. Shishi's eyes revealed a hint of longing. Bai Mo happened to see it. Ding. As a qualified father, you must make others envious. The task is issued, let your daughter ride on your neck. Please complete it as soon as possible. Shishi, daddy will carry you. The little girl obediently held out her arms. Bai Mo directly propped up the child and placed her on his neck, spinning happily. He was already tall, and Sisai, sitting on his neck, was more than 2 meters tall. This sudden scene scared Sisai, who quickly hugged Bai Mo's head. Her small hands covered Bai Mo's eyes. Very hard kind. Then, she looked at the ground, and a sense of fear welled up, and she was scared to pee. Bai Mo felt a chill down his neck and instantly reacted, his back drenched with sweat. The little titty on his neck looked innocent, still clinging to Bai Mo's head. Bai Bawa Papa. A timid voice. The pain in her forehead was a constant reminder to pay attention to high places. Bai Mo reassured her, don't be afraid, I'm here. In order to help Sisai adapt, Bai Mo held the little one's waist with both hands. It seems that falling down the stairs has left a real psychological shadow on Sisai, and she has begun to fear heights. Daddy! Peed himself all over Daddy, and Sisai's face turned red. She sat timidly on his neck, not daring to move, like a wounded little rabbit. Back at the villa. Sisai's face turned even redder. There are a lot of people in the house. If they knew she had peed herself, it would be so embarrassing. Lin Mengxi laughed when she saw this, giving Bai Mo a cold stare. Serves you right. Good girl, come down, mommy will give you a bath and change into a pretty dress. Hearing that she could wear a new dress, Sisai smiled. Bai Mo added, be careful in the bath, don't get any cuts wet. Chapter 37, The Old Man's Admiration. Ding. Complete the task and get 100 daddy points. Daddy points, 710. Then, Bai Mo also went to take a bath. When he came out again, the children had already started eating breakfast. During the meal, Shishi enjoyed Lin Mengxi's meticulous care. He fed her personally. And Dad was there, holding the milk. Bai Mo, get ready in a moment, go back to my parents' place. Why so suddenly? He called last night, I don't know why. Lin Mengxi wasn't sure either. In fact, last night, Lin Jianwang went to visit Grandpa Lu, and found out that the person who saved him was called Bai Mo. Bai Mo? Does he know that one? After returning, he immediately sent someone to investigate the newly established Anshin Pharmaceutical. He was shocked to find that Anshin Pharmaceutical had developed a new mask that could effectively whiten the skin, and was now in mass production. Lin Jianwang instantly became curious about Bai Mo. And when he learned that Bai Mo was a professor at the hospital, his eyes widened a bit. This kid, I was right about him, he's a talent, worthy of being my son-in-law. A confession like that made Mrs. Lin roll her eyes, shameless. Who was complaining a few days ago? Ha. Lin Jianwang blushed. Royal Riverview. Lin Family Manor. Bai Mo was holding the 2 little ones in his arms and carrying gifts in his hands.
This time, he was standing upright. Because, earlier, the system had drawn 1,000-year wild ginseng, and it was face-saving to give it away.
Dad, Mom, Uncle, Aunt, Grandpa, Grandma. Then came an Anne's baby voice.
As for she became silent, not saying a word, with a dazed look.
Bai Mo, sit down. Mrs. Lin didn't say anything, but Lin Jianwang, who was on her side, was very enthusiastic, which made Bai Mo's heart tighten. Is the father-in-law digging a pit again? At this time, Mrs. Lin saw the gauze on Cece's forehead and immediately stood up nervously. What's wrong? What happened to the child's head? It's fine, she fell. Lin Mengxi spoke.
Oh, you must be very worried. Mrs. Lin said sadly.
It will be fine in a few days.
We must make sure she doesn't get a scar.
Understood. Having said that, Lin Jianwang suddenly looked at Bai Mo. Bai Mo, I hear you're a doctor? Hearing is believing, seeing is believing. He wanted to make sure. I know a little about medicine.
Bai Mo said, that's right, it so happens that a friend gave me 1,000-year-old wild ginseng, but I didn't know what to do with it, so I gave it to my uncle. As the 1,000-year-old wild ginseng appeared, the villa was filled with a strong medicinal smell. Lin Jianwang is well informed and knowledgeable, and at a glance at the wild ginseng, he knew it was not a fake.
It's thoughtful, you came anyway, why did you give such a precious thing?
Although he said this, he was even happier in his heart.
Bai Mo. Has the father-in-law become so easy to talk to?
Cough cough, if you had said you were a professor at the hospital, well, about your marriage, I agree. Lin Jianwang said excitedly. You can offend anyone, but you can't offend a doctor, especially one with superb medical skills like Bai Mo.
Even a figure like Grandpa Lu asks for Bai Mo. With this son-in-law, what's the matter with Wang Dachu? 10 Wang Dacus are not worth one Bai Mo. If someone asks, who is your son-in-law? Where does he work? He will proudly reply, hospital-level professor. Look how much face he has.
Bai Mo's eyes widened, and then his heart fluttered with excitement.
You said, Uncle, that you wanted me to make a career for myself, didn't you?
And that's why you agreed to let Mengxi marry me. Bai Mo wondered in his heart, my Anqing pharmaceutical is still nothing.
And now Lin Jianwang is willing to give in? There must be something fishy going on.
At the time I was just speaking out of anger, but now that I see you two loving each other, I feel like I'm seeing my younger self. Lin Jianwang made a load of nonsense. Mrs. Lin, who was standing next to him, knew the whole story and rolled her eyes at Lin Jianwang.
Thanks, Dad. Lin Mengxi smiled.
She knew it was the result of Bai Mo's medical skills. Lin Jianwang then happily accepted the 1,000-year wild ginseng, not doubting it at all, as if he had obtained a treasure.
Ding, mission completed. Congratulations, host, you have gained 200 daddy points. Bai Mo was stunned. What mission?
After checking, he found that the remaining tasks had already been completed. It turned out that the task of accomplishing something and impressing Lin Jianwang had been completed.
Accomplishing something? It must be the status of a hospital professor. Indeed, it was recognized by Lin Jianwang.
Ding Lin's wife's satisfaction with the host has increased, rewarding 10 daddy points.
Ding Lin Jianwang's satisfaction with the host has greatly increased, rewarding 10 daddy points. Ding obtaining the favor of the female host Lin Mengxi, rewarding 10 daddy points. Goodness! Bai Mo gasped in surprise.
The system had suddenly been generous and awarded 330 daddy points, which refreshed Bai Mo's perception of stinginess.
Total daddy points, 940.
After spending the morning at the Royal Riverview and having lunch, Lin Mengxi took Bai Mo to a private photo studio and had a photo taken of the two of them together. This was the first time Bai Mo had come into close contact with Lin Mengxi. The exquisite face was right in front of him. There was also a photo of the two of them embracing and kissing. It was requested because it was a keepsake.
Bai Mo was trembling all over.
He wrapped his arms around Lin Mengxi's small waist. He kissed her thin red lips, and for a moment, it was as if time had stopped.
During this time, Bai Mo deliberately messed up, and the photographer asked to do it again a few times. Lin Mengxi was so angry that she blushed. She couldn't say anything about being taken advantage of. Anan, who was standing nearby, covered his eyes and said in a baby voice, "Shame on you. I want to take pictures of those two little titties too." But Sisai had such a big bump on her forehead that the plan fell through for the time being. Anan pouted and looked unhappy.
In contrast, Sisai was fine and remained silent for more than an hour.
They left the photo studio. Mo?
A familiar voice came from behind. Bai Mo turned around and saw that it was his sister, Bai Feifei, who happened to be shopping.
Cough cough, why are you here?
Bai Mo greeted her awkwardly. Because he had a little baby in his arms. Bai Feifei's eyes were solemn as she looked at Lin Mengxi, who was wearing sunglasses and a mask.
Got a new girlfriend? That fast? Something's wrong with those two kids.
Suddenly thought of something, Bai Feifei's face turned gloomy. Hey, I'll give you $1 million and let me have your boyfriend.
She absolutely couldn't let Bai Mo become someone else's stepfather. The Bai family couldn't afford to lose face. It was a familiar routine.
Bai Mo's mouth twitched fiercely. He had just wanted to introduce Lin Mengxi to his sister and show off the two little guys.
But Bai Feifei misunderstood. Lin Mengxi frowned. Who is this woman? She just opened her mouth and wanted her husband. Does she think I'm a woman in need of money? What kind of shallow woman is she? Who are you?
Her tone was rude, and she immediately went on the offensive, not backing down at all.
2 million, no more. Bai Feifei was momentarily shocked by Lin Mengxi's domineering voice.
In her opinion, Lin Mengxi was just complaining that the money was too little.
Chapter 38, The Wang Family Goes Bankrupt.
Lin Mengxi sneers.
What a nut. So what if you're rich?
Let's go, ignore these people. She then called Bai Mo, and the two little ones in her arms scratched their heads and watched the show.
Bai Feifei.
5 million, think carefully, you'll never be able to earn that much money in your lifetime.
Leave him, and the money on this bank card will be yours.
Bai Feifei stopped Lin Mengxi in their way, taking out a bank card from her bag. Lin Mengxi, who was furious, stopped in her tracks and took out a bank card from her pocket as well. No matter what your relationship with Bai Mo was in the past, I won't ask.
Here is 5 million, take the money and get out of my sight. Bai Feifei. Since I was a child, this is the first time I have been insulted by money.
She has always been the one to throw money around, and no one has ever dared to treat her like this. I never thought that Lin Mengxi was still a rich woman.
I'm short of money?
10 million, no more, you and him have no future.
Bai Feifei said. Ha, I'm sorry to disappoint you, he is my husband, destined to be mine.
Bai Mo was unable to say a word, too late to tell Bai Feifei her identity. Without an explanation, she was pulled into the car by Lin Mengxi. But it's good, it saves Bai Feifei from causing trouble.
She's been embarrassed this time.
As she watched the car pull away, Bai Feifei still hadn't come back to her senses.
Husband?
Bai Feifei felt the sky falling in on her.
Bai Mo as her stepfather? It's all over. Mo. No, I have to go back and tell my family.
I also need to investigate why Momo hasn't been going to work these past few days.
On the way home, Bai Mo said with a smile, Wife, you were very domineering just now. Dare to compete with me for a man.
Lin Mengxi snorted, then rolled her eyes. She just caused trouble for me. That woman just now was no worse than her in terms of temperament or beauty.
Lin Mengxi felt both jealousy and pride.
She was jealous that there was a woman who loved Bai Mo, but she was proud that Bai Mo was so popular, yet he was her husband and the father of their children.
Daddy, who was that auntie just now? Oh, she's so pretty, a bit like me when I grow up.
Annan said in a baby voice, her face blushing as she imagined herself growing up to be pretty.
And she's giggling. Lin Mengxi burst out laughing, You little brat, look at how pretty you are.
What do you look like her, and you're not related? She scratches her head, like.
She's my sister. Lin Mengxi came to a screeching halt. Turning her head, she looks at Bai Mo, nonsense. Bai Mo knew that Lin Mengxi would not believe it, so he did not continue. And his phone kept vibrating.
Bai Mo did not go to see it, because 9 times out of 10 it was Bai Feifei looking for him.
The other side.
Bai Feifei was at a loss for words.
Bai Mo had really become a son-in-law. The investigation data said that Bai Mo lived in the Junyue villa.
Nothing else was found, but the name of one person caused Bai Feifei to feel disgusted.
Wang Dachu.
He has caused Bai Mo trouble several times.
Mo, I will take care of this for you. The Wang family has no need to exist in Duan City.
Subsequently, Bai Fei, with a gloomy face, picked up the phone and immediately notified the lower levels.
The Wang family at this moment. Wang Dahai, the head of the Wang family, received the news that his worthless son had offended a big shot.
The other party had already blocked the Wang family's economy in Duan, and some of their partners had withdrawn from the Wang family.
Wang Dahai was sweating cold sweat.
In Duan, the Wang family was a force to be reckoned with, but outside of Duan City, the Wang family was nothing.
Wang Dachu, get down here and think about it. Who have you offended recently?
Wang Dachu, who had been called down, was dumbfounded. He was about to say something when Wang Dahai slapped him on the forehead.
What? Dad, why are you hitting me? I haven't done anything. I've been in hospital these days, so how could I have offended anyone?
You must have offended someone.
What happened that made you so angry? Who has offended you?
Tell me, and I'll get even with them for you.
Pop. Slapped Wang Dachu on the forehead again.
How dare you slander your father?
You offended someone outside, and the other party is too powerful. Wang Dahai was furious. Before I was hospitalized?
No, but I had a little disagreement with a guy named Bai Mo. You know, Lin Mengxi is someone I've always liked, and now she inexplicably found a husband.
Pop. Wang Dahai felt the sky falling. Bai Mo?
The other party said on the phone that they had offended a Bai. Now it seems that it must be Bai Mo, as Wang Dachu had said. You brat, go immediately and apologize to Master Bai.
If you don't get forgiven, I'll kick you out of the house. Wang Dachu kicked him.
This was the first time Wang Dachu had seen his father so angry, and the first time he remembered him hitting him.
Dad, is there a mistake? That Bai Mo is just an employee, how can he be the young master?
Wang Dachu said with grievances.
Bai Mo is just a poor loser. He works at an advertising company.
He is now being supported by Lin Mengxi.
He can't be the young master. Wang Dahai thought carefully, fearing that there might be a mistake. He then ordered an investigation to find out who was behind the plot against the Wang family. The result
was that he trembled with fear. The other party's company was the Bai Group, the #1 family in the imperial capital.
It was the Bai Group of Duan City that had made the move, and the chairman was Bai Feifei. This woman was a business queen.
She was ruthless. The other party said that Bai Mo was his younger brother, and if the Wang family persisted in their wrongdoing, they would be waiting for bankruptcy. Wang Dahai's face turned ashen, and cold sweat broke out, and he didn't doubt a word of Bai Feifei's words. Wang Dachu was the most shocked. Bai Mo was actually the young master of the Bai family conglomerate.
Why the hell?
He could not help but swear.
Damn it, you're the young master of a conglomerate, what are you playing at with a nobody like me? Wang Dachu swallowed hard.
You bastard, go and apologize to me right now, or I'll beat you to death. Wang Dahai really chased Wang Dachu and beat him up.
The Wang family's 80-year history of getting rich could not be ruined by this useless son.
Subsequently, Wang Dahai immediately went to visit Bai Feifei to beg for leniency, claiming that ignorance is not a crime and pleading for the Wang family to be spared. In front of the Bai family, the Wang family was as weak as an ant. But 3 hours later, Duan City was in complete shock. The Wang family had gone bankrupt. Wang Dahai was also sent to prison for investigation of illegal activities, and the Wang family dispersed in all directions. Wang Dachu, who was still rushing to apologize, heard the news and turned pale. On the other side of the house, Lin Mengxi and the others had already returned to the villa. My dears, you play here or watch TV, but don't run around.
Mommy has to work for a while. Do you hear me?
Lin Mengxi rubbed the little heads of her 2 children.
Mem, I'll be good. I'll watch my sister. Anan nodded vigorously.
She, however, pouted, with no energy at all, and fell asleep. Lin Mengxi then looked outside at Bai Mo, who was on the phone, before going upstairs. Because even if Bai Mo was on the phone, he wouldn't be like last night, when he kept looking at the little ones in the living room. It was Bai Feifei calling, just angry about why Bai Mo had changed so much recently, and was always going to be a father.
Bai Mo couldn't help but laugh.
He had no discerning eye at all, and didn't notice that the 2 little milk balls looked like him when he was a child. He would tell Bai Feifei about this in the future, but it wasn't the right time yet.
Chapter 39, The World is Not Simple.
And the phone was hung up. Bai Mo had just returned to the living room when the front door opened and a top-of-the-line Ferrari pulled in. He had never seen it since he arrived at the villa, and couldn't help but stand in place and look curiously.
Who is it? It's Auntie. Anan said in a baby voice. Wow, she brought me a gift.
With excitement in his heart, the child ran out and waited for the person in the car to get out.
Bai Mo's mouth twitched. Anan called all women auntie.
He thought it was someone else, but it turned out to be Yang Yu, who didn't like him. Yang Yu was wearing sunglasses and stepped out with a single kick, her long, smooth and delicate legs falling from the car. She was also holding some toys in her hands, 2 cute fluffy dolls.
Aha! Anan.
Seeing the child running towards her, Yang Yu smiled broadly and crouched down to pick her up.
Auntie, what did you buy Anan?
The child's pair of flawless, gem-like eyes fixated on the gift in Yang Yu's hands.
It's all for you guys, are you happy? Very happy. She couldn't stop smiling, she was so happy. Kids love to receive gifts, after all.
Yang Yu carried Anan back to the villa, passing by Bai Mo, and chose to ignore him.
Bai Mo. Ignore away, I don't even know you. Ah. Yang Yu arrives at the sofa and sees Cici sleeping soundly. She can't help but let out a scream. Cici, what's wrong with her?
With a bandage on her forehead, anyone would be concerned, not to mention her goddaughter. The little one was sleeping soundly, but the sudden noise startled her and she shivered. She rubbed her eyes and burst into tears.
Bai Mo runs in. Why are you shouting so loudly, scaring my daughter? Cici, don't be afraid, Daddy is here. Bai Mo came to the little baby and comforted her softly. I didn't mean it.
Then Yang Yu sat on the sofa and rubbed the child's head. Cici, good girl, I didn't mean it. Seeing Cici's frightened face, Yang Yu felt a lot of self-blame. Hearing a noise, Lin Mengxi from upstairs hurriedly rushed down too.
Xiao Yu. What's going on? What happened to Cici? Then Yang Yu told what had happened just now.
She's fine, she just cut her forehead, it will heal in a few days, Lin Mengxi said.
You must pay more attention to the children when they are at home. Yang Yu said, looking at Bai Mo.
The implication was that she blamed Bai Mo for not taking good care of the children. It wasn't Bai Mo's fault, so Lin Mengxi quickly changed the subject. Well, what is the reason for your return this time? You left in such a hurry last time.
I went back to the martial arts school.
Having said that, Lin Mengxi nodded and stopped asking questions. Yang Yu was her best friend, and she had been a disciple of a certain martial arts school since she was young. It belonged to a completely different world from hers, so Lin Mengxi didn't want to know too much about it. Lin Mengxi hadn't finished her work, and the two sisters hadn't seen each other for many days, so they chatted for a while.
Bai Mo was next to her, changing Cici's medicine.
The wound healed quickly, and the swelling had gone down. Anan was also there, but she was unwrapping presents while listening to Lin Mengxi's conversation with Yang Yu, and occasionally asking curious questions.
After a while,
Lin Mengxi went upstairs to work.
Yang Yu then chatted with Anan. Auntie, are the stories you tell true?
Of course, flying on the walls and walking on the water are basic skills.
Your father? He's weak and feeble.
Auntie Anan tells you that the world is a complicated place.
I could fight 100 men like your father. I'm a martial arts master.
Anan scratches her head.
A dance master? That's not very impressive. My mom is a dance master too.
She teaches me to dance, so I'll be a dance master too. No, not that kind of dance.
Martial arts. Fighting?
My dad can fight a lot of people, I saw it with my own eyes, I'm not lying. The child added at the end, in a high-pitched voice, as if he was afraid that Yang Yu wouldn't believe him.
Yang Yu's mouth twitched fiercely. Why was she telling a 2-year-old these things? Bai Mo next to her frowned.
Coming from a family of martial arts experts, how could he not know that the world was not simple? In the Bai family, his brothers are the top family experts, leading the way.
But him. He was considered useless by the family and unable to cultivate. That's why he was arranged to inherit the Bai family's assets.
The first time he saw Yang Yu, he realized that the latter was no ordinary person. It turned out to be a martial artist.
Anan, Cici, Daddy is going to cook, don't run around.
It was already past 5 o'clock, and Cici's stomach was rumbling, so Bai Mo set off.
You? Cooking? Yang Yu was curious. Why not? Is the food you cook delicious?
When she heard Yang Yu say that, Anan next to her was unhappy.
My dad cooks the best.
Yang Yu smiled, jealous. You, with your father, you've almost forgotten me.
You can't say 3 sentences without saying dad. Aha! Have you forgotten your sister? Is Cece still angry with her aunt? Your aunt didn't mean to speak so loudly. Shall we play a game together? No. Cece shook her head. Okay. Let's play cards. A moment later. The kitchen was filled with a delicious aroma that filled the living room. Yang licked his lips. That guy, is he really cooking in there? Looking in the direction of the kitchen, he saw that only Bai Mo was busy. I underestimated you. And said in a baby voice, it smells so good, Daddy is cooking something delicious again. Daddy! Sisai jumped off the sofa and ran to the kitchen, wanting to know what delicious food Daddy had cooked and why it smelled so good. In the kitchen, Bai Mo came out holding a plate of food and saw Shishi running over to him. I'm hungry. Shishi patted her empty stomach and looked aggrieved. Dinner will be served immediately. Bai Mo quickly finished everything and put her in a chair before letting the little puppy run upstairs to meet Lin Mengxi for dinner. The little puppy is so understanding. He went upstairs and bit Lin Mengxi's pant leg, tugging her towards the door. Coming, Bai Mo is just a little hungry, right? Dinner was a lot of fun. Lin Mengxi and Yang were full of praise for Bai Mo's cooking. Needless to say, they both ate too much. There was nothing they could do, Bai Mo's cooking was just too delicious. The two little balls of fluff were very attached to Bai Mo, and Yang realized that An and Shishi really needed their father. It's true that Bai Mo is good-looking, talented, and can cook, and he and her best friend Lin Mengxi make a good match. Thanks for the hospitality, but I have something urgent to take care of. Yang, who had just laid down for less than a minute, glanced at her phone, her expression suddenly becoming grave, before hurrying off. Bye, Auntie. Bye, and Shishi. Judging by Yang's expression, something must have happened. Car. Yang returned a call. The actions of the Archmage Xiantian must be stopped. If Bai Mo heard this, he would definitely be surprised. Xiantian? It was the very character that the system had reminded him of. It was also the person who wanted to steal An's soul and cause a plague. Chapter 40, Daddy has been upgraded. Yang returned to Duan City this time to handle the task given by the sect. Moreover, she is also a junior director of the Huaxia Security Bureau and has been in office in Duan City for just a few days. After Yang left, Bai Mo bathed his two daughters. Shishi's forehead injury meant that she could not get wet. Bai Mo put a hair-washing artifact on her head to prevent her from getting wet, and there were a few toy ducks in the water tank. Anan, don't play with the water, you'll get water droplets on your sister's forehead. Okay. Daddy, are you finished telling the story? Bai Mo was at a loss for words. Now that they bathe every day, they want to hear stories, and it's become a habit. Once upon a time there was a temple, and in the temple there was an old monk. Don't listen to that, we've heard that one before. An old monk is a bald ass. Anan shook her head furiously. Bai Mo said, then let's change it. Once upon a time there was a village. Shishi scratches her head. Daddy, can you sing? Ding, task issued, sing a song for your daughters, reward random daddy points. Bai Mo is stunned. Since he drew the singing talent, he has never used this skill. Yes. Daddy sings. Shishi's eyes are full of anticipation. That little look, no one can bear to watch. Cough cough. Bai Mo clears his throat and, following the system's instructions, redeems 20 daddy points for the children's song The Insect Flies. In an instant, the music score appears in Bai Mo's mind. The dark sky hangs low. Bright stars follow. The steady singing voice fills the bathroom, mesmerizing the two little girls. Bai Mo sings while rubbing the heads of his two daughters and playing with them. After singing, the two little princesses smiled, clapped their hands, and said together, Daddy, you're so good. Ding. Congratulations, host, you have completed the task. Your daughters are super happy, and your reward has been doubled. You have earned 100 daddy points. The system's cold voice sounded. Congratulations, host, the system has been upgraded. You have earned the title of qualified daddy. The system mall will be updated soon. The roulette draw has been updated. Host, qualified daddy by Mo. Daddy points, 1040. Props, binding talisman +2, about a ton of gold. Skills, Divine Eye, Divine Fighting Arts, Advanced Cooking, Bagua Palm, Incredible Strength, Singing Talent, Calligraphy Master, Never Forget, Advanced Medicine, Grandmaster Piano, Intermediate Driving Skills. Pet, pastoral dog. Bai Mo opened the system to check it out, and there were a lot of changes. There were a lot of pills on the roulette wheel, innate pills, marrow cleansing pills, and golden breaking pills. That all enhanced one's strength. Of course, there were also skills, such as supernatural powers and skill sets, which were unknown in advance. The lottery had also become 50 daddy points per draw, and the odds of winning were 1 in 10,000. Bai Mo knew for sure that the system would have said that in the first place. If you want to get rich overnight, the lottery is not the way to go. But the items in the system mall are too expensive, starting at several hundred daddy points. For example, the life skills and treasure appraisal items cost 300 daddy points at the beginner level, which is more than double the previous price, and a full 3 times as expensive. Ding! Congratulations, host, welfare triggered. Spend 300 daddy points to participate in the Super Deluxe Roulette Lottery. The system's voice is no longer cold and impersonal, but carries a hint of emotion. 300 daddy points? This is killing me. What super luxury? It's too much. The jackpot is a lifetime's worth of effort, and the probability of winning is almost zero. This is cheating the dad. The system will stop at nothing to cheat him. Bai Mo, even if I starve to death today and jump from the 100th floor, I will never participate in this bullshit luxury lottery. Ding! Congratulations, host, the really fragrant mechanism has been triggered, and 500 dad points have been forcibly deducted. The system has started the lottery. Bai Mo. Holy shit! The wheel slowly came to a stop, and all that could be heard was a single ding, followed by a voice that sounded like music to the ears. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have won the Super Deluxe prize with a probability of 0.00000000000002, 10,000 years of cultivation. The voice of the system carried an incredible tone. It was as if it were saying, how is that possible? Bai Mo froze for 3 seconds. I won. It's worth 500 daddy points. However, Bai Mo didn't feel happy for long. 10,000 years of cultivation experience was not important to him at the moment. Accompanying his daughter's growth was the most crucial thing. It would be better to give her some practical skills. However, Bai Mo also knew that in order to protect his daughter, he had to be strong enough himself. Host, qualified daddy Bai Mo. Daddy points, 240. Cultivation experience, 10,000 years unused. Props, imprisonment talisman +2, about 1 ton of gold. Skills, divine demon eyes, divine fighting arts, advanced cooking, bagua palm, singing talent, calligraphy master, never forget, advanced medical skills, grandmaster piano, intermediate driving skills. Pet, pastoral dog. System, what level of strength can this 10,000 years of cultivation reach? The host's aptitude is too low, using 10,000 years of cultivation at the moment will only get you to the Dujie stage at best. It is recommended that the host improve their aptitude. Bai Mo's face fell. Is my aptitude really that poor? The system is not attacking you, the host is a rare waste of physical fitness. Bai Mo. What pills can be found in the mall to improve my physique? Water of innocence. 3,000 daddy points. Introducing those under 200 daddy points. The small recovery pill, 100 daddy points, can improve aptitude by 1 level. The big recovery pill, 200 daddy points, improves aptitude to 1 star. Note, 5 stars is the best. Redeem a big recovery pill. Bai Mo had read the novel, and knew that after taking this pill, the body would excrete impurities, so he did not take it immediately. As she heard laughter and a slightly moving singing voice coming from the bathroom, Lin Mengxi put down the work she was doing and quietly went to the bathroom door. The voice was no worse than a professional's. And the song was also a nice song, very suitable for children to listen to. Mommy and Daddy are singing. Anan said in a baby voice. It's nice. Lin Mengxi laughed, I heard it, your father is very talented, his level is not lower than mine. Bai Mo smiled awkwardly. He never thought that his first attempt at singing would attract Lin Mengxi over. Daddy is talented and rich. Daddy is the best. The 2 little balls of milk hurried over, splashing Bai Mo with bath water. Bai Mo and Lin Mengxi smiled at each other, then helped them bathe together. After half an hour, the bathing was finally finished, and there was still time to help them style a new hairstyle. Lin Mengxi said, Bai Mo, can I have the song you just sang? Melodically, it's a children's song, but Lin Mengxi felt that if she sang it, it would shine just the same. Why not? Bai Mo then wrote it down. Bai Mo, your handwriting is really good, and when did you compose this children's song? It's been a while, hasn't it? Bai Mo didn't tell Lin Mengxi the truth. Well, you really are very talented. Lin Mengxi praised Bai Mo, then looked at the song and tried to sing a section. Singing a cappella didn't feel right, so I'll accompany you. With that, under Lin Mengxi's shocked gaze, he went over to the piano and lightly pressed the black and white keys. A beautiful melody sounded, and Lin Mengxi was surprised again that he even had such a high level of piano playing. Chapter 41, Outdoor Fishing. The lesson begins with Bai Mo playing the piano. Lin Mengxi starts to sing. Before she can finish the first few words, the two little princesses are clapping their hands. Suddenly, the sound of the piano stops. Lin Mengxi. Bai Mo looks at Lin Mengxi with a stern expression. That's not how you sing it, the pitch shouldn't be so high, it should be like this. He says this and starts to sing the beginning of the song himself. Oh. Lin Mengxi humbly accepts. It was just a small mistake, so I just corrected it. But then it was stopped again. Thud. Thud. Lin Mengxi. Gradually, she discovered that Bai Mo's singing was on a higher level than hers, and she lost her concentration for a moment. After listening to Bai Mo's explanation, she felt like she had met a mentor and benefited immensely. After practicing for half an hour, Bai Mo was finally satisfied and stretched. Not bad, just sing in this way in the future. Thank you. I didn't realize you had such a high level of singing ability. Lin Mengxi's face turned red with embarrassment. She was the singer, after all, but she was being instructed by an outsider, Bai Mo, and she was convinced. It's just so. Bai Mo smiled. Lin Mengxi looked at Bai Mo earnestly, biting her lip lightly. Remember to get up early tomorrow, it's time to go to work at the Civil Affairs Bureau. Well, it's late, go to sleep. Bai Mo picked up his two daughters and carried them back to their room. He was afraid that if he couldn't resist, the move to sleep together would cause Lin Mengxi to resent him, and the loss would outweigh the gain. Looking at Bai Mo's departing back, Lin Mengxi felt very uncomfortable. Sighing, she also returned to her room. Originally, she had worked overtime because she wanted to compose a song, but now Bai Mo had helped her finish it, and she was relieved and could go to bed early. Today, the upper management told her that while the song Wishful Thinking was a hit, she should send out more songs now to strive for greater heights, so she has been quite busy lately. Back in her room, Bai Mo took the pill after putting her two daughters to sleep. A moment later, her body expelled layer after layer of filth, and her body stank incredibly, as if she had fallen into a cesspool. Bai Mo pinched her nose and almost vomited, and went to the bathroom to wash up. When she came out again, she looked in the mirror and noticed that her skin was even more attractive, with clearly defined muscles. Early the next morning, instead of going for a morning run, Bai Mo took his household registration book and went to the Civil Affairs Bureau with his daughter and Lin Mengxi. He wanted to get things done early. After leaving the Civil Affairs Bureau, Bai Mo felt like he had been dreaming this whole week. Not only did he have a daughter, he was now married. Household registration book, Bai Mo has moved out on his own. In the afternoon, Lin Mengxi went to work as usual, and Bai Mo took the two little ones out with him. He wanted to take them out and let them play, as it was good for their physical and mental health. There is a river in Junhui Bay. Bai Mo used to go fishing there when he went jogging in the morning. Today, he has nothing to do and the weather is nice, so he takes the two little ones fishing. Daddy, where are we going? Anan asks in a sweet voice. Fishing. Fishing? The two little ones' eyes light up. They have never gone fishing before, so it must be really fun. They beam with joy. Once they arrived at the fishing spot, Bai Mo set up everything and then stayed by the shore. The two little girls sat quietly, waiting for the fish to bite. Suddenly, the bait in the water moved, and the whole fishing rod shook. Seeing this, Anan shouted, "Daddy, it's moving, it's moving." Bai Mo said, "It's coming, don't shout so loud, you'll scare away all the fish in the area." When the rod was retracted, a small tilapia was caught. Aha! Fish, fish. Perhaps it was the first time fishing, but they were very excited to see Bai Mo catch a fish, so the two little ones were very excited and bounced around, especially Shishi, who became much more cheerful. Bai Mo said, "Shishi, be good, sit still and don't jump around, your forehead is still hurt." His words made Shishi's face turn white instantly. It seems that the shadow of falling down the stairs has not been completely dispelled. Ding!
Congratulations, host, taking your daughter's fishing is considered an outdoor activity, and you are awarded 200 daddy points.
Bai Mo was taken aback. The system is much more generous now, is it because it has been upgraded? The tone is also gentle enough. Total daddy points, 240. Here, daddy will teach you how to fish. Sit here and watch the fishing rod. When there is movement, slowly reel in the line.
Don't worry, take things one step at a time. She was quite obedient. And had no patience, looking around with his eyes and playing with stones on the shore from time to time. In no time, they had caught 3 fish, all tilapia.
At that moment,
Anan saw a dark shadow on the river surface, and after slowly getting a better look, he tugged on Bai Mo's hand and said in a baby voice, "Daddy, what is that?"
Bai Mo looked in the direction she was looking, and it seemed like there was a person floating on the river. Oh no, someone's drowning.
Bai Mo quickly prepared to jump in to save the person, but then looked at the children around him and decided to use the fishing rod to hook the person's clothes instead. Luckily, the fishing line on the rod was long enough to catch the person in the water. But just then, the person in the river leapt up, popped up out of the water, and landed on the shore. The 2 little bundles of joy were scared and quickly hugged their father's legs. They were curious but also timid at this sudden scene. Bai Mo's eyes narrowed slightly.
This person is a martial artist, and I'm afraid it's not that simple.
Judging from his breathing, his internal strength is unstable, which is typical of someone who has been seriously injured.
Cough, cough.
The man has large and small wounds all over his body, and he is coughing up blood.
Dad, he's still moving. Don't talk, I'll go take a look.
The skilled and courageous Bai Mo is extremely strong, and he is skilled in Bagua Pom. Upon closer inspection, he saw that the other person meant him no harm, but his eyes were full of solemnity.
Thank you. You're welcome.
Bai Mo touched his nose as if he had done nothing. You guys should leave here quickly, they will catch up soon.
As soon as the words fell, distantly there were dense footsteps. Instantly, 5 or 6 people fell, forming an encirclement.
Tiandayo, you can't escape, obediently hand over what you shouldn't have taken. The man leading the group exuded a murderous aura, his eyes fixed on the man who had just fallen into the water. Then he noticed Bai Mo and the 2 little guys next to him, and frowned. Oof. If I don't hand it over, you won't be able to kill me anyway, Tiandayo said. Even though he was seriously injured, the 6 people in front of him were still no match for him.
Tiandayo, don't be stubborn. We can't kill you, but if we just delay a bit, my senior will arrive, and you won't be able to escape. Hand over the stuff.
Brother, I just saw that man save his life.
One of them pointed his sword at Bai Mo. Tiandayo's face was grave. Dare to save Tiandayo? It means you are against our Huangquan sect and you are looking for death. Bai Mo touched his nose. Did I get myself into trouble again? It's not their business, you can't kill innocent people indiscriminately. Tiandayo said.
You can let them go, but hand over the stuff or you'll die. The man in charge said sternly.
How dare you? Then let's fight.
Tian Yudao immediately rushed up. Sir, take your daughter and run for your life, I'll hold them off.
Boom.
In an instant, a fierce battle broke out on the shore, with flashing swords and knives, and people flitting about, attacking and defending.
Chapter 42 We're fishing.
This was Bai Mo's first time seeing martial artists fight, and it was still so close.
It was just like following a movie. Every move was life-threatening. What are Daddy and them doing? Anan asked curiously.
He grabbed Bai Mo's pants with both hands. He was about to pull his pants down.
Filming a TV show is just like the kind you see on TV, so don't be afraid. Bai Mo gave a gentle smile, and he picked them up in one hand each. 3 minutes later, the 6 men in green uniforms were at their wits' end with Tiandayo. Shit. How is he still strong?
No good, the senior couldn't arrive in time, but the security bureau people are here.
Stop, Tiandayo, if you don't stop, I'll kill him.
At some point, a knife was placed on Bai Mo's head, and the person holding it had a ruthless gaze.
If you want it, then you can have it. Tiandayo narrowed his eyes and threw the object into the river. Everyone was stunned, and then someone jumped into the river. The man holding the knife above Bai Mo's head lost his concentration and was immediately kicked by Bai Mo.
The tremendous force directly kicked the man more than 10 meters away, spitting out blood, and he died, receiving his lunchbox.
Everyone was shocked. The air instantly froze.
No one expected Bai Mo to suddenly strike, and his strength was not bad. Ding protects his daughter from harm and is rewarded with a lucky draw opportunity.
Do you want to draw? Draw now.
Ding congratulates the host and gives him a 1-star qualification upgrade opportunity.
Bai Mo suddenly smiled. The upgraded system is much more reliable. At this time, a group of people came from afar. Good boy, I'll remember you, daring to oppose our Huanchuan sect. Kill our people, no matter where you are, you will not escape.
Seeing the security bureau arrive, the man in charge let out a fierce threat and immediately led the remaining 3 people away.
The man on the riverbank also disappeared. Bai Mo. It seems like he's in trouble.
But if he didn't intervene at that time, the 2 little milk balls might have been hurt. If it happened again, he would have no hesitation in stepping in. No one can hurt his 2 precious daughters. Tian Daoyu let out a breath, then collapsed to the ground in pain.
Fighting 6 enemies single-handedly was the limit.
Sir, I'm sorry to have gotten you into trouble,
Tian Daoyu said weakly. Then, the security bureau arrived, led by Yang Yu. She. Anan? Bai Mo? Why are you here? Yang Yu was full of surprise. Auntie.
The 2 little ones shouted, looking composed, but with a happy smile on their faces. They really thought they were filming a TV show, so they weren't scared at all.
Yang Yu walked over and asked, "Are you okay?"
Just now, it was the people from the Huangquan sect here. My heart was in my throat.
We were fishing here. Fishing for fish.
Yang Ju, Tian Daoyu is here, but the people from the Huangquan sect have already run away. There is one other person, he is dead, he is the 5th of the Huangquan sect. The subordinate reports the situation.
Yang Yu frowned and turned to look at Bai Mo. You saw what happened just now, don't tell anyone, it won't do you any good. Oh. Bai Mo responded calmly. And Tian Daoyu coughed up blood. How are you? Yang Yu asked.
From the tone of his voice, the 2 had known each other for a long time.
I'm not dead, thanks to you guys coming. What happened?
Just now, Tian Daoyu wanted to tell the truth, but then he saw Bai Mo's eyes and said, as you can see, they chased me all the way and I killed one of them in return. This group of Huangquan sect is too rampant, we must completely destroy them if we get the chance.
Yang Yu said.
Sir, you look badly injured, I know a bit of medicine, let me take a look. Then Bai Mo took out some silver needles and, before Tian Daoyu and Yang Yu could react, he started to heal them. This was his way of thanking Tian Daoyu for not telling on him for killing people. Otherwise, Yang Yu, who worked for the security bureau, would have definitely arrested Bai Mo.
Yang Yu.
I was going to scold him, but then I saw a surprising scene, and Bai Mo was really good at what he does. Tian Daoyu's injuries had improved a lot, and there was a surprised look on his face. Sir, you also know medicine, thank you so much, you have saved my life twice, I can't thank you enough.
It's not a big deal, Bai Mo said politely.
Yang Yu's eyes lit up when he suddenly thought of something. Bai Mo, if I'm not wrong, you must be the famous Dr. Bai who has been in the headlines recently, right?
It's all just empty fame. Bai Mo smiled awkwardly. Yang Yu was becoming more and more curious about Bai Mo.
He cooks so well, and now he's also a good doctor.
He's really an odd man. The group of people did not notice. The 5 people from the Huangquan sect across the river. The man who fell into the water cursed, damn Tian Daoyu, he tricked us.
Humph. Send a message back, chase after Tian Daoyu, he still has the sacred object in his hands, and don't let the young man go either. He killed the 5th brother, and he is familiar with Yang Yu, this person cannot be spared. Bai Mo returned to the villa, and Yang Yu wanted to eat, so he started to cook fish. She held a box in her hands, a square box that looked exquisite but a bit old-fashioned.
Sister, where did you get this?
I picked it up at the fishing spot.
Yang Yu came over and said, and she, what are you 2 doing? Watching ants again? No. Let me see, playing with a box? What is it? Did your father buy it for you?
Seeing that Yang Yu was about to open it, Cici said in a baby voice, no, I picked it up on the way here.
Boring. Yang Yu smiled. She didn't want to open it at all.
Things picked up on the way are not good things.
Stop it, Cici. You've been taking so long to open it. Let's go watch your father grill the fish. Yang Yu's face was full of anticipation.
She was hungry and thought of the food Bai Mo had cooked, and suddenly she began to salivate. Ever since she had eaten Bai Mo's cooking, she didn't find other food appetizing, and it even tasted bad. On the other side, the outskirts of Douyin City, the people from the Huangquan sect had once again blocked Tian Daliu. This time, along with the 3 people from the security bureau, they could not escape. It was the senior brother from the Huangquan sect who had come. This person was dressed in black and was more powerful than Tian Daliu.
Senior brother. Tian Daliu, don't be stubborn.
The young man in black who was leading the group said.
Tian Dayo. Shit. Where's my stuff?
Wait a minute, Yu Huangquan sect's sacred object is no longer in my hands.
Tian Dayo gave up resisting directly.
Even if you add a few people from the security, they are no match for the black-clad man in front of them.
The black-clad man's solemn eyes were full of murderous intent. After a thorough search, he was sure that the sacred object was not on him, and he kicked Tian Dayo away angrily, shouting, "Where is it?" Cough cough.
It was always on me, but now it's gone.
I don't know when it fell off. Tian Yudao explained with a face full of pain. Hang these people up and beat them, and the others go after Ouyang Yu.
The holy relic must be in her hands. From the riverbank to here, Tian Yudao has only come into contact with a few people, so the first person he suspects is Ouyang Yu. In addition, Lao Wu is dead, and this blood debt must be paid in blood.
Chapter 43, The Admiral is knocking at the door.
In addition, Lao Wu is dead, and this blood debt must be paid in blood. That kid dared to kill someone from our Huangquan sect, he must not be allowed to live.
There was dead silence all around. Everyone swallowed. Is the peaceful world about to change? A moment later.
Tian Dayo, covered in bruises, said weakly, "Stop hitting me, I've confessed everything. I really don't know where it fell, it's probably by the river, you still might be able to find it if you go now." Senior brother, he already had injuries on his body, I don't know why they healed so quickly, could it be that he? A man paused, seeing that his senior brother's expression was calm, and continued, "Could it be that he ate the sacred object?"
I didn't, you can say anything about food, but you can't say anything about words. Tian Daliang is incomparable.
The corner of the mouth of the security bureau next to him twitched.
Sacred object? It turns out that Tian Daliang deceived them.
He lied that he was being chased by the Huangquan sect and begged the security bureau for protection.
Gentlemen, if you want to find Tian Daliang, just let us go. Ouyang Zhou can't find us, and you will definitely be exposed. Why bother? Offending the security bureau is the same as going against China. We were also deceived by Tian Daliang. The man from the Huangquan sect said, "Let you go?" No way. Dream on. The security bureau is nothing. We in the Huangquan sect don't even take notice of it. The man in black in charge said coldly, "No way. He didn't eat the sacred object. How did the injuries on your body heal?" In the face of questioning and torture, Tian Dayo finally told Bai Mo everything. It was him again. This person cannot be spared. He should be killed.
Bai Mo didn't know that he had already been targeted by the Huangquan sect and had inadvertently gotten into a big trouble. Especially Shi. She was holding the sacred object of the Huangquan sect. At the moment, Bai Mo was grilling fish, and the air was filled with a burst of fragrance. The 2 little milk balls were right next to him, drooling as they watched.
Wow, Bai Mo. You're really amazing. Ouyang Yu was full of praise. At that moment, Ouyang Yu's phone rang, and it was her subordinate. "Director Ouyang, something terrible has happened. The Admiral of the Underworld is coming to see you. We have gone to great lengths to escape from the broken factory. Hurry up and go. The Admiral is coming to see you. I have to go now. The people from the underworld are catching up to us." Ouyang Yu's face was grave. Admiral?
The eldest brother of the underworld sect. His strength is in the early stage of Huanjing, while she is only in the dark energy stage, so she is no match at all.
Before the phone hung up, Ouyang Yu immediately asked, "Why are they looking for me?"
"They suspect that you have the sacred object of the Huangquan sect in your hands." The subordinate on the other side panted and said, "I have to go now. Be careful." Ouyang Yu was not worried about the subordinates because they were good at running away. If they could be captured by the Huangquan sect and still manage to escape, it means that they are really quite capable.
After hanging up the phone, Yang Yu kept thinking over and over, the sacred object of the Huangquan sect? Did she lose it? Auntie, come here. I'll give you Kong Kong. Cece said in a baby voice, dragging Yang Yu to the back garden.
The fire lotuses in the back garden had grown very large, and under Bai Mo's careful care, they were blooming luxuriantly, and the entire back garden smelled of fire lotuses.
This. Yang Yu stared with wide eyes. I've never seen this kind of flower before. How can it be so beautiful? It's so attractive. Is it pretty? My dad's.
Cece said in a babyish voice, her expression full of pride.
Your dad? Yang Yu was stunned, and then she didn't find out what variety it was online. What kind of flower is it anyway?
She took a few photos and posted them on Douyin, asking if anyone knew. What she didn't know was that this immediately caused a sensation.
The comments section was full of responses. It's the fire lotus.
I never thought I'd see an extinct flower in my lifetime, it's so beautiful. You upstairs farted, this flower is flirtatious, you can tell it's fake at a glance.
How could it be the fire lotus? I don't believe it either.
Yang Yu's video also attracted the strong attention of experts on rare plants around the world.
And their conclusion was also that it was fake. How could the fire lotus be grown in a place like Duan City?
The world's only 3 remaining fire lotuses all grow on the walls of volcanic rocks. But one person saw this flower.
He believes it is real. Ma Tianming, who is far away in the imperial capital, sent a private message to Yang Yu. Hello, this flower is a fire lotus. I am willing to pay 10 million for it. I don't know if you want to sell it?
Yang Yu was shocked when she saw the private message.
10 million? For that flower? I'm sorry, that flower is not mine. I can ask for you. After replying to the private message, she found Bai Mo. Bai Mo, you're going to get rich.
The 2 little milk balls scratched their heads.
Bai Mo said, get rich? How come I didn't know about it? Auntie, what's Daddy getting rich from?
The 2 little milk balls both pulled at Yang Yu. Yang Yu told Bai Mo about the fire lotus flower, but the latter was not at all happy.
10 million? Not tempted at all? Who would turn down a lot of money? Is it really worth a lot?
The 2 little milk balls scratched their heads, they don't understand what 10 million represents. It's worth a lot, Yang Yu replies, then looks at Bai Mo. Bai Mo, think carefully, if you don't want to sell, I'll refuse immediately.
No sale. Bai Mo rejects outright, this flower wasted a bottle of his spirit water, how could he possibly sell it? Besides, at the moment he doesn't lack money.
The fire lotus flower is a medicinal herb, and it is very rare. Not to mention 10 million, even if you offered 100 million, I still wouldn't sell it.
Yang Yu couldn't believe it, but she didn't ask any further.
She simply replied to the private message. The person on the other end deeply regretted it, but they still weren't discouraged. And then she came over, and the grilled fish was ready to eat.
Great! The eyes of the 2 little milk balls lit up, and they ran over happily, looking at the grilled fish that was crispy on the outside and tender on the inside, their mouths watering. Good, thank you, Daddy. Daddy is amazing. It's a bit hot, so go slowly. No one is going to take it away from you.
Bai Mo was at a loss for words.
No?
The 2 little milk balls glanced at the Yang fish next to them. It tastes good, and the more Yang fish ate, the more they wanted to eat, completely forgetting what their subordinates had said.
The Admiral is here. Boom!
The villa door was broken, and a cloud of dust filled the air.
The Admiral walked in with a gloomy face, followed by 3 members of the Huangquan sect. Who is it, so rude, not even ringing the doorbell? Bai Mo frowned and said.
Yang Yu swallowed, his eyes dull, and his feet were about to give way.
Admiral.
A master of the Hua Jing martial art. She didn't take this matter seriously just now, mainly because she didn't think the Admiral would really come.
Why is it you guys? Seeing the Huangquan sect's clothes, Bai Mo looked unhappy. Yang Yu, you took the sacred object of our Huangquan sect, and you killed Lao Wu, you deserve to die. The Admiral was filled with murderous intent, his gaze fixed on Bai Mo and Yang Yu. Baba
was scared. The 2 little milk balls were so scared that they didn't dare to eat, and they directly hugged Bai Mo's thighs. The door was knocked flying so far away.
How could they not be scared?
Poor Shishi, her face turned pale in an instant, and the grilled fish fell to the ground.
Chapter 44, in that case, you're dead. Bai Mo was very angry. He had clearly chosen to let it go, but it turned out that he was still being sought out. He was not someone to be bullied. System, integrate 10,000 years of cultivation. Yes. In just a moment, Bai Mo's strength increased to the level of a Dujia period cultivator, the strongest. Host, qualified Daddy Bai Mo. Daddy points, 240. Strength, Dujia period, pinnacle, 32nd level note, unable to break through. Pet, Kali. Other. Under the system's shield, no one noticed the abnormality, and a move was used to deceive the heavens and the earth. With his formidable strength, Bai Mo was able to quickly master the art of communicating with the heavens and the earth, as if the entire world was under his divine control. Admiral, don't do anything rash. This is Duan, not the Hades sect. And another thing, I didn't take any sacred objects from your Hades sect. Oh Yang, you said. Little girl, there's no point in talking. Boom. After a flash of light, Oh Yang Yu fell to the ground, with a trace of blood flowing from the corner of his mouth. Power suppression. One had internal strength, the other had dark energy. There was no comparison between the two. In front of the Admiral, Oh Yang Yu's strength was no match for a 3-year-old child. Ha ha, the Security Bureau is nothing. The Huangquan sect and the others laughed mockingly. Woof woof woof. The little puppy next to him ran over and barked furiously at the Huangquan sect and the others. Xiaobai, don't say anything. And then pounced on the dog, held it down, and covered its mouth. The puppy dog. Oh Yang Yu's face turned ashen. He was doomed, and so were Bai Mo and the others. Admiral, you can kill me, but can you spare their lives? That man must die. As for the 2 little girls, wouldn't it be better for the family to be reunited? The Admiral's face was hideous and terrifying. Kill them for me and retrieve the sacred object. Wait a minute, what exactly is this sacred object? If I take it, I'll return it to you immediately. Oh Yang Yu's heart was in a panic. If no one comes to save her, she'll die for sure. She'll stall for time, maybe there's still a chance. A box with square sides. How dare you say you didn't take it? The Admiral frowned, his gaze fixed on Oh Yang Yu. Square sides? Oh Yang Yu felt very familiar, or had he seen it before, it was square. Daddy. Don't be afraid, my child, I'm here. Bai Mo thought she was afraid, so he crouched down to comfort her. I know, don't do anything yet, I know where your sacred object is. Oh Yang Yu didn't expect this, but for Bai Mo's life, she had to lie. Then she came to Bai Mo's side and whispered, Bai Mo, when I have a chance to hold them off, you find a chance to escape, don't worry about me. Where is the sacred object? It's in the drink. Oh Yang Yu instantly attacked the Admiral, and the 2 of them fought for just 1 round. Pop. Oh Yang Yu was defeated. You want to fight me? Trash is trash. The Admiral laughed disdainfully. Are you scared? You just missed a great opportunity. Why didn't you run? Oh Yang Yu said in a pale voice. She was furious that he had missed such a good opportunity and just stood there, not moving. Auntie, what's wrong with you? Seeing Oh Yang Yu lying on the ground, the 2 little milk balls were very anxious and were about to cry. Cough, I'm fine, don't come over. Oh Yang Yu waved his hand and said. Ding, mission issued, protect daughter, maintain host dignity, kill the offender. Bai Mo froze for a moment. You have to understand that the system is no longer cold and unfeeling, and this is the first time it has issued such a task. At this moment, she remembered something and cried, don't hit your aunt, here you go. Take out the box with the square shape from behind, it is the sacred object of the Huangquan sect. It is indeed here. If you had handed it over earlier, you would have been fine. Oh Yang Yu stared with wide eyes, damn it, why didn't I think of it? If it had been opened earlier, this would not have happened. It's a shame she thought it was rubbish. Give it to us. Cece cried sadly. Bai Mo patted her head, not taking the Yellow Spring sect seriously at all. My daughter picked it up, why should she give it to you? As the ancients said, if you find a treasure on the ground, you won't be able to get it by asking the heavens and the earth. These words completely angered the Admiral and the Yellow Spring sect. Bai Mo, you hurry up and return the item to the others. What nonsense are you talking about? The Admiral angrily said, you want to die? Kill him for me. Yes, big brother. The admiral wanted to see Bai Mo die before his eyes.
Bai Mo stood up, his mouth curling up, and said to the Huangquan sect and others, either leave now, or no one will be able to leave alive later. Although the system issued a task, Bai Mo still could not bring himself to kill someone.
In his heart, he still gave Huang Quanjiu and the others a way out.
He didn't want the children to see blood. You really talk a lot of nonsense. If I kill you, the sacred object will still be in our hands.
No.
Children, close your eyes. Hearing their father's voice, the two little milk balls were so scared that they closed their eyes and clung to Bai Mo's pants. Bai Mo looked at the people coming, but waved his hand, and the people who came over were annihilated at the speed of light.
Yang Yu's eyes widened. She was shocked.
She made sure she wasn't seeing things. Her legs were shaking. Suddenly, she remembered a legend her martial arts master had told her about. There was a group of people in the world who practiced immortal arts and lived forever. They appeared once every few decades and were beyond recognition, their internal martial arts skills incomparable.
That scene just now is deeply etched in my mind. Isn't that immortal technique? Is Bai Mo from the hidden sect? Little puppy. It can feel fear too. Master, it's so scary.
There was dead silence in the scene. Everyone was shocked by Bai Mo, and no one could tell them what had just happened.
Damn it, who the hell are you?
Where did you get your dick?
The admiral looked at Bai Mo with fear in his eyes and subconsciously took a few steps back. Unknown things will always strike fear into people.
I'm no one, just an ordinary person, the father of these girls. If my daughters are in danger, whoever it is will have to bear my wrath.
Bai Mo said calmly. Run.
The admiral sensed danger and shouted. However, they were not as quick as Bai Mo, and in an instant, they were reduced to ashes. Yang Yu slumped to the ground, looking at Bai Mo in fear. Just a glance was enough to kill everyone from the Huangquan sect.
Is this the power of a cultivator? It's terrifying. Ding. Congratulations, host, you have completed the task. Please check for the follow-up reward. The two little princesses couldn't hear any movement and asked in their baby voices, Daddy, can I look now? Yes.
When he opened his eyes again, there was no one in front of him, and it was very quiet all around.
Ha! Hey! Where is everyone? Daddy, where are the bad guys?
The two little ones asked innocently, and the way they scratched their heads was adorable.
They've gone.
Bai Mo smiled, picked up his two daughters, and returned to the villa. The two little balls of milk scratched their heads. They were even more puzzled. They were so fierce just now, but why did they just leave?
They didn't even say sorry. Yang Yu swallowed his saliva and followed Bai Mo. In the villa. Yang Yu repeatedly wanted to speak but stopped. Chapter 45. I just want my daughter to be happy and safe. It's best if you don't know anything about me. If it weren't for the danger to the child, I wouldn't have intervened. Bai Mo looked rather helpless. Looking at the two little milk balls, Yang Yu nodded. I understand, Bai Mo, what kind of strength do you have? Me? I'm invincible. Bai Mo laughed. Bah!
You killed people from the Huangquan sect. When they find out, they'll never stop killing you.
What are you going to do? Yang Yu was very worried about this. What's there to be afraid of? Let them come. Bai Mo was planning to eliminate them.
He didn't want them to harass him in the future, like flies, it would be very annoying.
Yang Yu. By the way, the injury's on your body, I'll write you a prescription later, go home and make a bowl of it, and you'll be fine tomorrow. Thank you.
Yang Yu's opinion of Bai Mo had completely changed. It was probably the respect for the strong. No one envied or worshipped the strong. Shi and Nin were studying the sacred object of the Huangquan sect. They had limited strength and intelligence, and after all that time, they had not been able to open it. Yang Yu laughed. The sacred object of the Huangquan sect has fallen into your hands. Tian Daiyou and the admiral fought desperately for it, but in the end, it fell into the hands of the two of you. Looking at the two little milk balls, Yang Yu stroked their heads. The fluffy hair felt particularly comfortable.
Daddy, help me.
Cici, who was at her wit's end, could only hand the sacred object box to Bai Mo.
Bai Mo twisted it lightly and broke it directly. None.
Shishi's mouth was twisted to one side, as if she wanted to cry.
Alas, I'm sorry, Dad's strength is too great. Bai Mo was embarrassed.
He had no control over his own strength.
He hadn't had time to get used to it.
She held back her tears, but her voice was still babyish as she said, "It's okay."
Inside the box was a pill, red all over. Yang Yu's eyes widened.
She knew exactly what this pill was.
What is it? A pill? No, it's a blood pill. If you take it, it can temporarily enhance your cultivation.
In our martial arts, it's a forbidden pill.
Yang Yu took a deep breath.
The two little milk balls scratched their heads.
They thought there was something fun in it, but it turned out to be this? No. Auntie, can I keep it for you? Yang Yu wanted to take the pill back to the security bureau.
Here you go.
She shook her head, not at all interested.
The pill is red, which means it is very dangerous.
Yang Yu wants to report to his superiors. What about Bai Mo? What do you think? This pill is very useful to me. Can you let me have it? I beg you. I will agree to whatever you ask for.
The value of the blood pill is very high. It is also a sacred object of the Netherworld cult. It can be said to be a treasure, and it is not an exaggeration to say that many people would kill for it in the outside world.
What do I want with that rubbish pill? Since Cece doesn't want it, you can have it if you like. Bai Mo said. Ah. Rubbish? Yang Yu's eyes widened.
You called the blood pill rubbish, and Yang Yu was unable to refute for a moment.
Okay, you're the boss, whatever you say goes.
That's good. If you don't want it, she can take the blood pill, and it doesn't cost anything. Yang Yu did not stay long, and after playing with the two little ones for a while, she left.
The entrance to the villa was damaged, and Bai Mo had a headache. He had to find someone to fix it. Damn the Yellow Springs cult.
They deserved to die. But when Lin Mengxi came back, he didn't know how to explain it. While the two little princesses were napping, Bai Mo went out to find someone to fix the new entrance.
After the task was completed, Bai Mo had not had time to check what rewards he had received. There were quite a lot of rewards this time. Plus 300 daddy points. Plus 2 lucky draw. The system is no longer cold and unfeeling, and there are more rewards. It's good that it's no longer stingy. Total daddy points, 540. Host, lucky draw? What an attitude. I like it. Draw. Ding.
Congratulations, host, you have obtained divine medical skills.
Ding.
Congratulations, host, you have obtained alchemy skills.
Bai Mo was momentarily dumbfounded. System, you're awesome.
Both of these things are what Bai Mo has always dreamed of, and now he can get them just by drawing straws.
Host, please don't get excited. The rewards drawn after a task is completed have a high hit rate.
The implication is that the probability of winning the lottery with daddy points is very low. Blood Dan, which was just drawn, is a second-level pill, very common and not difficult to refine. System, I need a set of exercises to stabilize the power within me. The beginner-level immortal cultivation method is recommended, which can quickly turn you into a cultivator.
How many points does it cost? If it's too expensive, Bai Mo might as well forget it. 500. Not very expensive. Bai Mo can afford it, so he gritted his teeth and bought it.
In the future, he will be someone who has practiced the method, and will not use the power in his body indiscriminately.
After pondering for the whole afternoon, practicing the method of immortality, Bai Mo finally became a cultivator. Only by cultivating can one attain immortality. Mortal men are still too weak. Bai Mo sighed. On the other side of the story.
After returning, Yang Yu concealed part of the story and reported to the higher-ups. He did not say that the admiral and his entourage had been killed. Instead, he said that they had escaped.
Master, we have recovered the blood pill. The people of the Netherworld sect will not let this go. It is their sacred object.
The person in front of Yang Yu was the head of the Pure Yang sect, the true sage of the setting sun, an old man in his 60s who was now a member of the security bureau. Well, you have managed to steal the blood pill in front of the admiral, I'm impressed. Don't worry about the people from the underworld cult, I have my own plan. The Grand Master of the Xiantian sect has not come out of seclusion, so the remaining people from the underworld cult are not to be feared. The Sunset Real Person said, you take the blood pill and let them study it to see if they can crack it.
Okay. Yang Yu nodded, By the way, Master, those cultivators you mentioned before, do they really still exist?
They belong to an esoteric sect, not of this world, but there is no denying that they have always existed and are very powerful.
Hearing these words from Sunset True Person, Yang Yu was certain that Bai Mo was one of those people. On the other side, inside the Huangquan sect,
through secret reports, they already knew that the admiral and his entourage had died.
Damn it! Who the hell would dare to go against our Huangquan sect? The law enforcement elder was full of anger.
As the eldest brother, the admiral was a master with great strength and numerous methods.
There were not many people in China who could kill him.
The loss of the sacred object was a great shame. Send someone to Doan City immediately to investigate who killed my men. If the old guys from the security bureau make a move, notify me directly.
In the villa,
the two little princesses, who had slept and woke up, were especially energetic, singing and dancing.
Bai Mo said, Anan, did your mother teach you to dance? Aha, I know a lot.
Then Anan danced a short section, and Bai Mo realized that the child really had talent.
Can Cici do it? I can't, I can sing. Bai Mo. One can sing and the other can dance? The children are interested, so Bai Mo plans to cultivate their interests one by one.
He will teach Lin Mengxi dance, but he is sure he can teach his daughter to sing. Chapter 46, The Community Singing Competition.
Cici, do you like singing Twinkle, Twinkle, Little Star? Yes, I do. Cici nodded.
Don't move, let Daddy have a look at how the wound is healing.
It's fine, the scar will fall off in 2 days.
Bai Mo's medical skills are superb, so after the wound has healed, there is no need to worry about the scar.
How about Daddy teaches you to sing?
Bai Mo hugged Cici, rubbed her chin on her hair, and made the child laugh.
Good, good. I can sing it too, Daddy.
Anan pouts, his furry head comes closer, and he nudges Bai Mo's chest.
The puppy on the floor also nudges Bai Mo's trousers, following suit. Bai Mo is overjoyed. Good, good, you can learn together, Daddy will teach you.
Anan wants to learn, he can't wait. Bai Mo sang a line, and the two children sang along, teaching them 4 or 5 times.
She said in a baby voice, Daddy, can I sing it yet? Puff. Bai Mo couldn't help laughing, you haven't even learned to walk, and you want to run. Learning to sing is not something you can learn in a day or two, so take your time.
Overall, the two little bundles of joy sang quite well, although they still had a bit of a broken voice.
A few more times of teaching would be enough.
The maid next to them said, Master, the little princesses sing really well. When I was at work, I saw that there was an application for a competition in the community.
It's a singing competition for 29-year-olds. I think you should take them to participate.
Ding, task issued, lead the children to participate in the singing competition.
Bai Mo thought about it and decided that it would be good for them to see it. It's boring to stay at home all day. Okay, when does the competition start? It's 8 o'clock tonight.
It's 4 o'clock now, so the competition will start in 4 hours.
Bai Mo wasn't sure what to think.
It's important for them to participate, and I like the sound of that.
She spoke in a timid, babyish voice, Daddy, I'm scared. Don't be scared, I'm here. Bai Mo let out a breath.
Ever since the child fell down the stairs the last time, she had been a bit timid.
Anan, do you want to go? It's important to ask the kids what they think. Can I go? Anan blinked. You can go. Anan and Cici are the best. Daddy will be by your side, so don't be afraid.
After that, Bai Mo taught them a few more times, then stepped into the kitchen and focused on cooking for his daughters.
When Lin Mengxi returned, she briefly asked what happened at the front door. Bai Mo had already decided how to answer. He would blame it all on Yang Yu. Yang Yu didn't know what she had said to Lin Mengxi, and the matter was forgotten. Bai Mo also told Lin Mengxi about signing up the two little ones to sing tonight. Good, I have no objections. Anan and Shi, you have to do your best. Mom supports you.
Lin Mengxi played with her hair a little, then hugged the two children and kissed each of them.
Do your best, do I get a reward? Ha, can I support you mentally?
The two little princesses were at a loss for words.
Lin Mengxi laughed and said, if you get good grades, how about I take you out for ice cream? Mommy is the best. I love you.
The two little girls threw themselves into Lin Mengxi's arms and kissed her left and right.
What song did you tell them to sing?
There have been community singing competitions in previous years, and quite a few children participated, and the judges were quite professional.
Lin Mengxi turned to Bai Mo and asked. Fly, fly, fly. How's your study going?
Before Bai Mo could reply, Anan, who was standing next to him, said, You sang really well.
Lin Mengxi. Bai Mo. The couple smiled at the same time.
She lowered her head, crossed her arms, and twirled her fingers in circles, looking nervous.
It was 7:30. Bai Mo and Lin Mengxi each held a child and arrived at the entrance to the kindergarten in the community. The children's singing competition will be held here tonight.
The small stage has already been set up, and there are quite a few spectators, all of them with their families.
Honey, I'll take an in to register first and see where we're on the list. Go ahead, I can't show my face, so you'll have to do the hard work. Lin Mengxi said. If you know I'm working hard, then give me a chance tonight. After saying this, Bai Mo blushed and turned around, afraid that Lin Mengxi would find out if he was late.
Lin Mengxi blushed instantly and thought to herself.
Have I never given you a chance? You didn't even close the door at night, and you don't have any bad intentions? I'll leave the door open for you tonight.
Lin Mengxi's voice grew smaller and smaller as she blushed until her face turned red up to her neck.
Sis, Mommy, why are you leaving the door open for me?
The little guy in her arms scratched his head, looking at his blushing mother innocently. Lin Mengxi looked up, and she was already embarrassed to see that Bai Mo's figure had disappeared.
You're so nosy. If you behave well, I'll leave the door open for you, and you can come over to sleep tonight?
Lin Mengxi rubbed the child's head. According to Bai Mo, the gauze on her forehead could be removed soon. She felt sorry for the child.
No.
Shishi's head shook back and forth. I want to sleep with Daddy, I don't want to sleep with you.
Lin Mengxi couldn't help but laugh. With Dad, she forgot about Mom.
She had raised her daughter for 2 years for nothing. By now, Bai Mo had come over to tell Lin Mengxi and the children that their performance was scheduled for ninth place. At exactly 8 o'clock, the competition officially began, and the first person to go on stage was a young boy. As soon as the boy opened his mouth, he received a round of applause from the audience. The tone and pitch were good, but he lacked some middle air and was seriously out of tune. The second to go on stage was a group of 3 young boys. They sang a popular song and won the applause of the whole audience. The judges all smiled with satisfaction.
Their extracurricular interest is music. They are 6 years old and in the 2nd grade.
They have been learning music for more than 2 years.
Not bad.
I heard that they won 3rd prize last year. They did well this year and have a chance to win the championship.
Look, those are their parents. They are so happy and proud. Of course, if I had a son that was that good, I would smile in my sleep every night. The 6th pair on stage are getting ready to go on.
The 2 little girls are nervous. Backstage, Lin Mengxi is chatting with the parents of the children next to her.
They are probably praising Lin Mengxi for being so lucky to have twins.
They are also praising Bai Mo for being so handsome and the children for being so cute, and then they exchange experiences of being a mother.
Next, please, the 9th pair. Parents, can you guess if it's a boy or a girl? The audience, a boy. A girl? The host laughs, correct.
They are a pair of very cute twins.
Then Bai Mo took the 2 little treasures on stage, surrounded by so many eyes. So cute. Oh my. I guess they're just 2-year-olds. They're so pretty, their parents must be handsome and beautiful too. The family genes are really strong, they will definitely be beautiful when they grow up. They are so young to be on stage, and everything they sing must sound beautiful. Their courage is commendable. So cute. They're trying to trick me into having a daughter again. I already have 3 sons.
The crowd murmurs. The 2 little mounds of milk are shy.
Bai Mo comforts them, don't be afraid, I'm right here, Dad. Just follow the music, we'll come down after you finish singing, okay? Chapter 47, so good, and only 2nd place? After coaxing and cajoling, they finally got them to nod their heads. Okay.
With a general display of courage. As the music started, the 2 little milk balls opened their mouths and immediately caused everyone to be amazed.
Dark black sky. Bright.
A mouthful of milk. The pitch was very standard. The judges began to whisper to each other.
Who taught them to sing? It's amazing. I admit, they conquered me as soon as they opened their mouths, and their appearance is just so cute, isn't it? They don't sing like amateurs, they sound more like professionals.
It's even better than what some variety shows sing, and better than what certain child stars sing. I give it a score of 9.8. No need to score it, they are the first place, beyond reproach. Just listen to the rest, there are still more than 10 to come. As the two little milkballs continued to sing, the judges realized that there was not a single mistake, and it was perfect to the extreme. It was as if the song had been tailor-made for them. There was also a lot of discussion on the stage.
It's a beautiful song. What is this song? I haven't heard it before. It's so beautiful, the kids are amazing.
Although I don't know how to appreciate it, it's really beautiful, I want to hear more. When the song was over, the twins immediately threw themselves into Bai Mo's arms and buried their heads in his chest.
They were shy. Baba. You guys sang well, but don't get complacent.
Keep up the good work and strive for improvement, Bai Mo said. At that moment, Lin Mengxi also ran from the backstage and kissed the two little treasures.
That was great. My daughter is awesome.
Lin Mengxi's perfect figure immediately attracted the attention of the male audience as soon as she appeared. No wonder the twins are so beautiful. It turns out that their mom and dad have strong genes.
I can't believe there's a beauty of this caliber in our community, why didn't I notice before?
Not to mention you, I've lived here for 5 years and I've never seen her before. As the other children took to the stage, the two little milkballs gradually withdrew from the public eye, otherwise they would have been unable to hold their heads up as they were being looked at, their faces flushed. The song Fly, Fly, Fly was so good that the children who went on last seemed mediocre. A few people said that the children who went on later didn't sing well, and when the children heard this, they burst into tears. Finally, a little girl went on stage and also attracted a lot of attention. Because she was first place last year and is 5 years old this year, she has very good singing skills. The judges were discussing it, and they already had an answer in their hearts. At this time, a note came from the back, which wrote who the first place winner was. The judges exchanged a few words with each other, and their faces gradually became difficult to see.
Something's wrong, right? Just say it. Bai Mo's attention was caught by the judges' unusual behavior. Wife, do you think they will decide the first place winner internally?
Or it's already been arranged?
It's no wonder Bai Mo was suspicious, the judges' actions just now were indeed very suspicious.
It was obvious who was going to win first place, but they still had to discuss it among themselves.
And the way they looked at each other made Bai Mo even more certain that there was something fishy going on.
Lin Mengxi shook her head, it shouldn't be like that.
It's just a competition between children.
If they decide on a winner beforehand, it won't be convincing and it won't look good if it gets out. The host came on stage. Good evening everyone, this year's community singing competition has finally come to an end after 2 hours of competition.
Thank you all for your active participation.
The top 3 this year have already been decided, and they are on this piece of paper in my hands. I believe everyone has already guessed, and our first place winner is a child. Let me sell a mystery first, and I will announce the third place winner first.
They are a duo.
Yes, they are the 3 little handsome guys.
Please come up to the stage to receive your prize. The audience applauded. Next, I will announce the second place winner. She is our favorite little twin children, and an Enshishi.
Thank you for singing such a beautiful song, The Insect Flies. As soon as the words fell, there was first a round of applause, and then the audience fell silent.
How could those cute little twins possibly come in second? If they came in second for singing so well, who would be worthy of first place? Bai Mo. Lin Mengxi.
The 2 little milkballs, who didn't know what was going on, were overjoyed to hear their names.
Aha! It's us, Anan said in a baby voice. Bai Mo, ridiculous, what kind of judges are they? Do they know what they're doing?
Lin Mengxi frowned and said, honey, you're right, they're really disgusting for their backroom deals. The host invited the 2 little ones to the stage to prepare to award the prize.
Bai Mo hugged the 2 little ones and went on stage.
Looking at the judges, he angrily said, what kind of judges are you?
Why did my daughter only come in second? Are you questioning our authority?
This competition was fair, just and open. Your daughter made several mistakes during the singing, so her overall score was only good enough for second place.
What's the problem? The judges said. Xiao Huang, go ahead and announce the first place winner. Anyone not involved, please step down. The host was taken aback.
He laughed awkwardly and said, "The first place winner is our protagonist tonight, last year's first place winner, Lin Mengxi." Then there was applause from the audience,
especially from Lin Mengxi's parents and relatives. Bai Mo angrily took the microphone. She won first place? Are you sure there's no mistake? The crowd didn't know how to comment on music and art. How should they say it? It all sounded good.
Lin Mengxi walked up at this time and patted the children on the head. "My daughter performed so well tonight, but she got second place." As for the first place, Lin Mengxi's singing was also quite good, but this competition was sponsored by the Li family, and the judges changed their minds at the last minute.
How can you convince the public?
These words made the judges' faces turn pale. As Lin Mengxi said, it was indeed the case, and the Li family had predetermined the first place.
Everyone suddenly realized. This is too much. Still talking about fairness?
It's just a children's competition in the community, and they're already pulling this kind of insider deal. They've lost their integrity in front of the children, and the Li family's daughter doesn't deserve to be first. I'm not going to participate in competitions anymore, it's too shady.
Since the places have been predetermined, what's the point of participating? It's just embarrassing. The Li family, get over here and apologize. So what if you're rich? Who among the families present doesn't have some money?
With the curses all around, the Li family couldn't sit still either. Li Mengxi on the stage was suddenly aggrieved. She had never seen such a scene before and instantly burst into tears.
The Li family was indeed rich in Duan City, one of the 4 major families, and had become even more arrogant since the Wang family went bankrupt.
However, the Junyue Bay community was home to wealthy and well-known people.
United, they are not inferior to the Li family.
The head of the Li family stood up and scolded his son for his confused actions. He immediately apologized to everyone, and went on stage to apologize to Bai Mo and Lin Mengxi, announcing that the first place winners were in an Shi, according to the judges' results.
Bai Mo knew full well that this was a tactic commonly used by the Li family to appease the emotions of the crowd. In fact, deep down, the Li family has no remorse at all. Chapter 48, The Lu Family Visits.
Since they had won first place, Bai Mo and Lin Mengxi did not intend to make a big deal out of it.
Aha!
First place. The 2 little milk balls were naturally happy and danced around. In addition to a certificate, the host also had a small gold cup and a prize of 50,000 yuan. She looked at the gold cup, scratched her head, and said in a baby voice, "Mommy, this is a broken stone." Since she mistook gold for a stone the last time, she has remembered it in her mind.
Puff. Don't you know what it is?
It's a trophy, made of pure gold. Lin Mengxi patted the little one's head quite amusedly. Xia was instantly surprised. Although she didn't quite understand what her mother was saying, she could tell that it sounded very impressive. Seeing Lin Mengxi reach out to take it, the little girl quickly covered it with her hands. Her little head shook back and forth. She looked as if she was worried that Lin Mengxi would sell it.
Ha ha!
Lin Mengxi pinched her child's face, thinking to herself, "It's just a gold cup, what's the big deal?
You can't really take it, and you can't even look at it. What else could the people around them do but envy this family of 4? Ding! Complete the task, reward daddy points 300, please host continue to make efforts. Total daddy points, 340. After the competition was over, Bai Mo and the others went home.
Lin Mengxi kept her word and treated them to ice cream, which they enjoyed to the full, licking their way home.
The villa was brightly lit.
Lin Mengxi was puzzled. When they left, they had told Auntie Wang to turn off the lights, so why were so many lights on?
Is someone coming? Bai Mo said.
I know, it must be Auntie Ouyang. Thinking of Ouyang Yu, and Anne's eyes lit up instantly, because every time Ouyang Yu came over, she would buy her some gifts and the like, which she really liked.
And only Ouyang Yu had the privilege of entering the villa.
Lin Mengxi also suspected it was him. Almost as soon as they walked into the living room, they could hear someone's voice coming from inside. "Ha, that's right, that kid is my son-in-law, and I've always been very satisfied with him." The voice came from Lin Jianwang. "Brother Lin is so lucky to have found such an outstanding son-in-law," said Lu's father.
"It's my Mengxi who is lucky." Bai Mo and his family entered the living room and were stunned. There were guests in the house, and Auntie Wang was busy pouring tea.
The visitors were the Lu family. The white-haired old man at the head of the group was Lu's grandfather, who had been in a car accident a few days ago.
"Brother Bai." Lu Xinxin was taken aback.
The moment she saw Lin Mengxi, she admitted that she was jealous.
Let me introduce you.
This is the president of the Provincial Calligraphy Association, Mr. Lu, and the gentleman next to him is my good friend, Mr. Lu Chuanbei, and this is his daughter.
Lin Jianwang stood up with a smile and introduced. This is my son-in-law Bai Mo, a professor at the hospital, not very accomplished.
When it comes to Bai Mo, Lin Jianwang is full of pride, his face full of Versailles. Even the Lu family came to visit, giving him enough face.
This son-in-law is many times better than Wang Dachu.
Luckily, he didn't insist on matching Wang Dachu with his daughter, otherwise the Wang family would go bankrupt and the Lin family would be hard-pressed to survive alone. I don't need to introduce the one next to him, she is my daughter Lin Mengxi.
Lin Mengxi smiled, hello.
A talented man and a beautiful woman, a perfect match, no wonder they have such a cute little baby.
Anen and Sisai are so cute and well-behaved that they were surrounded by people who wanted to hug them.
After the introductions, everyone got to know each other a little better. The Lu family had recently moved back from abroad.
Dr. Bai, thank you for saving my father last time. Lu's father stood up and said. You're welcome. Bai Mo touched his nose. You're welcome. I came specially this time to thank you.
Lu's father said, by the way, I want to see what kind of person everyone praises, the great Dr. Bai.
Ha ha ha, you really are young and promising, with a bright future.
Bai Mo felt embarrassed when he heard the old master Lu say this, but Lin Jianwang was beaming.
Oh, come on, we're all friends here, what's the point of being polite? Sit down.
Lin Jianwang laughed as he spoke.
The Lu family wanted to thank Bai Mo, so they specially gave him 5 million yuan in cash. Lin Jianwang, old master, what's this for? Don't you consider us friends?
Your son and I have been friends for over 10 years, talking about money hurts feelings.
Bai Mo.
Lin boy, Dr. Bai saved the old man's life, this is just a small token of my appreciation, it's not enough to express my gratitude.
Lu's grandfather spoke heavily. Wow, so much money. For my dad?
The two little milk balls' eyes were wide with amazement. Lin Mengxi hugged the two children and signaled for them to be quiet. Lu Xinxin said, Brother Bai, just take it, 5 million is nothing.
Bai Mo shook his head, you're too polite, Grandpa Lu. I only saved you because of your granddaughter. As for the money, forget it. This put Grandpa Lu in a difficult position. No matter how much persuasion, Bai Mo insisted on not taking it. Fine, since Dr. Bai doesn't want it, I won't insist. If you need me or the Lu family for anything in the future, just let me know. Grandpa Lu wanted to be on good terms with Bai Mo.
After all, as a person gets older, their body will always have various problems.
Very soon, the Lu family got up and said their goodbyes.
Lin Jianwang didn't stay long either, smiling all the way back home.
Bai Mo had given him plenty of face tonight. She had long since fallen asleep on the sofa, dreaming of ice cream.
The sight of her little fingers sucking on a tasty treat made Bai Mo smile. Bai Mo picked up Shi and returned to the small bedroom, but Anan was in Lin Mengxi's room.
Baba saw Bai Mo coming and Anan pounced on him for a hug in a baby voice.
Lin Mengxi was taking a shower and had not returned yet. When she returned, Anan was also asleep on Bai Mo's shoulders. Bai Mo then put her back on the bed in the small bedroom, where the two sisters were going to sleep together. Just as they walked out of the small bedroom, they ran into Lin Mengxi, who had just finished showering and was drying her hair.
Bai Mo then volunteered to help, and after drying Lin Mengxi's hair, he asked her, why aren't you going to bed yet? How unwelcoming are you? Cough cough. We're married now. Bai Mo's meaning was, isn't it time we shared the same bed?
There was a moment of silence, and Lin Meng blushed and said, no.
If you don't mind, you can sleep here. Bai Mo was instantly overjoyed, and picked Lin Mengxi up in a princess carry. How could I ever dislike you? I've been waiting a long time to hear you say that.
The two sat together on the bed, with Lin Mengxi leaning against Bai Mo's chest, and the latter's hands starting to get restless.
Bai Mo suddenly called out tenderly, Mengxi. HM?
Lin Mengxi blushed. In the past 3 years, you've carried so much on your shoulders. You've worked hard.
Bai Mo gently stroked Lin Mengxi's hair.
Her hair is soft, fine and fragrant.
This scene is simply beautiful. At first, I felt very miserable, bringing up 2 children alone. But over time, I got used to it, and they have become an inseparable part of my life.
After hearing this, Bai Mo hugged Lin Mengxi in his arms and promised, "From now on, I will make you and your daughters happy every day.
As long as I am here, no one can bully you."
Well, I believe you.
Lin Mengxi felt her body go limp.
Bai Mo's voice and the air he blew seemed to completely drain her of all strength, leaving her body numb. Bai Mo took advantage of the situation to hug Lin Mengxi's soft body and smell the fragrance on her. Time seemed to have stopped at that moment, and he felt very hot. The two of them locked eyes, their hearts slowly drawing closer. The air was filled with hormones, and they were about to do something indescribable.
P.S. Today I've posted 4 chapters in one go. Thanks for your support. If you haven't rated it yet, please do so. A little support goes a long way. Thanks everyone. Chapter 49, Why is it so hard to eat meat? Crunch.
The door opened, and the little guy poked his little head out. The two of them subconsciously separated. Lin Mengxi's clothes were a little messy at the moment, because Bai Mo's hand had just been inside them.
Daddy. Mummy. Is sleeping. Daddy, give me a hug.
It turned out to be Cece waking up, rubbing her sleepy eyes. She was about to jump into Bai Mo's arms and refused to leave. Lin Mengxi had no choice but to let the little one sleep here tonight. However, the beautiful atmosphere was ruined, and the two of them blushed unknowingly. After a while, the little girl fell asleep quietly in Bai Mo's arms.
Bai Mo whispered, "Wife, wait for me.
I'll carry her back to bed first.
Remember not to lock the door, I'll come back later." Bastard. Lin Mengxi spat, "You scoundrel, what do you want?" He.
Bai Mo carried Cece back to the small bedroom and carefully covered her with the quilt. Cece was restless even in her sleep, kicking the quilt away with one foot. She also muttered in her sleep, wanting to eat the delicious meat her father made. Bai Mo covers Cece up and quietly leaves, only to find An awake and looking at him.
Bai Mo. Daddy had a scary dream.
An pouts, his eyes red. He doesn't know if he wants to cry or rub them himself.
Don't be afraid, Daddy's here with you.
Bai Mo's heart tightens, so he falls asleep next to An, patting his back. While lulling the child to sleep, he fell asleep himself.
On the other side of the room, Lin Mengxi couldn't sleep either.
She kept waiting for Bai Mo to come in, and more or less expected it.
As a result,
she waited until after 3 a.m., and unable to resist the drowsiness, she gradually fell asleep. There was no word exchanged that night.
Early the next morning,
the sun was shining brightly. After waking up, she rubbed her eyes as she sat on the bed, looking around in confusion.
"Ha! I'm not in Mommy's bed."
Yawning, her tummy rumbling, the little one climbed out of bed, clumsily walked downstairs and looked for food.
"Dad! Mommy! Ouch, what's wrong with our little princess?"
She got up early in the morning, and while her husband had already left, she still hadn't even woken up. The maid picked up the child, who was just so cute, and pinched her little face. There wasn't a single mark left on her forehead, and her skin was almost perfect.
"I'm hungry."
She looks aggrieved, and rubs her tummy.
The maid is at a loss for words.
Breakfast is being prepared, but she can give her some milk first. She's eyes light up as she watches the maid prepare the milk. Upstairs, An rolls over, and his eyes widen when he sees that his sister is no longer in bed.
Sister?
He thinks to himself, she must have gone out to play with her parents and forgot to take her. When she arrived on the first floor, she saw Sisai eating with relish.
Ha!
The child beamed, clumsily made her way to the dining room and climbed onto a chair.
"Auntie, I want some too, the same kind as Grandma's," An said with a pout. 2 little feet kept swinging under the table.
The maid saw her hair was a mess, so she helped her tie it back up.
"Don't wait for Dad." The maid snorted.
She took it as a sign that her skills were not good enough. About half an hour later, there was movement upstairs.
Lin Mengxi had gotten up.
She had stayed up until the middle of the night, and she was not feeling well in the morning, with dark circles under her eyes. When she went downstairs, the first person to notice that something was wrong with Lin Mengxi was An. "Mommy, your eyes are so dark.
Did you steal something last night?"
She spoke in a childish voice.
"Lin Mengxi, hurry up and eat your breakfast. You're the most talkative one. Look at your sister, she hasn't said a word." "Did you steal last night, Mommy?" Cece asked, scratching her head. "Aha!"
The 2 little ones laughed loudly.
At this moment, Bai Mo came back from running and just entered the living room. "Daddy, my hair." Anan pointed at her messy hair. Puff. "I didn't notice it before, but the two little girls' hair looks like a chicken coop." "Wait, I'll help you get a hairstyle that everyone will envy." Bai Mo smiled. "Great." Upon hearing this, the two little princesses danced around, and words could not describe their inner world. When he looked at Lin Mengxi, Bai Mo whispered, "I fell asleep last night." "What's there to explain? I closed the door long ago." Lin Mengxi rolled his eyes. Bai Mo. Missed opportunity. Is it really that difficult to want to eat a meal of meat? After breakfast, Lin Mengxi went to work as usual, while Bai Mo stayed at home with the children. When he opened his phone, he found that there were endless news reports about Anshin Pharmaceutical in Duan City. A new facial mask had been launched, and it had attracted a lot of attention, especially among young people. Lin Mengxi's father-in-law called to congratulate him, saying that Bai Mo was very capable and had a business acumen. He would definitely take Bai Mo to meet some friends if they had the chance. The implication was that he wanted to show off. "He tells everyone that White Doctor is my son-in-law." Now in Duan City, who hasn't heard of White Doctor's name? The hospital's publicity has made him famous and rich. It's hot in the summer. The two little girls are playing in the living room, sweating and with their bare feet. "Good girls, you can't swim yet, can you? Daddy will teach you." Bai Mo instructs the maid to clean the pool and fill it with water. Summer is here, the temperature is rising, and they must be taught survival skills. Swimming is a must. Swimming, playing in the water. The two little ones are very happy to be able to play in the water with their father. A moment later, Bai Mo puts his daughter's swimsuits on and gets the life preservers ready, one for each. "Daddy, are these balloons?" "Hula hoops." Bai Mo couldn't help but laugh. "No, they're life buoys, they can float you." "Wow, hoops, I like them." Anan put it directly around her belly, just like a hula hoop. "Master Bai, are you going to teach them to swim?" "You should hire a personal trainer, they learn quickly." The servant reminded him. "No need." Bai Mo shook his head. He felt a sense of accomplishment teaching his daughters to swim, and most importantly, he felt at ease. "Daddy, no more swimming, no more playing." Shishi's head shook back and forth. Just now, she had tested the water with her foot and it was so cold that she was afraid to go in. "Daddy will hold you, don't be afraid." Bai Mo jumped into the water with a splash, and his head emerged from the water as he smiled at his two daughters. "Babies, it's really cool under the water." No. Shishi subconsciously took a step back. None. She wants to go back in the water to play with her father, but she's afraid of the water. "Come on in, learn to swim and you can have ice cream." "Let's learn how to swim." Sisai's eyes light up and she quickly comes to the edge of the pool. The servant standing nearby smiles without saying a word. In terms of parenting skills, the young master is still the best. Anan is wearing a life jacket. After getting used to the water, she keeps waving her hands and feet, but her body stays in the same place, not moving at all. She just wants to get a little closer to her father, but as a result, she is getting further and further away, flailing her arms and legs. As for Sisai, Bai Mo is teaching her by hand. Ahem. Learning to swim means drinking water. Fortunately, all the effort was worth it, and after half a day, the little one had made progress. "Ha, my daughter has finally learned to dog paddle, I can't even do it." Bai Mo's tone of voice showed how arrogant she was. "Aha." The little one followed suit and giggled. As for Anan, he was still there, wearing a life preserver and paddling with no strength in his arms and legs. Chapter 50, Anan is gone. "Okay, Cece has learned how to swim, so I'll give you a life preserver and you can swim on your own. I'm going to go teach your sister." Cece's voice was high-pitched and very happy, and her entire swim was watched by the servants. She even played in the water with the servants, sharing her joy. Her high-pitched voice said, "Well, Baba taught me to swim." You can tell she's a lot happier now, at least she's not as quiet as before. "Daddy, I'm tired, I don't want to learn." Anan is really tired. "You've been busy for a long time." "Daddy has experience, you'll soon be able to learn to dog paddle like your sister." "What's dog paddle?" Anan asks, scratching his head. "This Wang Kai." Woof woof woof. In the back garden, a small figure speeds up, and the puppy is summoned. "Go swimming." Hearing Bai Mo's order, the puppy pups froze for a moment, before diving headfirst into the pool. Quite a heroic feat, as if the king commands, the subject must die. Only one doggy head floated to the surface, while the 4 doggy legs paddled furiously, in the classic doggy paddle style. None. Ha ha ha. The servants by the pool were all amused by the dog. She saw everyone laughing and, not knowing why, she also laughed heartily. Fortunately, Anan has learned not the dog paddle, but the breaststroke, and can hold his breath for a long time. Ding! Congratulations, host, for teaching your daughter a survival skill. You have earned 200 daddy points and 1 lucky draw chance. Do you wish to draw? Draw. Congratulations, host, you've got some lucky draws coming your way. Total daddy points, 540. The song is good, very suitable for Lin Mengxi. Play it when you need it. At lunchtime, Bai Mo did not disappoint the 2 little ones and made ice cream. In the afternoon. Oh Yang, you actually came. The 2 little ones were taking a nap, but Anan woke up when he heard the sound of a Ferrari and came down to play with Oh Yang Yu, not even going back to sleep. Auntie, what did you bring in? Anan didn't bat an eye. Your favorite snack. Wow, thanks Auntie, you're the best, if only you were my real mother. Bai Mo. Oh Yang Yu said, Anan, I'm your godmother, and I'm also your mother. She gently stroked Anan's hair, looking lovingly at him. Oh Yang Yu came over this time mainly to tell Bai Mo that the matter of Huanquan teaching had been dealt with, and no one would be able to trace it back to Bai Mo, so he could rest assured. Bai Mo had nothing to worry about. He didn't care about anyone. Anan, I'm going out shopping. Are you coming with me? Oh Yang said. Shopping? Ice cream? And other delicious food? Anan instantly wrapped her arms around Oh Yang's long legs. Auntie, take me. Ha, take you where? But does your father agree? And your sister hasn't woken up yet. Never mind your sister, she's just a sleeping bag. Anan pouts, Dad. Cutesies towards Bai Mo. Another display of cuteness. It turns out that Bai Mo is nowhere to be found in the living room, and there is no sign of him anywhere. Auntie, let's go. Okay, we'll go out secretly and come back after we've finished shopping. Oh Yang Yu says. Then the big and little one get into the Ferrari and head straight for the city center. Oh Yang Yu takes Anan with him before sending a message to Bai Mo. Bai Mo, who had just received the news that he was getting a Bugatti Veyron, returned home to find that Anan was nowhere to be seen. He asked the maid and learned that she had gone out with Oh Yang Yu and had only just received the message. Bai Mo's Bugatti Veyron had arrived. It had a cool black appearance and a sound that blew away the sky. It was equipped with a 16-cylinder engine and 4 turbos, with a power of 1001 horsepower and a top speed of 407 km per hour. It is the sports car dream of many rich second-generation children. Bai Mo was no exception. Although the Bai family is wealthy, they never let him spend money recklessly. Downtown. Oh Yang Yu is walking with Anan, stopping along the way, and she is holding all kinds of delicious food in her hands. Oh Yang Yu is relaxed, but she doesn't know that she is in great danger. Auntie, I want to eat iced sugar-coated fruit. Ha ha ha, it's iced sugar-coated fruit on a stick. Oh Yang Yu says, then follow me, and I'll buy it for you. MMHM. Anan held onto Oh Yang Yu's clothes with one small hand, while licking the ice cream in her mouth. A moment later. Auntie, are you ready? Ha! What a cute girl, oh, so cute. The voice was off, and Anan looked up, only to see that she wasn't holding on to Oh Yang Yu, but another woman, whose clothes were similar to Oh Yang Yu's. Anan let go of her hand and looked around. Auntie, where are you? There were so many people around, and she was so small, how could she find Oh Yang Yu? Her voice was drowned out in the crowd. Little girl, are you looking for someone? I can help you find her. A man with a sharp tongue came up to Anan and said. Really? Do you know what my aunt looks like? Anan was not stupid. I'm very smart. The man said, of course, she is very beautiful. Is her name Oh Yang Yu? You were just shopping together. Yes, my aunt is very beautiful, take me there. Anan's heart began to race, and her last defenses crumbled. Another street. Oh Yang Yu had already bought the candied fruit on a stick and had been talking to Anan the whole time. An? Here you are. After paying, Oh Yang Yu turned around and noticed that the little figure behind her was missing. She panicked. Where are you, Anan?
Yang Yu shouted, looking around, hoping to see the little figure she was looking for in the crowd. Anan was always right behind her, so she didn't know when they had become separated.
Oh no. Yang Yu quickly looked down the street, but she couldn't find Anan anywhere. She was distraught.
Bai Mo, who was testing the car, suddenly heard Yang Yu's phone call and heard her crying bitterly on the other end.
Bai Mo. What's wrong? The voice was getting more and more off. Bai Mo frowned and shouted, what's wrong?
Anan is gone, just a moment's work, I can't find her.
Damn it, if anything happens to my daughter, I will never let you go.
Bai Mo snapped the phone, a surge of anger radiated from his body, and a cold light flashed in his eyes.
Boom. The sound of a Bugatti Veyron blasting down the street. Yang Yu could already imagine Bai Mo's angry face, and his face instantly paled. I've got the person you're looking for. If you want to save her, come with us. A man passing by stopped and said. Yang Yu looked up, and the figure was speeding away. Who are you? If you dare to harm a single hair on Anan's head, I will never let you go.
Yang Yu got up and chased after him. In an abandoned factory outside the city of Duan, Yang Yu finally caught up to the man. However, she did not know that more than a dozen people had walked out from behind the dilapidated wall, led by the law enforcement elder of the Huangquan sect.
Boom! Yang Yu's head was about to explode.
She had seen the law enforcement elder of the Huangquan sect once before, and he was the strength of a semi-master. Facing him, there was no chance of escape at all. P.S. Today is better than yesterday, it's progress, thank you all. Chapter 51, 10 billion, to redeem your daughter. The people of the Huangquan sect are really persistent. A few days ago, she took the blame for everything herself. She should have expected this day to come. Offend the Huangquan sect and they will chase you for life, until you are dead. And she took the blame for everything herself.
She just didn't want to expose Bai Mo. Where is Anan? Yang Yu asked with courage. That child? Who knows who took her away? Our goal is you, we don't care about using such tactics. The law enforcement elder said with narrowed eyes. If it wasn't you, then who else would have taken her? I'm tired of talking nonsense with you. Do you have the sacred object of our Huangquan sect in your hands, and who actually killed the admiral? The law enforcement elder asked. I don't know what you're talking about. Still mouthing off, beat him up. The people brought by the law enforcement elder, although not as strong as the admiral, were not much different. In just 3 minutes, Yang Yu was beaten to the ground and was moaning in pain all over. You bitch, how dare you go against the Yellow Springs cult? Don't think that just because you're from the security bureau, we won't dare do anything to you. You're so naive. Tell me, where is the sacred object? I'll give you a quick death and leave your body intact. The law enforcement elder asked sternly. Yang Yu gritted her teeth. I don't know, kill me or torture me, it's up to you. Break her leg. After a scream, Yang Yu painfully broke a leg. The ground was bloody, and the piercing bones were exposed. Falling into the hands of the Yellow Springs sect, she never thought she would survive. However, Anan's whereabouts were unknown, and she was unwilling to accept this. Elder, this woman is very stubborn and still won't say a word. Even the most stubborn person has a weakness. Give her the heart-eating worm and let her experience the feeling of being better off dead. After taking the heart-eating worm, Yang Yu's screams became even louder. Are you going to talk? Kill me, I don't know. Yang Yu was sweating profusely from the pain, her lips were white, and she was still stubbornly keeping quiet, her face turning from pale to dark. Bring her along, that little girl is the weak link, hurry up and find out who just took her. Suddenly thinking of something, the law enforcement elder said coldly. Elder, I have kept a close eye on things. The little girl was taken away in a van, and I can locate it immediately. A member of the Yellow Springs sect said. Very well, I will give you a big reward when we get back. The law enforcement elder patted the man on the shoulder. A moment later, the Yellow Springs sect and others had discovered where Anan had gone and were bringing the dying Yang Yu. A dilapidated factory building in Duan City. Anan followed the man out of the car, crying and complaining about being cheated. Don't whine, little brat, just follow me and don't cry. The man pulled Anan into the factory building. There were a few people playing mahjong in the factory. Damn it, I've been watching the entrance to the Junuebe residential area for 2 days, and finally I saw one. Where is Master Wang's son? Why isn't he here yet? As soon as the words left his mouth, a figure appeared at the door, and it was Wang Dachu. Bai Mo had caused his family to fall apart and his family to go bankrupt, and he had become a dog of the bereaved family. From being a young master on high, he had become a homeless person in one day. Wang Dachu wanted to eat Bai Mo's heart, but he was also very rational. Bai Mo was the young master of the Bai family and was not easy to deal with. Therefore, for the time being, the way to get back at Bai Mo and Lin Mengxi is to kidnap their daughter and extort a sum of money. "Help, save me!" Anan cried as she saw Wang Dachu appear. "Humph, so polite to me now? Why don't you call me a bad person? Young Master Wang, I've brought the person you want. Where's the money you promised?" 1 million, not a penny less. My brothers have taken a big risk. The young thugs rubbed their hands together and grinned wickedly. Seeing how familiar they looked, Anan rolled her eyes. "Bad guys. Daddy. Mummy. Auntie." Anan cried, feeling very helpless. She looked around, not recognizing her surroundings. "Stop crying, or I'll sell you." Wang Daju was distracted. "Don't." Anan sniffs her nose and tries hard not to cry. If she is sold, she will never see her parents again. Although she doesn't cry, tears are streaming down her face. "Ha ha, Bai Mo has come to this. I'll notify him right away. You buy something delicious and take good care of this little golden master. Her father is very rich. Little girl, don't cry. I'll notify your father to come and redeem you." The little girl blinked her eyes, sniffed her nose, stopped crying, and said in a baby voice, "Really? Of course." At the thought of Bai Mo being the young master of the Bai family in the imperial capital, Wang Dachu let out a wicked smile. "Bai Mo, you say your daughter's life? Isn't it fair to ask for 10 billion in exchange?" Wang Dachu then called Bai Mo. "Bai Mo, you know exactly who I am, don't you? When my family went bankrupt, did you ever think that this day would come? Your daughter is in my hands. Pay 10 billion and I'll let her go." Hearing this, Bai Mo's world came crashing down. His fists clenched, his anger burning, he gritted his teeth and said, "Wang Dachu, you'd better not hurt my daughter, or I'll make you disappear." Bai Mo didn't lack money, as long as Anan was safe and sound, he didn't want to be hurt. Wang Dachu let out a ha-ha. That was really satisfying. "No wonder you're the young master of the Bai family, casually throwing around 10 billion. I guess 10 billion is just Bai Mo's annual allowance. Shit, what a mistake." Wang Dachu instantly regretted it. With money, the Wang family could make a comeback overseas. A glimmer of hope rose in Wang Dachu's heart, and he began to daydream. Wang Dachu killed someone? Well, he has killed before, but he can't bring himself to kill a child. Besides, Wang Dachu has no ill will towards Anan, and is even sometimes charmed by her. Bai Mo holds back the urge to kill, gritting his teeth. "You told me to talk to her, otherwise she'll cry and make a scene." "I don't think you like that." Wang Dachu thinks for a moment. Young Master Bai is so considerate and spoils his daughter. "Hello, Anan." "Daddy." Anan rubbed her eyes. She had heard her father's voice long ago, but she dared not say a word for fear of Wang Dachu's fierce glare. "Be a good girl. Don't be afraid. Daddy will pick you up later, okay? Is Anan feeling better?" She is no longer so panicked, and nods vigorously. "Okay. Hurry up, okay? Ding. The mission to rescue her daughter has begun. Please complete the task immediately." Those socialites at the factory really bought her a lot of delicious food. Ha! The little one laughed. Eating by herself, one of the socialites must have children at home and knows what kids like to eat, so she bought her ice cream and ice cream bars. The child waited obediently for her father to come and pick her up, and now she's not panicking and eating. What a big heart. Only Wang Dachu is kind. If it were any other kidnapper, she wouldn't be treated like this. "Uncle, Anan wants some water." Wang Dachu, who was watching with a smile on his face and immersed in a beautiful dream, heard Anan's lisping voice. There were plenty of bottles in the box next to him, so she could help herself if she wanted some. Wang Dachu waved his hand impatiently. "Oh." Anan pouted, awkwardly took the mineral water, and used all her strength to open it, but she couldn't get it open, and her face turned red. A young man of about 20 years old, who was standing nearby, couldn't bear to see her struggling with the bottle cap and was amused by her cute appearance. He said, "Let me help you." "Thanks." Anan gulped down the water.
She was so obedient, with sparkling eyes, just like my daughter. The two of them, one big and one small, struck up a conversation.
Mister, do you have a daughter too? Is she really as cute as I am? Ha ha ha, of course. Then, how did you get your daughter?
Anan scratches his head, looking at the man in front of him curiously. Not only is he not afraid, he is also familiar with him. Perhaps it is because he helped unscrew the bottle cap that he doesn't seem like a bad person.
Ha, I was born. Don't tell me you weren't?
The socialite suddenly laughed at her.
I wasn't. I was. My mother gave me away for free with a phone bill. 1 for 1. I also have a younger sister. Anan responded with a pout. Puff. Wang Dachu, who was drinking water, sprayed all over the floor. The socialite laughed and said, "Ha, your mom lied to you. You came out of your mom's belly." Really? Anan's flawless, gem-like eyes lit up, but they dimmed again in an instant.
But, mom's belly is so small. The child drew a small circle in the air and pouted his lips. I'm so big, it must be wrong.
Ha, if you don't believe me, you can go back and ask your mom.
No, I'm not going to crawl around in your tummy, Anan.
I'm not a little worm. Suddenly,
there was a sound of footsteps at the door.
Huang Chuanjiu and the others had arrived with Ouyangyu, and they were blocking the doorway. Who is it? Damn it, what are you doing here?
The others looked at Huang Chuanjiu's people with fierce eyes. As long as they weren't the police, they had nothing to fear in their own neighborhood. The Huangquan cult members sneered. Their eyes looked as if they were looking at dead people. When she saw Anan, Ouyangyu, who had been thrown to the ground, said weakly, "Anan." She regretted in her heart that she had not taken good care of the child. If she had not brought her out, she would not have put her in danger. She blamed herself in her heart and vomited out a mouthful of blood again.
Wang Dachu? It's you. How dare you take Anan away? I'm going to kill you. Holy shit, Ouyangyu?
Wang Dachu was first taken aback, then again.
How did Ouyangyu get beaten up so badly?
One of his legs was broken at a 90-degree angle.
His face was almost unrecognizable. He was disfigured even after being treated, and it was the scary kind. The reason he was afraid of Ouyangyu before was because he kept pestering Lin Mengxi, and Ouyangyu would beat him up every time. This woman had the impression of being able to beat up dozens of bodyguards. What can you do to me like this? Wang Dachu said helplessly. Auntie?
Anan rubbed his eyes.
He didn't dare to recognize Ouyangyu, trembling with fear, and kept backing up.
Damn it, say something, you're not mute, who the hell are you guys, how dare you not take us seriously, I'm asking you a question.
The group of delinquents anxiously slammed the table.
In terms of the number of people on both sides, there was not much of a difference.
Get rid of them.
At the command of the law enforcement elder, the members of the Huangquan sect immediately turned into wolves and charged in. Within a minute, the bodies were strewn all over the place, and the air was filled with the smell of blood.
None.
The child trembled with fear and closed his eyes tightly.
Wang Dachu's legs trembled. No wonder Ouyangyu was beaten so badly. Are these people demons?
They don't blink an eye when they kill, and they don't understand the value of life at all.
Big brother, you are a hero. Don't kill me. Just tell me how much you want. With a thud, Wang Dachu knelt down.
In the face of death, dignity is worth very little.
If he ends up like these thugs on the ground, then what's the point of having 10 billion?
But at the moment, the Huangquan sect members simply ignored Wang Dachu and let him kneel.
Bitch, I'll give you one more chance. Tell me, who killed the admiral and where is the sacred object? A man next to the law enforcement elder stepped on Ouyangyu's head and asked. Silence, still silence. Ouyangyu clenched his lips.
I don't know if it's because he can't speak due to the pain or if he really doesn't want to betray Bai Mo.
The admiral was killed by Bai Mo.
If he tells, Bai Mo will be defeated by the Huangquan sect, and the whole family of 4 will die.
Little friend, do you know her?
The law enforcement elder asked with a smile, holding Anan next to him. The little guy was lifted up by the law enforcement elder, and at first he started flailing his arms and legs, but then he became motionless.
Don't cry. Answer Grandpa and you'll get some candy, said the law enforcement elder. Anan didn't cry. Anan, don't hit your auntie. Everyone else felt touched. Law enforcement elder. Anan, don't cry. Your auntie is just acting. Your auntie is fine. Don't be afraid.
Perhaps it was because of Ouyang Yu's words that Anan really calmed down quite a bit.
Ouyang Yu, is this child's life more important or is the secret you mentioned more important?
If you don't tell us, we'll have to do something to her. She's so cute, I'm sure you don't want to see her suffer, just look at her delicate skin. Old man, if you've got the guts, come after me, bullying a child is nothing.
Ouyang Yu said. Ha, I don't have time to waste with you.
I said, I don't know anything, I beg you, let the child go, you can torture me all you want.
Pa. A heavy kick, and Ouyang Yu vomits blood again. Ooh, don't hit your auntie, my dad will come, he's a superhero. Everyone. You have 1 minute to think about it.
If you don't tell, this child will die because of you. I'm running out of patience, I don't have time to waste with you. I have 10,000 torturous methods in my mind, and I really want to try them on her.
P.S. Please vote for more chapters.
The text has been changed.
I understand. Chapter 52, First Meeting with Sister-in-Law.
The law enforcement elder seemed to have lost patience and his gaze shifted to Wang Dachu. Wang Dachu, who had not yet recovered, was killed by a punch from the law enforcement elder.
What a good way to kill the chicken to warn the monkey. It really shocked Ouyang Yu.
Yes, the Huangquan sect kills without mercy and will never show mercy. I can die myself, but Anan must live. The information in my hands is the bargaining chip, and it cannot be handed over lightly.
Little friend, you're next. Are you afraid? Yes. Anan said timidly. Seeing Wang Dachu get beaten and fly away with his own eyes, how could she not be afraid?
And she doubted that she was dreaming.
Ha ha ha. Everyone laughed. Ouyang Yu was afraid to gamble and quickly shouted, Stop. I can tell you, but you must let her go. That's my only request. You're in no position to make demands.
Hurry up and tell me who killed the admiral and where the sacred object is.
The law enforcement elder looked at Ouyang Yu with murderous intent. Wow, auntie. Anan was once again scared to tears. After being put down by the law enforcement elder, she ran over to Ouyang Yu.
Seeing Anan running over, Ouyang Yu also saw the law enforcement elder take out a long knife and prepare to do something to Anan. Admiral, I killed him. I'm not as strong as him, but he fell into my trap. I took the sacred object, a blood pill, and handed it over to the security bureau.
Damn it. Bang.
The law enforcement elder's eyes turned red, and his fierce chi radiated out.
Ouyang Yu could no longer bear it, desperately protecting the little guy in his arms. Someone save us. Ouyang Yu closed his eyes in despair. You're asking for it.
The next second, Bai Mo's roar of extreme anger came from far away and grew closer, like thunder from the heavens, directly breaking the law enforcement elder's chi, and cracks appeared on the surrounding walls.
Everyone was shocked. Immediately afterwards, Zila.
A huge force broke through the walls of the factory, and Bai Mo descended from the sky like a god. Ouyang Yu tried hard to open her eyes and saw a pair of black shoes appear in her last vision.
If you dare to touch her, I'll slap you to death.
Bai Mo saw so much blood and corpses on the ground, as well as the frightened Anan, and his anger reached its limit. The terrifying aura had already swept in like a storm, suffocating everyone.
From the ear came Anan's happy baby voice, Daddy is daddy. It's good that Bai Mo is here. Ouyang Yu can rest assured. Her eyelids are too heavy, she needs to rest.
The child Anan instantly threw herself into Bai Mo's arms, crying with a sad face, Daddy, there's a bad person. Bai Mo was filled with anger, and the originally clear and cloudless sky was suddenly covered and enveloped by a heavy black cloud. A cold, devouring aura welled up in the deep, dark eyes, and the chilling coldness was suffocating.
Anan, don't be afraid, I'm here. Bai Mo gave his daughter a gentle smile. Who are you?
State your name, the Huanchuan sect does not kill nameless people. A member of the Huanchuan sect said. The people of the Huanchuan sect never look down on ordinary people, and they definitely wouldn't look down on a pretty face like Bai Mo's. However, the law enforcement elder swallowed, his face suddenly changing. You bastard, how dare you speak like that, quickly apologized to the senior.
The cracks in the wall are proof. Bai Mo is stronger than him.
A bunch of idiots, still dare to speak so arrogantly. If you want to die, don't drag me down with you.
A newborn calf is not afraid of a tiger, anyway, the law enforcement elder is afraid. The crowd looked at the elder in surprise.
Elder, what are you afraid of?
He is only one person, let's kill him. The law enforcement elder. Fucking retard. At this moment, the law enforcement elder hated to slap these disciples to death. He had very poor eyesight and was not suitable to teach people in the underworld. Senior, it's a misunderstanding. We didn't know that this child was related to you. The law enforcement elder said. I originally thought that my repeated forbearance would make you guys restrain yourselves, but I didn't expect this to be the result. You all deserve to die. Bai Mo rubbed in Anne's head. The child suddenly felt sleepy and fell asleep on Bai Mo's shoulder. At the moment she fell asleep, Bai Mo's eyes were full of murderous intent. Boom. As one corpse after another began to fall, the remaining people felt a sudden numbness in their hearts. It was only now that they reacted and wondered why the law enforcement elder would have shouted senior so fearfully. The law enforcement elder didn't even see how Bai Mo had struck. In his field of vision, there was only a single figure, spitting blood as they collapsed, their death an extraordinarily terrifying sight. You. The law enforcement elder could no longer remain calm, and fear made him back up repeatedly. Bang! As he watched the shadow press down, the law enforcement elder unleashed his strongest palm strike, attempting to take the opportunity to escape. As a result, he was killed in a split second, and was slapped to death on the ground, ending in a bloody mess. Pop! The air was filled with a strong smell of blood. The law enforcement elder, a semi-master, was killed in one move. Everyone in the entire factory, all of the people from the Huangquan sect, received their dismissal boxes. Apart from the bloodstains, there was no corpse left at the scene. Bai Mo's character had undergone a qualitative change. Her eyes flickered between dark and bright, and her body was filled with murderous intent. Looking at Ouyang Yu, who was dead or alive on the ground, Bai Mo's heart was filled with anger. If it wasn't because of her, her daughter wouldn't have experienced everything that had happened today. Luckily, and it is fine, otherwise I'll kill you. Ouyang Yu on the ground seemed to hear Bai Mo's words. I'm sorry, I didn't mean it. You're sorry, Farinan. Bai Mo angrily said. Ouyang Yu never answered again, her life slowly slipping away, and her consciousness falling into endless darkness. Bai Mo patted the sleeping Inan and was about to leave. What do I care if Ouyang Yu lives or dies? She brought this on herself. Admiral, I killed her. If you have the guts, come at me, but don't hurt the child. In a daze, Ouyang Yu said reflexively. Auntie Baba, there's so much blood. Anan was asleep, but she was still concerned about Ouyang Yu, and her body would twitch from time to time. Bai Mo stopped in his tracks, choosing to turn back because of his daughter's words, and then used his divine medical skills and true energy to save Ouyang Yu. The poison in her body was not a major problem. Ding, protecting the safety of his daughter and killing the criminal, the mission score is a passing grade, so he gets 500 daddy points. System panel. Host, qualified daddy by Mo. Daddy points, 1040. Strength, 32nd level of Dujia period. Account, 10 billion. Items, binding talisman +2. Magic, divine demon eye. Pet, Chinese field dog. Other, view details. Ouyang Yu's injuries were too serious and her face was unrecognizable. She had to be taken to the hospital for surgery. Bai Mo did everything he could, and at least Ouyang Yu was able to survive. Her broken leg had been set, but she would need follow-up care from medical staff, and there was no way he could take her home. Once they arrived at the hospital, Bai Mo immediately asked the nurse to take Ouyang Yu into the operating room. When they saw Ouyang Yu's severely disfigured face, the medical staff were shocked. Holy cow! This woman's life is ruined, how could she have been injured so badly? He left the dressing of other simple wounds to the group of doctors in the emergency room, as he didn't want to bother with it himself. After doing all this, Bai Mo left the hospital and returned to the villa in Junyue Bay. Anan in the car was still talking in his sleep, shouting that there were bad guys. In a daze, he heard Bai Mo's voice and the little guy fell asleep again. Back at the villa, she picked up Anan and heard the sound of women and children laughing in the living room. Are there guests at home again? Bai Mo walked in with doubts, and saw a greenish-back figure playing a game with Cece. Ha, your daddy. Cece looked at the door and immediately ran over with bare feet, hugging Bai Mo's thighs. Auntie's here, daddy. Sisai said in a childish voice, not forgetting to show off to the inside. That arrogant look was as if she was the best in the world. As soon as the words fell, the greenish back turned around, and her face was similar to Lin Mengxi's by 6 or 7 points, a standard beauty. Younger sister-in-law?
This person is Lin Mengxi's younger sister, Lin Ruwashi, a high school senior, 18 years old this year, and I heard that she did well in the college entrance exam, ranking in the top 3 in Duan City. I heard from Lin Mengxi before that her younger sister went on a trip, so I haven't run into her this period of time.
Brother-in-law.
Lin Ruwashi smiled politely, her eyes taking in Bai Mo from top to bottom. The impression she got was that he was quite handsome, tall, and had the air of a domineering CEO. No wonder the 2 little milk balls are so cute, it turns out that the genes are so good.
Hello, sister-in-law.
Bai Mo picked up Shishi at his feet, and both little milk balls were in his arms.
Lin Ruwashi's expression was a little quirky. Why are you looking at me like that? Although I am a big boy, I can be shy too.
Lin Ruwashi had kept his gaze on Bai Mo since he came in, and this feeling made Bai Mo feel quite uncomfortable. Upon hearing this, Lin Ruwashi shook her head and said, "It's nothing."
Is even daddy shy? Sisai pouted, then asked again. Sisai woke up and didn't see her sister or daddy. Did you guys sneak out to play?
That look in his eyes was pitiful, like a poor unfortunate.
We didn't go out to play. Look at your sister, she's already asleep, isn't she?
Bai Mo rubbed his chin against the child's head and started to nod. If she finds out that Anan went out with Ouyangyu, she'll be jealous no matter what, and feel that she's not being taken seriously.
I know for sure that she won't. Cici said in a baby voice.
Lin Ruwashi said, "Brother-in-law, I heard that you're a good cook and you can sing?" Since returning, Lin Ruwashi has been listening to Cici talk about her father, and his ears are almost starting to itch.
Cough cough, it's just so-so. Bai Mo said. I don't know what my sister-in-law is up to.
Just look at those eyes of hers, so strange and unpredictable, there's no way she's up to no good.
Really? Brother-in-law, I want to eat some noodles, why don't you go make them for me? The soft, mellow voice almost made Bai Mo break out in goosebumps. You've got hands, if you want to eat, go make them yourself, or you can ask the cook. Bai Mo rolled his eyes. Cici, are you hungry? Do you want to eat some spring noodles, the really tasty kind?
Lin Ruwashi smiled and turned her head.
Bai Mo. Daddy, I'm hungry. Brother-in-law, you heard that, didn't you? Hurry up and go make it.
Lin Ruwashi, as if in victory, held up 2 fingers and gave a little yell. If Lin Ruwashi wanted to eat, he could ignore it, but when it came to the child's requests, Bai Mo would never refuse, so he put Anan down and went into the kitchen. Lin Ruwashi opened her phone and started messing with it, then started talking to herself.
Aha!
And Cici's laugh, and Anan woke up because of them.
Wow, boo boo boo.
The crying is quite loud. After the experience today, there are indeed some shadows in my heart.
What's wrong, Anan? Don't scare your auntie.
Lin Ruwashi instantly changed her expression and looked concerned.
Auntie? Shishi's mouth twitched.
Bai Mo, who had rushed over upon hearing the news, quickly sat down next to her and wiped the sweat from the child's forehead. Don't cry, did you have a nightmare?
Daddy's here. None.
After looking around and meeting a few pairs of eyes, she was sure she was at home and instantly felt embarrassed, so she scratched her head.
Aha! It was a dream.
She was so scared that she thought it was real. But she also felt that it wasn't a dream, and the child was already a little confused.
Did I go out today? I didn't go out?
A big question mark rose in her head.
Aha!
Anan smiled again, with tears still hanging in her eyes, leaving Lin Ruwashi unable to laugh or cry.
Anan had a nightmare, but don't be afraid, Daddy will always be here. After making sure that Anan was fine, Bai Mo went back into the kitchen.
Lin Ruwashi was working on that live streaming thing, which had been quite popular recently. She had started a few months ago, occasionally going online to record her life, and had already accumulated hundreds of thousands of followers. She had never imagined that her sister-in-law, who was only in her 3rd year of high school, would know how to use a live streaming platform. The noodles are ready, come here quickly, children. Bai Mo's voice came from the kitchen.
Everyone wait for me for a moment, I'm going to get something to eat and be right back.
Lin Ruwashi immediately left the live broadcast room, hugging the 2 little bundles of joy. There were a bunch of comments below.
Anchor, why did you have to take those 2 cute little babies with you?
I'll reward you with 10,000 points, just leave them here.
Even if they don't say anything, they can just stay on the sofa. I support you.
People kept streaming into the live broadcast room, but the popularity remained high, all because of the 2 little ones.
The text has been edited. Thanks for all your comments. Chapter 53, The tomatoes are delicious.
Lin Ruwashi took a bite of the noodles and was immediately won over by Bai Mo's cooking.
Delicious. Brother-in-law, you're amazing.
I don't know if it was because Lin Ruwashi had been hungry for so long, but she gobbled it up, eating like a windstorm, not even sparing the last drop of soup.
Poop is the best. Sisai, can you give your little sister-in-law a bite?
Lin Ruwashi said. The little guy was a bit reluctant, but he nodded in the end because it was for his sister-in-law, just one bite.
Lin Ruwashi took the bowl and took a big sip. This feels so good, doesn't it?
There was very little left in the bowl, and Sisai was about to cry when she saw it.
Oh.
She choked a few times and finally let out a cry, little sister-in-law.
Ahem. Hearing the sound of crying, Lin Ruwashi was choked.
Looking at the only remaining soup in the bowl, she was embarrassed. That.
I swear to God, I really only took a small sip.
If it wasn't a small sip, I would have lost 3 pounds of fat.
Don't cry. Lin Ruwashi quickly handed the bowl back.
Cece tilted her mouth, her small, aggrieved eyes. There's no more. Lin Ruwashi was at a loss for words.
Anan, are you still eating?
Suddenly, Lin Ruwashi's gaze fell on Anan. Seeing the unkind look in her aunt's eyes, Anan's little wobbly feet stopped moving and she quickly protected her noodles.
Mine. No. She spoke in a baby voice. She spoke fiercely. She had seen her aunt eat all the noodles in her sister's bowl with her own eyes. Now she wants to eat hers? Of course she's not going to give it to her. Lin Ruwashi couldn't help but laugh and cry, that Anan, your sister-in-law isn't thinking about your noodles, you see your sister crying, can you bear it? The older sister can't bear it, right? Sister, I'll let you eat, I'm not hungry. Anan generously took it out.
She sniffed her nose, blinked her eyes, and there were still tears in the corners of her eyes.
Yes, this is a good example of a sister.
Lin Ruwashi praised her.
For me? You can have it, little sister. Okay. Cece smiled happily. Bai Mo came out of the kitchen and asked, what was that about? It's not even dinner time and there's already a commotion.
Lin Ruwashi quickly said, it's nothing, just saying that your noodles are delicious.
Dad, where's Auntie Ouyang? Anan asked with a pout.
The child scratched his head, still unable to figure out if he was dreaming or if it was real.
What Ouyang? Bai Mo shook his head. Auntie Ouyang didn't come, and my sister is sleeping, Cece said in a baby voice.
I was dreaming that Dad was a superhero, driving a car and coming to save me in a flash. There were so many bad guys there.
That was a nightmare, Bai Mo reiterated. I'll tell you, nightmares are scary, Anan said in a baby voice. I know.
Her voice was urgent. Cece's mouth was full of milk, and she said in a baby voice, I had a nightmare that Daddy didn't want me anymore. After she finished speaking, she looked sad. She looked like a baby who was unhappy and needed to be comforted and hugged.
Bai Mo understood immediately, give me a hug, my little baby. Daddy is here, and I will never leave you.
Holding the little one in her arms, the sadness on her face instantly disappeared, replaced by a laugh.
Anan, will you dance for your auntie later? None. Auntie is bad. Anan won't be nice to you. Still not nice to me? Just because I didn't believe you're bragging? But I have candy. Wow, Auntie is the best, I love Auntie. Anan looked at Lin Ruwashi with a dumbfounded expression.
I'll forgive you just because you're so cute, Lin Ruwashi said. Upon hearing this, the child burst out laughing again. Afterwards, Lin Ruwashi returned to the live broadcast room, accompanied by the 2 curious little ones.
They're back. Send the rocket. So cute. Identical.
The comments exploded again, and Lin Ruwashi's live broadcast room instantly became popular with over 10,000 views.
Auntie. Cece said in a baby voice.
It turns out to be a younger sister, the anchor lied and said they were your sisters.
The comment area was bombarded.
Lin Ruwashi smiled awkwardly, then glanced back at the 2 little ones.
The anchor's house is so big, he must be rich. Yeah, show us around. The comment area was full of messages.
Lin Ruwashi said, okay, I'll show you what a multi-billion-dollar mansion looks like. Lin Ruwashi then took out her phone and walked all the way to the backyard.
The crowd was dumbfounded by the scene and exclaimed, "This is the life of the rich."
The two little milk balls also liked the excitement, so they followed Lin Ruoshi all the way. Then there was a splash. The live broadcast came to an abrupt end.
"Auntie! Daddy!" Auntie fell into the water.
Then the villa came the voices of two little princesses who were so anxious that they were about to cry. The servants rushed over upon hearing the news. "Master, master, something terrible has happened. Miss Second doesn't know how to swim." Bai Mo ran out and was the first to jump into the water to save her, holding Lin Ruoshi up with one hand.
"Anon! Dad! Bai Mo!" After rescuing her, the servants quickly came over to help, as it was inconvenient for Bai Mo. "Why didn't you look where you were going when you were walking?"
At that moment, Lin Ruoshi fell into a coma, but she quickly regained consciousness after being treated by Bai Mo.
She was fine, just a little shocked. Bai Mo asked, "What happened? You can't swim and you were fooling around by the water."
"I was watching, but I was scared by the flowers in the back garden." Lin Ruoshi replied speechlessly.
Auntie Wang said, "That flower is really fierce.
It scared me a lot when I saw it for the first time."
"Ha, that was planted by Daddy."
She looked proud. The fire lotus could grow so well thanks to Shishi's help. A bottle of magic water was poured, and the soil nearby was changed. In particular, some of the vegetables planted by Bai Mo at the back, such as the cherry tomatoes, grew almost in 2 days. Lin Ruoshi was fine, but her phone was not working, so she found a spare one to replace it.
She could not broadcast live, so she stayed on the sofa with Anan watching anime. Where was she? "I don't know." Anan shook his head, his eyes reluctant to leave the TV screen.
Lin Ruoshi said, "Anan, you've been watching it for an hour.
Do you remember what your mother told you? Be a good boy and be on time." "Auntie, can't Anan watch it a little longer?" Anan pouted. "No. It's been an hour already. Be a good boy. Otherwise, your mother won't like you, and your auntie won't like you either."
Lin Ruoshi said seriously.
"Okay then." Anan reluctantly switched off the TV.
After Lin Ruoshi and Anan went out, they heard laughter in the backyard.
"It's that flower again."
Lin Ruoshi walked towards the backyard.
Cece saw someone coming in and took a small tomato, saying in a baby voice, "Auntie, here you go."
Lin Ruoshi then noticed that the backyard had undergone earth-shattering changes. The mysterious flowers were almost as tall as a story, and exuded a charming fragrance. After taking the cherry tomato, Lin Ruoshi wiped it and put it in his mouth in one bite.
It's quite tasty." Lin Ruoshi's eyes lit up. "Brother-in-law, did you plant these tomatoes?" "Yes, I planted them a few days ago. I haven't eaten such good tomatoes before. New variety."
"Oh." After Lin Ruoshi finished eating, he squatted down. "Brother-in-law, I want another one."
"Pick it yourself." Lin Ruoshi. "Auntie, if you want to eat it, you have hands." Anan said from the side.
Lin Ruoshi said, "Auntie just fell into the water, her hands and feet are cold, she can't pick it, can Anan pick it for me?"
"But..." Anan scratched his head. "Auntie, are you cold?" "Cece can help." Cece said earnestly. Lin Ruoshi was stunned.
Then she laughed. Not in vain did she raise this child.
With the scourge of the two little milk balls, and Lin Ruoshi, the big eater, the newly planted tomatoes in the backyard garden have already been picked by them. There are also a few caddies, which are much tastier than those in the supermarket. "Brother-in-law, grow more in the future," Lin Ruoshi said. "Bai Mo. I need to ask your sister about this."
It's really nice spending time with Lin Ruoshi, an 18-year-old high school student. Lin Mengxi's family, having settled her sister-in-law, was not at all difficult.
Time quickly came to night.
It was once again time for Bai Mo to show off her cooking skills, and the two little ones were already sitting in the dining room waiting. As soon as Lin Mengxi returned, the two little balls immediately pounced on her, pulling her mother over.
"What's up? Your sister's here. Let's eat. Mom knows." Lin Mengxi chuckled.
It's been 10 days since summer vacation, and her sister will definitely come over after she finishes her classes.
Walking into the kitchen, she asked in a low voice, "Did my sister give you any trouble?" "Trouble? Not at all. We get along pretty well, right?" Bai Mo said. "That shouldn't be the case." She has always said that if she sees you, she will beat you up.
Lin Mengxi was a little surprised.
The little worry she had before she returned was gone. Maybe it's because I look more handsome. Shameless. How would they know that after Lin Ruoxi returned, Cici kept bragging about her father, and how could Lin Ruoxi bear to hit Bai Mo and make Cici sad? Chapter 54, You're not on the same page as them.
After dinner, Lin Mengxi saw so many leftovers and started packing them up.
Mommy. Cici was curious. Are you going to feed Bao Bao?
No, I'm taking it to your Auntie Ouyang.
Lin Mengxi smiled awkwardly. Didn't Auntie Ouyang eat? No, shall we go see if she's okay? Okay.
Hearing that they could go out, the child readily agreed.
But Anan scratched his head. Auntie Ouyang? I always feel like something's wrong, but I can't put my finger on it. But Mom, these dishes are for Xiaobai, left over from Dad's dinner. Cici scratches her head. Lin Mengxi. The puppy at her feet nudges her foot, woof woof woof. You see, Xiaobai is hungry. Bai Mo says, ahem, he doesn't eat leftovers. I've been treating him like one of the family in the kitchen.
This dog has a hidden strength within it, almost like a 5th-level chi cultivator. Since Bai Mo knows this, he shouldn't mistreat this dog.
Honey, I'm going to the hospital later, are you coming? Lin Ruoxi said to Bai Mo. Honey?
Lin Ruoxi was stunned.
Things are moving so fast. My sister is completely falling for him. No wonder, he is so handsome and cooks so well, it's only a matter of time before she falls. If it were me, I'm afraid I would fall for him even faster. If I don't go, what's the point of going to the hospital? Bai Mo clenched her fists, a fierce look on her face, which quickly faded. Hey, something happened to Ouyang Yu. Are you going, Daddy?
The two little milk balls didn't see it and came over, shaking Bai Mo, go go. Lin Ruoxi said, you two don't go, stay at home with your auntie.
On hearing this, the two little milk balls shook their heads instantly, no. Lin Ruoxi. What they said today was all lies, wasn't it? You said that your auntie was the best? What am I going there for? It's not like I'm going to work. Bai Mo said. Ouyang Yu had a car accident, and his sisters, how can I not go and take a look? Besides, don't you know how to heal? Let's see if you can help. Go with us, Daddy. The two little milk balls cooed and flirted, wiggling Bai Mo's arm. It was so cute that Bai Mo couldn't help but laugh, and after a few sighs, she said helplessly, okay, I'll go with you guys.
Lin Ruoxi felt a sour feeling in her heart.
She shouldn't have come to live here. Is it not good to live with your parents?
Not only did she have to eat dog food here, she also got her teeth soured by the two little milk balls.
Ruoxi, are you home? Lin Mengxi asked.
I have something to do later, I'll be back a little late.
Lin Ruoxi said. Okay. By the way, I want to drive the Bugatti Veyron in front of the door. Bugatti Veyron? I don't have this model of car, have you made a mistake?
When Lin Mengxi came back, she didn't seem to notice it in front of the door.
No way, it's right in front of the door. I'll go take a look. Cough, don't bother, it's mine. Bai Mo touched his nose. Yours? Lin Mengxi was stunned for a moment. You have money to buy a car? I didn't know.
The pharmaceutical industry has made a lot of money recently. Anshin Pharmaceutical is indeed very profitable, Bai Mo didn't lie, but Lin Mengxi didn't know how much money was made. Wow, it turns out to be my brother-in-law's.
Brother-in-law, I need the car tonight, lend it to me for once. I can lend it to you, but you can't come home too late. Bai Mo said. Sure. Half an hour later. City Hospital, 3rd floor VLP ward. Upon entering the 3rd floor, Lin Mengxi and her entourage were required to show their identification. Bai Mo. After a series of twists and turns, they finally met Ouyang Yu.
At the moment, she was very weak and her face was tightly bandaged. At the moment she saw Bai Mo's figure, Ouyang Yu didn't dare to continue looking. She knew without looking that Bai Mo must hate her to death and be looking at her with hatred. Ouyang Yu bit her lips lightly, her eyes welling with tears.
She regretted it.
She didn't know how to face Anan and Bai Mo, and her own best friend.
Why, she hadn't died, why did Bai Mo still have to save her? After waking up, Ouyang Yu kept asking herself.
It would have been so much better to die, not having to face Bai Mo, not having to live shamelessly, not being human and not being a ghost.
Xiaoyu, are you okay? How could you have a car accident when you're fine?
Lin Mengxi felt her legs go numb the moment she saw Ouyang Yu. The situation was even worse than she had imagined.
I
don't think Lin Mengxi knows yet. Ouyang Yu felt even more guilty.
And then scratched his head, and his face turned white. What's wrong with you, Auntie? It's just like in my dream. Auntie, did some bad guys beat you up today after we went out to play? Bai Mo quickly rubbed the child's head and said, what are you thinking? You're going to sleep at home this afternoon. Really? Anan scratched his head, a little disbelieving. Ouyang Yu smiled, and then, it's okay, I'll be fine after a few days of rest. While she was talking, she didn't dare to look Bai Mo in the eye.
When she woke up, she heard a report from her subordinates. In a certain factory in the city, many bodies were found. After comparison, they were from the Huangquan sect, led by the law enforcement elder. Her subordinate did not know how Ouyang Yu had been injured, but she knew that all the members of the underworld cult had died at the hands of Bai Mo, and she was alive only because of him. The law enforcement elder of the underworld cult was a semi-master, and his death at the hands of Bai Mo showed just how powerful Bai Mo was.
Auntie, you have to get better quickly, and take me out to play again, Anan said in a baby voice. Ouyang Yu's expression was gloomy. Play? I dare not. I'm afraid I won't be able to see you again in the future. Your father hates me to death, he won't forgive me, will he? I fell and hurt my forehead. Does it hurt, Auntie? Cici asked. It doesn't hurt anymore. Ouyang Yu was very gratified. The two little ones were really sweet.
The thought that she wouldn't be able to see them in the future made her heart sink, and tears flowed down her face again.
Auntie, don't cry, don't cry. It doesn't hurt. The injection, it doesn't hurt.
The two little milk balls thought that Ouyang Yu was in pain and gave her a burst of comfort. The mother and daughter chatted in the ward for half an hour, and in the middle, the doctor came to change the medicine.
Lin Mengxi asked Bai Mo to go in and help, and she had the opportunity to talk to Ouyang Yu. When the doctor left, and the ward was only left with Ouyang Yu and Bai Mo. Bai Mo, I'm sorry, I really didn't expect this. Ouyang Yu instantly broke down. And burst into tears. Hey, I already know. You can't be blamed for this. No one could have expected this. Bai Mo let out a sigh. I'm sorry, I really didn't mean it.
Ouyang Yu tried to climb down and kneel in front of Bai Mo, but she was stuck with too many instruments in her body and couldn't do it.
I brought this on myself. Bai Mo, kill me. I can't forgive myself.
It was only at this moment that Ouyang Yu clearly realized her mistake. She should not have taken Anan away, and as a result, she fell into the trap set by the Huangquan sect.
She wanted to die, unable to face Bai Mo.
Her face was disfigured, and she had no face to live in this world anymore. Not only that, but after fighting the Huangquan sect, her internal strength was destroyed.
The efforts of more than 20 years of hard training were shattered in an instant.
She also broke her leg, and would never be able to walk normally again.
Which woman doesn't love beauty?
After this, there is no point in living.
Let Bai Mo do it and pay for her sins. Neither you nor I wanted this to happen. Anan is safe and sound, and my anger has subsided.
There is no need to blame yourself too much. It's just that you and they are not the same after all. I hope you will take this as a warning in the future and not bring danger.
Ouyang Yu's circle of life is martial arts.
If she keeps in contact with them, she will only put Anan and Cici in danger, which is what Bai Mo does not want.
Ouyang Yu, purse my lips, I understand.
Secondly, warn the Huangquan sect for me. Duan City is off limits to me.
If I find one person, I will destroy one. Harming Anan has already touched Bai Mo's bottom line.
Bai Mo's words were heavy, but he wasn't joking with Ouyang Yu. Ouyang Yu felt the oppression in the air, and there was a murderous aura in the entire ward. Hearing that Bai Mo would never forgive herself, she already guessed it, and she only felt regret. But there were still some things she needed to say.
Bai Mo.
I know you're very strong, but if you do this, you'll completely anger the Yellow Springs cult.
I advise you to think twice before you act, and don't be foolish. Ouyang Yu said. Ha ha.
Okay, I'll help you spread the news, but I still need to remind you to be careful.
The Yellow Springs cult is not someone to be trifled with. Get some rest. I'll bring the kids to visit you when I have time.
After Bai Mo left, Yang Yu ate her meal, tears streaming down her face as she resented Bai Mo for his words.
Deep down, she envied Lin Mengxi. She remembered how she used to hate scumbags like Bai Mo.
He was clean-cut and good-looking, but useless and effeminate.
Mengxi, you married a good man. He's strong and a good cook. You must be happy.
Then she picked up the phone and reported to the security bureau what had happened in Duan City today.
There was silence on the other end. Then shock. Is there really such a powerful person in Duan City? Xiao Yu, keep this confidential. I will post the words of that person. I hope the Wanchuan sect doesn't be ungrateful. You take care of your injuries. If there's a chance, let us meet that person as well. After listening, Yang Yu gave a bitter smile. I wonder if they will still be so polite if they know that her lower abdomen has been disabled. Chapter 55, Something Happened to My Sister-in-Law. The Other Side. The headquarters of the Huaxia Huangquan sect. The law enforcement elders have not replied, and there is only one possibility: they have gone without returning, and they have forever left their lives in Duan City. Upon hearing this, the members of the Huangquan sect present were shocked. The same was true for the several elders in charge. Duan City, again Duan City.
In Huaxia, many powerful people, those who can kill law enforcement elders, must be at the level of a grandmaster.
What happened to them in Duan City? No matter what, we, the Huangquan sect, will remember this debt. The remaining elders looked grave. Was it the old man from the security bureau? Or the old man Ouyang? Or was it them?
As everyone contemplated, a member of the Huangquan sect ran in, panic-stricken. Everyone, the elders, something terrible has happened. The security bureau has released news about our Huangquan sect. The group of elders snapped, speak clearly. Just now, the security bureau said that the elder of law enforcement was killed in Duan City by a mysterious person, and that person warned that if the underworld cult set foot in Duan City, he would kill one person for every person they sent. As soon as the words fell, there was dead silence in the room.
How arrogant! Ha ha ha, a mysterious person? And they killed the elder of law enforcement? Ha ha ha. They're making things up.
There's no such thing as a mysterious person. They killed our people and lied about it.
The security bureau are a bunch of dogs.
We'll kill them sooner or later.
One of the elders said, let's calm down.
Right now, we're being targeted by the security bureau, and the sect master is in seclusion. Let's not go and stir up so much trouble for now.
But we can go to Duan City whenever we want, and no one can stop us from leaving the underworld sect.
Right. The underworld sect can go to heaven or hell, and no one can stop us.
The crowd shouted.
Recently, everyone has been paying attention to the actions of the security bureau again.
Jun Yue Bei. The Bai Mo family returned and gave their two little treasures a bath as soon as they arrived.
They arranged for them to go to bed before 11.
Daddy will sleep with you tonight. After blowing out her hair, she threw herself into Bai Mo's arms and intimately grabbed his neck. Ha, you want to hear a story, don't you?
Sisai lowered her head and gave a little aha laugh, secretly delighted that he had guessed her wish.
Daddy is my hero, he can sing, tell stories, do all the housework, and… Daddy, what else can you do? Silly, Daddy can do everything. Bai Mo gave her a funny little pat on the head.
Tell us a story, Daddy, tell us a story. Bai Mo then lay down on the bed, while the two little milk balls next to him listened attentively. Afterwards, Lin Mengxi came in.
Mom, do you want to listen to a story too?
Just as she was about to shake her head, Bai Mo grabbed Lin Mengxi into his arms. Before she could struggle, Bai Mo had already reached out and embraced her, preventing her from moving.
Mom is going to sleep with us tonight too, I'm so happy. The two little ones were the happiest. Look, your daughter is so happy, so don't move around, Bai Mo said embarrassedly.
Lin Mengxi gave a low, inaudible mm, and then slept quietly next to him, listening to Bai Mo tell stories to the two little ones. The two little ones became more and more energetic as they listened, and Lin Mengxi began to feel sleepy. Finally, after half an hour, the two little ones couldn't keep their eyes open anymore, and after blinking a few times, they couldn't resist the sleepiness and fell asleep. Lin Mengxi's face was now flushed, and her clothes were a little messy, because Bai Mo's hand had once again been sneaking inside her clothes. Bai Mo, stop it, the kids are right next to us, don't squeeze.
Keep your voice down, they just fell asleep.
That's too bad, the two little milk balls are still next to us, what if they wake up?
Okay, let's go back to the room. Bai Mo got off the bed. Well, Daddy. The couple just wanted to leave when they heard An's baby voice. Lin Mengxi sat back on the bed and patted her on the back. What's wrong? The child is sweating. It can't be a nightmare. Bai Mo said. Daddy has a bad heart. The scene in An's dream was what happened today. Yang Yu almost got killed right in front of her, and he was beaten so badly that his face was covered in scars. It really was a dream. Lin Mengxi comforted her, coaxing for 10 minutes before the baby finally fell asleep. Honey, the baby's asleep, let's go to bed early too. Bai Mo gave her a princess hug. Back in the master bedroom. Bai Mo had just kissed Lin Mengxi. Her rosy lips smelled sweet, as if they were the most wonderful thing in the world. He was about to take the next step. There was a buzzing sound from the bedside table. Bai Mo paused. The phone was ringing. Ignore it, continue. The phone continued to buzz. Lin Mengxi reached out to answer it. It was her sister. Ruwashi must be calling me because something's wrong. It's already 11:30, and Lin Ruwashi hasn't returned yet. As an older sister, she must be worried sick. Hello. Ruwashi, it's almost midnight, why aren't you back yet? Sister, I'll be right back. Could you put your brother-in-law on the phone? I need to talk to him about something. Lin Ruwashi, who was across the room, felt a little panicked. What's so important that you can't tell your sister? Lin Mengxi grumbled while handing the phone to Bai Mo. Bai Mo pointed at himself and spoke with an uncertain tone, looking for me? What's up? Brother-in-law, I'm sorry, I lost your Bugatti Veyron, but don't worry, I will definitely pay you back. You have to keep this a secret for me, and you must not tell my sister. Bai Mo. Holy shit. What's going on? What do you mean you lost it? You didn't even explain clearly what the problem with my car is. My brother-in-law, keep your voice down, don't let my sister hear. Lin Ruwashi then recounted what had happened that night. It seems that Lin Ruwashi drove the Bugatti Veyron out for a joyride tonight. By chance, he met his nemesis from the same school, Li Shui from the Li family. The two had always been competitive, racing in sports cars, and whoever lost had to leave their car behind. Whoever loses has parents who gave birth to them, but not those who raised them. In a word, Lin Ruwashi gritted his teeth. The Li family hired a racing driver, and Lin Ruwashi also hired help. In Duan City, both racing drivers are famous and are on an equal footing. In the end, Lin Ruwashi lost. The Bugatti Veyron was left behind. As soon as the competition ended, Lin Ruwashi called, feeling immense regret. Brother-in-law, I know I was wrong. I was also hot-headed and provoked by them. Lin Ruwashi was in a bad mood tonight, and now he was even more depressed. He couldn't save face at all, and was mocked by the Li siblings for half a day. Racing cars? That's kind of interesting. Bai Mo raised a smile. Lin Mengxi's voice came from the side. Bai Mo, what happened to my sister? Oh, there was a problem with the car, but it's not a big deal. Bai Mo said. Lin Ruwashi on the opposite side heard this and felt relieved, and was grateful to his brother-in-law in his heart. Is there anything else? Brother-in-law, can you come and pick me up? Bai Mo. It's a bust again tonight. I was so close to getting some meat. Okay, it's not safe for a girl to be out on her own. Where are you? Lin Ruwashi thought for a moment, and said, at the top of Longshan Mountain in Duan City. Longshan is in the northwest of Duan City, with a precipitous terrain. The mountain road has 18 bends, with less than 5 kilometers and 60 to 70 bends. It's very suitable for racing, and the nights there are almost a paradise for racers. Chapter 56, The Li Siblings. Wife, when I come back, leave the door open for me. You're picking someone up? Yes, it's not safe for a girl to be out late at night, and she is my sister-in-law after all. That's good. Be careful on the road. This little girl really gives me no peace of mind. Come home early. Looking at Lin Mengxi's charming appearance, Bai Mo took a deep breath to suppress the urge in his crotch. Once he was out the door, Bai Mo regretted his decision. Why didn't he just let Lin Ruwashi come home with her friends? There was no way she would dare go racing in a car alone in Longshan. His dream of a good night together had been dashed, and Bai Mo gave a helpless smile as he walked towards the first floor. He didn't know that a small figure was following him, clumsily climbing down the stairs.
In the villa garage, Bai Mo had just got into the car when he saw a vague figure in the rearview mirror.
See? My dear daughter, why did you follow me? What if you fell in the dark?
After getting out of the car, Bai Mo made sure he hadn't mistaken his eyesight. His mouth twitched fiercely. It was late at night, and she wanted to scare the living daylights out of him.
Daddy, where are you going?
The little one rubbed his sleepy eyes and asked in a baby voice, his little expression about to cry.
Why did you wake up so quickly? Get in the car and sleep in it.
Bai Mo helplessly picked up her child. Once she woke up, she would not be able to fall asleep for half an hour, so she could only take her for a ride, and she would be back soon anyway. Once they left the residential area, she sat in the passenger seat, still half asleep, staring wide-eyed at the road ahead. The thrill of the ride almost made her scream.
Ah! It was so fast.
Surprisingly, the child did not feel afraid, and she was enjoying the feeling.
Long Shan.
Lin Mengxi was waiting for Bai Mo to arrive, and there were quite a few luxury cars gathered nearby. There were a large number of men and women nearby, from teenage tomboys to young women in their 30s. Young people made up a large part of the crowd, but there were also some older people.
The gaze of these old men was always on the beautiful women.
Li Shui, who was standing nearby, sneered, "Your family is really rich. You only lost a car, so there's no need to be so downhearted.
Why aren't you planning on not going back yet, and still want to keep partying?"
Tonight's race is not just Lin Mengxi and Li Shui's, there are other people racing as well. Everyone usually stays until 3 or 4 in the morning before gradually dispersing.
I'm waiting for my brother-in-law, so what's it to you? You're lucky today, winning a race, so what?
We'll see about that in the future. Lin Mengxi said angrily.
Brother-in-law?
Li Shui rolled her eyes. As far as she knew, none of the Lin family's daughters had married, and as for Lin Mengxi's pregnancy out of wedlock, everyone knew that she had been abandoned by someone else, so where did Lin Mengxi get a brother-in-law from? Ah, your reasoning is really strange. Li Shui laughed loudly, covering her mouth. Li Hao, who was standing next to her, walked over and looked at Lin Mengxi with a smile, saying, "Beauty, consider this, be my girlfriend, and I'll give you back the car I just won."
Brother, you're crazy.
She belongs to the Lin family.
I won't agree to it.
Li Shui mouthed off, looking unhappy. Anyone is qualified to be her brother's girlfriend, just not Lin Mengxi.
Li Hao, get a hold of yourself. Don't you know your own virtue? Take a look at yourself in the mirror. You look like a pig.
I'm not like those other women who have no taste. Lin Mengxi sneered with contempt. There are countless women who have been played by Li Hao.
What's so great about having a little money?
People like him are scum, ruining the lives of countless innocent young girls. Li Hao was poked in the heart of his thoughts, and his face immediately turned dark, looking at Lin Mengxi in front of him with a gloomy expression. "Bitch, you dare to call me ugly, you fucking shameless, letting you be my girlfriend is to look up to you, what do you think you are?" Li Shui said, "You can play with this kind of woman, but she really isn't worthy to be your girlfriend. Ah, to put it nicely, she's your girlfriend, but to put it bluntly, she's a bitch, available day and night for my pleasure."
Li Hao laughed loudly.
Lin Mengxi's heart was pounding with anger. "Shameless, your family is truly a social pariah."
"Ruwashi, let's go, they're getting closer."
"Save your breath, Li Hao. We can't afford to offend him. I heard that he is very close to the black brother in Duan City."
The little girl next to him reminded.
"Those behind Lin Mengxi are all classmates who know each other well, not Li Hao's allies." Lin Mengxi gritted her teeth. "I can't leave yet, I have to wait for my brother-in-law." "Lin Mengxi, I'll give you one chance. Now get in my car obediently, don't make us do it." A lustful light flashed in Li Hao's eyes. "Don't come any closer, or I'll call the police." Lin Mengxi was already feeling panicked, and her body unconsciously backed away. Seeing that calling the police didn't scare them off, "Li Hao, don't you dare touch me, I'm from the Lin family, and my sister won't let you go."
"Ruwashi, what should we do?"
"Li Hao from across the street brought a lot of people with him tonight, they're not going to just do us all, are they?"
"I don't want to. I don't even have a boyfriend yet, 555 what should I do?" Li Hao is not a human being.
"I heard that the girls who fall into his hands all have a miserable end." Lin Mengxi's side of the few little girls have been scared to cry, while the people on the opposite side of Li Hao are laughing heartily, as if it were a game of wolves eating sheep.
"You have gold embedded in your crotch? My brother can't move?"
"I'll take a look later and see what the hell you have embedded down there." Li Shui sneered next to her. Lin Ruoxi was angry and ashamed at the same time, and she wanted to tear Li Shui's mouth off.
The Lin family is so arrogant. Others are afraid of your sister, but I'm not. It's useless to say anything. Just follow me obediently into the car, and don't make me do it. Li Hao's lustful gaze once again rested on Lin Ruoxi, and he smiled on his face.
You can't have my sister Lin Mengxi, but it's not bad to taste her younger sister tonight.
It's not like that.
Lin Ruoxi is not at all inferior to Lin Mengxi. She is also a disaster and a scourge to the people. The parts that should be prominent have already taken shape, giving a sense of extreme temptation.
Seeing that Lin Ruoxi was unmoved, Li Hao walked over and grabbed Lin Ruoxi's hand, continuing, "Do you think you can escape tonight? Don't touch me, go away." Pop.
Li Hao winced in pain and slapped Lin Mengxi, "Bitch." Lin Ruoxi covered half of her face, aggrieved and about to cry. "Don't come over, my brother-in-law will be here soon." In her heart, she prayed for Bai Mo to hurry up a little bit more. At the moment, she was extremely panicked. Li Hao was not in a hurry, but frowned instead. "Your brother-in-law? Lin Mengxi has 2 daughters, and I have never heard of any men."
"Ha, I want to see what kind of person your brother-in-law is," Li Hao angrily said.
Li Hao, a second-generation rich kid, is not a thoughtless person. If Lin Ruoxi's brother-in-law is someone he can't offend, he is looking for death in the cesspool.
5 minutes later. Li Hao sneered, "Your brother-in-law won't be coming, it seems he's also a coward." "No." Lin Ruoxi's face was ashen.
"Brother, I guess she doesn't even have a brother-in-law, she's just making it up. That bitch Lin Mengxi is just a piece of trash, with 2 deadbeat kids, who would want her?"
Li Hao ran his hand along his chin. "That's quite a good point." Chapter 57, Maybach up the mountain. A loud roar came from the bottom of the mountain.
A Maybach came speeding up, and the headlights flickered in the distance, stunning everyone.
"Captain, there's a Mercedes-Benz speeding down the mountain."
Attention, attention, it's really a Mercedes-Benz, it just flew past me, it was going so fast that I watched the video 3 times before I realized it was a Mercedes-Benz. It was going at least 130 kilometers per hour. Holy shit, holy shit, holy shit.
Holy shit, it just made a turn, and I couldn't even see its taillights.
Holy shit, it made 3 turns in a row without braking. I'm not sure if I'm hallucinating or its brake lights are broken.
Captain, I saw the car's logo clearly, it's a Maybach. The people at the top of the mountain didn't believe the reports from the people at the bottom of the mountain.
You were told to guard the bottom of the mountain.
But you were sleeping and talking in your sleep? Driving a Mercedes-Benz as a sports car? Are you kidding me?
On the top of the mountain, everyone looked down together and saw only a flashing light between the trees, and they couldn't tell how fast it was going. But the people at the bottom of the mountain felt only a gust of wind, and they were scared and cold with sweat. Hearing what everyone was saying, Lin Ruoxi's heart sank to the bottom of the valley. The person who came could not possibly be her brother-in-law. Halfway up the mountain, Bai Mo's Maybach made a sharp turn, and the child in the passenger seat covered his eyes with both hands, then curiously peeked through a gap.
Aha! It's flying.
Cici was very excited by this feeling.
"Cici, aren't you afraid to ride in Daddy's car?" Bai Mo asked with a smile. "No, I'm not afraid."
The little one shook his head and responded in a baby voice, unable to move due to the huge force of the back seat.
Very quickly. Boom! A grumpy engine sound came from afar, instantly gathering everyone's attention. Is it real? Mercedes-Benz as a sports car? Or are the people at the foot of the mountain just having a vision?
Under the gaze of the crowd, the black Maybach slowly drove over and stopped next to Lin Ruoxi.
Holy shit! It really is a Maybach. This can't be true, he's modified the exhaust and turned it into a sports car? The people at the bottom of the hill really aren't sleepwalking, but they shouldn't be going fast, they're just seeing things wrong. Looking at the slightly modified Maybach in front of them, everyone's mouths hung wide open, their hearts filled with amazement.
Lin Ruoxi was being hit by the high beams, and the living, breathing beauty became the second focus. She was annoyed, and she couldn't see what the car on the other side looked like.
Maybach? Black? It seems like I have some kind of impression.
Everyone was curious about who would get out of the car, so arrogant, and their gaze never shifted.
Sis.
As soon as the engine died, a baby voice came from the car. A little head poked out of the window and beamed at Lin Ruoxi.
Lin Ruoxi. CC? Or Anan?
In the dark, she couldn't tell if the little one was her sister or her younger sister. Lin Ruoxi was shocked, and her heart was filled with joy and worry. Her brother-in-law had brought his daughter with him. How was she going to save her from the wolves? It's late at night, you're picking someone up, and you say you're bringing your niece out. Lin Ruoxi was also drunk at heart, but seeing her brother-in-law arrive, she no longer felt so panicked. As for the others, seeing a little milk ball, obedient and cute, the girls present were all touched. Bai Mo got out of the car, and his handsome appearance also made many little girls fall in love. Daddy, hug. He went to the passenger side, picked up Shishi, and turned his head to look at his stunned sister-in-law.
Brother-in-law.
Lin Ruoxi walked over.
Sister-in-law, what are you doing here? There are so many people. Ha! Sister-in-law, don't cry. It's embarrassing to be seen by so many people. Looking at Lin Ruoxi's displeased expression, the little one spoke in a baby voice. Seeing the red mark on her face, Bai Mo frowned. Who hit you? Brother-in-law, don't ask, let's just go back.
Lin Ruoxi said with her head bowed.
Tell me, who hit you? Bai Mo asked again.
Lin Ruoxi didn't say anything, but Li Hao and Li Shui, who were standing next to them, came over.
Are you her brother-in-law? Li Hao looked at Bai Mo with a strange expression. Bai Mo's handsome appearance made him jealous.
Seeing the child hanging on Bai Mo, Li Shui said, I wonder where they hired the male nanny from. Handsome guy, don't work for her family anymore. I'll pay you 5 times what they pay you to be my personal assistant.
What do you say?
Li Shui looked at Bai Mo with a smile, confident in her heart that as long as Bai Mo was in it for the money, he would definitely make the wise choice.
No matter how handsome a man is, he can't resist the temptation of money.
Moreover, Li Shui is not very ugly, and she is very confident in herself. She has flesh where there should be flesh, and she is thin where she should be thin.
I'm not talking to you, go away. Bai Mo turned his head and looked at Li Shui.
This look scared Li Shui all over.
You. Li Shui was instantly agitated. I don't know who you are.
Looking at Bai Mo, she smiled and Li Hao reached out a hand.
Who hit her face?
Ignoring Li Hao's actions, Bai Mo asked in a stern voice, his eyes carrying a hint of coldness.
Li Hao. I did, and you want to stand up for her? Li Hao sneered at Bai Mo, his eyes full of expectation. Brother-in-law, just forget it, let's go back, it's late. Lin Ruoxi tugged on one of Bai Mo's arms. Ruoxi, we don't bully people, but we can't let others bully us either. Do you understand?
As she spoke, Bai Mo stroked the little guy's head in her arms. It was warm and soft, and it felt really good.
Yeah. But. Someone's bullying my little sister-in-law?
The little guy half covered his face, and looked around with his flawless, gem-like eyes. Almost everyone had gathered their attention here, and the little guy was a little shy.
Yes, what do you think, Sisai? Bai Mo asked.
Learning from his sister, he spoke in a baby voice that was particularly cute and almost made people melt.
He finished by adding, Daddy is a hero, I'm not afraid. But there are so many of them.
Lin Ruoxi bit her lip lightly and looked around with a sweeping glance, unwillingly.
These people all knew Li Hao.
Bai Mo, on the other hand, was alone. He was also carrying his niece in his arms. Whether you are her brother-in-law or not, I tell you, I want this woman tonight. Whether you agree or not, I won't let you take her back.
Look around, they are all my people. Be smart and don't make trouble. I can give you back the Bugatti Veyron.
Li Hao said with a grin. I like that car, and you promised to give it to me if I won. Li Shui twisted her hips and pouted, showing that she strongly disagreed.
Little sister, don't mess with it, it's just a Bugatti Veyron. Li Hao said, brother, what do you think? Give me a quick answer. If you want to die, I'll give you a quick death.
Bai Mo frowned, a cold light in his eyes, and the surroundings became quiet and oppressive.
Ha ha ha. After a few seconds of silence, there was unrestrained laughter all around. I didn't hear it wrong, he actually dared to say the same thing to our young masterly? Chapter 58, you can leave with one hand chopped off. Ha ha ha. You're killing me. Another one who's not afraid of death? Wait, I guess he'll be beaten up pretty badly.
Dare to say such arrogant words to Master Li.
Everyone looked at Bai Mo with sneers, almost able to predict what would happen to Bai Mo afterwards. Brother-in-law.
Seeing everyone laughing, Lin Ruoshi's face turned pale, and she tightly grasped Bai Mo's arm, her heart growing even more panicked.
Cece, be a good girl, will you let your auntie hold you for a while?
Bai Mo smiled and placed the little person in his arms in Lin Ruoshi's arms, not forgetting to rub her head to comfort her.
Cece.
At this moment, her little head must be thinking, I haven't even agreed to it.
Everyone. Don't they matter at all? Do we have no sense of existence? All you care about is your daughter?
Seeing Bai Mo being so frivolous and arrogant, Li Hao's anger grew even more. So many people were watching, and if Li Hao tolerated this insolence without striking back, he would lose face.
Kid, you're the first person who's ever talked to me like this.
You go teach him a lesson, but be careful not to kill him.
Li Hao waved his hand. The crowd gasped. Li Xiao is so arrogant. He wants to beat someone up just because he doesn't like what they say.
The girls around him, who were infatuated with him, couldn't help but worry.
It's over, it's over. Such a handsome guy, my god, is he going to be disfigured tonight?
I heard that people who offend Master Li usually end up in a bad way, with broken limbs being common.
Why doesn't he know the gravity of the situation? Li Hao is not someone you can offend. The girls felt sorry for Bai Mo. Brother-in-law. Lin Ruoshi's face turned pale. Let's call the police. Call the police? It's too late to think of that now. By the time the police arrive, it'll be too late. Bai Mo sneered, no need, they're just a bunch of trash.
As soon as he finished speaking, the enraged Li Hao's henchmen swung their fists and came at him. Lin Ruoshi was so scared that she closed her eyes and her body shrank into a ball. The little guy in her arms buried his little head deeply between Lin Ruoshi's breasts.
Bang! Bai Mo's strike ended the fight in an instant.
There was a human wailing on the ground, and everyone could hardly see how Bai Mo had struck.
His reaction was too fast. There was no time to recover.
Seeing that the people on the ground were either clutching their broken hands or covering their feet, Li Hao swallowed hard, his face turning even more ashen, his eyes fixed on Bai Mo, his gaze ready to tear the latter apart. Bai Mo didn't feel any superiority against these people, and if it weren't for the situation, he wouldn't have wanted to strike.
With such strength, it's really bullying a little kid.
Hearing the screams, Lin Ruoshi opened her eyes and looked incredulously at the people on the ground.
And at Bai Mo, who was motionless. This was all done by her brother-in-law?
He had knocked 7 or 8 strong men to the ground by himself. She seemed to have missed something.
Daddy!
The little guy thought his father had been beaten and quickly turned his head to look at Bai Mo.
Ha, Daddy is a hero.
I almost forgot, my dad is awesome, he's a superhero. One of the henchmen was lying on the ground. Li Xiao, I'm sorry, we're so useless.
Li Hao. Not just useless. It's a disgrace.
Everyone let out a gasp of surprise, all shocked by Bai Mo's move. Bai Mo's face was calm. I only bought this Bugatti sports car 3 days ago, so if Lin Ruoshi has lost, then he is lost.
But if you're capable, you can race me.
If you don't have the guts, you can leave now with a broken arm, otherwise. Lin Mengxi will win back the sports car the same way she lost it.
Wow.
Lin Ruoshi looked at Bai Mo at the moment, and no matter how he looked at him, he looked handsome.
You.
Li Hao trembled all over. When had he, as a member of the Li family, ever been threatened like this?
Bai Mo was very skilled, and Li Hao didn't want to suffer any losses.
He just felt very unwilling that the duck in his hands had flown away, and he was very angry. He looked at Lin Ruoshi with unwilling eyes. It was only after a lot of hard work that he had this opportunity tonight, and he was unwilling to see her leave. His heart felt very unwilling, just like 3 years ago, when Lin Mengxi ran away with him.
Now was not the time to think about these things.
Bai Mo's appearance meant that he was destined not to be able to take Lin Ruoshi away. He pondered for a moment, and finally a trace of a smile appeared.
Li Hao let out a deep breath. Okay, I'll bet with you, but...
After a pause, he pointed at Lin Ruoshi and continued, I'll add one more condition. If I win, she stays. If you're afraid to bet, I'll give you back the Bugatti, and tonight's incident will be considered a misunderstanding.
Li Hao is truly a veteran of the love scene. He easily gained the upper hand. Now he's kicking the problem back to Bai Mo. Does he dare or not? Everyone sneered.
Li Hao's car skills were well known to everyone. He was in the top 10 in the national championship, but he had never shown off his skills, and he had hired someone else to race for him tonight.
As for Bai Mo,
He was an unknown, and neither Li Hao nor anyone else thought that Bai Mo could race. Where did the latter get the courage? Where did he get the courage to challenge Li Hao's driving skills?
No one thought that Bai Mo would agree. So what if he can fight? Is he going to be a good driver?
As everyone knows, a person with limited talent, Bai Mo studied martial arts, and his driving skills must be very ordinary. Hearing that he was the bet, Lin Ruwashi's face turned pale.
Do you dare? Seeing that Bai Mo didn't say anything, Li Hao sneered. As if he was sure that Bai Mo would lose. What's there to be afraid of? Why not bet a little more, and add a hand?
His words were shocking. Everyone was once again deeply impressed by Bai Mo's words. He's gone crazy, betting on cars and women, and now he wants to add a hand. The losing party has to have an arm chopped off. Li Hao frowned, his eyes narrowing slightly, unable to read Bai Mo.
Without any strength, how dare he gamble?
And he's playing with increasingly big stakes.
What's his bottom line?
Recalling the Chinese car world, Li Hao firmly believed that there was no driver in their 20s like this.
My brother-in-law doesn't want it.
Lin Ruwashi was also shocked, her eyes staring blankly at the white ink in front of her. She regretted it, thinking that she shouldn't have come to a place like this, and that if something happened, she would need her brother-in-law's help.
Ruwashi, if he dares to slap you, he will have to pay the price for it. To ask him to lose one hand is considered light, Bai Mo said. My brother is a lunatic. Li Shuai said. Not only is he crazy, but he's also arrogant. Okay, I'll add one more thing. Since you're so confident, how about I raise the stakes by 30 million? Li Hao looked at Bai Mo with a smile. Everyone gasped. Whoever wins tonight's race will be a major event in the automobile world of Duan City. Isn't that a bit too much? Bai Mo laughed. Money that comes knocking? He doesn't lack it. Isn't 30 million a bit too little, don't you think so, Master Li? Everyone. Holy shit, 30 million is still too little?
Li Hao's heart leaped for joy at the flash of cold light in his heart. 50 million.
No problem, I'll give you 50 million if you win, but if you lose, I don't want your money. Then what do you want? Li Hao asked.
I want to publicly slap you 3 times in the face, Bai Mo said in a deep voice. It's meaningless to ask for money, it's more enjoyable to stomp Li Hao's face hard on the ground.
P.S. Please keep the updates coming, thanks everyone. Chapter 59, Brother-in-Law, Let's Get Outside Help.
Li Hao's face suddenly turned ugly.
He felt humiliated. Why the hell did you bet on slaps? Why did you exchange 50 million for them? Fine, I'll see how you can win against me. Meeting a fool like you who has a lot of money is like a water buffalo, I can't let you go without taking your money. Li Hao suddenly laughed. Sign the contract, so that you won't regret not paying up if you lose. Li Hao continued, let's get one thing straight. Do you have 50 million? Young Master Li is really cautious, afraid that I don't have the money? I am the son-in-law of the Lin family, this title is worth 50 million, right?
Young Master Li has connections everywhere, I dare not renege on the debt.
Bai Mo said. Okay. Li Hao paused, feeling that Bai Mo also had a point. In Duan City, the Li family is a big family, who dares not open their eyes. To reiterate, if I win, I'll take Lin Ruwashi with me, break one of your arms, and you'll still have to pay me 50 million, is that right? Just 3 conditions. Bai Mo nodded. You're not afraid that I'll renege on the deal? Li Hao laughed. No one can renege on a deal with me.
Bai Mo looked serious for a moment, then his face turned into a smile, a harmless expression, and when he faced his daughter, he was extremely gentle.
He's so cool.
The girls were transfixed.
He was not at all inferior in the face of the young master of the Li family.
Next, there would be a wonderful car race, which would begin soon.
The other people were talking excitedly.
Look, that person is going to lose for sure, there is no suspense at all, Li Hao is a very good driver.
Come on, maybe that person is confident.
Bullshit, Li Hao is a top 10 racer in the Huaxia Championship.
Shit, I didn't know that. Hey, you're not part of the team, how do you know so much? All of this is a secret. That's not necessarily the case. Maybe the handsome Maybach guy has hired an outsider.
There were quite a few racers there, such as Mo Qingshan and Bao Buping. Money can do anything, and they are also among the best racers and are well known in Duan.
Look at him, he doesn't even have a sports car, so what can he play with Li Xiao? He must have hired an outsider. Otherwise, do you really think someone is that stupid and would bet that much? On the other side,
Bai Mo looked calm, but Lin Ruoxi next to him was beside herself with worry.
brother-in-law, why did you come so late?
If you had come a little earlier, Li Hao would still be racing, and she could have left, without having to witness the terrifying scenes just now.
You came at just the right time.
In fact, before coming here, Bai Mo went to the car dealership and replaced some of the modified accessories, otherwise, with just the Maybach, it would not be considered a sports car.
You still say that you, brother-in-law, don't know that among the drivers present, Li Hao is the best. He is just not going to say it, not wanting to discourage you.
Lin Ruoxi stamped her feet in anger. I heard what they were saying about driving skills, I guess it's something like driving a cow. In her arms, Cici said in a baby voice, Auntie, pooping is awesome.
Awesome, indeed. Lin Ruoxi's mouth twitched. If it wasn't awesome, how would he dare to play with Li Hao so recklessly? Even little Cici knows.
Cici scratched her head, feeling a little upset that she wasn't the first to know.
What should brother-in-law do now? How about I go get an outsider?
No need, I can do it myself, don't worry.
Okay, you won't lose. Baby is thirsty, wants grandma to drink. Bai Mo.
It's the middle of the night, where's the milk here? Shishi, who was hanging around Lin Ruoxi's arms, licked her lips.
Shishi, don't look at your aunt, she doesn't have any.
Lin Ruoxi blushed. After taking a look at Lin Ruoxi's breasts, she really couldn't compare to Lin Mengxi.
Bai Mo couldn't help but laugh, and returned to the car, taking a bottle of mineral water for her. These are the current conditions. The little guy gulped it down. Everyone, look, who's here?
It's Xin Fei, the captain of the Fei Yang team.
I know him, he was also in the top 10 of the Huaxia Championship, I didn't expect him to come too.
The scene immediately boiled over. Unexpectedly, Xin Fei was also alarmed. This person is quite high profile, and the drag racers present all know him. As soon as Xin Fei got off the car, many of the flower-obsessed girls screamed. He's not bad looking, about 29 years old, tall, this person is lecherous, and surrounded by beautiful women. Not only that, he is accompanied by a woman with a pretty face and a hot body, and her hands are restless in fiddling with him. Lin Ruoxi felt like she had seen hope. At 8 o'clock, she had asked someone to invite Xin Fei to help her compete, but she had been rejected. Now her only chance was in front of her. Moreover, Li Hao and Xin Fei were both in the top 10 of the Huaxia Championship, and their strength was comparable. If the two of them raced on Long Long Mountain tonight, the outcome would depend on luck.
Hello, Mr. Xin.
Seeing a beautiful girl walking towards him, Xin Fei's eyes under his sunglasses lit up.
Holy shit. Are there still such beautiful women in Duan City?
A delicate face, towering peaks, a slender waist, and especially those pale and slender legs wrapped in black stockings.
Hugging a baby in her arms. It looks exactly like a ripe peach, even more seductive. What is it? Xin Fei pretended to be deep. Mr. Xin, I would like to invite you to be an outside helper and compete in a race. Lin Ruoxi spoke.
Every move he made was under the scrutiny of the crowd, and many of the men and women watching took out their phones to take pictures.
Xin Fei was about to reply when Li Hao came over to say hello, long time no see, brother Xin.
Long time no see, Li Xiao. Xin Fei immediately reached out his hand. I haven't heard that you've entered any competitions recently, so I presume your driving skills have improved.
Not at all. Compared to you, I'm far behind.
Xin Fei said modestly.
Brother Xin, I have a competition coming up, and I'd like you to be a judge.
Oh, I heard about it.
Who was so reckless as to challenge you? Xin Fei suddenly became interested.
I heard about the stakes too.
It's a big enough bet.
If you win, you not only get 50 million, but also get to take home the beauty.
As for things like broken hands and slaps, they're even crazier, risking your life.
He, he's just a hothead.
Li Hao laughed, then pulled Xin Fei over to the side.
Seeing this situation, Lin Ruoxi felt a chill in her heart.
What's wrong, brother Li? Xin Fei resisted.
Lin Ruoxi was looking for him, and they had just had a chat, but he didn't want to miss this beauty. The two men didn't know what they were talking about, but they burst out laughing and shook hands. After returning, Xin Fei said to Lin Ruoxi, sorry, beautiful lady, Mr. Li gave me 30 million to stay out of it. The implication was that he had rejected Lin Ruoxi's request. Lin Ruoxi thought about it for a while, and asked Xin Fei if he was really not at ease, worried that he would let him off the hook.
He took a deep breath and responded, I understand. But? Shen Fei laughed. Lin Ruoshi heard this and thought there might be a way out, but what? Mr. Shin, you can tell me. Beauty, you don't have a sports car, I can lend you my McLaren, provided you leave a contact method, think about it. Chapter 60, My Maybach is a sports car. Li Hao and Shen Fei had reached a consensus and would not compete for Lin Ruoshi and the others. Li Hao let out a sigh of relief and thought to himself, it's settled. And after Shen Fei learned that the woman in the bet was Lin Ruoshi, he had a thought in his head. Lin Ruoshi's face paled. The fact that they didn't have a sports car was indeed a problem. However, borrowing Shen Fei's McLaren was a deal, and Lin Ruoshi didn't want to do it. In the meantime, she had already thought of an escape route. She couldn't keep relying on her brother-in-law Bai Mo. Don't look at her, she's only 18 years old, but she's still a little calculating. In this competition, her brother-in-law has less than a 10% chance of winning, so she notified her cousin Wei Zhuang. It's okay to lose, 50 million is no problem, but Li Hao wants to take her away, that's impossible. As long as his cousin, the captain of the police force, arrives, Li Hao will not dare to do anything rash. Still want to break your hand? Just pay Li Hao a little more money, and he won't be afraid to let go. Upon thinking about this, Lin Ruoshi felt much better. Nothing that money can't solve, and if there is, it's definitely because the money isn't in the right place. Miss Lin? Have you thought it over? My sports car has recently been serviced and is in very good condition. It has accompanied me to win many awards. Shen Fei's words brought Lin Ruoshi back to reality. Before Lin Ruoshi could reply, Bai Mo walked over and said, thanks for the offer, but no thanks. We have our own car, and you don't need a good car to race. If you can't do it, don't blame the car. Where did you get the car, brother-in-law? Lin Ruoshi asked. Shishi, tell him where our car is, Bai Mo said, smiling and poking the little guy in the face. He really didn't take the crowd seriously. Aha, here it is. Sisai pointed to the Maybach. Lin Ruoshi. Shen Fei immediately smiled, Maybach? You can call it a sports car just by adding a sound wave, that's really awesome. Class, this brother, I really admire you. Patting Shen Fei on the shoulder, Li Hao said, oops, brother Shen, don't laugh at Mr. Bai, maybe the Maybach can fly too. Ha ha ha. Shen Fei and Li Hao laughed at the same time. Bai Mo, however, said, it's just a small competition, and it's just an ordinary car, but I can still beat it. Oh. Shen Fei shook his head, not even looking Bai Mo in the eye. He felt that Bai Mo in front of him was too pretentious, and talking to him was a loss of his own identity. Yes, Mr. Bai is right, don't cry later, huh? Li Hao mocked. Bai Mo. These people, thinking they are all racing gods, Bai Mo felt disgusted in his heart. Oh dear, my handsome guy, what's so good about following Lin Mengxi, not even a decent sports car, it's so shabby. Li Shui walked over, not forgetting to add a stab in her words, all of which were mocking. Get lost, don't come any closer, that perfume smell of yours is too bad, it affects my daughter. Bai Mo suddenly turned his face, his eyes staring coldly at Li Shui. Pausing, Li Shui's face instantly turned ugly. Humph, go on being arrogant, if you lose later, I'll let my brother personally chop off your hand, and I'll slap you. Shen Fei saw that Li Shui was quite attractive, and turned to Bai Mo, Mr. Bai, it's not very nice to talk like that. Miss Li was just being kind. You really don't have a nice car. It's a pipe dream to win. You don't even let people talk? Since Mr. Shen also thinks that Bai can't win, do you want to place a bet too? Since you're playing, you might as well play for a bigger prize. The person in front of you, Shen Fei, is not a good person either. His lustful eyes constantly looked at Lin Ruoshi. Moreover, Shen Fei was also embracing a flirtatious woman, and his hands were never still. Even the little guy in his arms hated it. He kept muttering in his mouth. When everyone heard this, they were surprised again. Could it be that Mr. Bai wanted to bet on hands again? That's ruthless, hands are the foundation of a racer, and if they're broken, you're a useless person for life. Shen Fei touched his nose and laughed in his heart, this kid is really idiotic. A modified Maybach can beat Li Hao? Even if it were him, driving a McLaren, he wouldn't have a 70% chance of winning Li Hao. What kind of person is Bai Mo? Fine, since Mr. Bai is asking so much, I can't not give him a little face, whoever loses, just kneel down and kowtow. Since Lin Ruoshi was nearby, Shen Fei didn't want to mention it too much, lest he be resented. Lin Ruoshi immediately frowned and said, Mr. Shin, you're going too far, kicking someone when they're down?
My brother-in-law didn't invite any outside help for this match, so he's definitely going to lose.
Air.
Shin Fei's mouth twitched, and she still held a grudge against him. It wasn't him who suggested raising the stakes. It was him who insisted on gambling.
Ruoshi doesn't care, one more person isn't a lot. Mr. Shin likes this kind of thing too. I accept your bet.
Don't regret it when the time comes, Mr. Shin.
Bai Mo said. Ah, no regrets, Mr. Bai is cool.
Shin Fei gave a dark smile, despising him in his heart, saying that you think you can definitely win, and you don't even look at what kind of person you are.
You compare with Li Hao. Is there any comparison?
If you lose, you have to pay compensation for your broken hand, and you will also be slapped.
Now you have to kneel down and kowtow. What dignity is there left?
Just thinking about that scene, I still find it quite interesting.
I have really never met someone like that before.
You know you're going to lose, but you still place a bet. I've seen a lot of brain-damaged people, but this year there have been an especially large number.
Didn't Wang's family go bankrupt the other day?
That father and son were also brain-damaged, and they offended the Bai financial group in the imperial capital.
Brother-in-law, you're going to make me die of anger.
Lin Ruoshi was fuming, her angry expression really cute, coupled with her twisting body and bony figure.
Shin Fei's eyes went straight.
Li Shui cursed under her breath, vixen. It made the old lecher next to her eyes pop out.
Very quickly. The crowd went wild.
They heard that Bai Mo was going to race in a Maybach, and they sneered while they mocked. If the person is no good, the car is no good either.
This race is nothing to watch.
But it will be a chance to see Li Hao's driving skills.
The preliminary preparations are complete, and the roads of Longshan are clear. The race will begin soon.
Li Hao drives his Aston Martin slowly to the starting point and waits, not forgetting to greet the fans around him with a smug look on his face.
The little guy climbs down and slithers over to the Maybach, wanting a ride. Bai Mo sees this and grabs him.
Then he puts him back in Lin Ruoshi's arms.
Brother-in-law, why don't we just admit defeat?
The Longshan road is winding and treacherous, and it often causes fatalities.
Lin Ruoshi persuaded before Bai Mo got into the car. Don't worry, nothing will happen. Bai Mo smiled and turned to look at the little guy. Sisai, be good and wait for Daddy to come back. Daddy, aren't you taking Wa?
The little guy instantly became unhappy and frowning. He thought he could race again.
No.
Although he could protect his daughter and was confident that nothing would happen, safety was still the most important thing. Then Bai Mo got into the car and started the Maybach, accompanied by a huge sound wave.